After an unexpected incident, the once formidable Meng discovered to her astonishment that she had transformed into a married woman. To her surprise, her husband was none other than a domineering CEO. Fortunately, their relationship was merely a facade of a contractual marriage, and the CEO indicated that he had someone he truly cherished, someone he was gradually ensnaring in a simmering romance. In her eagerness to extricate herself from the contract, Meng exerted considerable effort to assist the CEO in intensifying the emotional heat. However, when she beheld the contract that had been amended to an indefinite term, she fell into silence. Wait, the one you're ensnaring in your simmering romance isn't me, is it? Indeed, it is. The narrative begins. Miss, have you awakened? This was the first utterance that Meng heard upon regaining consciousness. She opened her eyes slightly and surveyed her surroundings. The pristine bed, the incessantly beeping monitoring devices, and the upright four-stand, all the elements around her signified that she was in a hospital. How did she end up in such a place? Meng rummaged through her mind until she finally unearthed the memories preceding her current state. She recalled that she had been at an amusement park, engaging in bungee jumping alongside her close friend, who had hesitated on the platform until someone inadvertently propelled him off. Upon his return, she had mercilessly mocked him. You're such a coward. Don't criticize me, you'd hesitate too. Absolutely not, just watch my performance. With that, she donned her harness and approached the platform, gazing down at the scenery below. Arms outstretched as the wind billowed her clothes, she closed her eyes and plummeted straight down. Just as she envisioned her performance captivating the audience, the conversation between her friend and the staff doused her with icy dread. This kid is indeed bold, no wonder he's called mighty. Yes, it's rare to see someone jump so decisively. Wait, is the cord attached? The two fell silent for a moment before simultaneously exclaiming, "Oh no! Don't!" Upon hearing this, Meng was utterly flabbergasted. What was meant to be an exhilarating bungee jump had turned into a treacherous fall. She flailed wildly in midair, reaching out to embrace the sky, yearning for divine intervention to grasp her fleeting life. Yet the heavens had no arms, leaving her to plummet to the ground. With that thought, Meng's eyes flew open. She bolted upright, a wave of headache causing her brow to furrow momentarily before relaxing. Surviving a fall without a harness was a testament to her tenacity. Miss, are you all right? Turning her gaze, she noticed a youthful maiden clad in a pristine white maid outfit, her face etched with concern. What an extraordinary hospital! The nurses here were remarkably personable. Such an establishment deserved a 5-star review. She was engrossed in her admiration. She suddenly froze. Wait, what did you call me? Perhaps it was the prolonged slumber and lack of hydration that rendered her voice somewhat hoarse. Mississippi, miss? As a rugged man with unkempt hair and stubble, she felt there was little resemblance to a woman. Meng pondered this, when suddenly a disquieting thought struck her. Could it be that the fall had somehow rendered her devoid of certain attributes? She tested the waters, and her expression became one of sheer shock. No way, have I really lost them? Could it be that she had crashed into a branch during her descent? Branches, indeed, were formidable. Her movements were overly conspicuous, causing the young maid's cheeks to flush crimson as she averted her gaze, awkwardly inquiring, Miss, what are you doing? Meng, agitated, exclaimed, Hey, why hasn't the doctor treated this wound? The maid, mouth agape and struggling to find her words, ultimately uttered a statement that took Meng by surprise. Miss, weren't you poisoned and unconscious? Where did this wound come from? Poisoned? Meng was taken aback as she moved her body. She realized there was indeed no pain. Could it be? She suddenly flipped off the bed and dashed into the bathroom. Miss, the maid called out, hastening to follow her into the restroom. Meng stood before the sink, gazing into the mirror. Reflected back was a girl of around 20, possessing an ethereal beauty with delicate features and almond-shaped eyes, exuding an enchanting allure. Even in her current dazed state, she radiated a different kind of charm. Don't worry, Mississippi, although you were poisoned, your skin remains unharmed, the maid reassured, assuming Meng was concerned about her appearance. She stared into the mirror for quite some time. Who is this? Miss, do you not even recognize yourself? This is me? The reflection appeared bewildered, and after a moment, she slowly said, Then who am I? Miss, have you lost your memory? With the maid's explanation, she began to grasp the situation. It turned out she had not merely revived but had been reborn. This body belonged to Meng, a name that sounded like hers yet differed in characters, and she was only 20 years old. The maid, named Xian, was not the cosplay nurse she had imagined, but rather her personal attendant. How vexing. Though she was grateful for a second chance at life, why had she transformed into a girl? After all, she had always considered herself a man, and not only had she never experienced love, but she had never even held a girl's hand. To suddenly become a woman left her feelings tangled and conflicted. That it felt akin to having her cherished toy car destroyed by her mother before she had a chance to play with it, an amalgamation of outrage and helplessness. Moreover, it was one thing to become a girl, but to be transformed into such a stunningly beautiful one, surrounded by captivating girls who were not her girlfriends, was indeed a sorrowful predicament. Such is life, perhaps a blend of joy and sorrow, despair and hope, never a simple journey without obstacles. Miss, why are you sighing? Are you feeling unwell? Xian cupped in Meng's small hands with concern etched across her face. As she glanced at the hands held by Xian, her heartbeat suddenly faltered. It felt as though it was her first time holding hands with a girl. After a moment, her furrowed brows gradually relaxed. Wait a moment, though she had become a girl, upon reflection, her current appearance might actually facilitate interactions with other girls. Even though her body had changed, the exhilaration that accompanied physical contact with a girl remained unaltered. Though her former self had departed, once the paradigm shifted, she discovered that this world offered another path to traverse. And that path was Yuri. She can reside in the girls' dormitory and access the girls' showers. Those beautiful girls she once admired from afar are now within her reach, allowing for unguarded interactions. Furthermore, the presence of a personal maid indicates considerable wealth, and a life filled with affluence and alluring companions can be seen as an alternative version of the high-flying lifestyle. Anne Meng's eyes sparkled with intrigue as she scrutinized Xian's delicate visage, her gaze flitting around as she contemplated using Xian as her test subject. Suddenly, her knees buckled, and she collapsed onto Xian. Miss, Xian, she exclaimed, quickly supporting her. Don't move. I'm feeling a bit dizzy, allow me to lean on you. And Meng murmured. At that moment, a male voice drifted in from the doorway. It seems the symptoms of poisoning have yet to fully dissipate, allow me to assist. Xian. Meng turned her gaze towards the entrance, where the dim light from outside obscured the man's features, revealing only a shadowy silhouette. Yet, even as a mere outline, his tall stature and handsome profile were discernible. Who is that? A doctor? And Meng's expression darkened, her annoyance palpable at the intrusion of this man into her flirtation. Huh? Xian, she replied, somewhat taken aback. That's Mr. Liu, Mississippi. Oh, Mr. Liu? Are we quite familiar? To some extent he is your husband. Oh, my husband? And Meng blinked in surprise, but moments later, her beautiful eyes widened in shock, her complexion visibly paling. Wait, husband? Without a moment's pause to mourn the departure of her little brother, she was instead propelled into the fray by none other than the married woman, and Meng. Chapter 2. Let us divorce. It was 5 o'clock in the afternoon. As per usual, Lu Linhe should have been working diligently at the office. However, a doctor had notified him that Meng's condition was perilous, potentially life-threatening. He hastily abandoned his tasks and rushed over. To his surprise, the young woman before him was far from the slumbering beauty he had envisioned. Rather, she radiated vitality and exuberance. Yet, there seemed to be some subtle changes. Lu Linhe inquired, Xinqi, what does she mean by that? Xinqi glanced at Meng and replied, it seems she has forgotten her past. Yes, I have lost my memory. I must have unintentionally forgotten you too. My apologies. Forgotten? Is this a consequence of the poisoning? Lu Linhe's gaze darkened as he focused on Meng, though his expression remained inscrutable as he stepped closer. Upon recognizing the man's face, Meng was once again taken aback. His features were strikingly cold, with eyes that shimmered like stars and lips finely chiseled. His countenance was so exquisitely crafted that even a master sculptor would struggle to replicate it. Clad in a white shirt, his tall and imposing figure was undeniable. Yet, the source of Meng's astonishment was not merely his striking handsomeness. Lu Linhe? Lu Linhe had once been a student at Nanda University. During her freshman year, he was already a senior, serving as the president of the student council. He was also the current president of the Lu Group, which had been on the brink of collapse when its former president went missing. In just a few short years, Lu Linhe revitalized the company, transforming it into one of the leading enterprises in Nanjing. In his time at Nanda, he was a household name, so much so that when boasting about someone, it sufficed to merely say Lu Linha, rather than the usual descriptors of wealth and attractiveness. Much like a celebrity, he had become a living adjective. And Meng had even had her share of grievances with Lu Linha. She had encountered him a few times at school. Each appearance was marked by his icy demeanor, yet he consistently drew shrieks from a throng of admiring girls. Initially, and Meng believed that girls were drawn to such an aloof persona and attempted to emulate him for a time, only to be ridiculed by his friends, who remarked that she resembled a caricature of a cold-faced figure. It was then that she realized that it was not the aloofness that captivated them, but rather the allure of wealth and looks. Perhaps fueled by jealousy, she became irked whenever his name was mentioned. What is so great about him? Just a born scoundrel. What had started as casual banter turned into a rumor that reached the student council. That day, she found herself reprimanded by the school for defamation, and was required to submit a reflection paper of no less than 3,000 words. When An Meng bowed in submission, presenting the reflection paper to Lu Linha, he did not spare her a glance. Leaning on his hand, he focused on the student council report in his other hand. I don't have time to read this. Read it to me. The image of her lofty demeanor remains etched in her memory. After mustering the courage to finish reading that self-reflection, she exited the student council office in humiliation, her fists clenching tightly. Lu Linha, I wish you a lifetime of solitude. And Meng murmured a curse under her breath. Very well, let's have another 3,000 words, came Lu Linha's voice from within the room.
I am sorry.
As the recollection faded, and Meng covered her face, a deep frown etched across her brow. She never imagined that this man, who had once been her tormentor, now not only had a wife but that wife was herself. How could she possibly come to terms with this? Lu Linha approached them, towering over both with a height advantage, looking down upon them. Allow me. Upon seeing him once more, and Meng was overwhelmed by an inexplicable sense of pressure. She looked up at him, swallowing hard. What? Weren't you just saying you felt faint? Let me carry you to bed. The girl's mind momentarily short-circuited, her gaze vacant for a long moment before she finally managed to stammer. Huh? Come on. Let us not waste time, Lu Linha urged, stepping forward. And Meng quickly retreated. No, it's fine. I suddenly feel much better. Don't be shy, we're practically old married folks now. Who's old married folks with you? I can hardly even remember you. Perhaps a little contact would jog your memory. And Meng noticed Lu Linha had no intention of stopping. Gritting her teeth, she assumed a boxing stance. Lu Linha paused, observing her for a moment before commenting. Your stance is quite professional. Of course, I've been practicing boxing since I was 5 and have participated in countless competitions. I'm practically semi-professional. And Meng was confident that if Lu Linha dared to approach her, she would certainly fight back. Yet, Lu Linha remained unfazed by her threat, stepping closer and suddenly ducking, vanishing from her sight. What? Before An Meng could comprehend what was happening, the world spun around her, and by the time she regained her senses, Lu Linha had lifted her, cradling her as one would carry a child. A wave of intense embarrassment surged within her, coloring her cheeks with a faint blush. Put me down. And Meng struggled frantically, but her petite frame was no match for Lu Linha's strength, and she could only watch helplessly as he carried her to the bed and gently placed her down. Once she was set down, and Meng delivered a punch aimed at Lu Linha's face, but he effortlessly caught her petite fist in his large hand. Now, let us save the hand-holding for later. Fuming with indignation, and Meng gritted her teeth and swung her other fist, only to have both hands captured by Lu Linha with one hand, leaving her to glare defiantly at him, asserting her unwillingness to yield. Xin Si, please summon Director Chun to assess her condition. Xi and she, previously engrossed in their playful banter, snapped back to reality upon hearing Lu Linha's command. Oh right, sure. Upon hearing the news, Director Chen immediately brought his team to the scene and conducted a thorough examination of An Meng. However, upon reviewing the results, the doctor was taken aback. What has happened to her? Has Miss An fully recovered? Lu Lin narrowed his eyes and inquired, Are you asking me? Or am I to ask you? No, I mean to say she has indeed recovered. Yet it is perplexing. This young lady was severely poisoned and was in a precarious state just this morning. How could she be completely fine by the afternoon? And Meng, startled, coughed a few times and retorted, "Who said I am completely fine? I'm still coughing, aren't I? What is wrong with you, old doctor? Are you displeased to see others recover?" "No, that is not my intention." Lu Lin glanced at her and added, "Director Chun, what does it mean that my wife has lost her memory?" "Lost her memory?" Director Chun examined the report and stated, "According to Miss An's CT scan, there is no damage to her brain. The cause remains elusive. It may be a temporary amnesia induced by the poisoning. However, Miss An's physical condition is now stable, and she may return home to rest for a few days to observe her recovery."
Lu Lin nodded. Xin Ki.
"Please assist the young lady in packing her belongings for discharge." "Yes, Mr. Lu." Xian Chi took charge of gathering the luggage, while In Meng required no effort on her part, as she was wheeled directly to the hospital entrance, where a black Cullinan awaited. Since she had not set foot on the ground, she was not wearing shoes, thus she sat cross-legged on the car seat, admiring the interior of the vehicle. Lu Lin entered the driver's seat, while Xian Chi was still completing the discharge procedures. "Let us head back first," he said. As the car started, the young woman gazed out at the changing scenery. The tinted windows reflected her thoughtful, beautiful eyes. Observing her sculpted profile, and Meng spoke, "Lu Lin, let us divorce." Chapter 3. Shangyang knows horsepower. Bygone understands human hearts. Lu Linhe, let us divorce. And Meng was not merely speaking casually. The dissolution of their marriage was unequivocally imminent. It must be understood that they were currently husband and wife, and as such, they would inevitably engage in activities befitting a married couple. As a staunchly masculine individual, the mere thought of being overpowered by this man on the bed sent shivers down her spine. Most frightening was the realization that despite years of boxing training and a reputation for invincibility, she would be no match for Lu Linhe. In a real confrontation, her fists and feet would likely lead him to believe she was merely showcasing her talents before an audience. Though he bore a face that invited a good thrashing, one could not deny that his audacity stemmed largely from the fact that no one was capable of besting him. However, upon hearing her words, Lu Linhe's expression remained unfazed. He merely cast a glance at her through the rearview mirror. The reason was, "I no longer love you." The corners of his lips curled into a rare smile. "Miss and Meng, if I recall correctly, our marriage was merely a fade. What? A sham marriage?" And Meng was momentarily taken aback. Just then, they arrived at a red light, and Lu Linhe halted the vehicle, opening the drawer to present her with a contract. As she took the document, a flash of insight struck her, and memories surged uncontrollably into her mind. In her recollection, it was a starry night, and before her stood Lu Linhe with his broad back. "Do you wish to repay me? Ah, there is indeed a matter through which you could express your gratitude. Would you be willing to consider it?" "What is it?" "Be my wife." The fragment was brief, yet In Meng grasped a glimmer of understanding. It seemed Lu Linhe had saved her at some point, and he was seeking to resolve his own marital predicament, resulting in a mutual agreement. What a revelation! It was merely a sham marriage. And Meng exhaled in relief, only to be struck by a sudden thought. "Wait a minute. If our marriage is a facade, then why did you just embrace me?" Clause 32. "Read for yourself," Lu Linhe replied succinctly. As In Meng perused the pages, her eyes widened once more upon reaching the 32nd clause. During the contract period, Party B must reside in Party A's home and fully embody the role of a devoted wife. In the event that Party A requires expressions of affection, Party B must cooperate wholeheartedly. What does this mean? It is quite simple to comprehend. Even if it is a sham marriage, we cannot allow others to perceive it as such. To deceive them, certain intimate gestures typical of couples are unavoidable. Lu Linhe responded. "Oh, so your family desires a child. To maintain the ruse, I would have to bear you a child, is that it?" "Absolutely not," Lu Linhe firmly rejected. "This pertains to issues of inheritance. However, if you truly desire, forget it. Who would want that?" And Meng retorted, flinging the contract back at him. "I want to terminate this agreement."
Iniest.
She felt a surge of anger upon seeing this man, and the thought of sharing the same roof with him was unbearable. Even if he wouldn't force himself upon her, the contract stipulated that she must address him as husband and endure his embraces. Moreover, Who could fathom the true intentions behind Lu Linhe and Meng's marriage? It could very well be a facade, merely a slow boil of an unsuspecting frog in water. There are limits to what one can tolerate. The uncle may endure, but I shall not. Very well, I shall first settle the breach of contract penalty. A penalty? How much? The final clause. And Meng furrowed her brow, but given Lu Linhe's authority, she obediently retrieved the contract and turned to the last page. If either party wishes to terminate the contract during its duration, the breaching party must leave with nothing, and the breaching party shall compensate the other with a penalty amounting to 10 times the contract value. What is the contract value? I have mentioned it before. Prior to our marriage, I provided you with 300,000, termed a bride price, but in truth it was a salary. Although you proposed it, now that we have signed a contract, we must adhere to the formalities. 300,000 multiplied by 10. So I owe you. And Meng counted on her fingers. 3 million, is that even debatable? Lu Linhe glanced at her. Why does it seem like this girl has grown dim-witted since waking up? 3 million. Such an amount? Why don't you go rob a bank then? Am I not doing just that? What if I refuse to pay? Then you will acquire 2 pieces of equipment. Equipment? The legendary silver bracelet and the limited edition yellow vest. Whether you spend 3 years there or at home, you shall weigh your options. And Meng gritted her teeth. Fine, since you insist on pushing me, do not blame me for revealing a shocking secret. She contemplated disclosing her identity as a reincarnator. After all, she possessed all the memories from her previous life as in Meng, and finding her family and friends to corroborate her story would not be difficult. Lu Linhe shot her a glance. You don't intend to claim you are a man, do you? And Meng parted her lips slightly. Why are you answering so quickly? You referred to yourself in the masculine form, it's quite evident, and then, do you mean to say you are transgender? No, I am actually a reincarnator, not the true Meng. As soon as the words left her mouth, Lu Linhe fell silent. Just as Meng was about to provide further evidence to substantiate her claim, Lu Linhe nodded, as if to say, so, that is how it is. And Meng was taken aback. Wait, you believe me just like that? Seeing his swift acceptance, she felt a pang of insecurity. Of course. Now come with me. With that, Lu Linhe brought the car to a stop. Go? Where to? And Meng blinked her beautiful eyes a few times, and then they lit up. Oh, to the Civil Affairs Bureau? No, to the Research Institute. Research Institute? What is that? It often appears in novels. A place adept at exploring the mysteries of the human body. And Meng's eyes widened in shock. Indeed, individuals like her, who defy the tenets of scientific understanding as reincarnators, invariably captivate the interest of researchers. If fortune favors her, she may find herself imprisoned as a subject of experimentation. If not, she might endure a fate akin to that of historical figures who have faced dire consequences for their knowledge. Wait a moment. Let me access the navigation of the Research Institute. And Meng, flustered, waved her small hands vigorously. No, that is unnecessary. I was merely jesting, my friend. Upon hearing this, the man's lips curled into a subtle smile. So was I. After approximately half an hour, Lu Linge glanced at the rearview mirror and observed that the young lady had leaned back against her seat, her head gently bobbing like a chick pecking at grains. Do not slumber. We have arrived. HM? And Meng opened her eyes, instinctively swallowing the saliva at the corner of her mouth. The moment she gazed out the window, the remnants of her sleepiness dissipated entirely. Outside stood 2 grand black gates, exuding a European charm, adorned with a plaque inscribed with Han Ting Manor. The gates were intricately carved with exquisite patterns. As Lu Linge sounded the horn, 2 guards emerged from either side to open the gates. The vehicle glided through the entrance, revealing a spacious and elongated driveway, flanked by meticulously trimmed greenery. And Meng even spotted a gardener diligently pruning the foliage. Not far off, a villa of 4 or 5 stories loomed, where several maids, clad in uniforms, awaited their arrival at the entrance. As the car came to a halt before the entrance, Lu Linge turned around, only to catch sight of the young lady's eyes filled with a melancholy longing. What are you staring at? Observing the avaricious capitalists. How detestable. Why am I not wealthy? I envy them. Lu Linge remained silent for a moment. There is nothing to envy. Such a splendid act. Hand over your money to me, and Meng extended her hand. Regrettably, my funds are of necessity. Lu Lingyi lightly swatted her delicate hand. Get out, we have arrived. Who's money isn't of necessity? She retorted. Penny pincher, such a waste of your presidential persona. At that moment, the servant opened the car door, and Meng was about to step out when she noticed her feet clad in white socks, causing her to freeze mid-motion. Wait, I have no shoes. How can I descend? This winter, stepping out like this could surely freeze me. Quite simple. Lu Lingyi approached the car door and extended his hand. Come over, move on your own. Chapter 4. The ostrich strategy made a... Look, the young master is carrying the young lady back. Maid B, wow, it's a princess carry. Chef. I envy the young lady so much. She has a handsome, wealthy man who dotes on her. If only it were me being carried. Maida. Who wouldn't? Wait, aren't you a man? As Lu Linha walked in, the surrounding servants whispered among themselves, their eyes filled with envy for the celestial couple. However, and Meng felt no sweetness in her heart, only despair and anger. When she realized Lu Linha was about to carry her again, she was utterly unwilling. She had felt a surge of embarrassment even with just one spectator at the hospital. With so many onlookers now, she would rather flee the earth. Thus, she resolutely refused. But Lu Linha stood firm at the door, prompting her to shuffle backward in an attempt to exit from the other side. Yet, before she could take more than a few steps, Lu Linha suddenly reached in, grasped her ankle, and pulled her back into his arms, lifting her effortlessly. After a moment of stunned silence, she began to resist fiercely. Put me down. She initially thought Lu Linha would ignore her, but to her surprise, he nodded and said, all right. With that, he abruptly released her. Without his support, and Meng's body plummeted swiftly. Knowing that her rebirth had stemmed from a bungee jump, this sudden sensation of weightlessness triggered memories of her earlier terror, prompting her to instinctively wrap her arms around Lu Linha's neck. Did you not wish to be set down? Why are you holding on tighter? Lu Linha teased, and the blush on Meng's cheeks deepened, making her quickly release her grip. Once she did, Lu Linha also let go, leaving Meng with no choice but to cling to him once more. This back and forth continued several times until she finally surrendered, her proud head bowing in defeat. Fine, as long as you are happy. In truth, Meng's stature was not particularly short, standing at around 165 centimeters, but in Lu Linha's presence, she felt like a mere toy. The gazes of those around her seemed to burn with intensity, increasing the warmth on her face. Just moments ago, she had been the bold figure on the bungee platform, and now, in the blink of an eye, she had transformed into someone's cherished wife. A nightmare. This was undoubtedly a nightmare. She knew Lu Linha was doing this intentionally, wanting to showcase their affectionate bond to everyone. To evade such embarrassment, Meng devised one strategy, the ostrich tactic, closing her eyes. Indeed, as the saying goes, out of sight, out of mind. If she could not see, then these awkward moments could be pretended to not exist. However, the instant she shut her eyes, new rumors rushed into her ears like students hurrying to the cafeteria after school. Maida, Miss N is so beautiful. With her eyes closed, she resembles the sleeping beauty from a fairy tale. Maid B, yes, she must be hinting that Mr. Lu is her prince, hoping he will kiss her awake. Chef, if only it were me receiving that kiss. Enough. And Meng slowly opened her eyes, feeling a surge of frustration. Lu Lingyi carried her up to the third floor and stopped in front of a bedroom. The room was adorned in shades of soft pink and white, with a spacious double bed at its center. Through the window, a vibrant landscape unfolded outside. Lu Lingyi gently laid the girl on the bed. Rest for a while. Dinner will be served soon. Once freed from her constraints, Meng suddenly opened her eyes wide, flipped over and sat up, seizing a pillow from the bed and unleashing a flurry of blows upon it. What are you doing? Lu Lingyi narrowed his eyes. Having navigated the business world for years, he had developed a keen sense of perception, able to discern even the most cunning of intentions. Yet, at this moment, he found it challenging to comprehend the girl's actions. Why not? If I can't hit you, can't I vent my frustrations on this? She tilted her chin defiantly, delivering the most intimidating words in the meekest tone. Lu Lingyi paused for a moment, and then a subtle smile crept upon his lips. Take your time. Just as he was about to leave, and Meng suddenly recalled something and called out to him. I need to go out for a bit. Where to? Home, of course. She was utterly confused about her rebirth, unaware of what had become of her original body. Perhaps it had not perished and was still waiting for her soul to reclaim it. Yet, she could not speak the truth. Despite being quite bothersome, this man was sharp-minded. She feared that any slip of the tongue might reveal her intentions. I just want to take a stroll. Absolutely not. You've just recovered and been discharged. You can't go anywhere. Oh, fine. The girl appeared to comply obediently but scoffed internally. Humph, who do you think you are, dictating where I can go? My legs are my own. I'll go wherever I please. Lu Lingyi observed her expressions keenly and retorted, Are you planning to sneak out when no one is watching? And Meng froze, vigorously shaking her head while laughing nervously. No, absolutely not. I advise you against it. This villa is situated in a remote area, surrounded by forests for miles. Plus, you don't know your way around. If you venture out recklessly, you might end up sleeping in the wilderness tonight. Her mouth formed an shape, followed by a resigned sigh. It seemed that leaving would require a different strategy. Linha, a feminine voice called from outside the door. She turned to see 3 women standing at the entrance. The leading beauty appeared to be in her 30s, bearing a resemblance to Lu Lingyi, even standing still, and Meng could sense the regal aura emanating from her. The 2 younger women, likely in their 20s, seemed to be of similar age to her. Could these 3 be Lu Lingyi's sisters? Truly, the Lu family was filled with stunning women. The thought of living with them suddenly felt less daunting to Meng. Yet, whether it was merely her illusion, the gazes of the 3 individuals upon her appeared rather unfriendly. Just as she envisioned a blissful cohabitation in the future, Lu Lingyi spoke. Yes, Mom, I have brought Meng back. The mere mention of Meng sent a shiver down her spine, causing goosebumps to rise. However, soon she discerned the crux of the matter. Mom, who is he addressing? And Meng observed for a moment, and then the leading elegant lady nodded, stating, I heard you just carried her in. What sort of behavior is that? Meng has just recovered from her illness. And you didn't even bring her shoes back. She is unfit to walk. Why not just carry her to the door to change into her slippers? Why trek all the way up to the 3rd floor? She may not be tired, but you certainly look exhausted. After speaking, the elegant lady cast a sidelong glance at Meng, her eyes brimming with discontent. And Meng's gaze flickered back and forth between the 2, suddenly comprehending something, and in shock, she pointed at the elegant lady before her. Wait, you're her mother. The elegant lady froze on the spot, her eyes wide as she looked towards the 2 young women behind her, the 3 exchanging bewildered glances. Had she just insulted me? Chapter 5. A profound exploration of the bathroom and unexpected exclamation from Meng shocked the 3 individuals present. Lu Linha and the others were compelled to disclose the matter of her amnesia and reintroduce her to the trio. At the forefront stood Lu Linha's mother, Tian Huifang. Despite her youthful appearance, she was actually in her 40s. The 2 young ladies accompanying her were his sisters, one a biological sister named Lu Yunlian, and the other an adopted sister named Qin Lan, who was presumably the orphan child of a close friend of Lu Linha's father. Even after Lu Linha's explanations, Tian Huifang's demeanor remained less than cordial, her gaze rife with disdain towards Meng. It was uncertain whether Meng was genuinely suffering from amnesia or merely feigning ignorance. Tian Huifang's attitude towards her sparked a cunning idea in Meng's mind. It appeared that the Lu family harbored little affection for her. If that were the case, she resolved to act even more provocatively, ensuring the Lu family would develop a profound dislike for her. In doing so, they would undoubtedly voice their grievances about her in front of Lu Linha, compelling him to choose divorce under the weight of familial pressure. In that scenario, not only would she extricate herself unscathed, but she would also secure a compensation of 3 million. Upon conceiving this notion, Meng felt like a genius. After the 3 Lu sisters departed, Lu Linha sat on the bed and advised her, take a shower and change out of those hospital clothes. Having just returned from the hospital, she was still clad in a blue and white striped patient gown. She opened the wardrobe to find an array of vibrant and exquisite women's clothing, momentarily taken aback. According to the conventions of novels, the female protagonist would typically be hesitant about her former identity and might resort to disguising herself as a man. Yet Meng understood that for someone as charming as she, Donning male attire at this juncture would be utterly foolish. Thus, she felt compelled to dress as a woman, driven by circumstance rather than desire. The selection of outfits in the wardrobe was so dazzling that she found herself overwhelmed. Ultimately, she chose a light yellow sweater and blue jeans and proceeded to the bathroom in her bedroom. To her surprise, a sense of anticipation began to swell within her. After all, this could very well be her first experience witnessing a girl bathe, even if it was herself. As she shed the patient gown and stood beneath the showerhead, her gaze met her reflection in the mirror, revealing the secrets of her new body. Her mouth formed an O in astonishment. Though she appeared slender, she was surprisingly endowed, her figure exquisite, with skin as flawless as jade and smooth as cream, swaying gently at the waist. The water cascaded over her, tracing elegant arcs along her form. To her astonishment, this seemingly innocent beauty concealed such a remarkable physique beneath the surface. After her shower, Meng stood before the mirror, scrutinizing her reflection. Suddenly, she felt as though the world had transformed into a game. This visage of Meng was a carefully crafted creation, while her previous self had been a randomly generated entity. After a moment of wonder, a sigh escaped her lips as she realized the bittersweet truth. The greatest distance in the world was not that between life and death, but rather the fact that such a stunning young woman stood bare before her, and yet she found herself utterly powerless. Such beauty, yet unable to touch her own face, fills her with melancholy. She gazes at her delicate hands, then at the mirror, swallowing hard, along with her rationality. In this moment, Meng finally recalls the dormant talents nestled deep within her being. Suddenly, a series of knocks at the door startles her, causing her to flinch. Who could it be? Perhaps it is exhaustion or a guilty conscience, but her voice comes out breathless. The girl is taken aback by her own tone and quickly covers her mouth. How strange. Why does it feel as though she is a child caught in wrongdoing by her parents? Lu Linha, is that you? Are you done washing up? Meng clears her throat, striving to steady her voice. Almost, what do you need? Hurry up, dinner is ready. Once Lu Linha departs, Meng gradually regains her composure, covering her face with her hands. What is she doing? She has only recently become a girl, and yet she is engaging in such behavior. Shame washes over her, causing her to lose her resolve. She hastily rinses off, turns off the shower, and steps out of the bathroom. After changing her clothes, Meng twirls in front of the mirror. Even in the simplest attire, her graceful figure stands out, and with a slight blush on her face, she resembles a ripe peach, exuding an alluring fragrance. As she opens the door, she is startled to see Lu Linha waiting outside, instinctively averting her gaze. What are you still doing here? This is my room. Where else would I be? Lu Linha scrutinizes her. Why is your face so red? None of your business. Meng, already feeling guilty, becomes even more flustered by his question and hurries towards the door. However, after just a few steps, Lu Linha grabs her arm. What do you want? He assesses her for a moment. Are you really planning to go out looking like that? Don't you think something seems off? The girl is momentarily confused, her beautiful eyes widening, mouth agape. Wait, how can he see that? Is he a domineering CEO or a detective like Sherlock Holmes? If he were to play Conan, wouldn't the first episode already be over? Stop talking nonsense. Meng retorts, so obvious that only a fool wouldn't notice. How did you figure it out? Even when cornered, Meng insists, No, you must be mistaken. Do you want me to prove it to you? Huh? How would you do that? Without a word, Lu Linha slowly raises his hand. The girl is taken aback. Is he really going to take matters into his own hands? Meng retreats several steps. Lu Linha, we only have a contract. I warn you. Don't do anything reckless. She assumes a defensive stance, but in the face of his overwhelming strength, her resistance only appears endearing. Lu Linha's hand does not waver, despite her feeble threats. Help! Meng cries, shutting her eyes. Just when she believes he is about to breach their contract, that large hand instead gently rests upon her head. After a chaotic tussle, Lu Lin opened his hands and exclaimed, Look, I can even squeeze out water. He hurried to dry it. Wait, is that a head? During his boyhood, he sported a buzz cut, and a mere towel wipe would suffice to dry it. Hence he had never developed the habit of blow-drying his hair. She had thought as much. No matter how astute this fellow was, he could not possibly be absurd to that extent. Stop being cute, hurry up, or you'll catch a cold. Oh, the girl sighed in relief and promptly returned to the bathroom. Little did she know, as the bathroom door closed, a peculiar smirk tugged at the corners of Lu Lin's lips. Chapter 6. There are plenty of others to take your place. All beauty comes at a cost. And Meng could no longer recall where she had first heard this phrase. Yet today, she found herself grasping its essence. Take her lustrous black hair, for instance. No silk or satin could rival its elegance. However, as she attempted to dry it, she realized the true extent of the effort involved. She had anticipated a swift process, but after several minutes, her arms ached, and her hair remained damp. Her patience rapidly waned. Furrowing her brows, she switched off the hairdryer and tossed it onto the table. Unbeknownst to her, Lu Linha had been observing her every move. What's the matter? He inquired. You're not done drying it. Be careful not to catch a cold. Indifferent to his concern, Lu Linha approached her, and Meng tensed, her body rigid with anxiety. What are you going to do? She asked. Without uttering a word, he took his position behind her. Sit still. I'll help you. What? Before she could respond, Lu Linha seized the hairdryer, and with the flick of a switch, her long tresses danced once more in the breeze. His touch was gentle, his slender fingers weaving through her hair, imparting an unexpected sense of comfort akin to a massage. The fact that the dashing CEO was attending to her elevated Meng's spirits considerably. Although Meng was not a man, she couldn't help but admire the striking man before her. A man who captivates women might not be extraordinarily handsome, but when he elicits admiration from other men, he is undeniably handsome. Your technique at drying hair isn't half bad. If your family goes bankrupt, we should open a hair salon together, she remarked, sincerity lacing her tone. Lu Linha, unable to discern whether she was complimenting or cursing him, simply continued his task. After a quarter of an hour, her hair was finally dry. Just as she prepared to rise, Lu Linha pressed down on her shoulders. Are you really going out like this? And Meng glanced in the mirror and realized that although her hair was dry, it appeared frizzy, resembling a lioness mane. In that moment, she resolved to employ a strategy famously used by Liu Bang, the founder of the Han dynasty. What should I say then? Lu Linha shot her a sidelong glance, retrieved a comb, and began to untangle her hair. Another 10 minutes passed, and her locks returned to their former glory. Satisfied, she stood and patted Lu Linha on the shoulder. Well done, little Lu. From now on, I'll entrust my hair entirely to you. I have faith in your capabilities. Not likely, he replied. Why not? And Meng mimicked his earlier tone. Not enough time. Hey, little Lu, that attitude won't do. You need to adjust your mindset. The company doesn't support idlers. If you don't do it, there are plenty of others who will. The esteemed CEO, who commanded respect within the company, never anticipated that one day he would be lectured in a leadership tone by a 20-year-old girl. Soon, the dinner hour arrived, and Meng had anticipated that a prestigious family like the Lu family would serve an extravagant feast, filled with delicacies she had either heard of but never tasted, or perhaps even those she had never heard of at all. Thus, she awaited the evening meal with eager anticipation. However, to her astonishment, upon arriving at the dining table, she discovered that it lacked the sumptuous fare she had envisioned. Instead, it was merely a selection of vegetables and tofu, with the only meat present being a few morsels of pork stir-fried with greens. Yet, upon reflection, it was understandable. If they indulged in lavish meals daily, how could this family maintain such remarkable figures? As the five gathered around the table to commence their meal, Lu Mu inquired, Lin He, will you be staying at home tonight? No, I have to return to the company shortly. There are matters awaiting my attention. You work incessantly. When will it ever end? Alas, someone must shoulder the burden. With a sigh, Lu Mu's gaze drifted, and the sorrow in her eyes swiftly transformed into ire. And Meng, what on earth are you doing? Lu Lin, he turned to observe Meng, who was slumped over the table. Her small face contorted in distress as she poked at her rice with her chopsticks, eating absent-mindedly. I'm doing the same thing as you all. What kind of posture is that? You have no table manners, no decorum, and you still wish to enter the Lu family? Dream on. Indeed, lacking in etiquette, grace, and substance. Apart from your looks, you have nothing to offer. I truly cannot fathom why my brother is attracted to such a superficial woman. It would be far better for him to marry Lan Jie, enhancing familial ties. Qin Lan pressed her lips together and gently interjected. Yun Lien, please refrain from such remarks. Lin He does not appreciate them. Seizing the opportunity to respond, and Meng retorted, Humph, whoever wishes to enter can do so. I certainly do not, ow. Before she could finish her sentence, Lu Lin He pinched her thigh. What do you mean by that? Why are you eating so slowly? Lu Lin He redirected the conversation. Well, it's hard to eat when faced with such a dismal meal, and Meng muttered. At her words, the three women paused their dining. Your health is just fine. A lighter meal will aid in your recovery. Who says? I have a hearty appetite. With that, and Meng grumbled, even the food here is so poor. I've never encountered such a miserly CEO. Lu Lin He regarded her for a moment before summoning the chef from Nantong. Go, prepare something delicious for her. The chef descended, and before long, steaming plates of steak, foie gras, and black truffle were presented. Upon inhaling the rich aroma, and Meng's beautiful eyes sparkled with delight. She eagerly picked up her knife and fork, devouring the food with gusto. Within a few bites, the steak had vanished from her plate. Her ravenous manner of eating left the Lu family in a state of disbelief. Had his son brought home a bride, or had he adopted a scion? Did Lin He truly favor this style of woman? The three women looked towards Lu Lin He, who exhibited no signs of distaste. Rather, he appeared intrigued as he observed and Meng's voracious appetite. At that moment, and Meng seemed to choke, prompting him to reach for a glass of water and offer it to her. Eat slowly, lest you choke. Just as An Meng was about to take the food, Lu Linha snatched it back. Am I being too petty? Wait, did he actually hear that? And Meng felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her. No, I'm not being petty. Thank you, Mr. Lu. Before she could finish her sentence, Lu Linha covered her mouth with a napkin. Look, you've gotten food all over yourself. Seizing the opportunity to clean her face, he subtly drew closer to An Meng, his tone cool yet slightly more frigid. I have stated before, when we are outside, you have only two options. Either call me husband or Linha. No other terms are permitted, understood? The young girl nodded and made an okay gesture. He released his grip and reiterated, thank you, old he. Chapter 7. The mysterious poisoning after dinner, Lu Lin departed from home and returned to the company, leaving the grand bed for An Meng to enjoy alone. She had never slept on such a spacious bed before, and in her exhilaration, she rolled about joyously. However, the sudden knock at the door brought her antics to an abrupt halt. Sitting up, An Meng crossed her long legs and called out, Who is it? It's me, Mississippi. The voice seemed to belong to Xian Qi. Fortunately, she had the habit of closing the door behind her, or else she would surely face another mortifying moment. An Meng climbed out of bed and opened the door. What's the matter? Miss, it's time for your medication. Huh? Xian Qi produced several boxes of medicine. These are the prescriptions from the doctor. You must take them on schedule to further solidify your recovery. Oh, I see. A sense of unease lingered, though she could not pinpoint the source. By the way, why do you call me Miss? Shouldn't it be Madam since we're married? Because, Miss, you and President Lu have not held a wedding ceremony yet. According to the title of Madam, you are still considered to be in a pre-marriage state, hence the address. So they only obtained a marriage certificate without a ceremony? Indeed, with Lu Lin's sour disposition resembling that of someone burdened by 3 million in debt, it was likely that no one would wish to attend his wedding. After mentally disparaging Lu Lin, An Meng felt her spirits lift considerably. She took the medicine boxes, glanced around, and then embraced Xian Qi, feigning a gesture of heartfelt gratitude. Ah, Qi, you are so wonderful to me. And Meng nuzzled her head against Xian Qi's shoulder. Such is the beauty of friendship among girls. Even in moments of intimate contact, it is seldom misconstrued as inappropriate. Xian Qi, taken aback, hovered her hands uncertainly before gently patting An Meng's back. It's nothing, miss. This is merely my duty. However, you must be cautious and avoid any further poisoning. Still lost in the softness of Xian Qi's embrace, An Meng's heart skipped a beat at Xian Qi's words. Right, this body was hospitalized due to poisoning. Yet, judging by their diet today, it seemed unrelated to any toxic substance. and Meng suddenly realized that something seemed amiss. She released Xi and adopted a more serious expression.
Shinki,
What kind of poison did I ingest? It appears to be a disulfiram reaction, which occurs when alcohol is consumed alongside certain antibiotics, such as cephalosporins. Did I used to enjoy drinking? I don't know, but I have never seen you drink, Mississippi. Never seen? Then how could I have suffered from alcohol poisoning? I am not entirely certain, but the night before your poisoning, the dinner at the manor was quite lavish. It's possible that one of the dishes contained alcohol. As for the cephalosporin, I cannot say for sure, but if you were poisoned, it's likely that some ingredient in the food contained such a component. Xi's reasoning held merit. Western cuisine often employs red wine as an ingredient, and through cooking, its flavor melds with the dish, preserving the alcohol within the food. Moreover, due to her usual preference for bland cuisine, it was inevitable that the original owner would indulge in a few extra bites when presented with a sumptuous meal. However, a perplexing question arose. Why was it that the dishes, typically so unpalatable that even dogs would refuse them, were suddenly so lavish on that particular day? Was it mere coincidence, or was it a deliberate act? If it were not a coincidence, it would imply that someone in this household wished her harm. Concluding this, and Meng's beautiful eyes narrowed sharply. The winter wind howled outside the window, emitting a chilling wail that sent shivers down her spine. The following morning, sunlight streamed through the curtains, illuminating the young girl's striking features. And Meng furrowed her brow, clutching her blanket as she turned over, gradually opening her enchanting eyes. Although this grand bed was entirely claimed by her, she had not slept well the previous night. She had a habit of embracing a body pillow while sleeping, a companion that had been with her since childhood. During her senior year, it had been adorned with the cover of Sakurajima Mai, becoming an indispensable partner at night. Regardless of where she traveled, she never forgot to bring it along. Its sudden absence had made sleep elusive, compounded by the worries that lingered in her mind, leading her to drift into slumber only in the latter half of the night. After washing up with sleepy eyes, and Meng gazed into the mirror and patted her face. Today marked an important occasion. She was determined to return home. She had been preoccupied with thoughts of her original body. Now that she had become an Meng, what had become of her former self? Had she been completely displaced, or had she transformed into something else? She had attempted to call her family using the landline, but strangely, each time she connected, the other party would hang up immediately. This only deepened her curiosity. Regardless of what had transpired, she felt compelled to return and see for herself. She yearned to revert to her former self. Yet, despite her desire to return, navigating through the suburban forest on foot seemed rather daunting. Thus, she contemplated hitching a ride. The estate was staffed with numerous maids and housekeepers, and during her arrival the previous day, she had noticed several vehicles parked, indicating that some employees commuted by car. Therefore, all she needed to do was inquire about anyone leaving today and accompany them. Fortunately, although Lu Lin did not escort her out, he did not restrict her freedom. As long as she had the capability, she could go wherever she pleased. And Meng's aspirations were indeed optimistic, but reality struck her with a harsh blow. She spent the entire morning probing for information within the estate. Although many individuals were set to depart that day, the majority disregarded her completely. Even when there was a glimmer of hope, they were unwilling to take her along. After being rebuffed for the third time, she seized hold of one of them. "What is the reason?" she inquired. "Why should I provide you with a reason? I simply don't want to," the housekeeper replied nonchalantly, departing with an air of indifference, leaving Meng standing there for quite some time. "Goodness, as the wife of the president, I surely lack some respect," she mused. "Could it be that they dismiss me simply because I have yet to officially enter the family? However, she must pass through that door sooner or later. Have they not offended themselves by acting so foolishly? Truly, they are the employees of a foolish president, each one more dim-witted than the last." At that moment, Lu Lin, who was working in the office, suddenly sneezed. Nevertheless, and Meng remained undeterred. She recalled how many times she had faced rejection when she first sought employment after graduation, so many that she had lost count. This was merely a minor setback. As she contemplated her next objective, she suddenly felt a chill down her spine. Turning abruptly, she discovered an elderly gentleman standing behind her. However, This man appeared to be no ordinary person. Clad in a black suit, he seemed to be around 60, yet he stood tall and upright. His hair and beard were grizzled but meticulously groomed. "Goodness, sir! Why do you stand silently behind me? You nearly frightened me to death," and Meng exclaimed, nearly letting slip an inappropriate word. "Sir? Young lady?" The elderly man chuckled. "Your speech has become quite amusing since your memory loss." Who are you?" she inquired. "I am the steward here. My name is on this," he replied while holding up his identification badge. Although Hanting Manor was a private estate, its entry and exit policies were quite stringent. All employees were required to possess a specific identification badge, which displayed their name and position within the estate, and Meng leaned closer, her beautiful eyes blinking as she scrutinized the badge for a considerable time. Dog steward? That character is pronounced soon, Mississippi." Nearby servants stifled their laughter, though a few could not contain themselves. "I apologize, dog." "Oh no, I mean Mr. Soon. I didn't read it clearly." And Meng scratched her head, feeling quite embarrassed. She had always thought it was a playful jest to refer to Soon Yu as dog, but never did she expect that this joke would unwittingly fall upon her. However, she could not entirely blame herself. The text on the badge was indeed small, and the badge itself had become somewhat blurred, likely due to his extended tenure in the estate. "Never mind. By the way, miss, what brings you here?" "I am looking for a ride," she replied. "A ride? Yes. I wish to return home for a visit, but I cannot leave on my own, so I hope to find someone to take me. Yet, it seems no one is willing to assist." As she spoke, the young woman placed her hands on her hips and shook her head, lamenting the lack of kindness among the youth today. "In my day at that age." And Meng's youthful visage, combined with her unexpectedly elderly tone, created a uniquely humorous contrast. The steward explained, "They are all returning home today and will rest for 2 days before coming back. While they could take you out, they cannot bring you back. Should you encounter any mishap upon your return, they would be held responsible." "Oh, I see. But couldn't they have explained that properly? How frustrating." And Meng was annoyed, yet she understood. After all, modern individuals often preferred to avoid mistakes rather than take risks. She then asked, "All right, is there anyone who can go out and return today? Perhaps you should inquire with the kitchen procurement personnel, as their vehicle departs daily." "Very well. I shall take a look. Thank you, Master Soon. It is indeed the deeds of our esteemed elders that we must rely upon." And Meng gave him a thumbs up before turning to leave, leaving Butler Soon in a state of bewilderment. A good person. Is that so? As expected, Butler Soon was not mistaken. Upon arriving in the kitchen area, although most individuals continued to ignore her, this time she managed to glean some valuable information. The chef from Nantung, who had been present yesterday, was scheduled to go out for procurement today and offered to take Meng along. However, they had to meet at a designated location before 5 o'clock in the afternoon. Otherwise, he would be unable to fulfill his obligations. After agreeing, and Meng was informed that they would depart in 10 minutes. The young girl was quite moved, patting the chef on the shoulder and earnestly stating, "It seems that Nantung is indeed reliable in critical moments." The chef responded with a puzzled expression. Just as she was about to return and change her attire, she turned around to find Tian Huifang and 2 others standing behind her, their expressions unfriendly as they fixed their gaze upon her. Chapter 8. Fragments of memory, and Meng sensed that the 3 individuals before her were not to be trifled with. However, recalling the adage that one should not strike a smiling face, she mustered a faint smile and waved at them. "Hello." "Hello indeed." Lu Yunlian shot her a disdainful glance. Well, it seemed that the smiling individual had not been struck, but had instead been scolded. Tian Huifang frowned. "What have you been doing all morning? Running around seeking out people in the manor instead of working?" "Working?" And Meng was perplexed. "What's going on? Does the wife of the Lu family's president still need to work? It appears you truly have lost your memory," Tian Huifang scoffed. "Xiao Lian, hand her what she is supposed to use." Lu Yunlian stepped forward, holding a broom in her hand. She tossed it to Meng, saying, "This is yours." Instinctively, Meng caught it, and at the moment of contact, a jolt of electricity surged through her, leaving her frozen in place. Suddenly, a torrent of fragmented memories flooded her mind, recollections from her past. On her first day at the Lu residence, Tian Huifang had thrown this very broom at her, arms crossed, her gaze filled with contempt. Don't think that because my son likes you, you can establish yourself in the Lu family. Let me tell you, aspiring to be my daughter-in-law is not so simple. Sweep every floor clean, and then mop them all, or don't even think about having a meal. The scene shifted. After dinner, Lu Yunlian pushed a bowl towards her. Make sure to wash that bowl, then bring me a basin of warm water for my feet in my room. When Meng brought the water to Lu Yunlian's chamber, the latter merely dipped her foot in before kicking the basin over. What are you doing? Such hot water. Keep it for yourself. The former Meng had been a demure and gentle girl, but after enduring such bullying, she could only weep in solitude at night. She was baffled, wondering what she had done to warrant such cruelty from the Lu family. Determined to improve her standing, she worked diligently, rising before 6 in the morning and retiring past 10 at night. Despite her efforts, the Lu family's attitude did not improve. Rather, it escalated. The burdens of household chores piled upon her, and even meal times were irregular, often reduced to leftovers and cold dishes. The servants and housekeepers would frequently eat while casting gleeful glances at her as she toiled on an empty stomach. This was why the staff treated her with such indifference. In their eyes, her status as the president's wife was even inferior to theirs. Eventually, Meng fell ill from exhaustion, finally earning a few days of respite. But before she could recuperate, she was poisoned and hospitalized. As the recollection subsided, the shock on Meng's face lingered, accompanied by a surge of bitterness within her. So, she had always been bullied by these individuals? It was quite possible that they were the ones who had poisoned her. What is that expression on your face? As if you've just been electrified? Do you think you are Conan? Lu Yunlian approached with an irritated expression, ready to tug at Meng's hair. Lu Yunlian had anticipated that Meng would display her usual timid demeanor and allow herself to be manipulated. However, to her astonishment, just as she was about to reach Meng, the latter suddenly darted backward, evading her advance. In the next moment, Meng seized Lu Yunlian's wrist and twisted it forcefully. Before Lu Yunlian could comprehend the situation, a sharp pain surged through her arm, prompting a cry of agony as she was compelled to turn her back, effectively captured by Meng. Though she had trained in combat for several years, and while she might not be a match for Lu Linhe, dealing with a few women was still within her capabilities. In the past, she might have felt guilty about striking a woman, but now, as a woman herself, she felt no hesitation in delivering a powerful blow. Meng, have you lost your mind? Let me go. Apologize. Huh? What nonsense are you spouting? Meng smirked disdainfully, increasing the pressure, further contorting Lu Yunlian's arm. Ah! She cried out. I'm sorry, I was wrong. Please let go. My arm is going to break. Meng finally released her grip and pushed Lu Yunlian, causing her to stumble into Tian Huifang's embrace. This unexpected scene left both Tian Huifang and Qinlan momentarily dumbfounded. Tian Huifang was the first to regain her composure, glaring at Meng. Meng, what do you intend to do? It was she who sought to offend me first. I was merely acting in self-defense. Meng replied nonchalantly, shrugging her shoulders. You're nothing but a mad dog. I will never allow Linhe to wed a woman like you. Wonderful. Then I kindly ask you to inform him to initiate our divorce. My gratitude in advance. Meng cupped her fists and strode directly toward them. As Meng approached, Tian Huifang instinctively tensed. What? What are you going to do now? Meng remained silent, drawing nearer. Was she addicted to violence? Did she intend to strike again? Whom would she target this time? In an instant, the three women, who had been so closely huddled moments before, dispersed like startled birds, akin to sardines fleeing from a shark. Meng scoffed, not bothering to look back as she exited. It was only then that Tian Huifang realized they had been toyed with, her frustration boiling over. Where are you going? Meng glanced back at her. Does it concern you where I go? You truly have an abundance of worries, old woman. Old woman? Tian Huifang's indignation contorted her features. Meng, even if your departure from the Lu family is a foregone conclusion, you are still nominally a daughter-in-law of the Lu family, and I remain your mother-in-law. You ought to show me some respect. While calling me mother is out of the question, at the very least, you should address me with mother-in-law. Oh, my apologies, old hag. and Meng changed into her winter attire and boarded a food transport vehicle used by chefs. This vehicle resembled a small truck, with a two-seater cab in the front and a refrigerated compartment in the back to ensure the freshness of the ingredients. My apologies, miss, for having such an esteemed person as yourself travel in such a humble vehicle. What you say is untrue. I am no noble, just like you all, merely a worker. Worker? Ah, I toil daily under the demands of an elderly woman. Is that not akin to being a laborer? Approximately an hour and a half later, they finally arrived in the city center. Fortunately, the reborn and Meng resides in Los Angeles, just as she did in her previous life. Had she been reborn in another city, the journey back would have proven quite laborious. Upon reaching the heart of the city, she momentarily parted ways with the chef, agreeing to reconvene at 5 o'clock that afternoon. As for transportation expenses, she possessed a modest sum. After acquiring and Meng's mobile phone, the unlock and transaction passwords materialized in her mind. Regrettably, the account contained only a few hundred coins, while the promised 300,000 from the contract remained elusive. What on earth had this girl done to require such a sum? She hailed a taxi and arrived at her home, but strangely, after knocking several times, she received no response. Ultimately, her family did not appear, but the neighbor next door opened their door. "Who are you looking for?" inquired an elderly gentleman, approximately 60 years of age, an old neighbor of Meng S. whom she affectionately referred to as Uncle Zhang. "Good day, uncle. I am searching for Meng. Do not bother, he has moved." "What? He was here just yesterday. How could he have moved so swiftly?" "He has relocated to the funeral home." Chapter 9. A business never lacking customers. As the internet gradually develops, traditional industries have undeniably faced considerable upheaval. Yet, there are a few establishments that perpetually attract patrons. One such place is a major hospital and the other a funeral home. The funeral home is an arena rife with contradictions. It is a realm where profound emotions are expressed, yet it is also devoid of compassion. Here, one can witness individuals unleashing their most genuine feelings, while the sorrowful cries resonate, unable to resurrect their dearly departed. Among the grieving souls today are Meng's parents. "Do not leave, my son. I cannot bear to part with you," An's mother lamented, her strength seemingly drained as she knelt helplessly on the ground, watching the vehicle enter the crematorium. "Heaven, please return my son to me." An's father, having consumed an entire pack of cigarettes, discarded the butt onto the ground and crouched down, tightly embracing his wife's shoulders. Though his heart too was shattered, he gritted his teeth, enduring the pain to console her. "Get up," he urged softly. Observing this poignant scene, a young man standing nearby sighed deeply before turning away. His name was Chi Yi, a lifelong friend of Meng, and a witness to his tragic bungee jumping accident the previous day. After the incident, he hastily called for an ambulance and rushed Meng to the hospital, but due to the severity of his injuries, the doctors pronounced him dead just an hour later. Naturally, Chi Yi felt a profound sorrow at losing his closest friend, compounded by guilt upon witnessing the devastation of Meng's parents. If only he hadn't suggested the amusement park outing yesterday. If only he hadn't proposed bungee jumping. If only he had noticed the faulty rope sooner. He dreaded the possibility of An's parents confronting him, blaming him, and thus chose to retreat momentarily. He lit a cigarette and strolled along the deserted road, as delicate snowflakes began to fall from the sky, blanketing the deep green pines on either side, adding a tragic beauty to the farewell. Unbeknownst to him, the cigarette burned down to its end, signaling that it was time to bid his farewell. "Goodbye, Meng. No one will ever call UHA again." "Ake." Chi Yi froze for a moment before turning abruptly. "Mengzi?" His eyes, which had initially sparkled, now narrowed as he scrutinized the figure behind him. "Who are you?" Standing before him was a girl, breathless and bent over with her hands on her knees. She wore an oversized, beige coat that hung down to her knees, revealing a glimpse of her black-clad calves, adorned with dainty black ankle boots. She was beautiful, yet at that moment, he found himself devoid of the capacity to appreciate her allure. He was perplexed. It appeared this girl knew him, addressing him by a nickname known only to close friends. Yet, Chi Yi was certain he did not recognize her, for such a striking girl would have left an indelible impression. "Are you calling for me?" he inquired, Is there any doubt? Who else would I call? And Meng replied, panting heavily. Upon learning that her body had been sent to the funeral home, she had rushed over without hesitation. Her body is the key to her return. Now, anything she encounters triggers some wondrous reactions. Perhaps, by merely touching her form, she might find a way back. Though it is merely a possibility, once her body is lost, all possibilities may transform into impossibilities. How do you know my nickname? Chi Yi furrowed his brow. The moniker Che was bestowed upon him by An Meng during their childhood, as they were classmates in elementary school. In the first grade, when the teacher was teaching everyone pinyin, his name coincidentally corresponded to the pinyin for Chia. Hence An Meng began calling him Che. Although he benefited from this, as many classmates used to call him that, now only An Meng remained in contact from their elementary days. This implies that aside from An Meng, no one else would likely address him in such a manner. An Meng inwardly cursed her luck. She had been too hasty and instinctively uttered Chi Ye's nickname. Ah! I heard it from An Meng. Where is he now? Having been warned by Lu Lin regarding the research institute, she felt compelled to be cautious about her identity. However, her explanation did not ease Chi Ye's frown in the slightest. You know An Meng? Why yes, why? Impossible. Given that kid's nature, if he knew a girl like you, even if it was merely adding you on WeChat, he would have messaged me asking whether it's better to have a boy or a girl, and what names to choose for the child. And Meng gasped in shock. Did this kid really know her so well? Just as she was momentarily at a loss for words, Chi Yi revealed a knowing smile. Oh, I know who you are now. You do? You are someone sent from the amusement park, right? Due to a fatal accident, you are here to negotiate a hefty compensation. And you've discerned that my relationship with An Meng is unusual, so you wish to employ seduction to approach me, hoping I will speak on your behalf to my uncle and aunt to lessen the compensation. And Meng's beautiful eyes widened in alarm. Well, did I hit the nail on the head? Unfortunately, you've mistaken your target. I am not a man who can be swayed by a single night of indulgence. Observing Chi Ye's righteous demeanor, An Meng felt somewhat moved. No need to elaborate. Che, you are indeed a good brother to An Meng. That goes without saying. Chi Yi replied, extending 2 fingers at least 2 nights. The young girl instantly narrowed her eyes. That expression of yours, it seems I was correct. You truly are from that side. With a gentle sigh, she continued, have you heard a story about a grandfather and grandson in the countryside? The grandfather possessed remarkable skill in weaving bamboo baskets. One day he received an order for hundreds of baskets, working day and night. Yet, when only 100 remained, the grandson, concerned for his grandfather's health, urged him to rest while he would complete the task. When the grandfather awoke the next day, he found that all 100 had been masterfully crafted. He joyfully patted his grandson on the shoulder and said something. What did he say? And Meng patted Chi Yi's shoulder. Grandson, you truly are a master weaver. Chi Yi was momentarily taken aback, and after a while he finally reacted. Are you subtly insulting me? Ah, am I not being quite direct? Alright, so you are flustered after I saw through your ruse, right? Flustered? My foot. Forget it. I can't be honest with someone as foolish as you. Che, in truth, I am Mengzi. Oh really? Then let me share a secret with you. I am Confucius. What nonsense. I said I am An Meng. You might as well say you are Mencius. That would be more convincing. And Meng stared at him for a while, then sighed. It seems I must reveal some shocking secrets to you. Shocking secrets? Let me see what you can come up with, Chi Yi scoffed. When you were 7, you accidentally fell into a cesspool, and when I sent someone to rescue you, you were actually swimming in it. Chi Ye's expression turned blank. At 14, you climbed into the girls' bathhouse through the window, only to be caught red-handed by the principal. When he asked you why you did it, you said, because the front door wouldn't let me in. At 18, your parents found you hiding at home, and when your uncle questioned you about it, you solemnly claimed it was a fire spirit mushroom, which could aid your ascension. At 20, Chi Yi swiftly covered An Meng's mouth. Alright, I believe you now. It's truly wonderful that you survived. By the way, why have you transformed into this? If only I knew why. That's why I wanted to uncover the truth. By the way, what has become of my original body? I've been waiting to see if I can revert back. Your body should be about medium rare. Oh, what? Chapter 10. The power of not marrying. And Meng gazed at the small, reddish-brown box in her hands, her heart a tumult of emotions. Initially, she had resolved to safeguard her own existence. As long as she remained alive, she believed she would surely discover a way to revert to her former self. However, she never anticipated that upon her arrival at the scene, she would be met with nothing but this diminutive box. Chi-yi patted her shoulder and said, "Come on, don't be disheartened. You know, Mengzi always expressed a desire to shed a few pounds, and I dare say no one here is as slender as you, or rather, he was." "I appreciate your sentiment," she replied. Chi-yi's words sparked discontent among some of Meng's relatives. "How can you speak like that?" one voiced indignantly. "Indeed, there is a time and place for humor," another added. Chi shrugged nonchalantly. "Why are you all so upset? The deceased hasn't uttered a word. What kind of person are you? Truly lacking in decorum. Olden, shouldn't you intervene?" An's father felt somewhat awkward. He did not admonish Chi-yi but instead sought to smooth over the situation, escorting their relatives away. Once they departed, An's mother enveloped Meng in a tight embrace, the force of which made Meng feel as though her bones might fracture. "Cough, cough. Mom, ease up. I'm made of flesh and blood." "Thank you, my child. You are truly alive," An's mother exclaimed, tears still glistening in her eyes, her joy overwhelming her initial sorrow. And Meng had successfully reunited with her parents, a feat that was not particularly arduous, considering she had spent over 20 years in their company. Revealing a few family secrets was a trivial matter. Although the current Meng differed vastly from the former Meng, her parents could still discern remnants of their son in her mannerisms and expressions. Parents often possess an inexplicable intuition when it comes to their children. Both reality and instinct told them that the beautiful young woman before them was indeed their child. Despite the fact that their son had transformed entirely, even into a girl, they felt no desire for anything beyond the simple fact that he was still alive. Humans tend to embrace compromise. Had Meng transformed into a girl without any prior tragedy, her parents might have found it difficult to accept. However, after enduring the profound grief of losing their beloved child, and subsequently learning that their son had been resurrected, albeit as a girl, they could accept this change with a sense of bittersweet resignation. Although Meng's return from the dead was a momentous occasion, the family chose not to publicize the event. At present, only the three of them and Chi-yi were in the know. After all, the situation was far too fantastical and bizarre. Disbelief was one thing, but should word spread and attract the attention of sensationalist media like Closer to Science, leading to a multi-part documentary, it would be quite undesirable. On the way home, An's mother clutched Meng's hand tightly, her gaze unwaveringly fixed upon her. Observing Meng's posture as she hugged her arms and bounced her leg, she gently tapped Meng's thigh. "Put your leg down. You're a lady now, so you must be mindful of your image." "Ha!" And Meng was taken aback. "Mom, you've accepted this reality rather easily, haven't you? What can be done? Reality is reality. Acceptance is inevitable. Living is merely a continuous process of coming to terms with what is. Moreover, fate has shown me mercy, perhaps having heard my pleas, for it has returned my child to me. And fate has been kind to you as well, transforming you into such a beautiful young lady. You should be grateful. Had you become a girl resembling your former self, you might have faced a life devoid of suitors." Father, amused by the conversation, chuckled.
"Don't taste, mother."
"I have no intention of marrying," the young girl retorted. "Dear, after so many years of living as a man, it's only natural that you struggle to accept this change. However, you must understand that you will spend the latter half of your life as a woman, and this is a reality you will eventually have to confront." The mother and daughter found themselves in a heated debate, while Chi-yi, sitting beside Meng, gazed vacantly, lost in contemplation. Wait a moment. His friend had transformed into a girl, and he recalled a trending topic he had encountered online. If one day you became a woman, what would you do? The most popular response lingered in his memory. "First, I would indulge my brothers." Given Meng's unique and enigmatic identity, if she were to marry, wouldn't he, her childhood friend, someone who knew her well, be the most suitable choice? Moreover, he stole another glance at Meng. Although he remembered her as a man and recalled her previous appearance, the sight before him was of a girl engaged in a spirited argument with her mother. Her plump, rosy lips moved animatedly, whether from excitement or indignation. Her charming face flushed with a captivating hue under the sunlight, creating a scene that even the most skilled artist would find challenging to replicate. This young lady was, undeniably, exceedingly adorable. However, she noticed his gaze. Tilting her head, her beautiful eyes turned towards him, her brows slightly furrowed. "What are you staring at? Is there something you need, Ache?" "Nothing." He understood Meng well enough to know that she was a staunchly heterosexual individual, likely to remain so throughout her life. At that moment, Anne's mother interjected, "Let us not argue further. Many things must be approached step by step. No need to proceed, mother. I'll be frank with you. I no longer have the right to marry." "What do you mean? Do you have some sort of physical defect?" "No, it's just that." The girl pursed her lips, lowering her gaze as her voice softened. "I'm already married." All of this unfolded so swiftly that Anne's parents were left in a state of bewilderment. Yet one individual reacted promptly. "I object," Qi declared. The family stared at him in confusion, and Meng had no choice but to recount her marriage to Lu Lin and their cohabitation. Of course, she did not disclose the truth, that it was a sham marriage, because she feared that if her mother learned it was false, she might try to introduce her to another suitor. Thus, this pretense served as a perfect shield for Lu Lin. Who was he, exactly? As the president, he possessed a rather. And Meng's mind briefly flashed to Lu Lin and his icy visage, and she pursed her lips, finding him rather handsome. "So do you like him?" "Well, he's okay, I suppose," and Meng replied, forcing herself to respond. The two others in the car gasped in astonishment. They had feared that Meng would hesitate, yet she not only moved forward but soared. Upon returning home, Meng exchanged pleasantries with her parents before swiftly approaching her scheduled meeting with the chef. In truth, Meng was reluctant to leave her home, yet she had a contract with Lu Lin. Moreover, her absence would adversely affect the chef, so she felt compelled to fulfill her obligations and embark on her departure. She had initially intended to bring back her beloved Ma Yi Senior's pillow, but, regrettably, her parents had burned it at the funeral home, hoping it would accompany her to the afterlife. Ironically, while the pillow ventured to another realm, it ultimately returned to her. Qi Yi was tasked with escorting Meng to their rendezvous point. Throughout the journey, Meng engaged him in conversation as usual, though Qi Yi responded with only half-hearted replies. "What's wrong? You seem distracted." Qi Yi glanced at her, suddenly asking, "Do you really like that president?" Unexplainably, upon learning that his friend had swiftly married another man after transforming into a woman, he felt an inexplicable wave of melancholy wash over him. The young girl paused for a moment before bursting into laughter. "Achia, what's the matter? You could fool my mother, but do you not know me? I am as straight as an arrow. So what is your relationship with him?" "It's merely a game of pretense," Meng replied, patting Qi Yi on the shoulder. Meng will remain single for life, never to be with a man." Just as her words lingered in the air, a round of applause erupted from behind her. "Well said, my dear." Chapter 11. When funds are lacking, utilize people as compensation. Meng turned around, her beautiful eyes widening in astonishment. "What are you doing here?" Behind her stood none other than Lu Linha. The vehicle that had come to fetch her was not the refrigerated food truck, but rather Lu Linha's sleek black Cullinan. "Did we not agree to return at 5 in the afternoon? My presence here is quite normal," Lu Linha replied. "Oh my, your husband wouldn't be Lu Linha, would he?" Qi Yi, being a schoolmate of Meng, naturally recognized Lu Linha. Coupled with the way Lu Linha had addressed Meng, he had pieced together the situation rather quickly. Meng sighed, "Alas, it's just this lineage." As her close confidant, Qi Yi was aware of the past grievances between Meng and Lu Linha. Truly seemed that fate had conspired to bring rivals together. The exchange between Meng and Qi Yi did not go unnoticed by Lu Linha. "And who might this be?" he inquired. Meng shot him a glance, signaling him to tread carefully. "Hello, Mr. Lu. I am Meng's brother." Qi Yi extended his hand. "Brother? What kind of brother?" "Biological brother," Qi Yi declared. "I recall she has only one brother, and it appears you are not him." We are half-brothers," Qi Yi said, turning to Meng with a thumbs up and flashing a particularly bright smile. However, in the next moment, Meng delivered a swift kick, sending him and his gleaming tooth flying out of the vehicle. Don't listen to his nonsense. He is merely a friend of mine. Your friend is quite humorous, Lu Linhe remarked. Ha ha. And Meng forced a laugh, rolling her eyes and covering her face in exasperation. She realized she should never have expected this guy to speak sensibly. Standing before Lu Linhe, she said, "So, are you not here to take me home? Let us be off then." She settled into the back seat, while Lu Linhe took his place in the driver's seat and started the engine. And Meng gazed at Lu Linhe's profile, hesitating for a moment before asking, "Wasn't it the chef who was supposed to pick me up? The chef? You truly dare to venture out with strangers. Just a reminder, the day you were poisoned and hospitalized, that chef was indeed present," Lu Linhe replied. "Huh? Then why are you still keeping him around?" "Because I had someone investigate, and there were no traces of poison in the food. There was no evidence to implicate him. If we falsely accused him, it might provoke unwanted attention." "Oh, then why are you the one here to collect me?" "It had to be me. After all, I heard from the maid that my lovely wife stormed out of the house after a fierce argument. I thought she might have run away, so of course, I had to come personally to find her." Lu Linhe's voice was low, maintaining that poker face which Meng despised. His tone was calm, yet it stirred a significant turmoil within Meng's heart. It dawned on her that, prior to her departure, she had indeed had a heated argument with the Lu family and had even struck Lu Linhe's sister. Oh no, could he have come to settle the score? After all, she was merely a pretend wife, while they were his real family. Although Lu Linhe appeared to be smiling, and Meng felt a chill creep over her, though it was only fleeting, as she suddenly became aware of a pressing realization. It appears that Lu Lin and the others are in a state of fury, which is precisely the opportunity she has been seeking. Thus, she refrains from offering any explanations, opting instead for silence. Upon returning to the estate, Tian Huifang and Lu Yunlian display a flash of menace in their eyes upon encountering Meng, yet their demeanor swiftly transforms into one of pitiful lamentation at the sight of Lu Lin. "Lin, you must take charge for us. I merely asked my daughter-in-law to assist me with a trivial matter, yet she turned against me immediately. Lien tried to persuade her, and she even injured her arm." And Meng smirks slightly. It is truly a pity that this old woman does not pursue acting, as her display of tears and sorrow nearly convinces even herself. Nevertheless, and Meng remains unmoved, feeling a twinge of delight instead. For the more dire the situation is portrayed, the greater her chances of escape. Lu Lin turns his gaze towards Meng, seeking confirmation. "Is this true, Meng?" Before Meng can respond, Tian Huifang interjects. "Indeed. And this daughter-in-law has been bullying everyone in your absence. The entire household staff can attest to this. Feel free to ask any of them." At this proclamation, the nearby servants nod incessantly in agreement. How theatrical this performance is. If this were directed at a genuine wife, she would be left speechless, helplessly witnessing her own downfall. Yet for Meng, only one thought occupies her mind. With the old woman's theatrics, her dismissal from this place is drawing near. Having held numerous jobs, this is the first time she finds herself wishing for such an outcome. However, just then, a female voice disrupts the harmony. "No, the young lady is being wronged." And Meng turns to see that it is Xian Qian stepping forward. Xian Qian is truly commendable. Although Meng does not concern herself with rumors and slander, the fact that someone is willing to stand up for her stirs a flicker of gratitude within her. Yet, she does not wish for Xian Qian to intervene. After all, if everything is clarified, her chances of being dismissed may diminish. Tian Huifang is taken aback, but quickly regains her composure.
Xin Qian.
"I am aware of your close relationship with Meng, but if you dare to speak out for her, you must consider the consequences for yourself." Xian Qian's expression shifts. Yet this threat only causes her to hesitate for a brief moment before she attempts to explain further. "Enough, Xian Qian, do not say any more." And Meng swiftly interjects. Addressing Lu Lin, the old woman speaks the truth. "Everything is my fault. Do not blame Xian Qian. I instructed her to say that, and she had no other choice. She originally intended to leave, so how could she bear to involve Xian Qian in this mess?" "My lady." Lu Lin's countenance darkens as he quietly replies, "Very well, I understand. And Meng, come with me." With that, he steps into his room. Once he has entered, the previously pitiful Lu Yunlian suddenly covers her mouth and chuckles. But upon noticing in Meng's gaze, she first retracts her neck and then glares back defiantly. Fool, await your misfortune. She had anticipated that Meng would be flustered, yet the girl's countenance bore no hint of distress. Instead, she radiated a smile, waving to everyone as if she were a triumphant warrior welcomed back from battle. The scene left the three daughters of the Lu family utterly dumbfounded, exchanging bewildered glances. What on earth was she pretending? Upon entering the room, Lu Linha sat down, his chilly demeanor seemingly capable of freezing the very air around him. Are you not going to explain anything? Oh no, this fellow is genuinely angry. And Meng swallowed hard, straightened her neck, and retorted, Yes, it's true that I had a quarrel with the old hag. So what? If you're not satisfied, just get a divorce. Divorce? Lu Linha chuckled softly. That won't do, considering how much I spent to marry you. So, you don't intend to pursue it? And Meng was taken aback, thinking to herself that Lu Linha was rather miserly, enduring all this for the sake of money. Lu Linha smiled. I merely stated that I wouldn't divorce you. I didn't say I wouldn't pursue it. Since we're not getting a divorce, how do you intend to pursue it? It seemed you didn't thoroughly review that contract the other day. A hint of amusement flickered across Lu Linha's face as he opened the drawer and tossed the contract back to Meng. Clause 24. And Meng flipped through several pages, and upon reaching the 24th clause, her beautiful eyes widened, her mouth agape in astonishment. During the contract period, both parties must maintain a good, affectionate image in front of party A's family. Any violation may result in corresponding penalties for the breaching party, not exceeding 4 of the contract sum. Do you understand? This means I can demand a penalty of up to 10,000 from you. More money? How can a president act like a beggar? And Meng exclaimed, Did you used to be the #1 female monk in the national server? How did you end up with such a swindler for a husband? No money? That's of no consequence. We can resort to other forms of punishment. Lu Linha glanced at her, his gaze laden with implication. For some reason, and Meng suddenly felt a chill sweep over her, her tone growing tense. What? Punishment? What do you think? Lu Linha stood up, removed his suit jacket, draping it over a hanger, while loosening the tie of his white shirt. Apart from yourself, do you possess anything else of value? The girl's pupils dilated in shock. Oh no, is he really considering demanding compensation in kind? Surely there's no clause in that contract permitting such a thing. No, this man is wealthy and powerful. Even if she breached the contract, she would have no means to retaliate. From the outset, this had been an uneven game, and Meng felt a tightening sensation of dread and instinctively covered herself, retreating. But soon, she found herself with nowhere to escape. Lu Linha approached her, towering over her with a smile. Are you ready? I warn you, don't act recklessly or I. Her threat was abruptly cut short as Lu Linha scooped her up in his arms. Ah, Lu Linha, this isn't over. The anguished cries echoing from within the room drew knowing smiles from the 3 daughters of the Lu family outside. Let us go. Chapter 12. The more beautiful things, the more they hurt. Lu Linha, release me at once. Let us settle this like true rivals. Hasn't the household registration already provided the answer? Very well. Just wait for me to come down. I shall not spare you. With such words, your fate is sealed. I cannot possibly let you go now. Inside, the anguished pleas for mercy echoed incessantly, leaving the Lu family perplexed. What on earth is my brother doing in there? Why is she crying out so pitifully? Qinlan wondered aloud. Could it be domestic violence? Tian Huifang dismissed the notion, unconcerned with the specifics of the situation, confident it was merely a means to quell that wretched woman's arrogance. After this encounter, she would surely understand that although Linha is her husband, he ultimately bears the surname Lu. In the bedroom, the young woman nestled in the man's embrace, her prior bravado completely dissipated. Still defiant, the man chuckled, gazing down at the girl in his arms. She offered no response, her vacant, beautiful eyes fixated on the floor, seemingly lost in thought. I merely intended to frighten you. I did not expect such a strong reaction, he teased, observing her fearless demeanor. I never imagined you would be so afraid of this. Gasping for breath, the girl suddenly clenched her teeth defiantly, retorting, I'm not afraid. If it weren't for your arms still around my neck, I might have believed it. And Meng's cheeks flushed at his words, her pride compelling her to break free from his hold. However, the moment she did, Lu Linha swiftly tossed her into the air. Wow! The sudden sensation of weightlessness elicited a cry from Meng, who instinctively shut her eyes in fear. When she landed back in the man's arms, she disregarded any sense of shame and clung tightly to Lu Linha. Big shot. Lu, handsome. I was wrong. Please don't scare me anymore. I truly am frightened. The audacious Lu Linha exploited her fear of heights, compelling her to submit. Though Meng was aware that the height was harmless, she had recently experienced a traumatic fall from a great height, creating a psychological aversion to such sensations. Even a brief moment of weightlessness sent her trembling in fear. Noticing her capitulation, Lu Linha could not suppress a smile, declaring the punishment concluded. He gently set Meng down on the bed. After lying there for a moment, her mind briefly at ease, and Meng's eyes regained their clarity. Suddenly, she sprang up and leaped off the bed. Where are you going? To the restroom. What? Is there an issue? Despite her previous pleas for mercy, the girl's sharp tongue remained unrestrained. Lu Linha lowered his gaze, momentarily lingering on the back of her feet clad in white cotton socks before averting his eyes with a smile. No, thank you. How polite. As they spoke, Meng circled behind Lu Linha. After taking a few steps, she abruptly spun around, propelling herself off one foot to deliver a swift kick aimed squarely at his backside. She had feigned a trip to the restroom, but her true intention was to circumvent Lu Linha's line of sight and launch a surprise attack from behind. She had vowed that as long as he released her, their conflict would be far from over. Just as she was about to strike, Lu Linha turned his head to glance at her, a faint smile gracing his lips. With a subtle shift of his body, he effortlessly evaded the girl's flying kick. Alas, he had anticipated her move all along, and Meng initially believed it to be merely a failed ambush, but soon realized that the situation was far more complex. It is crucial to note that Lu Linha was positioned before the bed. Should he dodge, what lay before Meng would be the unforgiving bed frame. And Meng quickly grasped the predicament, but despair washed over her as her body was already airborne, leaving her no chance to halt her momentum. She could only watch helplessly as her feet approached the bed frame, culminating in a resounding thud. Ah! And Meng let out a pained cry, her form collapsing onto the bed. Remember to engage your brain before attempting a sneak attack. Only a fool would come up with such an excuse to go barefoot to the restroom, Lu Linha teased. And Meng ignored him, her hands covering her eyes as she sobbed quietly, her voice tinged with the unmistakable sound of tears. Lu Linha furrowed his brow, fully aware that the impact with the bed frame was not a pleasant experience. Are you all right? He inquired. The girl clutched her foot, wailing, It's broken. All your fault. Let me see, Lu Linha said as he leaned down, gently grasping her delicate ankle and pulling her foot closer. He removed her soft, white cotton sock, revealing her bare foot to the light. Yet, sometimes the most beautiful things can inflict pain. Just as he leaned in to investigate further, the girl swiftly kicked him in the chest, propelling herself upright. She seized Lu Linha's arm, trapping him with her legs, one pressing against his neck and the other pinning his chest, successfully executing a crosslock. Ha! Now you can't move, can you? She had feigned injury. Although kicking the bed frame had indeed hurt, it was far from the severity she had portrayed. Expecting to witness a look of agony or panic from Lu Linha, she was taken aback when he instead broke into a relieved smile. This reaction left Meng momentarily speechless. Once a crosslock was secured, it would twist one's elbow in an excruciating manner, and it was rare for anyone to suppress their cries, let alone laugh. Hey, what are you laughing at? I thought you were seriously hurt, but seeing you so lively puts my mind at ease. And Meng was taken aback. Was he smiling because he was relieved she was unharmed? Did that mean he cared for her? You must be foolish. I was just pretending to be hurt to ambush you. Wasn't that better acted? Lu Linha retorted. Well, where's the proof that you aren't injured? Hey, I'm your enemy now. Why would you care about your enemy? Did you not say it was because I was foolish? The girl was momentarily stunned. Lu Linha relaxed his body, conceding you win, go ahead. And Meng gazed at the hand she held, feeling an inexplicable shift in her emotions. Just moments ago, She had envisioned giving Lu Lingyi a taste of his own medicine. Yet now, her enthusiasm had inexplicably waned. Oh well, today, in a rare mood of benevolence, I shall let you off the hook. We are even now. She pouted her rosy lips, relaxed her grip, and released Lu Lingyi. Observing the girl's discomfort, Lu Lingyi's lips curled into a smirk. In truth, even if Meng had managed to secure a firm hold, Lu Lingyi could effortlessly break free with a single hand, for Meng's delicate frame lacked the strength that would pose any challenge to his robust physique. Nevertheless, he refrained from employing brute force, knowing that merely expressing his thoughts would prompt the girl to naturally relent. She might appear chatty and lively, but deep down, her heart remained as innocent and unblemished as a blank canvas. Sitting up, Lu Lingyi felt it was time to clarify certain matters since they had reached an understanding. What matters, you ask? The truth behind today's events. And Meng's eyes widened in alarm. Chapter 13. Even the wisest may err in judgment the truth. Are you not already aware of it? What I seek is the truth, not a mere fade. Lu Linha settled into the rocking chair in the bedroom, crossing his legs and resting his chin on one hand. Perhaps due to their earlier playful scuffle, he had unknowingly undone the 2 buttons at the collar of his shirt, revealing a hint of his sculpted chest and pronounced collarbones. Coupled with his composed demeanor, there was an unexpected allure about him. Was he posing for effect? Yet, he did possess a certain charm, did he not? The moment this thought crossed her mind, the young girl found herself momentarily lost in contemplation. Wait, why was she even pondering such a thing? What did his handsomeness have to do with her? What are you thinking? Why the silence? The girl, shaken from her reverie, averted her gaze, clearing her throat. How do you know it's false? Is it because of what Xian Qian said? Her words were secondary. The crux lay in the inconsistency of my mother's statements. Inconsistency? The man chuckled lightly. What exactly did my mother say at that time? Do you recall? The girl pressed her index finger against her chin, tilting her head upward, her sparkling eyes gazing at the ceiling for a considerable time. She could not remember. How could she, with such a mind, dare to label others as dim-witted? Lu Linha shook his head in exasperation. Enough! When I asked you if it was true, my mother affirmed it was, claiming that all the servants in the estate could attest to it. Lu Linha smiled. While I can understand that the servants present could testify, why did she claim it was all the servants in the estate? This only indicates one thing. My mother orchestrated a unified narrative among all the estate's servants, leaving you with no room for rebuttal. Yet, as the saying goes, even the wisest may err, and due to her numerous machinations, she inadvertently let slip a detail. And Meng's eyes glazed over. It seemed this old fellow was quite adept at picking apart details. Then why, when they were clearly wronging you, did you not offer an explanation? Lu Linha fixed his gaze on Meng. The girl opened her mouth, hesitating. She could hardly confess that her intention was to feign a divorce to collect the penalty fee. Who would have thought this contract would include a punitive clause? Indeed, engaging in a battle of wits with a cunning merchant was bound to lead to one's own manipulation. After a moment of reflection, she explained, If I told you, would you actually believe me? I might not believe you if you told me, but without your words, I certainly cannot. Such convoluted reasoning. Did you used to perform in a storytelling troupe? With that, Meng brushed aside her bangs and glanced elsewhere, her eyes vacant as if lost in memory. One day, a girl married into a wealthy family. Although her union with her husband was a mere fade, she was grateful for his assistance and resolved to embrace him and all involved as her own family, regardless of the pretense. However, she could never have anticipated that on her very first day, she would endure relentless bullying from her mother-in-law and sister-in-law. Not only was she expected to toil during the day, but she also had to serve them like a servant at night. Despite the harsh treatment she received, the girl chose to remain silent, shedding tears in the dead of night, naively believing that her efforts would eventually foster harmony. And Meng continued, lamenting that regrettably, the girl's forbearance did not yield the desired outcome. Instead, it led to escalated cruelty. One fateful day, she fell mysteriously ill from a potent poison and was hospitalized. On her first day out of the hospital, her mother-in-law tossed a broom at her, demanding that she resume her labor. From that moment forth, the young girl resolved to no longer acquiesce, vowing to resist fiercely, even if it meant facing expulsion. Strangely enough, these were merely Meng's recollections, experiences she had never personally encountered. Yet as she delved into those memories, an inexplicable sense of grievance and sorrow blossomed within her, piercing her heart. Perhaps the original owner's long-buried grievances had influenced her as well. Taking a deep breath, she summarized the story, asking if he understood. To her dismay, Meng noticed Lu Lin had propped his chin on his hand and closed his eyes. Infuriated, she seized a pillow from the bed and hurled it at him. The pillow soared towards Lu Lin, but just as it reached his face, he unexpectedly extended his hand and caught it. I wasn't asleep. I was merely contemplating. Contemplating what? Given that you have endured so much, why have you never shared it with me? How would I know? I'm not the previous Meng, she silently critiqued, though she dared not voice this to Lu Lin. Instead, she scanned the room and fabricated an excuse. Because you wouldn't believe me anyway. One is your family, and the other is your pretend wife. It's obvious whom you'd trust. Oh, so you are aware, Lu Lin replied with a smile. Indeed, I am aware. After uttering this, Meng paused, furrowing her brow, feeling that there was something amiss with Lu Lin's words. After pondering for half a minute, she exclaimed, Lu Lin, are you slyly insulting me? After revealing the truth, Lu Lin did not express any opinion but turned and exited the room. Meng then entered the bathroom to prepare for a shower. Since transforming into a girl, this had become her favorite activity. It was inevitable, after all, Meng's figure was stunning, her skin smooth and delicate, visually pleasing and delightful to the touch. Who wouldn't be captivated? Just as she finished washing, a frantic knock echoed at the door. Miss, trouble is brewing. Please come out. Meng barely had time to dry her hair before opening the bathroom door. What is it? Mr. Lu has summoned all the servants and announced a collective dismissal. Meng realized that Lu Lin was using this as a warning to his mother, but she hadn't expected him to be so ruthless as to dismiss everyone outright. Aren't you surprised, miss? Why the surprise? Those individuals were bribed by the old woman and lied. Their dismissal is indeed a consequence of their own making. And Meng, while she possesses a kind heart, is no saint. Exine, she cast her gaze downward. Miss, it is not merely those individuals whom President Lu has dismissed, but rather everyone. Aren't those individuals synonymous with everyone? And Meng blinked, as if a realization dawned upon her. Wait, you aren't going to be dismissed as well, are you? Indeed. President Lu mentioned he would reprimand them and instructed me to return and pack my belongings. What nonsense! Why on earth would they dismiss you when you are perfectly fine? At this point, Meng could no longer contain herself. She could overlook others, but Xian, she was truly wonderful. She had always treated her well, and was the only one who had stood up for her moments ago. Most importantly, Meng was contemplating ways to win Xian's affection in the future. If she were dismissed by Lu Linhe, it would sever her romantic prospects. Where is Lu Linhe? I shall seek him out. Chapter 14. The allure of self-interest accelerates betrayal beyond imagination. Tian Huifang had anticipated receiving delightful news about Lu Linhe's impending divorce from Meng that very evening. At the very least, she expected to hear of a cold war brewing between the two. However, she was utterly taken aback to learn that Lu Linhe intended to dismiss all the servants of the manor. Many of these servants had cultivated friendships with her over the course of more than a decade, becoming both allies and confidants. Alarmed by the news of their impending dismissal, she rushed to the hall. Upon entering the hall, she beheld all the servants of the manor, including the butler, assembled in neat rows before Lu Linhe, whose demeanor was stern and forbidding. An unsettling premonition gripped Tian Huifang's heart, yet she approached with an air of feigned nonchalance. Linhe, what is the meaning of this? Why dismiss them without cause? You may inquire with them, replied Lu Linhe coldly. One of the maids, with whom Tian Huifang shared a cordial relationship, spoke up. Madam, did you not mention today that the young mistress has been bullying us? The young master believes that we have concealed such a significant matter from him, leading him to suspect our loyalty, hence his decision to terminate our employment. Tian Huifang found herself momentarily bewildered. Her intention had been to frame Meng by exaggerating the circumstances, never anticipating that it would escalate to such drastic measures. Linhe, they have their own difficulties. Please show them mercy this once. That is not acceptable. They are likely in cahoots with Meng. Otherwise, if she is so tyrannical in the household, why has no one brought it to my attention? It was peculiar. Although Lu Linha's tone remained calm, it exuded an inexplicable pressure. I am responsible for disbursing their wages, and I have no need for employees who would conceal the truth from me. Tian Huifang found herself at a loss for words. If she were to remain silent, it would surely seal the fate of the servants. Yet, if she spoke the truth, it would only serve to confirm to Lu Linha that she had been deceptive. And in acknowledging her deceit, she would inadvertently reveal that the servants had been complicit in her fabrications. It dawned upon her that, regardless of the path she chose, Lu Linha had effectively cornered her. Thus, she resolved to maintain her silence. Initially, the servants faced the prospect of dismissal with indifference, confident that their long-standing rapport with the matriarch would shield them from such an outcome. Even though Lu Linha held the reins of power within the Lu family, he would not dare to disregard his mother's influence. However, as they observed Tian Huifang's silence, a palpable sense of panic began to spread among them. Though they were merely servants, the benefits they enjoyed within the Lu household were substantial. Comfortable surroundings, uncomplicated tasks, generous compensation, and a workweek not exceeding 36 hours. Securing employment here required some connection with the matriarch, and the prospect of dismissal meant they might never find such favorable circumstances again. Soon, one among them could no longer contain their anxiety. "Mr. Lu, we are innocent. We were unaware of Miss N's actions. How could we report them to you? Unaware? Then how is it that every servant here knows about the disturbances she caused today? Is it that the manor has only just acquired internet access?" Lu Linha's interrogation rendered the servants speechless, yet during this fleeting silence, their minds raced frantically. Soon, one among them conceived an answer. Since Mr. Lu abhorred employees who concealed the truth from him, they merely needed to speak candidly, thereby eliminating any pretense of deceit. They had discerned that although Tian Huifang was Lu Linha's mother, their relationship resembled that of an emperor and empress dowager from ancient times. When the emperor resolved to act, even the empress dowager could not impede him. Should they continue to hide the truth, dismissal would be inevitable. However, if they confessed their misdeeds, they might yet secure a glimmer of hope. Furthermore, they recognized that Meng was a solitary girl, without support. Though they felt a twinge of conscience for assisting the lady in her bullying, they had felt compelled by circumstance to act against their better judgment. Now that the lady showed no intention of safeguarding them, there was no longer any reason to uphold this secret. In the face of self-interest, betrayal often occurs with astonishing swiftness. The chef spoke, "Mr. Lu, to speak candidly, our failure to report to you was not due to Miss N's bribery, but rather because Miss N has not engaged in any such behavior." "Oh?" Lu Linha raised an eyebrow. "If Meng is innocent, then why did my mother make such assertions, and why did you all acquiesce?" A flicker of shock crossed Tian Huifang's eyes, and she hastily gestured to the servants. But unfortunately, they did not heed her. "It was the lady's directive for us to speak thus." Tian Huifang retorted angrily, "You speak nonsense." "Wait, mother," Lu Linha interjected, turning to the chef. "Please, continue." In truth, ever since Miss N's arrival, she has endured the lady's harassment and maltreatment, laboring more strenuously than the servants themselves. Today, when the lady summoned Miss N to sweep the floor, it is likely that Miss N, feeling aggrieved, resisted the lady's demands. Miss Lu sought to chastise her, but was instead subdued by Miss N. Lu Linha nodded. "Are you implying that the true victim is not the lady, but Meng?" "Indeed, Miss N is genuinely kind-hearted. It's merely the lady." Sigh. Tian Huifang, flustered, exclaimed, "You are merely casting aspersions. Do you have any evidence?" "Slander carries no cost. If you claim my words today are false, how can you substantiate the truth of your own statements?" The servants fell silent once more. Although they had witnessed the events firsthand, they found themselves unable to produce tangible evidence. Observing the lack of response, Tian Huifang exhaled, a triumphant smile spreading across her face. In that moment, an individual emerged from the crowd. "I do." Tian Huifang turned to face this person, her smile faltering. The individual was none other than Steward Soon. The steward announced, "Mr. Lu, the lady instructed me today to convey to everyone a unified narrative, and I have yet to delete this chat record. Surely, This can be considered evidence? Is that so? Lu Linhe glanced at Tian Huifang, whose complexion had now drained of color. The wheel of fortune had turned, and the one who could no longer defend herself was now she. She was acutely aware of her inability to retract her statements and hurriedly defended herself, saying, "Lingi, my actions are for your sake. That wild girl is utterly unworthy of our family. Ever since she moved into our home, you have been working outside, seldom returning at night. It seems you have grown weary of her. We shall discuss this matter later." Lu Lingyi interrupted Tian Huifang, directing his gaze towards the servants before him. "While you have spoken the truth, it is also a fact that you concealed the bullying of An Meng in the past. Therefore, it is regrettable, but you must leave this place." Observing that Lu Lingyi showed no inclination for leniency, the servants lowered their heads in resignation, preparing to face their judgment. At that moment, a graceful figure descended from the upper floor. "Wait a moment, Lao He." Chapter 15. Turning enemies into friends at the sound of her voice, all eyes turned to the young lady on the staircase. Upon recognizing her, the servants displayed a flicker of astonishment. "Miss An Meng, what brings her here?" However, after a brief moment of surprise, they quickly grasped the situation. She must have come to witness their misfortune, especially given their poor treatment of her due to the mistress's influence. They had often commanded her during their tasks, and now that they were facing dismissal, it was only natural for her to revel in their downfall. Lu Linhe glanced over, his tone indifferent. "Is there something you need?" "Of course, I wouldn't come down here for no reason," and Meng retorted, swiftly descending the stairs to stand before him. She surveyed the line of employees, then stood on her tiptoes, leaning in close to Lu Linhe's ear. "I heard you plan to dismiss them all?" "Indeed, all of them. What about Xianqi? Are you dismissing her too?" "I said all of them." The young lady's brows furrowed in objection. "No, Xianqi must stay. If you dismiss her, then I shall resign as well." A slight smile curled at the corners of Lu Linhe's lips. "Should I take that to mean a promise made, a double blessing? Oh, you've actually seen that?" And Meng suddenly realized she had digressed and quickly added, "Just keep her, will you? I have no objection to the others being dismissed, but Xianqi has done nothing wrong. How can you say she is innocent? She too has remained silent about your experiences, which makes her complicit." Lu Linhe countered, producing a contract. "Moreover, I have already drafted this agreement, which states the dismissal of all manor employees. It is impossible to single her out. If you wish for her to remain, then this contract must be nullified." "Then let us nullify it." "Oh?" Lu Linhe raised an eyebrow, his voice rising. "Are you implying that you wish to plead on their behalf, hoping for their retention?" At this proclamation, the servants were taken aback. "Miss An advocating for them? How could that be? Previously, under the mistress's orders, they had treated her quite poorly. It was a miracle she hadn't come to mock them, let alone plead for their mercy. Those who have committed wrongdoings often fear not the malicious retaliation but rather the unexpected act of magnanimous forgiveness. For retaliation is something they have already anticipated, having fortified themselves against any forthcoming assaults. In contrast, forgiveness is akin to an unexpected penetrative strike, effortlessly breaching their defenses and delivering a gentle yet profound blow to their souls." The servants exchanged glances, their expressions reflecting not only shock but also a deeper sentiment, regret. Observing their reactions, Lu Linhe felt a sense of satisfaction. He had never truly intended to dismiss everyone. Many of the employees were familiar faces, and even if he were to hire a new batch, they would inevitably fall under his mother's influence once more. Thus, his initial strategy was to feign dismissals, using An Meng's voice as a means to retain them. Not only did this leave them behind, but it also fostered a sense of gratitude towards An Meng. Furthermore, due to her mother's earlier actions of selling them off, even if her mother had any further intentions, they would undoubtedly refuse to comply. At that moment, An Meng would no longer be in a state of isolation within the manor. Transforming enemies into friends proves far more effective than merely vanquishing them. Thus, he deliberately included Xinqi on the dismissal list, intending for An Meng to plead for them, thereby allowing her to forgive the servants and instill a sense of remorse within them. Now, some of the servants had reddened eyes, shedding tears of regret. Just as success seemed imminent, An Meng appeared bewildered, exclaiming, Huh? I'm pleading for them? When did this happen? Why am I unaware of this? Wasn't I only advocating for Shinchi? When did it extend to all of them? Upon hearing this, the expressions of the servants shifted from dismay to astonishment. Lu Linha, taken aback by the unexpected turn of events at the final moment, remained composed and said, "You mentioned wanting to save them." The servants, "Oh, Anming. No, I meant that your contract is void, not that I want to save everyone." The servants, "Winky face, you did say it." The servants, "Oh, did not say it." The servants, "Winky face, did say it." The servants were left in confusion, questioning, "Can't you all unify your statements? We're here practicing Sichuan opera face-changing." Lu Linha found himself bested by the girl's straightforwardness. Thus, as Anming was on the verge of denying it again, he swiftly covered her mouth and pulled her into his embrace. The girl, momentarily stunned, soon erupted in indignation. "What the hell? Why are you hugging me again? Stay still, if you wish for Shinchi to remain," Lu Linha whispered in her ear. His deep, magnetic voice caused her body to tremble involuntarily, prompting her to abandon her struggle and respond joyfully. "You agree? If you wish for my agreement, then you must say this next." Lu Linha murmured a few words in her ear. Anming was taken aback. "Huh? Why? There's no reason. If you want her to stay, just do as I say." Anming pouted, then cleared her throat. "Well, I just heard them express their remorse, right? Acknowledging one's mistakes and correcting them makes one a good comrade. One cannot deny them a chance for redemption, can they? Life is difficult for everyone. How about we keep them?" Lu Linha remained silent for a moment before slowly replying, "If you call me something sweet, I'll retain them all." The situation had come full circle before Lu Linha, allowing him to showcase some affection with Anming, achieving two objectives with one action. Sweet? He never specified what he meant by sweet. The girl furrowed her brows, contemplating briefly before a realization dawned upon her. "Daddy." She had effectively ended the competition. Anming was puzzled, noticing that Lu Linha seemed reluctant to dismiss them. If he didn't wish to let them go, why did he insist that she speak up? Just as she was deep in thought, a group of servants surrounded her. "Missin, regarding the earlier matter. We are truly sorry. Apologies, Missin. To be candid, I felt an overwhelming sense of panic when I learned I was to be dismissed. The thought of my wife and child left me at a loss as to how to cope. Thank you, Missin. You are my savior. Can you find it in your heart to forgive us? Missin." The young girl gazed into the eyes filled with remorse and hope, and her earlier grievances dissipated as she waved her hand dismissively. "Oh, what does that matter? From now on we shall be comrades." That evening, after enjoying a sumptuous dinner at home, Lu Linha surprisingly refrained from working overtime. The meal was exceptionally lavish, and coupled with the sullen faces of the three daughters of the Lu family, and Meng felt an immense sense of satisfaction. In her elation, she inadvertently overindulged, prompting her to take a stroll in the courtyard with Xian Chen after dinner. Residing in a grand house, savoring delectable cuisine, and enjoying a leisurely walk with a beautiful companion made her life infinitely more joyous than before. The only regret was that her younger brother was not by her side to share in this carefree existence. After their walk, and Meng returned to her room, only to unexpectedly encounter Lu Linha, who had just finished his shower. He was draped in a towel around his waist, leaving his upper body bare, with well-defined pectoral muscles and chiseled abs that instantly captivated Meng's gaze. Her beautiful eyes widened in surprise as she approached him and playfully pressed her hands against his chest, exclaiming, "Incredible! My friend, how did you achieve this?" Chapter 16. The president's wife is not bad in the evening, and Meng lay on her bed, idly scrolling through her phone. Although her device was not a high-end model, it was still a decent smartphone worth over 1,000 yuan, functioning adequately for her daily needs. Notably, upon returning home, she had not retrieved her old phone but had brought back her SIM card, allowing her to access her previous social media and gaming accounts once more. However, due to her untimely demise, the only contacts she could reach were her parents and Chiyi, aside from her online acquaintances. As she stumbled upon a humorous short video, and Meng lay there chuckling for a while, when she turned over, she noticed Lu Linha sitting in the corner, engrossed in a book, and her smile faltered slightly. Oh dear, you're still here? Perhaps Lu Linha was too quiet, or perhaps she had grown accustomed to being alone in the room. She had completely forgotten that another person occupied the space. The man glanced at her. This is my room. Is it surprising to find me here? Aren't you usually at the office at night? Not busy today, just catching up on sleep at home. And Meng responded with an oh, but suddenly felt that something was amiss. Wait, where are you sleeping? In the bed. But that's where I'm supposed to sleep. Who said this bed can only accommodate one person? And Meng raised an eyebrow. Are you suggesting we share the bed? Congratulations, you've answered correctly. He had anticipated that, given her youthful disposition, she would react with outrage and vehement resistance. He had even prepared a rebuttal based on their agreement. You don't snore while sleeping, do you? If you do, don't blame me for waking you up. By the way, I'm not a very peaceful sleeper. If you don't snore but still get awakened, it might be due to my Leo kick while dreaming of battling little monsters. Don't even think about retaliating. Sometimes I dream of fighting dogs, and getting too close could lead to a bite. To his utter astonishment, every word that escaped her lips was beyond his expectations. And Meng was quite unfazed. During her school days, she had slept on communal bunks, surrounded by boys, and had long since adapted to such circumstances. Although she had no desire to share a bed with this bothersome individual, it was his home, and as the saying goes, one must bow their head under the eaves. Moreover, the bed was sufficiently spacious, ample enough for 3 people, let alone 2. Lu Linha chose not to engage further and returned to his reading. And Meng resumed her video scrolling when a message popped up above. Jie. And Meng. 1. Though it consisted of merely 2 symbols, their communication had successfully transpired. This was the result of years of synchronization. Their duo in the lower lane had once ruled the gaming realm. And Meng refrained from joining the voice chat, considering Lu Linha's presence made it inconvenient for her to speak. She feared inadvertently letting something slip. Upon entering the game, Qi Yi initiated a message in the team chat. How are you settling in there? Quite well. It's a lavish villa with a spacious bedroom. Sounds wonderful. Send me a picture. No, there's someone next to me. Who? Could it be your husband? Could you refrain from bringing up irrelevant topics? And Meng squinted, fully aware that Qi Yi was deliberately provoking her. The remaining 3 teammates, silent until now, erupted at the exchange. The response was, wait, is there a married woman? Bei Xiang added, your husband is beside you yet you're gaming with another man? Is your husband's skill lacking? Or do you prefer the Minotaur? Or perhaps it's a quest from the master. Reading the dialogue, old task manager. And Meng pouted, blocking her teammates with a single click, and began to focus on her gameplay. After several rounds, fatigue washed over her. She exited the game and languidly sprawled on her bed, her long, lustrous black hair cascading around her like a vibrant ink wash painting. Lu Lingyi closed his book and sat at the edge of the bed, inadvertently sitting on a small strand of her hair. At that moment, Qi Yi initiated a voice call, leaving her puzzled, yet she answered nonetheless. What's up? Didn't you say Lu Lingyi was working outside? Why is he in your room? Who knows? Given Lu Lingyi was right beside her, and Meng dared not speak too plainly. You should be cautious. You're not the same as before, you need to be wary of men. Oh please, why are you worried? Don't you know who I am? I'm a 6th-degree Sonda practitioner. As long as I wish, ordinary people cannot easily approach me. And Meng declared, gesturing dramatically on the bed. Ouch, Lu Lingyi. You're sitting on my hair. Qi Yi. His instincts warned him that his good friend's defenses might not hold for long. As night fell and the lights dimmed, and Meng and Lu Lingyi embarked on their first shared sleeping experience. Though they lay on the same bed, they adhered to decorum, positioning themselves at opposite ends, akin to the boundary between the Chu and Han rivers in chess, completely segregating them, creating a situation where their waters did not mingle. And Meng, though fatigued, was not in a hurry to sleep. Being the president's wife had its perks. She didn't have to rise early for work the next day, and no one would mind if she played a little longer at night. Of course, if given the choice, she preferred to be the plug rather than the socket. However, it wasn't long before her eyelids grew heavy, and she drifted into a hazy slumber. As she succumbed to sleep, her phone gradually slipped from her grasp, falling to the floor with a thud that shattered the tranquility. Lu Lingyi, just about to fall asleep, was startled awake by the noise. What was that? The only response was in Meng's soft, rhythmic breathing. Resigned, he rose from the bed to investigate and discovered it was merely her phone that had fallen. He bent down to retrieve it and placed it on the bedside table. This should have been the end of the matter. Yet he never anticipated that the peacefully sleeping girl would suddenly lash out a kick towards him. Lu Lingyi quickly dodged, realizing that her so-called Leo flying kick was indeed no mere jest. Previously, and Meng had grown accustomed to sleeping alone in the spacious bed, freely kicking about as she pleased. However, she had completely forgotten that she was currently resting on the edge of the bed. With a sudden kick, her body twisted, and it seemed she was about to tumble off. In a moment of urgency, Lu Lin hurriedly leaned down, wrapping his arms around the girl, preventing her from falling. Just as Lu Lin let out a sigh of relief, the slumbering girl unexpectedly clutched his neck, her delicate lips pouting. Even with her beautiful eyes closed, she accurately found his lips and they met. This kiss rendered the usually composed Lu Lin momentarily speechless, his mind consumed by a singular thought. What had she truly been doing with those little monsters in her dreams? And Meng indeed dreamt of little monsters, but after attempting a Leo flying kick, her opponent had evaded her, leaving her facing a bottomless abyss. In that critical moment, someone embraced her. Upon opening her eyes, she discovered that it was none other than her beloved Ma Yi, the body pillow that was supposed to have been sent to another world by her parents. Not only had she returned, but she had also transformed from a mere pillow into a real person. And Meng was overwhelmed with joy and excitement, immediately wrapping her arms around her cherished Ma Yi and boldly kissing her. Strangely, after the kiss, her world began to unravel, and Ma Yi gradually drifted away from her. "Thank you, Ma Yi," and Meng murmured in her sleep, opening her eyes. When she beheld the man's face mere inches away from her, she blinked several times in astonishment, eventually engulfed by a wave of shock. How could it be you? Chapter 17. On the differences between buyer and seller show. Gazing at the peacefully slumbering girl, Lu Lingyi's expression darkened. He had anticipated that, within Meng's current temperament, upon waking to discover that she had kissed him, she would undoubtedly be engulfed in a fit of rage. Indeed, Lu Lingyi's prediction was accurate at the outset, but unfortunately, he failed to foresee the conclusion. After hurling a scathing remark at him, and Meng pointed a finger at his nose and exclaimed, "You!" Subsequently, she closed her eyes, tilted her head, and succumbed to unconsciousness. This utterly startled Lu Lingyi. How reminiscent of the tale from the Three Kingdoms, where Zhou Yu's anguished cry of "Why was there a Zhuge Liang if there was a Yu?" led to his untimely demise. Could it be that she fainted from fury? He gently laid the girl on the bed, checked her breathing, examined her pupils, and felt her pulse, repeatedly confirming a shocking reality. She had simply fallen asleep like this. Observing the serene visage of the girl, Lu Lingyi's lips twitched slightly, and then involuntarily curled into a faint smile. This girl, in truth, was rather endearing. At that moment, the girl smacked her lips, emitting a faint sound. Compelled by an inexplicable curiosity, he leaned down to listen to her murmurs. "Lu Lingyi, you scoundrel." Well, that was only permissible when she was not speaking. The following day, "Mr. Lu, here are several collaboration contracts with other groups for your review," the secretary said with utmost respect. "Very well," Lu Lingyi replied, taking the contracts. "Please prepare me another cup of black coffee." "But Mr. Lu, you have already consumed several cups today. There's no harm in one more." After the secretary exited, another man entered. Dressed in a tailored suit, he was strikingly handsome, with alluring, watery peach blossom eyes. He placed his hands on his hips and leaned closer to Lu Lingyi, scrutinizing him for a moment before clicking his tongue. TSK. It seems our CEO had quite the wild night last night. Defamation can be punishable." Shen Muwen, his childhood companion, was now the vice president and general manager of the Lu Corporation. "Do I even need to defame you? Those dark circles under your eyes are as solid evidence as a mountain." Lu Lingyi was momentarily at a loss for words. He indeed had not slept well the previous night, and it was not solely due to Meng's kiss. Rather, the more pressing matter was. And Meng had not lied. She was indeed restless in her sleep. to recount the events of last night. Just as Lu Lingyi lay down, the girl tossed and turned in bed before smoothly rolling to face him. Mere moments ago, they had maintained a distance akin to the separation of the Chu River and the Han border. Yet now the space between them was scarcely 20 centimeters. A surprise attack that even Zhang Liao would commend for its skill. But that was not the end of it. After positioning herself before him, and Meng naturally wrapped her arms around him and swiftly nestled into his embrace. Those knowledgeable in geography understand that when two continental plates collide, they inevitably uplift towering peaks. Upon contact, Lu Lingyi's body trembled. This girl was not wearing a bra. Even without sight, he could distinctly sense the shape concealed beneath her silk pajamas. For an adult man, this was akin to enduring a form of torture. He had attempted to push her away, yet each time he did, and Meng would only clutch him tighter, sobbing and murmuring phrases like, "Senior Mai, please don't leave me." Alas, it seemed he had been relegated to some peculiar status. With no other option, Lu Lingyi could only maintain this intimate posture, the price being that he could not find sleep that night. However, the mere thought of Meng brought to mind the series of amusing antics she had displayed the previous day, along with her sweet and innocent sleeping face, which made him chuckle softly. Upon witnessing Lu Lingyi smile, Shen Muin retracted his own grin, cautioning Lingyi, "While it's fine to indulge in playful banter with that girl, you must not let genuine feelings develop. Do not forget, your marriage with her is merely for." Hearing this, Lu Lingyi's smile gradually faded as he interrupted Shen Muin, "I know my boundaries." At noon, the sun cast a warm glow throughout the room. Upon waking, Meng discovered she was alone in bed. Her hair was tousled, and her eyes were vacant, clearly indicating she had not fully emerged from her dreams. Oddly enough, she felt she had forgotten something significant from the previous day. What could it be? After a moment, her pupils dilated in realization. Yes, she seemed to have experienced a nightmare. She remembered that in her dream, she had kissed her beloved Senior Mai, only to awaken and find herself faced with that scoundrel, Lu Lingyi. The disparity was more pronounced than the difference between a buyer's showcase and a seller's display. Nevertheless, upon closing her eyes once more, she envisioned Senior Mai again. Although it had been a nightmare, it was thankfully brief. The naive girl remained oblivious to the fact that just yesterday, she had willingly given away her first kiss. After finishing her morning routine, she exited the bedroom, only to find no trace of Lu Lingyi in the villa. After some inquiries, she learned that he had left early for work, and he would be gone for 3 days. During this time, Lu Lingyi did not return even once. Yet this did not diminish her joy in residing there. Following their previous conflict, Tian Huifang no longer targeted her, and both parties settled into a state of Cold War, avoiding each other. Meanwhile, the servants in the villa had developed a cordial relationship with her, and Meng, being a straightforward and discerning individual, easily connected with the staff. Her bond with Xian Qian had also deepened, and casual embraces and playful interactions had become commonplace. Everything seemed to be progressing in the direction she desired. However, where there is joy, there may also be sorrow. While she thrived, Tian Huifang was experiencing discomfort due to her prior betrayal, resulting in a palpable distance between her and the servants in the household. During lunch that day, Meng curiously remarked, "What's going on with Lu Lingyi? He hasn't returned for 3 days." Tian Huifang let out a cold snort. "What? Do you miss him?" "I certainly didn't notice." In truth, she did not particularly miss him. She was merely asking out of curiosity. "Humph. Indeed, women like you are only here for the money. So tell me, how much would it take for you to leave my son?" And Meng was taken aback, exclaiming, "Wow, there it is, the classic line from a wealthy family drama." Tian Huifang. In truth, Meng yearned for a sum of money, intending to sever all ties with Lu Linha once and for all. Alas, such a desire was beyond her reach. Bound by a contract with Lu Linha, she knew that to extricate herself, she would need to pay a staggering 3 million in compensation. The thought struck her abruptly, and she paused for a moment. Wait, if she could procure at least 3 million from Tian Huifang, wouldn't that grant her the freedom she so desperately sought? Her eyes sparkled with brilliance. Indeed, she was quite the genius. Ahem. And Meng cleared her throat, feigning sincerity. "What are you saying? My relationship with old he is as profound as reaching for the moon in the heavens and capturing turtles in the depths of the oceans. Do you truly believe that money could sway me? Such notions are the fantasies of a fool. She embellished her emotional declaration, setting the stage for her subsequent negotiation. However, to her astonishment, Tian Huifang nodded in agreement. Oh, very well then. And Meng was taken aback, hastily grasping Tian Huifang's arm. Wait, that's not what I meant. Then what do you mean? The price must increase. The revelation dawned upon her. How much did she wish to demand? Considering your connection to old he, I shall offer you a discount, 300. 100,000. How does that sound? Quite a fair price, wouldn't you agree? This way, she would not only settle the debt but also earn an extra 10,000. Truly a stroke of genius. Indeed, it is quite fair. But how do you intend to make the payment? Payment? I have no money. No money? Why then do you pose such a question? Like you, I merely inquired. And perhaps later I shall demonstrate to Linha that you are indeed a woman who values wealth. Tian Huifang replied with a smug smile. And Meng was left speechless. This situation had taken a turn. The old woman had begun to employ tactics. Chapter 18. A fellow more dog-like than a dog, the obsidian Cullinan came to a halt at the entrance, its doors gradually parting. The security personnel, who had been engaged in lively banter, instantly stood at attention upon seeing the arrival. Mr. Liu, you have returned. Indeed, Lu Linha responded. Strangely enough, during his 3-day absence from home, he found himself perpetually distracted, even during meetings, leading his employees to mistakenly believe they had committed some error that displeased him. Moreover, he, who had often dozed off at the office, now struggled to find rest, tossing and turning throughout the night. Even Shen Muwen had teasingly remarked, "How many times did you visit that day? The aftershock seems quite substantial." Lu Linha, disinclined to enter into a debate with him, acknowledged that his current state was indeed peculiar. Just as he pondered the source of his disquiet, his mother, Tian Huifang, called, "Linha, when shall you return? I have something important to discuss with you regarding Meng." And Meng? Upon hearing this, he promptly set off for home. Upon arriving at the villa, he made his way directly to his room. However, upon pushing open the door, he was met not with the anticipated graceful figure. He wandered around the floor, until a voice called to him from behind. "Mr. Liu." He turned to find Xan Qian standing there, her expression one of surprise. "When did you return?" "Just now." Lu Linha asked in return. "Where is Meng?" Xan Qian hesitated before responding. "Mississippi." "She is." "Where is she?" he pressed. "She is at the staff dormitory," Xan Qian finally divulged. "What is she doing there?" It's difficult to explain. Mr. Liu, you might want to see for yourself." Lu Linha raised an eyebrow and exited the villa, making his way to the staff dormitory. This estate not only housed their living quarters but also featured a separate villa for employees, with individual rooms, which was one of the reasons they were reluctant to leave. As he entered the dormitory, before catching a glimpse of the young lady, he heard a burst of exuberant voices. "What on earth happened to you? How did you tire out in mere seconds?" "Miss, this is my first time." "Oh, get up quickly. I haven't had enough fun yet." "Please, miss, I truly can't anymore. A man must not admit defeat." "Rise," the spirited voices echoed. "Miss N is quite relentless. This is the 6th person down, and she still has energy. Run." Miss N is charging again. "Help." The ruckus from within prompted Lu Linha to furrow his brow. What in the world was transpiring? Why did it sound so peculiar? He hastily pushed open the door, and the sight that greeted him, even for one as worldly as he, left him momentarily taken aback. He witnessed several employees sprawled on the ground, while Meng wielded a pillow, delivering a flurry of strikes upon their heads. The employees, showing no inclination to resist, could only curl up and roll about, clutching their heads. "Haha, I tell you, I have never lost a pillow fight in the dormitory." Perhaps it was the monotony of staying in the villa that prompted Meng's spontaneous decision to join the employees in a playful pillow fight at their dormitory. Regrettably, it was unclear whether her opponents were merely accommodating her or genuinely lacking in skill, as she effortlessly vanquished them in a few rounds. Just as she basked in her triumph, her peripheral vision caught sight of someone entering through the doorway. It must be Xan Qian returning. And Meng turned her gaze, and upon recognizing the newcomer, Her smile transformed into a frozen rose, reminiscent of a Siberian winter. Still fervent, yet undeniably stiff. Wow, what are you doing here? Upon encountering Lu Linhe once more, a wave of anxiety washed over Meng. After all, she had just been outsmarted by Tian Huifang that very day, and she was acutely aware that Tian Huifang would undoubtedly relay the incident to Lu Linhe. The fact that he had returned home so swiftly after a prolonged absence, likely to confront her, sent shivers down her spine. She had intended to procure funds from his family and subsequently transfer them to him, akin to a clever ruse. Although the contract did not explicitly forbid such actions, she was certain that Lu Linhe, with his cunning disposition, would concoct other pretexts. Without responding, Lu Linhe inquired, "And you? What brings you here?" "I'm just here to play." "Pillow fight," and Meng replied, holding up her pillow. Lu Linhe glanced at the pillow in her hands and then at the visibly timid employees. With a terse, "Come with me," he exited the dormitory. And Meng had no choice but to dutifully follow in his wake, and the two returned to the villa's living room in silence. Noticing his reluctance to speak, and Meng began to question whether he was aware of the recent events, prompting her to tentatively ask, "What brings you back? Is it a crime for me to return?" Lu Linhe replied with a hint of amusement, instinctively curling the corners of his lips. This smile only served to heighten Meng's apprehension. His smiles were invariably harbingers of mischief, almost akin to a devilish grin. It became evident that he had indeed come for that matter. "Quickly," she interjected, "please don't take that matter to heart. It was merely a joke." "That matter?" Lu Linhe paused, his thoughts drifting back to the kiss that had lingered in his mind for several nights. So she remembered, but what did she mean by a joke? Was she desperately trying to dissociate herself from it, urging him not to ponder too deeply? Lu Linhe narrowed his eyes. "You breached the contract. Why should I disregard it?" It was clear that this cunning individual would not let her off the hook so easily. Seeing her gentle approach was futile, and Meng braced herself, asserting, "What do you intend to do then?" "The contract doesn't explicitly forbid my actions." "That is indeed true," he conceded. "So in this matter, how I choose to act is my prerogative. If you find it truly displeasing, you are free to respond in kind. I would not hinder you." And Meng felt quite astute. Her family was not affluent, and even if Lu Linhe attempted to exploit his family's resources, it would be akin to Zhao Benshan dining at Xiao Shenyang's restaurant. One would inevitably incur some costs. Yet her words served to legitimize her actions. However, her remarks elicited a raised eyebrow from Lu Linhe. "Are you certain?" "Certainly, I harbor no objections. As long as President Lu is pleased, that is all that matters." A concealed sense of triumph illuminated Meng's face, for she had adeptly diffused the crisis with her astute mind. However, her demeanor was misinterpreted by Lu Linhe, who perceived her expression as a mockery aimed at him. Unaware of the misunderstanding, the young lady shook her head gently and mused to herself, "I am quite impartial. Since you choose not to act, do not blame me." Before she could finish her thought, something obstructed her mouth. Her beautiful eyes widened in surprise as she gazed at the man so near, rendered momentarily speechless. The girl's lips were soft, reminiscent of the cotton candy of her childhood, sweet to an addictive degree. Yet Lu Linhe merely sampled that tender paradise before retreating. Releasing her, he remarked coolly, "Well, now we are even." With that, he proceeded onward. But after only a few steps, the girl, like a leopard, darted towards him, leaping onto him and clinging tightly to his neck. "I of the Lu family shall compete with you." Chapter 19. Women are strange creatures. Women indeed possess an enigmatic nature. It is perplexing how she could assert her consent with a mocking tone, only to erupt in fury when he took action. Much like a capricious rainy season, one moment the sky is clear and blue, and the next, a tempest brews. Naturally, even with Meng's fervent advances, to Lu Linhe, it still seemed like mere child's play. He grasped the young woman's hand, pulling her into his embrace, only to receive a playful bite in return. His brow furrowed slightly as he seized her chin, applying gentle pressure to reshape her mouth into that of a goldfish. "What are you doing?" he inquired. "How dare you ask me?" she retorted, her temper flaring even more. At that moment, she could hardly believe what had just transpired. She had been kissed by a man, The nightmare of 3 days ago unexpectedly turned out to be prophetic. Wasn't this your request? Lu Linha questioned, perplexed. When did I ever agree to this? You scoundrel! I wondered why you were so audacious, but I never imagined you would resort to such a despicable form of revenge. That was my first kiss, and you owe it back to me. So her first kiss was still intact? This implied she had never been in a relationship before. Given her fiery temperament, it was likely that few could withstand her. A faint smile graced Lu Linha's lips, but soon he stumbled upon a conundrum. Wait, she claimed it was her first kiss, yet she had already kissed him once 3 nights prior. Both instances bore the same nature. Why would she insist this was her initial kiss? After a brief contemplation, Lu Linha reached a conclusion. He had misunderstood her. Perhaps Meng was not referring to that night, but rather to another incident he was unaware of. Just as he pondered this, Tian Huifang approached. Linha, you're back. Upon hearing Meng's commotion in the hall, Tian Huifang had intended to reprimand her, only to be pleasantly surprised to see her son. Mom. Tian Huifang glanced at Meng, recalling something, and hastily told Lu Linha. Linha, you must divorce this woman immediately. Today, she intended to extort money from me before leaving you. She is clearly after your wealth. After Tian Huifang recounted the events of the day, Lu Linha realized he had misjudged the situation. If we're divorcing, then let it be. Anyone who doesn't tea is a dog. Just as Meng was about to voice her frustration, Lu Linha covered her mouth. Return to your room. I will come to find you shortly. I refuse. If you do not wish to ascend the stairs on your own, I would be more than willing to assist. Faced with Lu Linha's ultimatum, she huffed in frustration but ultimately complied and retreated upstairs. After all, this was not a man of mere words. If she disobeyed, he would indeed carry her up the stairs in front of everyone. How infuriating! She was determined to devise a plan to escape this dreadful place. Upon returning to her room, Meng waited for approximately 10 minutes before the door swung open once more. Meng remained silent, her beautiful eyes fixed intently on the man who had just entered. After all, she was unable to retaliate physically or verbally, so she resorted to expressing her dissatisfaction through her gaze. However, her silent protest was short-lived, as her attention was soon captivated by the tray of food in Lu Linha's hands. What is this? Meng inquired with curiosity. It's an ice cream chiffon cake, Lu Linha revealed, lifting the lid to unveil a light yellow cake divided into 4 pieces. Oh, so he intends to placate me with cake, Meng thought, her brows furrowing in irritation. What are you doing? Trying to bribe me, a pure-hearted warrior? Which pure-hearted warrior could withstand such temptation? As she spoke, Lu Linha had already placed the cake before her, the enticing aroma wafting to her nostrils, making her involuntarily inhale. My goodness, what is this? Why does it smell so delightful? She exclaimed. Is it delicious? She gestured towards the cake. You used to adore this. Would you like a piece? Gazing at the cake within arm's reach, she swallowed hard, then resolutely turned her head away to demonstrate her determination. I want to eat it. Take it away. Oh, very well, Lu Linha replied, nodding as he forked a piece and popped it into his mouth. Hey, what are you doing? The young girl exclaimed in astonishment. Didn't you say you wouldn't eat it? This cake spoils quickly. Not eating it would be wasteful. In mere moments, Lu Linha devoured the piece, extending his fork toward the next victim of the cake. Just as the cake approached his lips, the girl behind him lunged forward, wrapping her arms around him, then leaned in, opening her mouth wide to devour the entire piece. Why did you eat it again? Lu Linha feigned ignorance. Because it's an even greater waste if you eat it, Meng mumbled, quickly swallowing the cake. How did it taste? I didn't really savor it, she admitted, having consumed it too hastily. Although she detected a hint of sweetness, she had not taken the time to truly appreciate it before swallowing. Slow down, it's not a ginseng fruit. What does that have to do with ginseng fruit? Wasn't that how you ate it last time you had ginseng fruit? When did I ever eat ginseng fruit? Meng replied, puzzled, before suddenly realizing something. You, surnamed Lu, are you calling me Zhu Beiji? With a slight smirk, Lu Linha forked another piece of cake and brought it to her lips. Here, this time take small bites. The young girl obediently opened her mouth, taking a small bite. After a brief moment of chewing, her eyes sparkled with delight. It's delicious. Though she had never been particularly fond of sweets, she suspected it was the influence of her current body that led her to enjoy such flavors. She took several more bites, her cheeks stuffed like a hungry hamster. Seeing in Meng's mood lighten, Lu Linhe explained, "Actually, there was a misunderstanding just now." And Meng swallowed the cake, asking, "A misunderstanding? What kind of misunderstanding? Surely, the esteemed President Lu does not mean to suggest that you are a lover of all, seeking to pucker your lips to kiss the world, only to accidentally land a kiss on my lips?" Lu Lin patiently explained, 3 days ago, while you were asleep at night, you inadvertently kissed me once. Just now, when you mentioned that what you did I could also do, I naturally assumed you were referring to that." And Meng was taken aback. "What? So that wasn't a nightmare, but reality?" She took the initiative to kiss this man. This is even more shocking than a nightmare. If that's the case, did she actually offend Lu Lin first? The corners of the young girl's mouth twitched, discovering mid-argument that she was the one who felt akin to trying to maintain composure under the weight of a 300-pound mummy. Clearing her throat, she thought, "That was ages ago. I hardly remember. What I do recall is that was my first kiss, and it cannot simply be dismissed. Unless what? Perhaps another taste would suffice." Chapter 20. Christmas in the stillness of midnight. The slumbering Meng furrowed her brow and tightened her embrace around her pillow, instinctively nestling her head deeper into its comforting folds. After a brief moment, she suddenly opened her eyes. Wait a minute. Wasn't her pillow supposed to have journeyed to another realm? Then what was she currently holding? And Meng's eyes widened in surprise upon catching sight of a man's visage mere inches away from her. Her gaze momentarily vacant. She recalled that Lu Linhe had stayed over at her home once again the previous night. Yet that was not the crux of the matter. The real issue was, how had she ended up in this fellow's arms again? However, she bore no resentment towards Lu Linhe, as she was aware that she had likely snuggled in beside him of her own volition, given her habit of clutching onto a pillow while sleeping. It seemed she had inadvertently mistaken him for her life-sized comforter. Seizing the opportunity while he remained asleep, she resolved to extricate herself from his embrace, treating the incident as though it had never transpired. At that moment, one of Meng's legs was quite audaciously draped over the man's body. She gently lifted her leg, cautiously distancing herself from Lu Linhe, then brought her legs together. As she raised her gaze, she discovered Lu Linhe gazing down at her, perhaps still dazed from sleep, his voice hoarse yet deep, possessing an alluring resonance. "Wait, he is awake?" The girl's cheeks flushed crimson. "You're awake, huh? Did you really think I wouldn't wake up with all that movement?" And Meng shot him a glare, intending to disentangle herself from his embrace, only to find one of Lu Linhe's arms securely wrapped around her waist. "Hey, what are you doing? We have a contract. You're the one who keeps burrowing into my arms despite being aware of the contract." Lu Linhe found himself in a predicament, as the young girl persistently crept closer to him during the night, and even when he attempted to push her away, she would inevitably return. With such softness enveloping him, it was a challenge for any grown man to resist. "Do you think I want this?" And Meng, realizing her fault, pursed her lips. After a moment's contemplation, she yanked the blanket towards her, rolling a few times on the bed until she was thoroughly cocooned. "There, this will suffice. As long as I can't move, I want to lean towards you again." A triumphant expression adorned her face as she began to drift back to sleep. Lu Linhe, relishing the newfound tranquility, closed his eyes, preparing to savor this moment of peace. Just as he was on the brink of slumber, a sudden rumbling sound pierced the silence. Lu Linhe opened his eyes to find himself alone on the bed. He rose, only to discover that Meng had fallen off the bed, ensnared tightly within her own blanket like a caterpillar in a cocoon. She squirmed in a futile attempt to free herself, but her struggles only tightened her bindings. Looking up at Lu Linhe with her big, watery eyes, she pleaded, "Woo-woo. Save me!" Towering at approximately 170 meters, the building afforded a panoramic view of the cityscape, even from its central location. On the top floor, a rotund, middle-aged man, impeccably dressed in a suit, gazed out at the scenery beyond the window and spoke in a calm tone. The bidding in January is approaching. Why have you yet to deal with Lu Linha? Although his tone was unruffled, it cast a shadow of unease over those standing behind him. The last time I attempted to poison a meal, I inadvertently caused it to be consumed by Lu Linha's wife. A grave mistake indeed, observed the man with displeasure. For the sake of caution, I had meticulously divided the poison into 2 portions, one placed in the dish and the other in the beverage. However, that day his wife had a hearty appetite, and Lu Linha unwittingly offered her his share as well. How could his wife remain unscathed? I too was puzzled. Given the dosage, survival seemed improbable. I even went so far as to engage with her, only to discover that she exhibited no lingering effects, an astonishing revelation. Setting that aside, did they not suspect you? So far, it appears they have not. I have concealed myself well. Indeed, Lu Linha must be eliminated at the earliest opportunity. Otherwise, future complications loom large. Since Lu Linha ascended, the Lu Corporation has burgeoned, with numerous ventures now posing a threat to them. Moreover, there have been prior tensions between Lu's faction and theirs. Should this growth continue unchecked, the consequences would be dire. If Lu Linha ventures into this business, the prior transgressions against the Lu Corporation may not remain concealed. With Christmas approaching, the estate is sure to host a soiree, a prime opportunity to act. I look forward to your favorable news. A few days later, Christmas arrived. However, for Lu Linha, the day unfolded like any other, spent at the office, perhaps culminating in a simple dinner at home. Yet, in the afternoon, Shin Muin unexpectedly approached him. President Lu, I need to take a leave this afternoon. Is something amiss? Come on, today is Christmas. I should leave early to indulge in some sweet moments with my girlfriend, lest she complains that I spend more time with you than with her, even questioning the purity of our friendship. Lu Linha remained silent for a moment before nodding. Then you may leave early. All right, thank you, President Lu, Shin Muin exclaimed, vanishing from the office in an instant. Once Shin Muin departed, Lu Linha paused his work, lost in thought. Christmas, was it? For reasons unknown, a mischievous silhouette flashed before his mind's eye, and he fell into contemplation. Perhaps he should return home early as well. However, as he drove home that afternoon, he noticed something peculiar. In front of the security room hung pairs of strange socks. 2 security guards sprang forth, saluting, greetings, President Lu. Lu Linha nodded, casting a glance at the socks, his voice steady. What does this mean? This is a request from Missin, one guard replied. Upon hearing En Meng's name, the sharpness in Lu Linha's gaze softened slightly, revealing a hint of resignation. What else did she request? It's difficult to articulate. Perhaps it would be best for you to see for yourself, President Lu. Upon entering the estate, Lu Linha was once again taken aback by the scene before him. The trees and walls were adorned with a myriad of Christmas decorations, while the servants scurried about with walkie-talkies, murmuring directives. Comrades, Missin just headed towards that grove. It's a dead end. Understood. A small team will assault the left flank while we encircle the right. Victory is assured. Victory is assured. Just as the servant finished issuing commands, he turned to see Lu Linha and was immediately taken aback. Mr. Lu, how is it that you have returned so early? What are you all doing? We are playing hide and seek with Missin. As Lu Linha was about to proceed, the servant called out, Wait a moment, Mr. Lu, what is it? It would be better if you refrained from entering right now. He cast a glance towards the woods but resolutely pressed on into the thicket. He searched for the girl's figure, but before he could find her, he was startled by an eerie sound. It resembled the clattering of hooves, and following the source of the noise, he beheld the shadow of a creature looming in the trees. This beast had the head of a camel and limbs like a horse, trudging heavily toward him. What sort of formidable creature lurks in these woods? Lu Linha took a cautious step back, assuming a defensive stance. However, as the creature emerged from the underbrush, he was left momentarily speechless. It was not a monster, but rather an alpaca. Upon its back sat a girl clad in a vibrant red Christmas outfit, adorned with a festive hat and sporting a fluffy white beard. Congratulations, fortunate young man. You have successfully discovered Santa Claus, and now you may make your wish. As the girl spoke and turned to face him, her expression froze upon recognizing Lu Linha. The atmosphere abruptly fell into an uncanny silence. Chapter 21. The girl riding the alpaca Lu Linha squinted and pointed towards the creature beneath the girl. "What is this?" "It's an alpaca," she replied. Lu Linha suspected that the girl was looking for an opportunity to insult him, yet he found no evidence. He inquired further, "I am not asking for its name. I am inquiring why it is here." "Ah, well, that's a long story," and Meng shrugged her shoulders and continued, "This morning when I woke up, I noticed there was no festive atmosphere whatsoever, so I had everyone gather some Christmas decorations. And what does that have to do with this creature? Let me ask you, what is the most important aspect of Christmas?" "I don't know." "You fool. It's of course Santa Claus. The happiest moment of Christmas is when Santa arrives at your home, riding a reindeer to deliver gifts. So, I had them find a way to procure a reindeer." "So, you are riding a reindeer?" "No, it's an alpaca." With a hint of resignation, the girl elaborated, "I would have loved to ride a reindeer, but there was none available nearby. We only had an alpaca breeding facility, so I brought one from there." "Oh, so you do know this is called an alpaca?" "No, it's an alpaca." As Lu Linha and Meng emerged from the woods, the staff outside had formed two orderly lines, and Meng rode the alpaca down the row, exclaiming with excitement, "Old he! Do I look like a triumphant general returning from battle?" The repetition of triumphant and return was amusing, and while he had seen generals on horseback, this was his first encounter with one on an alpaca. "It's not an alpaca. It's an alpaca." Lu Linha glanced around at the decorations and remarked casually, "These decorations must have cost quite a bit." "Indeed, Mr. Lu," the housekeeper replied. "These decorations, along with the alpaca rental and the employees' Christmas gifts." "Wait, what gifts?" Miss N mentioned that Mr. Lu would be distributing benefits, prompting everyone to write down their desired Christmas gifts, which were then procured collectively. Housekeeper soon added, however, no one chose anything extravagant. Most requested small items like pens and notebooks, yet due to the number of people it still totaled 50,000 yuan. 50,000 is not a small sum. Lu Linha fell silent for a moment, and Meng, unable to suppress her amusement, thought that since he was usually frugal, she would take this opportunity to encourage him to be more generous. Even a miser like Lu Linha would find it difficult to retract once the deed was done. Everything she had orchestrated today was aimed at diminishing Lu Linha's perception of her. On Christmas Eve, when Lu Linha's wife, adorned with a 7-inch white beard and clad in a western red Christmas outfit, rode a swift alpaca, the imagery was explosive enough without having to witness it firsthand. If it were her, she certainly would have suggested terminating the contract without hesitation. However, Lu Linha's subsequent actions were utterly unexpected. He merely nodded and turned to Meng, saying, "Pay up." And Meng was taken aback. "Huh? It was you who arranged for the purchase. It is only natural that you pay for it, right? You make a valid point, yet I find myself lacking funds." And Meng shrugged, adopting an innocent demeanor. Lu Linha smirked, reaching out to ruffle Meng's hair. This indeed posed a conundrum. "If you have no money, it seems we must return the items." "Very well, let us return them." Upon hearing this, the servants grew anxious. "Missen, please do not jest. Setting aside the hassle of refunds, we have just gone to great lengths to bring these items here. If we disassemble them and send them back, the entire day's efforts would be in vain." "Indeed, Mr. Lu must be joking. Please, reason with him." "Exactly. I certainly do not wish for my silicone companion to be returned and used." Is there something peculiar mixed in?" "So, your gift constitutes the majority, does it?" However, the servant's words truly cast a shadow over Meng's countenance. Indeed, it was she who had sent them scurrying about all day. If she were to inform them of her financial constraints and suggest returning the items, she would become the villain in their eyes. Had she possessed funds, perhaps she would shoulder the burden, but alas, she was utterly devoid of resources. The realization that her actions had resulted in their fruitless toil filled her with guilt. In her predicament, she turned to Lu Linha, rising onto her toes to whisper in his ear, "Hey, are you truly not going to pay?" "But I did not make the purchase. Why should I bear the cost?" "But I bought them in your name." "Then if I were to dine in your name, would you not be obliged to cover the bill?" Lu Linha's logic struck her speechless. She glanced at the helpless servants, bit her lip, and conceded, "Let us consider this a debt I owe you. You may pay for now, and I shall reimburse you later. Lu Linhe remained unmoved. Just as Meng found herself at a loss, a memory surfaced of something Qi Yi had once said to her. They had just graduated and started interning at the same company. After working late into the night, the two hungry souls had stumbled upon a roadside stall. After a few bottles of beer, she had begun to vent her frustrations. Ugh! Our wretched supervisor is unbearable, always squeezing us dry. That young lady made a mistake on a project. Why should we have to pick up the slack? If we don't complete our internship, we won't pass. Where is the justice in that? Qi sighed. In this day and age, women have it easy. Even when they err, a little charm and a pitiful facade can often smooth things over. Charm? And Meng nodded. All right then, don't blame me for unleashing my secret weapon. Taking a deep breath, she suddenly froze. What's the matter? Is your secret weapon still buffering? Lu Linhe teased. And Meng found herself momentarily speechless. Wait, how does one charm someone? She had only been a girl for a few days and had never engaged in such antics. And Meng contemplated for a moment, recalling the novels she had read, where the female protagonist would instinctively bite her lip and gaze at the male lead with doe-like eyes, often leaving him utterly entranced by her beauty. As the memories faded, a sly smile graced her lips, and the confidence of her former self returned to her visage. She stifled a yawn, moistening her eyes, then bit her lip, her voice taking on a pleading tone. Darling, I've made a little poke. Can you lend me a hand? Indeed. Upon hearing this, Lu Linhe furrowed his brow, his expression turning grave. There was a reaction. Are you being coy? Yes. What of it? The man hesitated. Your way of being coy seems rather different from that of other girls. What? Could he have discerned that she was merely an inexperienced girl? Her cheeks flushed slightly as she retorted stubbornly. Not at all. Isn't it typical for girls to bite their lips and have glistening eyes? While there was nothing inherently wrong with biting one's lip, the issue lay in the details. Lu Linhe cast her a glance, observing most girls bite their lower lip. Why do you bite the upper one? Huh? And Meng quickly opened her phone's camera, and upon seeing her current appearance, she could only describe it with one word: ridiculous. Embarrassed, she lost her composure, tugging at Lu Linhe's collar, her tone becoming assertive. Enough with the nonsense. Just give me a straightforward answer. Will you or won't you? Of course, 5,000 ISNT much. Then that's settled. But I have a condition. Huh? What condition? The man smirked. You must be my wife for another year. What? You previously wanted 100,000 for a year. Now you want to extend it for an additional year for this 5,000? Are you robbing me? Indeed. And Meng was taken aback. This convict had busied himself and not only failed to reduce his sentence but had extended it instead. A cunning merchant. Shamelessly so. She firmly rejected. No way. 3 months. 2 years. 6 months. 4 years. 1 year. Deal. Observing the girl's dazed expression, the man could not help but chuckle. He added, rest assured, as long as you perform well today, I may consider reducing this year at my discretion. How is performing well defined? The girl perked up her ears. Simple. Just be obedient and do as I say today, like before. He was curious to see what it would be like for the once demure Meng to revert to her former self after having become so whimsical. But what if you ask me to do something revolting? Very well, it seems a return to the past is not in the cards. Chapter 22. A malady that requires treatment. Meng rode on an alpaca, accompanied by Lu Ling and the servants, as they approached the villa. From afar, she spotted Tian Huifang standing at the entrance. Strangely, beside Tian Huifang stood a girl whom she had never seen before. The girl was adorned in a delicate light blue gown, her long hair cascading gracefully. Even from a distance, her elegant demeanor clearly set her apart from the crowd. Who is that? And Meng inquired, glancing at Lu Ling, who also noticed the young lady but responded with an uncharacteristic seriousness.
Miss Ning Yufei interjected Qin Qian,
who was trailing behind. She is the daughter of the Ning family and was once in a romantic relationship with young Master Lu. You should be cautious. She could be considered your rival. A girlfriend? How infuriating. And Meng clenched her silver teeth, feeling a pang of jealousy at the thought of Lu Ling having once dated such a beautiful girl. It was not merely envy. It was a deep-seated resentment. Why did this emotionless fellow have such good fortune? Sure, he was somewhat handsome, tall, affluent, and possessed a spacious house. The more she pondered, the darker her expression became. It seemed reasonable that he would attract women, yet why was he so indifferent to the affections of such a stunning girl? Could it be? And Meng gazed at Lu Ling, her eyes vacant, as myriad stars seemed to dance in her mind. Could it be that he had some issues in certain aspects? Noticing in Meng's gaze, Lu Ling turned to her, asking, "What's wrong?" "Nothing," she replied, patting his shoulder. "Brother, if you ever feel overwhelmed, perhaps a visit to the hospital is in order. It's a malady that needs treatment." Suddenly, Xian Chen chuckled. "Miss, you often appear indifferent towards President Liu, but you genuinely care for him, don't you? Your jealous demeanor is quite endearing." Seeing and Meng's heavy expression, Xian Chen mistakenly assumed she was envious of Ning Yufei, and Meng's eyes widened. Who is jealous? Not me. Sure, absolutely not, Xian Chen teased, raising an eyebrow. Could you be any more dismissive? And Meng squinted. Actually, you needn't be upset. Since President Liu has chosen to be with you, it signifies that you are the most important person in his heart. I've told you, I'm not. And Meng paused, suddenly thoughtful as she patted Xian Qian's shoulder. I understand now. Thank you, Qian. You're welcome. Mississippi Xian Qian thought to herself that her words seemed to have had a positive effect. Unbeknownst to her, and Meng was contemplating something entirely different. She realized that Ning Yufei was Lu Ling's ex-girlfriend, which meant that Lu Ling had once harbored feelings for her. If she could find a way to rekindle their past romance, might she not liberate herself ahead of schedule? With this thought, she felt invigorated. If the deity who orchestrates love in the heavens is known as Yu Lao, then the one who facilitates love on earth shall be called in Meng. Love deity, activate. As they spoke, they arrived at the entrance of the villa. Upon seeing Ning Yufei up close, and Meng was once again captivated. Truly, she possessed a delicate grace, enchanting eyes, and stood with an elegance that made her an unparalleled beauty, akin to a rose that, even in winter, radiated an eye-catching brilliance. And Meng was momentarily entranced but soon regained her composure. Tian Huifang approached, remarking on how early Linha had returned, perhaps aware of Yufei's arrival and coming intentionally ahead of time. Ning Yufei smiled gently, glancing at Lu Linha, her eyes betraying a hint of sorrow. It's been a long time. How have you been? Before Lu Linha could respond, and Meng burst into laughter. What are you laughing at? Tian Huifang inquired, somewhat displeased. Oh, I was just curious. Ahi, where's your gabuman? The name Ahi inadvertently conjured images of digital monsters in her mind. Lu Linha looked down at her, a slight smile playing on his lips as he reached out to stroke her hair. Isn't it right here? And Meng's smile faltered, and after a moment, in a fit of exasperation, she punched him lightly. Get lost, you're the gabuman. As Ning Yufei observed their playful banter, she slowly spoke up, Aunt Tian. Where is Ahi's wife? I haven't seen her. I would quite like to meet her. She must be a lady of grace and intelligence to have married Ahi. Tian Huifang's lips twitched as she discreetly glanced at An Meng, then looked away, reluctantly pointing. She is. After all, An Meng was now the wife of a CEO, and considering that Ning Yufei was Lu Linha's former lover, the stark contrast between the two left her feeling inexplicably embarrassed. Indeed, the smile on Ning Yufei's face momentarily faltered. Her? The one riding the alpaca? This girl, donned in a Christmas outfit with a fluffy white beard, riding an alpaca, she initially thought was a performer hired by the Liu family, never expecting her to be Lu Linha's wife. And Meng turned to Ning Yufei, waving her hand. No, you've mistaken me. I'm merely a Santa Claus passing by while riding an alpaca. As she spoke, she struck a playful pose with her fingers in a peace sign. Why aren't you mentioning the alpacas this time? Lu Linha interjected. Could it be you're trying to maintain an image in front of others? Don't bother. Your reputation and your credit card balance are both in the negatives. And Meng. Ugh. Where did this kid learn to speak? How can he be so insufferable? Ning Yufei. Santa Claus? But aren't you a girl? To be honest, I'm a boy. I just hurried out today and left my equipment at home. Ouch! Before she could finish her sentence, Lu Linha lightly tapped her on the head. She has this nature, always making jokes. Please don't take it to heart. Ning Yufei fixed her gaze on Meng, choosing not to speak further. The reason she had come today was primarily because she had heard from Tian Huifang that Meng's motives for entering the Lu family were not entirely pure, likely driven by a desire for wealth. Yet Lu Linhe remained unaware of this. This revelation sparked a glimmer of opportunity within her, as her heart remained tethered to Lu Linhe. Thus, she sought to probe into the matter, hoping to unveil Meng's true nature to Lu Linhe, with the hope that perhaps they could rekindle their relationship. Initially, she believed Meng to be a woman adept at manipulation, shrouded in cunning. However, upon their first encounter, she discovered a slight divergence from her preconceived notions. Feeling a slight ache in her head, Meng reluctantly raised her hand, conceding, "All right, I am Meng. Greetings, Meng. I am Ning Yufei, and it is a pleasure to meet you," Ning Yufei said with a smile, extending her hand. As Meng grasped it, she was taken aback by the delicate softness of Ning Yufei's hand, feeling as though it possessed an ethereal quality. Hello. You are truly stunning." Due to her straightforward nature, Meng had always found herself surrounded by male friends, with little interaction among females. As someone who would be thrilled at the mere presence of a girl sitting beside her on the subway, the opportunity to befriend such a striking beauty and share physical contact left her exhilarated. However, upon hearing Meng's words, Ning Yufei raised an eyebrow. Despite Meng's peculiar appearance, her interpersonal skills were surprisingly adept. This initial compliment not only flattered Meng but also significantly enhanced Ning Yufei's impression in the eyes of onlookers, rendering her more approachable and likable. So, she had maintained such a guise of feigned ignorance in front of Lu Linhe? There was certainly more to her than met the eye. Waving her hand dismissively, she replied with a smile, "Not at all. You are far more beautiful than I." Meng pondered for a moment, then said, "Well, perhaps just a tad more." Ning Yufei's smile faltered. Chapter 23 Riding an alpaca is quite impressive. Well, not too much, just a tad stronger. Meng was not one to boast. Although Ning Yufei was indeed stunning, if given the choice, she would still prefer a girl like Meng. It was akin to the comparison between Lu Yifei and Fan Bingbing. Both are breathtakingly beautiful, yet their rankings vary drastically in the eyes of different admirers. This remark, however, caused Ning Yufei's smile to freeze. What does not too much mean? Does it imply that she is still stronger than her? A frown creased Ning Yufei's forehead, yet her smile remained unaltered. Is that so? She had merely been polite, so why did the other party take it seriously? It was not that Ning Yufei felt discontent. After all, she had always been the most radiant flower in any crowd, unparalleled in her elegance. Moreover, Meng's ostentatious attire hardly made her appear more attractive. Seeing Ning Yufei momentarily speechless, Lu Linhe's lips involuntarily curled into a smile. Meng caught this expression and narrowed her eyes, asking, "Hey, what are you laughing at?" "Nothing. Isn't it customary to be happy during festivals?" Meng puffed her cheeks, looking displeased, convinced that Lu Linhe was mocking her blind self-confidence. After a moment, she paused. Wait a minute, she should still be that ironclad straight man, right? Why would she be upset about such matters? Ning Yufei's expression darkened. Was she trying to act cute? Perhaps it was this facade of foolish wisdom that kept Lu Linhe at ease. Given this, Ning Yufei's eyes glimmered with calculation as she smiled and said, "Miss Meng is indeed correct. Your skin condition is certainly better than mine. I wonder if you are free now for a private discussion between us." Since she excelled at masquerading in front of Lu Linhe, it was likely that her true nature would be unveiled once they were apart. Any slip would present her with an opportunity. Sure, Meng readily agreed, elated to have the chance to engage with Ning Yufei and fulfill the task of matchmaking. She rode her alpaca, moving forward while Ning Yufei followed closely behind. Observing their retreating figures, Tian Huifang chuckled softly. "Let the little brat continue to flaunt. It won't last long." Lu Yunlian remarked, "Mom, are you so sure Ning Yufei can outshine her?" Of course. Ning Yufei and Linhe share a deep emotional bond from childhood. It was only because Yufei thought she would develop abroad that they lost contact. Now that she has returned, Yufei is a refined young lady, far beyond what that wild girl can compare to. Just look at what she has done today, riding an alpaca about. Who would consider that normal behavior for a human? No sooner had she spoken than a servant rushed over from a distance. Not good. Miss Ning Yufei has been injured. Tian Huifang was taken aback. Injured? How did that happen? She fell off the alpaca. Oh dear, Yufei. How did you end up like this? Tian Huifang sighed, looking at Ning Yufei's bandaged foot in disbelief. This is a long story. Ning Yufei began to recount her recent experiences. Let us turn back time to the moment when the two were alone together. Ning Yufei spoke. Miss Meng, as Ahi's wife, you must possess some refined hobbies. What books do you usually read? I adore the bird collection and Leaves of Grass. I don't read, but I can ride an alpaca. Oh, can you play the piano? No, but I can ride an alpaca. Then, can you play golf? No, but I can ride an alpaca. Ning Yufei was at a loss for words. Then what are your hobbies? Does riding an alpaca count? What is there to say about riding an alpaca? Of course, it's quite impressive. Those who ride alpacas are so charming. Recalling the indulgent look in Lu Linha's eyes as he gazed at her, Ning Yufei furrowed her brow. Could it be that he is currently drawn to such an unconventional girl? After all, having grown up in a wealthy family, he must have long been accustomed to the refined daughters of noble families. Perhaps this style brings him a refreshing change? Men are indeed like this. Their penchant for novelty and disdain for the old is an indelible mark upon them. Ning Yufei felt a pang of emotion and sighed. What are you sighing about? Nothing. I was just pondering how peculiar men are as creatures. They once favored girls who are cultured and refined, yet now they show interest in someone like this alpaca rider. The man you're referring to must be Lu Linha, right? Ning Yufei fell silent, and Meng pressed on, Hey, do you still have feelings for Lu Linha? Ning Yufei was taken aback. This question caught her off guard. She sensed that Meng was probing, so she hesitated to respond. Little did she know, and Meng continued. If you still have feelings, you must not give up. To be honest, my marriage with Lu Linha is merely a facade. This revelation left Ning Yufei utterly stunned. A facade of marriage? Why would he do such a thing? And Meng shrugged. How would I know? I'm just a mere worker, doing my job for pay. So if you like Lu Linha, you should pursue him boldly. I support you. Though it irked her to relinquish such a beautiful girl to Lu Linha, she had to endure the pain for the sake of her own freedom. Ning Yufei sighed again. It's futile. Since he would rather engage in a sham marriage than seek me out, it indicates he does not care for me at all. You mustn't think that way. After all, he is in a sham marriage. Your chances are still considerable. It's quite difficult. I can see that he is more interested in you than in me. The world has changed. Cultured and refined individuals have become commonplace, while the allure of an alpaca rider is far more captivating. Consider it this way. If you, being cultured and refined, also learn to ride an alpaca, wouldn't that make you invincible? This statement seemed to open a door to a new world for Ning Yufei. She gazed at the alpaca beneath the girl. But I don't know how. Do you want to learn? I can teach you. She believed her, she attempted it, and thus she fell. Ning Yufei provided a brief overview of the story, yet she chose to conceal the matter of the fake marriage on behalf of Meng. After all, since Meng's marriage was a facade, she was no longer a rival, rendering any animosity unnecessary. Moreover, revealing the truth to Tian Huifang could provoke her to confront Lu Linha, which might ultimately lead to Lu Linha blaming her, resulting in an ungrateful outcome. Present, she was the sole bearer of this knowledge, signifying her command over an absolute informational advantage, akin to discovering an untouched gold mine devoid of competitors. After hearing this, Tian Huifang fell into silence for a moment before glaring at Meng, exclaiming, It's all your fault. Huh? How is this my fault? Ask her yourself. And Meng retorted, I believe I did nothing wrong. When riding a motorcycle, don't we typically grasp both handlebars? Indeed, the motorcycle's parts are called handlebars, but the two on the alpaca are referred to as ears. And Meng replied, This isn't my first time. Mistakes can be understood. Nodding, and Meng added, Yes, I will be more cautious next time. Tian Huifang's gaze oscillated between the two. Had she lost connection? How had these two become as close as sisters in an instant? Chapter 24. The Christmas dinner today, the Lu residence welcomed a considerable number of guests. While they were referred to as guests, only a handful were friends of Lu Linha. The majority were relatives, including his uncles and their families. At Lu Linha's insistence, and Meng changed out of the peculiar Santa Claus outfit and donned a more formal black evening gown. Although she had a preference for blue, Lu Linha specifically advised her to wear black. Whether this was a reflection of some peculiar inclination of his, and Meng could only comply obediently, recognizing that the expenses for decorating the villa today would ultimately fall to him. Though Meng had not been married into the family for long, the wardrobe here was quite ample, with an entire closet filled with evening dresses alone. After much deliberation, she finally selected one that she found somewhat agreeable and proceeded to change in the bathroom. Upon stepping out, she approached Lu Linha, whose expression visibly shifted upon seeing her. Setting aside all else, his wife truly was a perfect mannequin. Her naturally graceful figure was accentuated exquisitely by the gown, and the subtly lowered V-neckline only served to enhance her already ample attributes, drawing one into their alluring depths. And Meng could certainly sense where Lu Linha's gaze was fixed. A sudden wave of inexplicable shyness washed over her, causing her to instinctively reach to cover herself, only to pause abruptly. Wait a minute. She was a man. Why should she feel such embarrassment? After all, she had previously roamed freely in the bathhouse without a stitch of clothing. Ultimately, she steeled herself and lowered her hand, pouting slightly as she inquired, "How do I look?" Lu Linha scrutinized her for a moment before slowly responding, "No. Change into something else." What's wrong with this? Lu Linha pointed at her chest, and Meng looked down and realized he was indicating her décolletage. Wear something with a higher neckline. Fine, I will change. Recognizing that he held the upper hand, and Meng could only swallow her indignation. However, the concessions she made only led to further demands. "No, this dress is too short. Choose one that's longer. The sleeve isn't long enough. Pick one with long sleeves." And Meng, now exasperated, exclaimed, "Are you ever satisfied? Why not just wrap me up like a zongzi? That one do. Where would I find leaves that large? I can't believe you're actually considering it." And Meng narrowed her eyes. After all, since it was a suggestion from his wife, how could he not take it into account? Lu Linha chuckled. "What? Are you contemplating a breach of contract?" At the mention of a breach, and Meng immediately softened. Truly the wicked capitalist. After several rounds of selection, and Meng finally settled on a gown that met Lu Linha's approval, and the two made their way to the living room on the first floor. By now, all the guests had arrived, and the once desolate villa transformed into a lively gathering. The Christmas dinner was lavish, with an array of exquisite and expensive dishes adorning the long table. And Meng was experiencing the lavish lifestyle of a wealthy family for the first time. As she gazed upon the exquisite delicacies, her mouth nearly watered in anticipation. Once everyone was seated, and Meng, introduced by Lu Linha, greeted each of the relatives of the Lu family in turn. "Are you Linha's wife?" "Indeed. You are as beautiful as a flower," one relative exclaimed. "Linha is truly fortunate. This wife is far superior to the previous girl from the Ning family," laughed the third uncle. Tian Huifeng, visibly uncomfortable, interjected, "There's something I'm uncertain whether to mention." "What is it, sister-in-law?" "The girl from the Ning family is standing right behind you." The laughter of the third uncle abruptly ceased. Although Meng had been at the Lu residence for some time, it seemed this was the first occasion for many to meet her. Among those present, she only recognized Linha's second and third uncles and did not see Linha's father. Curiosity piqued. She quietly asked Linha, "By the way, where's your father? I haven't seen him." Upon hearing this, Linha's expression darkened. After a moment of silence, he replied slowly, "He has been missing for 10 years. "What? Missing?" "Yes." And Meng scratched her head, apologetic. "I seem to have broached a rather heavy topic." "Not at all. However, I believe he is still alive somewhere in this world. One day, I will uncover his whereabouts. This is also why I have taken over the Lu family," Linha said, his tone somber, concealing his emotions. When he lifted his gaze again, a smile returned to his face, as if nothing had transpired. Family gatherings of the affluent seldom delve into profound discussions. Rather, they are filled with casual banter and amusing anecdotes from the past. Ning Yufei was seated at a nearby table, occasionally interjecting into their conversations to maintain her presence. After all, to her, and Meng was merely a temporary worker, while she was destined to be the true mistress of the Lu family. Thus, she needed to cultivate a favorable impression among the Lu family members. Meanwhile, Meng focused on her meal, finally encountering a feast. Her mind was singularly preoccupied with one thought: indulge. To speak of nothing else, the chef here crafted delightful dishes, far from the bland offerings she had encountered elsewhere. She noticed a creamy slice of cheese on Linha's plate, appearing quite delectable. She pouted, "Why is it that only you have this cheese? Surely, this is favoritism." Linha chuckled, nudging his plate toward her. "If you wish to have it, please do. Since you insist, I shall not hold back." And Meng's eyes sparkled with delight as she cut a piece and placed it in her mouth. Yet, before she could savor it, her expression froze, and she spat it out. "What on earth is this? So sour." Ugh! Beside her, Ning Yufei stifled a laugh, covering her mouth. "That Italian cheese, specially made with added acidity. Ah, he simply adores such unique flavors. Others can hardly tolerate it. I recall last time you were curious enough to try a piece, and you managed to swallow it. How did you end up spitting it out this time?" Linha teased, and Meng swallowed hard, shook her head, and obediently pushed the cheese back. "Can't eat this, you have it." Lu Linha was about to take a bite when Meng suddenly exclaimed, "What a terrible thing. Even dogs wouldn't eat it." Lu Linha's movements froze, prompting a burst of laughter from those present. And Meng's appetite had diminished significantly compared to her past self. It wasn't long before she felt completely full. After satisfying her hunger, the dining table became a rather tedious place for her. In her own home, she would typically retreat to her room to keep her phone company after meals. However, at the Lu residence, she could not act as she used to. After all, she was merely an employee now, and her boss would likely disapprove of her leaving. Thus, she leaned back in her chair, idly playing with her fingers. At that moment, Lu Linha noticed her little fidgeting and inquired, "What's wrong? Do you wish to go back? Would you agree?" She replied, "It's not impossible." "Really?" And Meng's eyes brightened. "Show me your cute side." And Meng instantly narrowed her eyes, realizing that this man was not as benevolent as he seemed. Though she felt an urge to punch that annoyingly smug face, she managed to suppress it. Clearing her throat, she lightly nudged Lu Linha's arm. "Let me go back, dear." As a well-versed president, Lu Linha had encountered numerous women who employed various forms of coaxing. Although Meng's attempt at charm was somewhat clumsy and awkward, it bore a unique flavor when contrasted with her previously rebellious demeanor. Their interaction did not escape the notice of the Lu family. Uncle Tu chuckled, "Look at that. The newlywed couple seems to share a strong bond. It's truly enviable." Even though they were a pretend couple, a faint blush crept onto Meng's cheeks. After all, this steel-hearted man was now recognized as someone else's little darling. Such a stark contrast would make anyone feel a tinge of embarrassment. She then asked, "Can we leave now?" "Go ahead." Just as Meng was about to step forward, Lu Linha spoke again. "Wait a moment." She halted abruptly, impatiently asking, "What now?" Lu Linha gazed at her face for a moment in silence before pointing at his own. And Meng, initially perplexed, suddenly widened her eyes. Was this man suggesting that, after hearing others remark on their affectionate relationship, he wanted her to kiss his face as a further display of their love? "Hey, that's pushing it." And Meng remained still, while Lu Linha tapped his face a few times, seemingly urging her on. Images of the servants' cheerful faces flashed before her, and her fists clenched tightly. "Fine, I'll just go for it." Taking a deep breath, she approached Lu Linha, bent down, and gently pressed her lips against his cheek. In that instant, silence enveloped the room. Even Lu Linha was momentarily taken aback. "What are you doing? Huh? Wasn't it you who wanted me to do this?" And Meng pointed to her own face. Lu Linha fell silent, and after a while he finally began to speak. "I wish to remind you that there are grains of rice on your face." This time, it is Meng who is left astounded. "You wretched scoundrel! How dare you scheme against me?" Chapter 25. The traitor and Meng returned to her room and lay on the bed, engaging in a spirited game with Qi Yi. The match was intensely competitive, with both sides exchanging blows, and soon they found themselves in the climactic final team battle of the late game. The adversaries lay in ambush within the bushes, launching a surprise attack that eliminated their mid laner and jungler. The support quickly initiated the team fight, while Meng, as the ADC, focused on dealing damage and swiftly took down the enemy's 2 carries. Just as victory seemed imminent, a sudden knock at the door startled Meng, causing her to falter and misstep, and in an instant the screen went black. "Goodness, your gameplay is utterly abysmal. Such a prime opportunity for damage," she exclaimed. "Even my grandmother could have wiped them out in that situation. Silly dog, stop barking. Someone's distracting me." "Who is it? Can't be your husband, can it?" "Probably not. He should still be at dinner." "Ah, so you're now quite comfortable admitting he's your husband? You've fallen." And Meng, the girl paused, her anger flaring. "Damn it! Who has fallen? Just say Lu Linha's name. You're doing this on purpose, aren't you? I just wanted to see if you could immerse yourself in the role. Shall we continue?" "Not yet. I need to see who's knocking, ruining my team fight," and Meng declared, rising from the bed to open the door. Upon seeing the figure outside, and Meng was momentarily taken aback. It was not Lu Linha, but rather Butler Sun. "Good evening, Missin," Butler Sun greeted with a smile. "Oh, it's you, Mr. Sun. What brings you here?" "Well, someone asked me to inquire about the expenses for today's Christmas celebration. When does Mr. Lu plan to reimburse them?" I'm not quite sure. However, he did mention he would pay. Could you possibly ask Mr. Lu directly? Most of the items were purchased on credit, and if he doesn't settle the accounts promptly, we might struggle to explain ourselves to the vendors. Wouldn't you agree? Alright, I'll give him a call then. Mr. Lu won't check his phone while dining. Would you consider going to find him in person? He dotes on you. He might transfer the funds right then and there. And Meng felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her. Fine, I suppose. Though reluctant, she understood this predicament was of her own making. By the way, what does dote even mean? Sounds odd. Thank you, Missin. You truly are a kind person. After watching and Meng leave, Butler Sun's smile vanished. He quietly pushed the door open and stepped inside. He approached the bed and reached into his suit jacket, retrieving a spray bottle. Gazing at the bottle for a moment, he took a deep breath and closed his eyes. I'm sorry, Mr. Lu. The bottle contained gas derived from red blood salt. Ordinarily, it would not affect a healthy individual. However, for someone who had consumed a large quantity of acidic food, the scent would generate lethal hydrogen cyanide, potent enough to kill. Butler Sun had employed the same method previously. That day, Lu Linha had consumed rice wine and cheese before Butler Sun had come to the room to spray the cephalexin mist. However, on that occasion, the cheese was mistakenly consumed by Meng, and this time, the only person to fall victim to the poison would be Lu Linha. Thus, he was inescapably doomed. What are you doing? A low, resonant voice suddenly emerged from behind, causing Butler Sun to widen his eyes in surprise. He swiftly turned around to find Lu Linha standing at the entrance, a smile adorning his face. Behind Lu Linha stood 2 men clad in black, whom Butler Sun recognized as Lu Linha's trusted bodyguards. Butler Sun explained, It's nothing, Mr. Lu. I just came to find Missin for a matter, and I wanted to check if the room was in disarray, so I could have the servants clean it promptly. My room seems to be tidied by someone daily, and this is not within your purview, is it, Butler Sun? Indeed. I had a bit to drink today due to the festivities, and I seem a tad muddled. Age does have its drawbacks, leading to such lapses. I hope you can forgive me, Mr. Lu. No worries, I appreciate your efforts. It is my duty. I shall take my leave now, Mr. Lu. As Butler Sun spoke, he strode confidently towards the door, but as he brushed past Lu Linha, the latter suddenly halted him. By the way, Butler Sun, I noticed you were holding a spray bottle earlier. What is contained within? Butler Sun's expression momentarily froze before he swiftly regained his composure. That is... perfume. Perfume? Which brand? It's a specialty brand from France, generally unavailable domestically. Is that so? That is splendid. Our company is currently interested in developing a new line of perfumes. Since this particular fragrance is not available in the country, it indicates an untapped market. I happen to have a friend who specializes in chemistry visiting. Would you be willing to part with it for him to study? Lu Linha remarked with a smile. Butler Sun fell into silence, clearly caught in a dilemma. Yet, he understood it was for the benefit of the corporation, and thus he should not object. Of course not. Butler Sun produced the spray bottle from his grasp and handed it to Lu Linha. Butler Sun was no fool. He realized that Lu Linha had likely sensed something amiss, but without definitive evidence, he could not afford to confront him directly. He understood he was likely exposed. During those few seconds of silence, Butler Sun had contemplated thoroughly. Relinquishing the spray was indeed the most prudent decision. If Lu Linha believed it to be perfume, he might directly open it to take a whiff, thereby succumbing to the poison. Even if he refrained from smelling it now, the bottle would need to be tested to ascertain any suspicions. Butler Sun could seize this opportunity to make his escape. After handing over the spray, Butler Sun stated, "Then I shall take my leave now, Mr. Lu." "Not so fast." Lu Linha handed the spray to one of his bodyguards and immediately blocked Butler Sun's path. "Butler Sun, you have been with the Lu family for quite some years. Haven't you? Over 20 years. How is your family?" "Thanks to your kindness, Mr. Lu, they are well." Lu Linha engaged in casual conversation, clearly intent on keeping him from departing. He is well aware of Lu Linha's character. He is a person who would never afford his enemies an opportunity. It seems he is left with no choice but to fight desperately. As Butler Sun engaged in conversation with Lu Linha, one hand stealthily slipped into his pocket, swiftly retrieving another bottle of spray. However, just as he produced it, a bodyguard behind Lu Linha stepped forward, seizing his wrist and promptly pinning him to the ground. Perhaps fearing this was insufficient to ensure safety, the bodyguard then sat heavily upon him, rendering him immobile. The fox's tail, it seems, has indeed betrayed him, Butler Sun. Lu Linha gazed down upon Butler Sun, a hint of excitement curling at the corners of his mouth. "If I recall correctly, you are a Christian. What you must do next is pray to God and cleanse yourself," eagerly awaiting the future. With the traitor apprehended, he could now draw out the bigger fish behind the scenes. At that moment, a young girl's voice suddenly rang out from a distance. "Old he, so you were here. Perfect, I need to talk to you about the money." And Meng began, but her voice abruptly halted upon witnessing the scene before her. Butler Sun was pinned to the ground by a burly man, his eyes filled with terror and helplessness, while Lu Linha regarded the two with palpable excitement. Coupled with her hearing Lu Linha's words about praying and anticipating the future, the conclusion struck her like a bolt, causing her pupils to constrict in shock. "Lu Linha, is this truly your preference?" Chapter 26. I Might Kiss You, Are You Prepared? This Christmas, Lu Lin and Shou He received both good and bad news. The good news was that the traitor within the family had been apprehended, and the call for counterattack was about to sound. The bad news was, "Stay away from me, you pervert." The young girl looked vigilant, akin to a little lamb spotting a wild wolf. Lu Lin inquired, "I am quite curious how you have misconstrued me as a pervert. Is there any need for misunderstanding? You may have deceived me, but you cannot conceal it from my keen eyes and astute mind. And how does your astute mind interpret the situation? Need I explain? You had a burly man restraining Butler Sun, all the while grinning lewdly. This clearly indicates your preference for muscular men over older gentlemen. How utterly bizarre. Strangely enough, your interpretation does possess a certain merit. Not only Lu Lin, but even the two bodyguards behind him wore expressions of disbelief. They were perplexed as to how such a shrewd boss had chosen such a naive spouse. Could it be that opposites truly attract? Indeed, I now understand why you opted for a sham marriage. It turns out you are a homosexual, and a rather unconventional one at that. And Meng shivered at the thought. Upon learning that Lu Lin was gay, her sense of urgency intensified beyond measure. As she predominantly viewed the world through a male lens, the presence of a gay man standing before her was far more daunting than that of a heterosexual. Lu Lin narrowed his eyes. Are you foolish? If I were gay, why would I kiss you? Precisely because you are gay, that you would kiss. And Meng suddenly paused. Right, she was not a boy anymore, but a girl. If Lu Lin were truly gay, he should feel repulsed by her current female form, and it would be utterly impossible for him to kiss her. Much like herself, she would rather perish than initiate a kiss with a man. Could it be? And Meng raised an eyebrow, realizing something. You are actually bisexual? Lu Lin squinted as he gently patted Meng's head. Be good, and try not to use that brain of yours too much from now on. What do you mean? Do you recall mentioning that someone here deliberately poisoned you? Yes. Butler Sun is the one who poisoned you. Huh? Him? Was he acting on the old lady's orders? This matter has nothing to do with my mother. It was entirely Butler Sun's own doing. How strange. I have no grievances with him. Why would he wish to poison me? He cannot be like a character from a game of werewolf, poisoning anyone he dislikes. Can he? Because the person he intended to poison was not you, but me. In truth, Lu Lin had long suspected that Meng's poisoning was not an accident, but rather a deliberate act. He had dispatched someone to investigate the food, for Meng's reaction stemmed from a disulfiram reaction between alcohol and cephalosporins. By identifying the food containing these substances, he could ascertain the likely culprit. On that particular day, the menu featured just one dish containing alcohol, his alcoholic cheese. This cheese was typically reserved for him alone, but that day, Meng, out of sheer curiosity, decided to sample his portion. Consequently, Lu Lin calculated that the intended target of the poison was not Meng, but rather himself. Moreover, he found it peculiar that after searching the entire Lu household, he could not locate any food containing cephalexin. He was aware that the adversary's method of poisoning was exceedingly subtle, yet the solution was relatively straightforward. Create a flaw that would prompt another attempt. If Meng was shielding him from danger, it was likely that the assailant would strike in a location where only the two of them were present, thereby minimizing the risk of collateral damage. This location, indeed, was their bedroom. Thus, Lu Lin preemptively instructed Meng to return to the bedroom. Should anyone attempt to enter during this interval, they would most likely be the culprit. As it turned out, his deduction was accurate. After a thorough explanation from Lu Lin, Meng grasped the situation. But isn't he your butler? Why would he want to kill you? She inquired. The answer remained elusive, but clarity would soon emerge. Once they apprehended the perpetrator, Lu Lin was confident they would divulge the truth. He possessed an abundance of means at his disposal. After a moment of contemplation, he suddenly recalled something and said to Meng, "By the way, we are to hold our wedding this Sunday." "Wedding? Haven't we already married?" Meng asked. "We merely obtained our marriage certificate. Only a select few are aware, and the ceremony has yet to take place." "Oh, understood. Please ensure you manage the time well and refrain from wandering off that day. Indeed, on the day of the wedding we may need to kiss, so prepare yourself." "All right." "What?" Meng nearly choked on her own saliva. Lu Lin did not allow her the opportunity to retort. After savoring her astonished expression, he contentedly led her away. The following day at the milk tea shop. "What? He wants to kiss you?" Upon hearing Meng's revelation, Ning Yufei sprang to her feet. "Shoo! Keep your voice down. Others are watching us." Ever since Meng learned she was to be kissed, she had spent a restless night, dreaming of Lu Lin passionately kissing her during the wedding. "Aren't you two just acting? Why is it turning real?" Ning Yufei expressed her envy. She felt quite jealous. After all, despite her long association with Lu Lin, he had never kissed her once. Meng's mind flickered back to the day Lu Lin had kissed her fervently, and she muttered softly, "Actually, we have already had a genuine encounter." "What? Ah, it's nothing. I don't know what to do about this." It was amusing to note that while Ning Yufei was nominally her rival in love, she was, in truth, Meng's most reliable ally. As for Qi Yi, she preferred not to discuss him. Earlier that morning, she had approached Qi Yi to inform him of the situation. After a prolonged silence, he had placed a reassuring hand on her shoulder and said earnestly, "Be careful. Get lost. A treacherous friend is unreliable. My only dependable companion is Ning Yufei. Can't you refuse?" How to refuse him? After all, he is the boss. Can he really force a kiss upon you? Indeed, he can. What do you mean by that? Meng was taken aback and quickly replied, "What I mean is, don't you understand him? He will stop at nothing to achieve his goals." Indeed, Ning Yufei's face clouded with worry as she racked her brain, and then her eyes brightened. "I have a plan. Hurry and tell me." Ning Yufei leaned in and whispered a few words into Meng's ear, causing Meng to furrow her brow upon hearing it. "Will this work?" "It will. He has always been terrified of this. As long as you employ this tactic, he will be utterly helpless." "All right then, give me some additional tricks to mix in, ensuring he won't be able to eat that day." "No problem." The two girls reached an agreement, oblivious to the man in black seated at a nearby table, who had been watching them intently from the shadows. Chapter 27. A frantic world in the blink of an eye. Sunday had arrived. According to the customary wedding procedures, The groom would typically visit the bride's home in the morning to escort her. The bride, before dawn, would rise to adorn herself, awaiting her groom in her boudoir. However, as in Meng and Lu Linhe were engaged in a sham marriage, and since she resided in the groom's home, this step was entirely omitted. Nevertheless, she was still roused early, as Lu Linhe had summoned a styling team to prepare her makeup and select her attire. With sleepy eyes, and Meng found herself seated before the vanity, where a flamboyantly dressed stylist approached her from behind. "Good morning, madam. I am your chief stylist for today, Annie." After greeting her, Annie glanced into the mirror and exclaimed, "Oh my, madam, you are truly beautiful. Even without makeup, your features are already exquisite." "Really? So I can skip the makeup?" The girl's eyes sparkled with anticipation. Since her transformation into a female, she had yet to experience the art of makeup. For her, a steadfast tomboy, the notion of applying such products on her face felt somewhat peculiar. The stylist paused, her smile faltering. "Well, makeup is still necessary, considering we are being compensated for our services. Don't worry, you may take the payment, but the work is unnecessary. I approve. If you were to take on a managerial role, you would surely be adored by everyone." Indeed. However, when we arrived, Mr. Lu instructed us regarding one matter. "What was that?" "He predicted you would certainly attempt to halt our work, and that we must absolutely not comply." Wow, he really anticipated that. And Meng sighed, realizing there was no escaping today's preparations. "This won't take too long, will it?" "Rest assured it will be swift." That's a relief. 3 hours later. "Madam, the makeup is complete. What do you think?" And Meng lifted her chin, wearing a face devoid of hope. Do you perhaps have a misunderstanding of the term swift?" "Isn't this swift, madam? We have been working at full speed." With such smooth dialogue, I presume you've played the role of a stone figure quite often. "Haven't you?" And Meng remarked, casting a brief glance at the mirror, and in that instant, she was left utterly speechless. The reflection revealed a girl with rosy lips and pearly teeth, almond-shaped eyes and a delicate complexion, resembling a blooming flower that would never wither. Just one glance was enough to captivate her entire being. Her long hair was elegantly styled, with strands cascading gracefully on either side, exuding an air of both grace and playfulness. "Who on earth is that?" "Madam, you possess such a sense of humor." The stylist chuckled, clearly pleased that the madam seemed satisfied, affirming that their efforts were not in vain. The girl paused momentarily. Satisfied? Indeed, upon witnessing her stunning reflection, she felt an inexplicable sense of contentment. Surely, she wasn't beginning to fall into the vanity that Qi Yi had warned her about? She pursed her lips slightly. "Well, it's not too bad." To her surprise, the madam displayed a hint of pride. "Now, shall we proceed to the next segment?" What? There is more?" "Indeed, while the makeup is complete, the next step involves donning the wedding gown." Wedding gown? If Meng were to traverse back to that day at the amusement park, she would never have anticipated that, despite being a single woman at the time, she would soon find herself wed. Even more astonishing was the realization that she would be the one adorned in a wedding gown. Indeed, this world is utterly surreal. "How are things? She hasn't caused you any trouble, has she?" Lu Ling entered the room, already made up. "Madam is quite compliant with our work." The makeup artist intended to say well-behaved, but upon meeting Meng's fierce gaze, she quickly altered her words. "All done? Let me have a look." The makeup artist rotated the chair, and the girl slowly turned towards Lu Ling, reminiscent of a mentor on a singing competition show. Upon catching sight of her visage, even Lu Ling's composed smile faltered momentarily. Even Mr. Lu looks mesmerized. "Madam, you truly possess an enchanting allure. It seems even someone as seasoned as Mr. Lu has lost some of his composure in your presence." The stylist jested.
Le linge Smiled Finly.
"Of course, my wife will always be the most beautiful." For reasons unbeknownst to her, and Meng was instantly struck with goosebumps upon hearing Lu Ling refer to her as wife. Aren't we supposed to change outfits? Let us hurry." Although she was rather averse to donning the wedding dress, she would rather endure that than be treated like a mere spectacle by Lu Ling. At noon, the security guard at the villa entrance was still engaging in light-hearted banter when a girl clad in a deep brown coat appeared at the door. One of the guards glanced over and immediately stood upright. Miss Ning, what brings you here? A sense of apprehension washed over the guards, for they were well aware that Ning Yufei was Mr. Lu's former girlfriend, and her arrival on such a significant day clearly hinted at an ulterior motive. Isn't today a joyous occasion for Ahi and Enmeng? I have come to present my gift and extend my congratulations. As she spoke, she lifted the bag in her hand. The guards exchanged uncertain glances, hesitant to respond. After all, Ning Yufei was the daughter of the Ning family, and offending her could yield significant repercussions. Yet, allowing her entry without caution could draw Mr. Lu's ire, leaving them in a quandary. Ning Yufei perceived their hesitation and took out her phone, placing it on speaker mode to dial. Hello, Yufei? The voice emanating from the phone belonged to Enmeng. Enmeng, where are you? I'm at the entrance. You arrived quite early. I'm in the fitting room on the second floor and can't come out right now. Just come on in. All right. Ning Yufei hung up and turned to the guards. The guards were taken aback, reflecting on how impressive Mr. Lu was, as this was the first time they had witnessed a former girlfriend and a current girlfriend coexisting so harmoniously. Apologies, Miss Ning, please enter. Ning Yufei nodded with a smile, striding confidently inside. Though the Lu residence was expansive and intricate, her familiarity with Lu Ling made navigation effortless. She ascended to the second-floor fitting room and pushed the door open. This one looks splendid. Old Lu, bring the veil and help Missin wear it. Coming right up. In the room, several individuals were bustling about, yet her gaze effortlessly bypassed them, landing directly on the girl adorned in a white wedding gown. The delicate lace of the gown harmonized beautifully with her fair skin, and her enchanting figure, complemented by the luxurious French train, created a breathtaking tableau simply by standing there. Upon spotting Ning Yufei, Enmeng's previously despondent eyes suddenly sparkled with renewed vitality. Yufei, you're here, she exclaimed, her excitement propelling her forward. However, just as she took a step, she stumbled and fell to the ground. Oh dear, madam! Annie rushed over to assist Enmeng. Be careful, madam. The hem of your dress is quite long and requires someone to guide you while walking. Ouch! That hurts. Who designed this foolish dress? Enmeng grumbled. Wedding gowns are typically like this, madam. Humph, when I have a wife, I certainly won't let her wear something so impractical. You... wife? It's nothing at all. Enmeng suddenly snapped back to reality. What am I saying about marrying a wife? I'm still someone else's wife. She stood up, dusting off her attire, then turned to Ning Yufei, her expression turning serious and her voice lowering. Did you bring the things? Yes, I brought everything quite complete, Ning Yufei replied, raising the bag in her hand. Really? I'm so excited. Let us take a look, Enmeng urged. Ning Yufei glanced around at the bewildered faces of the styling team. What are these two girls talking about? It sounds so peculiar, they murmured among themselves. Confusion etched on their faces. Just as their curiosity piqued, Enmeng added, It's all right. Let them broaden their horizons. Very well, Ning Yufei responded, placing the bag on the floor and retrieving a small box from within. She slowly opened the lid. After a brief moment of tranquility, the changing room erupted into chaos. Help! Chapter 28. The wedding. Why is the Jingshang Hotel closed today? A few passersby paused at the entrance, glancing at the sign announcing the temporary closure. Their curiosity piqued. I heard someone booked the entire hotel for today. Booked it? That's absurd. This is the Jingshang Hotel, one of the most prestigious five-star establishments in the city. The presidential suite requires days of advance booking just to secure a night's stay. Who could possibly manage to reserve the whole place? I believe it's Lu Linha. Oh, that's different. No wonder there are so many luxury cars in the courtyard. It's merely a testament to the Lu family's influence. Despite the hotel's temporary closure, vehicles continued to arrive in droves, transforming the parking lot into an impromptu exhibition of opulent cars. After all, Lu Linha is a well-known young entrepreneur in the city. His wedding has attracted dignitaries from near and far, even guests from other provinces. Although it's a sham marriage, Lu Linha's character demands that even a charade be executed with utmost grandeur. The advantages of wealth. But it's not entirely that simple. I've heard whispers of many harboring animosity towards Lu Linha, plotting against him in the shadows. Who did you hear that from? Just a guess. SNT that how urban novels often unfold? At this moment, Lu Linhe and Meng had already arrived at the hotel, waiting in the backstage lounge. And Meng, adorned in her wedding gown, sat on a chair clutching a bouquet. Unaccustomed to high heels, she had removed her shoes, her bare feet resting on the seat as she curled up into a small ball. Whether it was her exquisite makeup or her adorable posture, she captured Lu Linhe's attention, causing him to gaze at her unbidden. After a prolonged silence, he finally broke the quiet. "Are you feeling nervous?" And Meng looked at him, not responding verbally but instead blinking her eyes and tilting her head slightly. "I asked if you're a bit nervous?" The girl shook her head. "If you're not nervous, then why aren't you speaking?" And Meng remained silent, merely pressing her lips into a smile. For some reason, that smile made Lu Linhe's heart race in an unusual manner. Momentarily taken aback, he quickly regained his composure and said with a smile, "You're right. There's no need for you to feel anxious. After all, this is all a fade. Your family members are all actors I hired, and none of your friends will be aware of the truth." And Meng nodded in agreement. Originally, and Meng's family comprised a father and an older brother, but it seemed they were oblivious to her role as a bride for hire, hence they were not invited. However, Lu Linhe's statement was not entirely accurate. She did have a friend attending the wedding. That friend was Qi Yi. Upon hearing of her impending marriage, he insisted on attending the ceremony, relishing the opportunity for some schadenfreude. Moreover, enjoying a lavish meal without having to contribute a wedding gift was quite the perk. Yet, even with Qi Yi's presence, she felt no trepidation. Rather, she was filled with anticipation. Soon enough, she would demonstrate just how she intended to tease Lu Linhe. The room once again fell into tranquility. Distinguished guests and dear friends, good afternoon. At that moment, the voice of the MC resonated from the stage. According to the wedding protocol, the MC was required to first take the stage and deliver a few words to warm up the atmosphere. Lu Linhe and the invited MC were not ordinary individuals. Rather, he was a renowned host. Upon taking the stage, the audience expressed an extraordinary welcome. After sharing a few brief remarks, the MC swiftly transitioned to the main event. "Now, let us welcome the groom, Lu Linhe." Lu Linhe ascended from the audience to thunderous applause. He took the microphone, and despite the crowd's commotion, his smile remained unwavering. "I am grateful for your presence amidst your busy schedules to witness the love between Miss Meng and myself." After a few words, he passed the microphone back to the MC. Next, it was time for the bride, Miss Meng, to make her entrance. With a grand gesture, the MC directed everyone's attention to the entrance. There stood a young woman in a white wedding gown, holding a bouquet of flowers, gracefully making her way towards Lu Linhe. Strangely enough, while the applause erupted for Lu Linhe's arrival, there was an eerie silence when Meng appeared. After a moment, someone finally broke the silence. "Is that the wife of Mr. Lu? She is truly a vision of beauty. Indeed, I thought Mr. Lu would settle for someone less after parting ways with Miss Ning. But she appears even more stunning. She must be from a prominent family. Absolutely, look at her poise. Although her steps are dainty, there is a hint of urgency in her pace, revealing a desire and impatience to reach her husband while maintaining elegance. Such grace could only belong to a lady of noble birth. The wife of Mr. Lu could not possibly be an ordinary person. Yet, in reality, Meng's thoughts were consumed by the discomfort of her excessively high heels. After a struggle, she finally reached Lu Linhe. The MC announced, "Now, let us have the bride and groom exchange tokens of affection." And Meng handed her flowers to Lu Linhe, who took her hand and slipped a ring onto her finger. Truly, this couple was a match made in heaven. Shouldn't they express their affection? Kiss, kiss. As the crowd cheered, Lu Linhe sighed and murmured, "I anticipated this moment. It seems there is no escaping it." Strangely, despite the sigh, his tone carried an inexplicable lightness, and Meng, momentarily lost in thought, lowered her gaze and gently nodded a few times. Lu Linhe leaned closer, tenderly embracing the delicate figure of the young woman. The MC continued, "I understand everyone is eager, but let us proceed with the ceremony. Miss Meng, do you wish for this man to become your husband and to bind your lives together in matrimony? In sickness and in health, in poverty and in wealth, or for any other reason, do you promise to love, care for, respect, and accept him, remaining forever faithful until the end of your days? And Meng took a deep breath, then exhaled, I do. As the MC continued to speak, he suddenly began to retch. What on earth was happening? He sensed an odd and pungent odor in the air. It was not exactly foul, but it was overwhelming, making him feel nauseous. Fortunately, he had refrained from eating that morning for the wedding banquet. Otherwise, he would have surely succumbed to the urge to vomit on the spot. Hearing the MC's dry heaves, and Meng couldn't help but smirk. It seemed that her and Ning Yufei's plan had been remarkably successful. Ning Yufei's strategy was quite simple. She knew that Lu Linhe could hardly tolerate the scent of garlic. Thus, she had provided Meng with an assortment of garlic varieties: white garlic, purple garlic, Shandong garlic, black garlic, and more. And Meng consumed them one after another, even taking a few swigs of garlic essential oil. With every conversation, the potent aroma would surely dissuade anyone from approaching her. She had no choice. To avoid being kissed in public, she was willing to go to great lengths. Yet, to her surprise, it was Lu Linhe who remained unfazed, while the MC succumbed first. The MC's retching left the audience bewildered, as they were too distant to detect the source of the odor. Hey, what's wrong with the MC? Is he feeling unwell? Someone from the crowd inquired. Why is he gagging? Are the lines not to his taste? As a renowned host, he maintained his professionalism, covering his mouth and waving his hand dismissively. It's nothing. Let us continue. Do you take this woman? Ugh, to be your... He intended to stutter through the proceedings, but Lu Linhe interrupted him. Nodding affirmatively, I do. The MC nodded in return, gesturing to the couple, you two carry on. I have a matter to attend to. With that, he swiftly exited the stage. Lu Linhe turned his gaze to Meng, questioning, is this your tactic? Indeed, if you have the capability, do continue, and Meng replied, tilting her chin with a proud air. To her astonishment, Lu Linhe remained unfazed, smiling as he said, very well, let us proceed. And Meng felt no trepidation. She was certain that Lu Linhe would not harm her. After all, even the MC could not withstand the scent and had left the stage. Lu Linhe, who was allergic to garlic, must have been on the brink of collapse, merely holding on for appearances. However, her moment of triumph was short-lived. As Lu Linhe descended upon her lips, their mouths sealing tightly together, after what felt like an eternity, they finally parted. Yet, once separated, and Meng's expression remained dazed, as if nothing had transpired at all. Chapter 29. After the wine Yufei, why are your tactics ineffective? Upon reaching the stage, Anming felt utterly dejected. I am at a loss too. Logically, Ahe should despise that flavor. Not only Anming, but Ning Yufei was also quite disheartened. After all, she had witnessed the man she cherished sharing a kiss with another girl, a sensation that would unsettle anyone. It should be noted that Lu Lin had never exhibited such intimacy with another girl before. Was he merely acting, or was it a genuine display of affection? Ning Yufei found herself bewildered. Damn it! Anming slammed her hands on the table in frustration. Are you that angry? Of course. If I don't consume garlic, I get kissed. If I do, I still get kissed. So, was my effort in eating that garlic for naught? It is worth mentioning that consuming those cloves was quite a torment for her. They say chili peppers sting the mouth, while garlic pierces the heart, and indeed, this garlic had left both her mouth and heart aching. The reason she endured such suffering was to shield herself from Lu Lin's kisses during the wedding. Ning Yufei paused for a moment before bursting into laughter. As the two were engaged in their hushed conversation, a sound of footsteps echoed from the corridor, prompting them to swiftly part ways. Lu Lin entered the room and halted in his tracks upon seeing Ning Yufei. What are you doing here? Ah, nothing much. I merely came to chat with Anming. You two carry on, Ning Yufei quickly replied before making her exit. After her departure, Lu Lin took a seat across from Anming, his gaze unusually serious. What did you discuss with Ning Yufei? Anming shivered at his intensity. Nothing at all. Really? Then why did she inform you of that tactic? What tactic? Still playing dumb? I have heard that today, Ning Yufei brought a bag of garlic to meet you. If it wasn't her idea, how would you know I can't stand garlic? Confess honestly, what did you tell her? Under Lu Lin's relentless questioning, Anming felt a surge of anxiety. She understood that Lu Lin was a cunning businessman, and her act of divulging information about the faux marriage to Ning Yufei was undoubtedly a breach of contract. The last Christmas gift had already added another year to her term. If he discovered this, who knows how many years it could extend. If this accumulation continued, she might end up like Sun Wukong, imprisoned for 500 years without release. Therefore, she had to devise a way to deceive him. Anming's eyes darted around. I didn't say anything. I just asked her that day what she disliked the most, and she said garlic, so I asked her to bring some over. Is that so? Yes. Then all is well. Otherwise, you know the consequences of breaching the contract. Lu Lin casually examined his nails, his tone nonchalant. Rest assured, boss, I have a firm grasp on professional ethics. Anming saluted him, and then, her gaze flickering, she couldn't help but ask, by the way, Lao He, I have a question. What is it? If you dislike garlic so much, why can you still eat it? Because of this. And Meng was in a state of bewilderment when she observed Lu Linha reaching towards his nose, extracting 2 crumpled napkins from within. You have your schemes, yet do I not possess informants? The following day, the midday sun streamed into the room, illuminating the serene face of the girl asleep within. Her brows slightly furrowed, and gradually, her captivating eyes fluttered open, gazing vacantly at the ceiling. Where am I? Awake? The voice of a man interrupted her thoughts. Turning her head, she discovered Lu Linha lying beside her. Just as she was about to inquire, a sudden, intense headache caused her to frown, instinctively covering her head. Ouch! My head aches. Indeed, it should hurt. You were quite intoxicated yesterday. It would be strange if it didn't, he remarked. Intoxicated? The girl's eyes appeared vacant, as if lost in recollection. Oh right, you took me to toast and I drank a lot. After that, everything is a blur. After Meng and Lu Linha descended the stage, a few guests invited to perform took to the floor, and once they concluded, the banquet officially commenced. And Meng had believed she could finally sit down and enjoy a meal, yet Lu Linha's next words drew her back into her shell. Prepare yourself. We must go toast the guests. Toasting the guests is a fundamental custom at weddings, especially since all present are friends and family, and at the very least, a greeting is in order. Before they began, Lu Linha cautioned her. Can you handle your liquor? This wedding has invited over 100 tables, and with a drink at each table you will end up consuming quite a bit. If you cannot manage, I can get you lighter fruit wine or beverages. And Meng scoffed, are you jesting? Do you know what my nickname used to be? What? Any Jean? A kilogram of baijiu? No beer. Is a kilogram of beer considered excessive? A kilogram of bottle caps. And Meng's drinking style was quite vigorous. Even when holding red wine, she would down it in one go during toasts, leaving no room for hesitation. Applause erupted from the guests wherever she went. Observing her confidence, Lu Linha refrained from stopping her, yet Meng overlooked a critical issue. While she used to be able to drink, this new body might not share the same capacity. As expected, after toasting only a few tables, she began to feel dizzy, and soon after, everything that transpired became a haze. You've truly diluted your capacity, Annie Jean. By the way, you can really sleep. You were out before 9 last night and only woke at 10 today. Are you hungry? The girl touched her stomach, her gaze pitiful. Hungry. Lu Linha sighed, wait here. I will get you something to eat. Thank you, Lao He. Sometimes, being a girl has its perks. At least offering a bit of care. Had she lived with Chi Yi before, the mere question of who would fetch the meal would have led to endless deliberation. Lu Linha got out of bed and opened the door to step outside. And Meng lifted the covers, an inexplicable chill causing her to shiver. When she glanced down, her still-dazed eyes suddenly became alert. Wogange! This exclamation prompted Lu Linha to return to the doorway. What happened? The young girl sat on the bed in a duck-like posture, her expression one of utter bewilderment. The white quilt enveloped her body, yet a portion of her fair skin remained exposed, the gentle curves on either side reminiscent of ethereal mountains shrouded in mist, revealing an air of enigma. Where are my clothes? She exclaimed. They're off, the man replied nonchalantly. With that, a pillow was hurled in his direction. He deftly sidestepped, his brows furrowing in confusion. What are you doing? What do you think? Didn't we agree upon a contract? Why have you unilaterally breached it? How have I breached it? You removed your own clothes. That hardly constitutes a breach on my part. I removed them myself? And Meng paused, then reached under the quilt to explore. What are you doing? Just checking if everything is in working order. Rest assured, everything is original. I have no habit of taking advantage of others. Then why are we sharing the same bed? Have you forgotten? At that moment, Ning Yufei unexpectedly appeared at the doorway. Hey, hasn't Meng woken up? A hint of concern had graced her features, but upon witnessing the situation within the room, she instantly became petrified. After a brief moment, she slowly closed the door. I apologize for the intrusion, she murmured. Chapter 30. Those who claim they can still walk in a straight line are often quite intoxicated. After Ning Yufei closed the door, a profound silence enveloped the two individuals within the room. How could she be here? You drank too much yesterday. Yufei stayed behind to look after you for a while, fearing you might encounter some problems during the night. So she took up residence next door, thought in Meng. She had previously confided in Ning Yufei that their relationship was merely a passing fling. Yet today, Yufei appeared completely exposed. Was this not a blatant recipe for misunderstanding? Her head throbbed even more. How was she to explain this? Explain what? In her eyes, are we not akin to a married couple? Lu Linhe sensed something amiss. No, how do I explain what transpired when I was drunk yesterday? And Meng hurriedly shifted the topic. Realizing how acutely observant Lu Linhe was, even the faintest hint could be detected by him. Lu Linhe gazed at her, paused momentarily, and waved his hand, saying, "Forget it. What's done is done." What do you mean by that victim-like perspective? Don't be coy, Lu Linhe. What exactly did I do yesterday? Please enlighten me. Really want to know? Indeed. Call me husband. Huh? Why? Because I dislike that title. The girl fell silent, but in her quest for the truth, she bit her lip and eventually acquiesced. Husband. No, that lacked emotion. Husband. Too pretentious, not natural enough. Husband. What I desire is naturalness, not self-castration. Lu, are you done yet? Witnessing the girl's frustration, Lu Linhe couldn't help but smile with satisfaction as he began recounting the events of yesterday. To recount, after Meng had succumbed to intoxication, she initially became taciturn, but when they approached another table, she suddenly stumbled. Fortunately, Lu Linhe, with swift reflexes, managed to catch her, though they both ended up drenched in spilled liquor. What's wrong? Lu Linhe asked, observing her dazed expression, the exquisite makeup unable to conceal the flush on her cheeks. He quickly realized that she was indeed drunk, and thus he supported her, saying, "You're intoxicated. Let me help you to rest." However, upon hearing the word drunk, the girl became immediately agitated. Who says I'm drunk? Iemme perfectly fine. Let go of me. See, I can still walk in a straight line. Generally, those who utter such a phrase are already inebriated. And Meng struggled to shake off Lu Linhe's grip, but after a few steps, she nearly fell again, prompting Lu Linhe to catch her once more. Witnessing her state, Lu Linhe decided to forego the toasting ritual, arranged for a private room, and lifted her, departing from the venue. Many onlookers marveled at the retreating figures, expressing genuine admiration. President Lu truly dotes on his wife. And you, President Wang, are not also a devoted husband? Who told you that? Your wife. Lu Linhe had anticipated that, given the girl's temperament, she would resist when he embraced her in public. To his surprise, she obediently clutched the collar of his shirt, resembling a small child fearful of being abandoned. Why was she not struggling this time? Upon arriving in the private room, Lu Linhe gently placed the girl on the bed, with Ning Yufei following closely behind. She claimed to be looking after Meng, but in truth, she was concerned about the potential for any uncontrollable incidents between the two. Ning Yufei had great faith in Lu Linhe's character. As long as Meng remained safe, that was all that mattered. Whether it was the warmth of Lu Linhe's embrace or Meng's inebriation, she had already succumbed to slumber by the time they reached the room. Ning Yufei first asked Lu Linhe to wait outside, then helped Meng remove her makeup, gently wiping her face with a towel and changing her out of the wedding dress into the nightgown provided by the hotel. Once everything was in order, she called Lu Linhe back in, feeling assured enough to leave. Upon entering the room, Lu Linhe initially went to the bathroom to take a shower. When he emerged, wrapped in a towel, He was taken aback to find Meng awake, sitting up in bed. "You're awake?" he asked. The girl glanced at him without replying, slipped on her shoes, and then, her legs giving way, sat back down on the bed. She let out an adorable hiccup, her dazed eyes fixed upon Lu Linha. After a moment, she remarked, "Boss, why is the floor uneven? It's higher on one side and lower on the other. I can't stand straight." "You've had too much to drink and are wearing high heels. It's no wonder you can't balance," he replied. "High heels?" The girl looked down, lifted her foot, and her eyes widened in surprise. "Oh, why am I wearing these? Where are my own shoes?" As she spoke, her small feet wiggled until she kicked off both high-heeled shoes. Lu Linha picked them up and placed them in front of the bed. "These are the shoes you wore today. They're not mine. Only women wear such things. I would never wear them." "Women?" Lu Linha raised an eyebrow in suspicion, then relaxed. Her implication seemed to be that she was still an innocent girl. High heels were generally associated with mature women. After this self-interpretation, Lu Linha reassured her, "Though you may not be a woman, you are a girl, and it is acceptable for you to wear them." "A girl?" And Meng's mouth hung open in disbelief for a while as she pointed to herself. "Am I a girl? Why not? Surely you must be mistaken. How could I possibly be a girl? What I have is certainly larger than yours. If you don't believe me, I can show you." As she spoke, and Meng reached down towards her former male appendage, but upon touching the area, her smile froze. "Where is my little brother? How did he disappear? Oh, so he has gone missing? Do you need me to help you call the police?" Lu Linha dismissed her concern, thinking she was merely speaking under the influence of alcohol, as she had always enjoyed playful banter. Just then, his phone rang. It was someone from the company inquiring about his whereabouts since he had not returned to the venue. He turned to answer the call, briefly explaining the situation before hanging up. As he turned back, the scene before him rendered him utterly speechless. The girl, who had moments ago been impeccably dressed, now stood clad only in a pristine white undergarment, defiantly showcasing her perfect curves. In her inebriated state, and Meng had completely forgotten about her transformation and was solely preoccupied with the notion that her little brother had vanished. In such a predicament, her mind conjured but one solution: to strip down completely for a thorough search. How peculiar. Where had it gone? Lu Lingyi, exasperated, rubbed his temples, regretting that he had allowed her to indulge in alcohol, for had he known she would behave this way, he would have ensured she remained sober. Yet Meng's investigation was far from over. Her hand reached for the strap of her undergarment, intent on becoming even more revealing. Observing this, Lu Lingyi hastily intervened to halt her actions. "Do not undress. First you must sleep. Upon waking, I shall assist you in your search." Her large eyes sparkled with curiosity. "Will you really help me find it?" "Indeed, but you must rest first." Through his gentle coaxing, Lu Lingyi managed to persuade Meng back onto the bed. Just as he sighed in relief, she unexpectedly reached for his towel, yanking it away. "Ah, here." Chapter 31. Sometimes, being big is not always a blessing. The chill of January arrived as expected. The streets were bustling with people clad in thick winter attire, hurrying along against the biting wind. In stark contrast, within the confines of a hotel suite, a young girl donned scanty clothing, appearing utterly out of place amidst the winter's chill. Her delicate skin glowed even more resplendently under the cold fluorescent lights, rendering her an object of undeniable fascination. She fixated intently on the man before her, emitting a low, whimpering sound from her throat, reminiscent of a puppy in distress. The man, frozen in place, found his patience tested. However, he realized that even his tolerance had its limits. "Another moment, and I shall call the authorities," and Meng declared, grasping the phone from the bedside, only for Lu Linha to snatch it away with urgency. The thought of alerting the police was a source of great embarrassment for him. Lu Linha was both amused and exasperated. He had encountered many who succumbed to drunken antics, yet this was his first experience with such a peculiar display. Frustratingly, he could not engage in rational discourse, for the inebriated mind lacks logic. It appeared that a strategic delay was his only recourse. After a moment of contemplation, he retrieved his phone. "Please wait, I shall make some inquiries." He pretended to make a call, then promptly hung up. "I have enlisted someone to gather information," News shall arrive shortly. How long will it take? She inquired. A few minutes. You must remain seated and be compliant, or I shall cease my assistance. And Meng nodded eagerly, resembling a chick pecking at grain. And indeed, she fell silent, her large, crystalline eyes wide open. After a few minutes, Lu Linhe picked up his phone again and continued his charade. Hello, it's me. What? All right, understood. He set the phone down and addressed Meng. I have news. Really? Indeed. Here's the plan. You should take a bath to calm your nerves. I will go find what you need and return by the time you finish. You must keep your promise. A word is a bond. All right. And Meng rose unsteadily, taking a few faltering steps before halting abruptly and turning back. Wait a moment. Lu Linhe paused, asking, What is it now? Who are you? Lu Linhe, you're... He hesitated, contemplating his words. You're what? Old classmate. Given that Meng currently perceived herself as male, declaring himself as her husband would undoubtedly provoke another explosive reaction. Oh, then you're quite decent for an old classmate, she replied skeptically as she entered the bathroom. Once she was inside, Lu Linhe exhaled a sigh of relief. Alcohol often lingers in the human body for up to 24 hours, with the effects of intoxication gradually diminishing after approximately 3 hours. He reasoned that if he could delay the situation, while she might not fully sober up, at least her faculties would be somewhat restored, alleviating the current absurdity. He first shed his bathrobe and donned his pajamas, seeking to avoid any further awkward encounters with the young girl. After changing, he settled into the hotel's rocking chair, exhaling deeply. Just as he intended to enjoy a moment of respite, a girl's voice emerged from the bathroom. Hello, are you there? My brother and I have been kidnapped. Hurry and come save me. The girl's voice was low, as if she were clandestinely conversing with someone. Was she on the phone? Yet her mobile phone was clearly on the bedside table. Could she possibly be concealing a second device? But she was only clad in her undergarments. Where could she possibly hide a phone? Somehow, an alluring thought flickered across Lu Linhe's mind, causing him to squint. Well, it seemed there was indeed a place to hide it. He hastily rose and approached the bathroom door. At that moment, Meng was still talking to herself inside. He claims to be my former classmate, but I remember the names of all my old classmates, and he is certainly not one of them. You can recall all your former classmates, yet you cannot remember your husband, whom you just married today. Lu Linhe pushed the door open, only to find a scene that left him utterly stunned. The girl was not holding a microphone. Rather, she was clutching a shower head. I saw you were using the shower, so I didn't bother you. When you didn't come out for quite a while, I went in and found you had actually fallen asleep. I then carried you to bed, and you've been sleeping ever since. Lu Linhe recounted the events in detail, but Meng kept her head down, seemingly oblivious to his words. You fell asleep? No. Meng covered her face, yet the telltale blush seeped through her fingers. Did I really do that sort of thing yesterday? Meng felt both shy and frightened. It wasn't merely her foolish actions that troubled her. More significantly, she seemed to have exposed her true identity. A person as astute as Lu Linhe would surely discern something amiss from her behavior the previous day. He had previously mentioned that if she were a time traveler, she would undoubtedly be subjected to human experimentation. How infuriating! Who could have predicted that her tolerance for alcohol would be so poor? Even when she had drunk excessively in the past, she had always retained control. This was the first time she had experienced such a blackout. To her astonishment, she had been so bold while intoxicated, clinging to another. With this thought, the flush on her cheeks deepened. My account aligns closely with the actual circumstances. Lu Linhe observed the girl's mortified expression and gently ran his fingers through her hair. However, let us consider this a lesson. I too share some responsibility for being gullible. But you are not to drink again. Do you hear me? Does he not suspect anything? Meng was somewhat taken aback but decided to play along, offering an apology and acting demurely. Oh, by the way, who were you calling with the showerhead yesterday? How could I possibly remember? Besides, does it matter who I called? The other party couldn't hear me anyway. No sooner had she spoken than Lu Linhe's phone buzzed. Mr. Lu, this is a hotel staff member. Chi Yi, who is staying in the presidential suite 2301. Is your friend, correct? Upon hearing Chi Yi's name, Lu Linhe turned to Meng and nodded. Yes, what is it? Please come here for a moment. This guest appears to be inebriated. He has been persistently complaining that the shower in our hotel is unable to connect to the phone. He claims that his friend is currently being kidnapped and insists that we resolve this matter urgently. Chapter 32. The turmoil abroad. When Meng arrived at room 2301, Chi-yi was slumped against the bathroom wall, soundly asleep. Even in slumber, he clutched the showerhead, maintaining a pose reminiscent of a phone conversation. And Meng, exasperated, delivered a gentle kick. Hey, wake up. Chi-yi groggily opened his eyes and, upon seeing Meng, was momentarily taken aback. Beautiful lady, who are you? And Meng's irritation surged. She kicked him again. Who do you think I am? Oh right, I remember now. I must have been a bit out of it. What are you doing here? Shouldn't I be asking you that? How did you end up in this place? Let me think for a moment.
J'y ai fait une contemplation.
Oh, I accidentally drank too much at the wedding yesterday. The staff here mentioned that guests attending Mr. Lu's wedding could stay for free in the presidential suite for the night, so I took advantage of it. After a glance at the toilet, he finally registered his surroundings. Wait, this isn't the presidential suite. Why am I sleeping in the bathroom? What do you think? Chi-yi furrowed his brow. Is the president's usual sleeping place really the bathroom? I've heard tales of hardship abroad, but I never imagined life could be this tragic. Ouch! Why do you keep kicking me? You're still drunk, spouting nonsense. Perhaps. Oh, by the way, I think I had a dream last night where you were calling me with the showerhead, saying you were kidnapped. Ha ha ha, that's quite abstract. How could you possibly do something so foolish, right? Right. Although Chi-yi was awake, the haze of intoxication lingered, and Meng assisted him out of the bathroom, intending to help him catch a cab downstairs. As they stepped outside, and Meng spotted Lu Linha leaning against the doorframe, arms crossed. You. What are you doing here? The girl was startled, her voice softening. There was no escaping the memory of yesterday's scene with Lu Linha, and once again, embarrassment surged within her. Yet, Meng's voice naturally possessed a melodious, sweet quality, and in her softened tone, there was an undertone of playfulness. I came to check on your friend. Truly, friends do share similar drunken behaviors. And Meng shot him a disapproving glance. Anyway, I'm taking him to catch a cab. At the elevator, Chi-ye's gaze remained fixed on Meng. Why are you staring at me? He asked. You're not. Are you? Are you kidding? And Meng replied, puzzled. Leaning closer, Chi-yi whispered something in her ear. The girl blinked, processing the words, and soon her cheeks visibly flushed. What nonsense are you talking about? How could I possibly do that? Then why is your voice so different today? And during the wedding yesterday, when he kissed you, you didn't react. That's not like you. And Meng fell silent, pouting slightly. Well, I had a contract. I couldn't resist. Then just terminate the contract. You make it sound so easy. I don't have that kind of money. How much? I'll cover it. He harbored no selfish motives. He simply could not bear to see his brother suffer. Indeed, that is the case. Truly, then, this 3 million is a matter for Brother H.A. And Meng, with her newfound charm, effortlessly played the role. Alas, 3 million? Before tax or after? Is there truly a distinction? Certainly, one is illegal while the other is lawful. After a moment of contemplation, and Meng finally comprehended what Chi-yi was implying. She playfully punched him, exclaiming, Get lost. What are you thinking? I was referring to the 3 million in penalties. It seems he only borrowed a mere 100,000. The transformation from 100,000 to 3 million truly exemplifies the nature of capitalists. How ruthless they can be. Who could argue otherwise? Therefore, let us have that 3 million, shall we? Chi-yi waved his hand dismissively, stating, I merely mentioned covering my own expenses, not that I possess such a sum. The young woman shook her head. I knew you were a useless oaf. Let us not speak too hastily, he replied. While I may not have the funds, we can certainly earn them. How do we do that? Chi-yi remained silent, merely scrutinizing Meng from head to toe. This might require a bit of compromise on your part. Ache, is this truly feasible? Of course, it is entirely possible. I have numerous friends engaged in this endeavor. But this is my first time. Who hasn't started somewhere? Relax. Once you charm those men, the money will be ours. How can you be certain they are all men? Is that even a question? Who would want to see a woman in this line of work? At that moment, in the cramped room, and Meng was seated before a computer, which displayed a live streaming website. So, your idea of earning money involves me becoming a streamer? Precisely. Absolutely not. I have no experience with streaming, nor do I wish to tread on the edge of propriety. Moreover, if Lu Lin were to see me streaming, it would be akin to courting disaster. After all, the Lu family is quite prominent in this city. Should the public discover that the young mistress of the Lu family is resorting to live streaming for income, it would undoubtedly become sensational news. Fear not, this is not merely any live stream, it is a virtual one. Virtual live streaming? Observe. Qi Yi pointed at the computer screen, where a cartoonish young girl stood at the center. Do you see this? From now on, you shall use this persona for your broadcast. In other words, you are not truly live streaming. You are embodying this character, essentially a role player. You need not reveal your face, and even your identity will remain concealed. No one will ever know who you are. You will simply chat with the audience and play games, treating it as if you were acting. But I am no actress. Trust me, this virtual persona is perfectly suited for you, and only you can portray it convincingly. As Qi Yi spoke, he clicked on the avatar of the anime girl, causing a string of text to pop up on the screen. And Meng recited aloud. Xiao Meng, 18 years old, standing at 165 centimeters and weighing 45 kilograms, with blood type A, was originally a 25-year-old corporate worker. After an unexpected turn of events, she was reborn as a beautiful young girl, now a charming high school student. Due to her family's financial struggles, she is diligently working to earn money, with talents in singing, dancing, rapping, and basketball. What is all this? This character's backstory. Doesn't it resonate perfectly with your own real-life experiences? Therefore, there's no need for you to act. Simply don this persona and be yourself. You've laid bare my secrets. Are you not afraid of exposure? My dear, your experiences, even if merely within a virtual identity, are astonishingly remarkable to the point of disbelief. Have you not heard the adage that the greatest danger lies in the utmost safety? The more proactive you are, the less likely anyone will suspect you. And Meng fell silent, acknowledging the validity of Qi Ye's words. Furthermore, if she could earn money simply by playing games every day, why not? She sighed. All right. How much can I earn monthly? The base salary is 3,000. Oh, then to accumulate 3 million I would need 83 years and 3 months? Chapter 33. Sometimes the truth sounds like a lie. The Lu Group. Lu Linhe was perusing the planning documents for the current quarter in his office when Shen Maoan rushed in. Mr. Lu, if you have something to discuss, there's no need to come in here and reiterate every time. Lu Linhe replied without raising his head. However, Shen Maoan did not engage with his comment but instead approached him with a grave expression and whispered in his ear, Old Sun has died. Lu Linhe paused in his reading, yet his demeanor remained unchanged. How did he die? According to the police, he committed suicide by slashing his wrist in the detention center. Lu Linhe had handed over Butler Sun to the authorities after apprehending him. He did so for 2 reasons. First, the use of extrajudicial punishment is illegal. Since Butler Sun had been sent by someone else, there must be others watching him, and Lu Linhe could not afford to leave any incriminating evidence for his adversaries. Second, as a prominent local entrepreneur, his relationship with the police was relatively amicable, allowing them to expedite the investigation, thereby providing Lu Linhe with a favor in return. However, he never anticipated that Old Sun would perish in police custody. What did he use to cut his wrist? The police reported it was a rusty piece of metal, but if he had indeed committed suicide in the detention center, the guards should have noticed. He was not discovered until the following morning, by which time it was too late to save him. I suspect, don't doubt it. It's likely as you think. Lu Linhe closed the planning document, realizing that this adversary was particularly formidable. Not only had they managed to turn his loyal butler of over 20 years against him, but they had also orchestrated Old Sun's demise within the precinct, an indication of considerable power behind the scenes. What shall we do? Without Old Sun, it will be quite challenging to uncover his backers. Though Old Sun has passed, the actions he took prior will not vanish. We should trace his earlier movements. There may yet be fruitful discoveries. Lu Linhe paused and added, even if we cannot uncover anything, the fact that our adversary has felt compelled to act against us indicates that our group has touched upon something significant. If we persist and intensify our efforts, they will undoubtedly reveal themselves again. Mr. Lu, if all else fails, perhaps we should retreat. We have already achieved considerable success. Faced with Shen Maoan's suggestion, Lu Linhe fell into contemplation. The Lu Group originally began as a beverage company, but under Lu Linhe's leadership, it had ventured into numerous industries, including real estate, pharmaceuticals, scientific research, and the internet. With each expansion, the Lu Group had thrived, and such success inevitably encroached upon the territories of established players, inviting jealousy and resentment. For Lu Linhe, this situation presented both peril and opportunity. If he could topple the hidden forces behind this, it would serve as a warning to others in Nanchang who harbored animosity towards him. Crossing Lu Linhe comes with a price. He pondered for a moment and replied, Mo1, it is indeed true that we find ourselves in a precarious situation. However, having come this far, there is no turning back. Moreover, he took a deep breath. My father remains missing, and I must continue my investigation. Shen Maoan inquired, do you have any information regarding Uncle Lu's disappearance? Lu Lin hesitated before recounting the past. When his father, Lu Hui, vanished without a trace, it was entirely unexpected. Even the police could find no leads. The sudden disappearance of the group's highest leader left the once thriving Lu Corporation in disarray, with elders either fleeing or resigning, plunging the prosperous enterprise into chaos. During this tumultuous time, the young Lu Lin was compelled to ascend to leadership, shouldering his father's burdens. After taking charge, he dedicated himself to rejuvenating the company. He first contributed his own shares to stabilize the upper management, subsequently hiring talent at generous salaries, enhancing employee benefits, and broadening the company's visibility, all while remaining hands-on in every matter. Within a few years, the once near-defunct Lu Corporation experienced a remarkable revival, surpassing its former glory. While Lu Lin was revitalizing the conglomerate, he did not neglect the search for his father's whereabouts. He meticulously reviewed all the financial records of the Lu Corporation, discovering some intriguing clues. Just before his disappearance, his father had intended to venture into a new industry, specifically the research sector. This marked the Lu Corporation's inaugural foray into a different field, and just as they began to establish themselves, Lu Hui mysteriously vanished, halting the project in its tracks. Lu Lin sensed that there was something amiss, for the research industry in Nan City was notoriously complex and not easily navigable. Given his capabilities at that time, entering the field seemed utterly implausible. Thus, he resolved to proceed cautiously, gradually expanding the Lu Corporation until he was confident in its economic strength before officially entering the research domain. Shen Maoan remarked, isn't this judgment merely speculative? Indeed, it is merely conjecture, Lu Lin conceded. However, our entry has already provoked a strong reaction from the other party. Even if my assumptions do not hold, there are undoubtedly hidden secrets at play. To uncover the truth, we must persevere. As he spoke, Lu Lin's expression grew solemn. Just wait and see, Mo1. What follows will be even more thrilling. Brothers, the most exciting part is here. My blind monk executed a phenomenal maneuver while gliding through Tianyin Wave, sneaking up on him, adjusting my position with R, and colliding him into my Tianyin Wave, forming a triangular kill. Wasn't that impressive? At her computer, and Meng was reviewing her recent spectacular play with the blind monk, while her screen was inundated with comments. Demoness. Xiao Meng 666. Wushuang can do on. Even Master Ma couldn't pull off that move. You did? You're even more incredible than him. Moo moo. Xiao Meng's skills are amazing, truly not like a girl. A week had passed since Meng began her broadcast. During this week, Meng has been streaming from home for more than 8 hours each day. Although she hasn't achieved significant fame, thanks to the guild's promotional efforts, she has managed to cultivate a modest audience. This job is relatively effortless. She merely needs to play games and engage in casual conversation. Fortunately, her gaming skills are commendable, placing her at the suburban master level. While not among the elite players, she is certainly proficient. Although relying on this income to repay debts may be unrealistic, she can at least begin to build her own little savings, allowing her to spend without having to consider the opinions of Lu Lin and he. A viewer posed a question. Is the streamer male or female? However, Meng paid no heed to the barrage of comments, focusing solely on her gameplay. To avoid distractions, She even disabled the comment notifications. An old viewer replied, "The streamer was male before, but now identifies as female." This background narrative provides a certain advantage, as it allows her to speak candidly without fear of skepticism. Even if she claims to be male, no one would doubt her authenticity, merely perceiving her as loyal to her character. The current era is indeed surreal. When one speaks the truth, it is often met with disbelief, while falsehoods are accepted as reality. Another viewer inquired, "Is the streamer a transgender person who underwent surgery?" To which Moo responded, "No, Xiaomeng is a reincarnated being. A charming girl." The same viewer retorted, "Impossible. Is there truly anyone capable of reincarnation in this world?" Yifei coldly replied, "Stop flaunting your intelligence. It's evident this is a virtual streamer's character setup. The streamer is clearly a girl." Another viewer remarked, "The internet is rife with deception. Voice changers have become commonplace. You naive shut-ins are easily fooled." Long Xing Tianxia added, "Indeed, although the streamer's voice is feminine, her tone and mannerisms are distinctly masculine. It's highly probable that she's a male masquerading for profit. Even if she isn't, she undoubtedly resembles a formidable tank."
Xiao Fei Dao interjected, FFFFFF.
Long Xing Tianxia exclaimed, "Are you really pressing that button, buddy? This is truly like an elderly woman crawling into bed, and it's making me laugh." The atmosphere in the live stream was filled with merriment. Yet, and Meng, engrossed in another match, remained blissfully unaware that the direction of the chat had gradually shifted. At that moment, her mind was singularly focused on one thought. Where was Zhao Xian? Chapter 34. Live streaming incident. Yet another match secured the MVP title. Truly, I am exceptional. After indulging in a moment of self-adulation, and Meng clicked to start another game. While waiting for the match to begin, a sense of ennui crept in, prompting her to pick up her phone and scroll through videos to pass the time. It was then that she noticed a message from Qi Yi. "Stop messing around. Your live stream is about to explode." Explode? And Meng felt perplexed. Wasn't the live stream virtual? How could it possibly explode? However, upon witnessing the overwhelming barrage of comments flooding the screen, her eyelids involuntarily twitched. What on earth is happening? The comments swiftly turned into a cacophony of accusations against her. Initially, there were a few defenders, but soon someone exclaimed, "Your streamer isn't even defending herself. What are you all still clamoring about?" Exactly, fraudulent streamer, refund, refund. As the uproar in the live stream escalated, and Meng felt her head spinning. Although she currently identified as a woman, the moment viewers labeled her a man. A wave of anxiety washed over her, as if her secret had been unveiled. She messaged Qi Yi, "What should I do?" Moments later, Qi Yi replied, "First, clarify the situation for them. They are merely mistaken. Once that is resolved, things should settle down." And Meng grasped the microphone and declared, "Stop, please." The streamer was engrossed in a game and didn't see this. "I am not using a voice changer. Is that really true?" "I don't believe it," someone retorted, echoing a classic line from Lu Yu. And Meng felt a headache coming on, but the remark held merit. Without evidence, her word alone would not convince them. Who could have imagined that live streaming could be so troublesome? It was true. Earning money was never an easy feat for reasons unknown. The image of Lu Lin and his infuriatingly smug face suddenly flashed through her mind. How dare he be so successful? She furrowed her brow in contemplation, and then, an idea sparked in her eyes. "If you don't believe me, I can play a song on my phone for you. That should prove my point, right? What difference does playing a song on your phone make compared to using your computer?" There is indeed a difference. If I were using a voice changer, external sounds would be altered as well, and the music from my phone would surely be pitch-shifted. If the song remains unchanged, it would verify that I am not using one. The barrage of comments quieted for a moment, and Meng took out her phone and began playing music. "Can you hear it?" "I can't hear anything." "Has the streamer muted the ambient sounds?" "You need to disable that. Otherwise, all sounds apart from voice will be silenced." "Mute ambient sounds? Where is that option?" It seems the streamer is quite the fool. She might as well restore the default settings. "Oh, what a splendid idea." And Meng promptly clicked the option to restore defaults. She then opened her music app and asked, "How about now? Can you hear it?" At this moment, an eerie silence enveloped the live stream, as if the previous commotion had merely been an illusion. Hello? Why is no one speaking? After a brief pause, the barrage of comments surged once more, but this time, the tide had completely turned. Forgive us, dear wife. We were in the wrong. Please grant us your forgiveness. May I inquire, how many fan points does the host need to achieve verification? Not only had the comments shifted, but the gifts also began to pour in, with planes and rockets overwhelming in Meng, who found herself unable to express her gratitude. What did this mean? Wasn't it merely a demonstration that she hadn't activated a voice changer? Did they really need to react so fervently? Just as Meng was pondering this, another comment floated by. The host's figure is truly splendid. Figure? Her animated persona was as flat as a board. How could anyone discern her physique? Curiously, she glanced at the video feed in the lower right corner of her screen, and upon realizing, she was momentarily stunned. The image displayed was not that of her animated character, but rather of a girl. The girl wore a V-neck, Korean-style green knitted top, and although her lower half was mostly obscured by the camera, it was evident she donned a pair of light blue pajama pants. This seemingly simple attire, complemented by her delicate collarbone and graceful form, transformed her allure into that of a spring blossom, unapologetically vibrant even beneath layers of clothing. Looking upward, one could see the girl's petite, rounded chin, her soft, pink lips slightly parted. If she were not moving, one might mistake her for an exquisitely crafted doll. Regrettably, the camera was rather unappreciative, capturing only the vicinity of her mouth. Yet, even without a full view of her radiant features, the audience's imagination was already ignited by the glimpses of beauty they beheld. And Meng's mouth hung agape, her expression one of utter bewilderment. Who was this, and how did she find herself in her live stream? Moreover, she seemed rather captivating. This chest, this waist, this skin. She was not inferior in any regard. She stared for a considerable time, only to suddenly freeze. Wait a moment. Why did that outfit seem so familiar? And Meng focused intently on the clothing displayed on her computer screen, then glanced down at herself, and subsequently back at the screen. Goodness, is that not me? At that moment, Chi Yi also sent a message. Bro, why did you restore the default settings? The virtual host's camera was originally set separately. Restoring to default means it's now displaying the original camera. What should I do? End the stream. I'll contact the guild for assistance. And Meng, disregarding everything else, was too frightened to speak, hastily shut down the live stream. After ending the broadcast, she held her breath, too anxious to exhale. If Lu Linha found out. In the dimly lit room, her pleading and the man's smile flashed through her mind, causing her to shudder inexplicably. She was in for a world of trouble. Fortunately, the camera on her computer was positioned low, avoiding a direct shot of her face. Furthermore, she was not a well-known streamer. Who was Lu Linha? He was the leader of the Lu group. For someone of his stature, even celebrities had to bow and scrape. Thus, he would undoubtedly remain oblivious. Indeed, he would not be discovered. Comforted by this notion, and Meng managed to regain her composure. Yet, unbeknownst to her, despite her cessation of the broadcast, gifts and comments continued to flood her live stream, with her popularity even surging. Lu Corporation. Lu Linha entered the general manager's office.
Montag wen.
Arrange for several bodyguards to accompany you on your way back. As the general manager of the corporation, should anything happen to me, they might turn their attention towards you. Shin Maoan leaned back in the executive chair, glancing at his phone as he replied, Rest assured, I've already taken care of it, with strikingly beautiful and well-endowed bodyguards. Well-endowed and beautiful? Are your bodyguards serious? No, I meant strong and robust, Shin Maoan replied without lifting his gaze. What are you so engrossed in? Our internet department has a live streaming website, you know. I just passed by that department and overheard the staff discussing a virtual host of ours who, after less than a week of broadcasting, accidentally revealed her true self today. Now, her live stream is experiencing an explosive influx of traffic, and even our department is aware of it. Although she hasn't fully shown her face, her figure is quite impressive. Would you care to take a look? Lu Linha narrowed his eyes, exclaiming, Aren't you a bit bored? Don't you find this intriguing? Moreover, there's a fascinating aspect of human nature, curiosity. If you stumble upon something yourself, you may find the girl unremarkable. However, if you hear others rave about her figure and beauty, your curiosity is piqued, is it not? Not at all. Come on. Stop pretending to be a gentleman. Here, take a look. With that, Shin Maoan turned his phone screen towards Lu Linha. Lu Linha cast a cursory glance, but his brow suddenly furrowed, and he could not divert his gaze. See? Quite captivating. Isn't it? You always do this, claiming disinterest, yet your body betrays you. Lu Linha withdrew his gaze, choosing not to respond to Shin Maoan's jest. Oddly enough, was it merely his imagination? This figure and attire. He felt as though he had seen them somewhere before. Chapter 35. The Cat and the Mouse. Mr. Lu, you have returned so early today? The newly appointed butler was surveying the villa when he received a call from Lu Linha, instructing him to wait at the entrance. Lu Linha nodded and inquired, "Has my wife left her room at all after 3 this afternoon?" The young lady? No, she has remained indoors all day, even having her meals delivered to her. Has she gone out at all in the past few days? It seems she has not ventured outside at all in the past week. Our live streaming platform has a virtual host who, having only streamed for less than a week, accidentally revealed her true identity today. The words of Shin Maoan unconsciously flashed through his mind. A week? He recalled that a week ago, and Meng had suddenly asked him for a computer, claiming she was too bored and wanted to play games. Despite her fiery temperament, when it came to asking for favors, this little wild horse could instantly transform into a gentle lamb, her enchanting gaze drawing one into a realm of tenderness. Though he had not verbally agreed, the very next day he had provided her with a top-of-the-line computer, complete with a full set of gaming peripherals, including a desk and chair. Even Shin Maoan had teased him, saying, "Just wait and see how spoiled that little girl of yours will become." Recalling this, Lu Linha's expression darkened as he quickly made his way into the estate. If memory served him correctly, he had indeed purchased a similar piece of clothing for Meng. When she first arrived at the Lu household, her impoverished background meant she had brought very few clothes, all of which were old and tattered. Therefore, Lu Linha had taken her shopping, and that day the clothes they bought filled an entire cart. He vaguely remembered that she had tried on this particular item. Similar physique, familiar attire, a computer from a week ago, and testimonies of her not stepping outside for an entire week. Each piece of evidence pointed towards Meng. Lu Linha was not one to make judgments without certainty. So before leaving the company, he had visited the internet department to have them trace the IP address of this virtual host. The results confirmed his suspicions. The address was indeed located near his residence. Were it in a bustling area, he might have hesitated to draw conclusions, but knowing that his home was within a few kilometers of his territory, Lu Linha was certain Meng was seeking to earn money to terminate her contract sooner than expected. However, he never anticipated she would resort to this. Since she had not disclosed this to him, it was likely out of fear of the repercussions he might impose upon discovering her actions. After all, the third clause of their contract stipulated that during the impersonation period, she must uphold the good family image of the principal party, and any negative repercussions could lead to corresponding penalties. Yet, Lu Linha did not mind Meng having her own side job. It was merely the fact that she feared his knowledge of it that prompted him to consider a form of punishment. Oddly enough, although he typically held little interest in such cat and mouse games, today he found himself inexplicably intrigued. As for how to penalize her, he had already devised a plan. But he knew well that this girl was no fool. Without solid evidence, she would certainly not admit to anything. Much like the police investigating a case, even when the perpetrator is identified, one must gather irrefutable evidence to secure a conviction. Therefore, he intended not to alert the adversary prematurely but to first procure the necessary proof, rendering her speechless. The mere thought of the girl's reluctant yet submissive expression quickened his pace. Upon entering the villa, he made no detours, heading straight for his bedroom. As he approached the door, he heard the sounds of a mouse and keyboard, accompanied by the girl's fervent exclamations. "This foolish assistant, don't go." His steps faltered momentarily before he forcefully pushed the door open. Inside the room, the girl, adorned with a headset, was deftly maneuvering the keyboard and mouse, her beautiful eyes fixed intently on the screen. Her playful feet had escaped the confines of her slippers, with only the tips resting lightly upon them, a testament to her concentration. The maid, Xanshi, stood nearby. Upon seeing Lu Linha, she was momentarily taken aback, and just as she was about to speak, Lu Linha gestured for silence. Oh no, I've been overwhelmed. How could this brainless player have a mere score of 3-0? Wait, that's me. And Meng sighed, removing her headset. At that moment, she caught a glimpse of something beside her and turned to see Lu Linha, causing her to leap from her chair in surprise. Wow, when did you return? She exclaimed. Just now, when you were cursing yourself, he replied, approaching and leaning against the gaming desk. I heard you haven't stepped outside in a week? Indeed, I've had nothing to do lately, so I've just been gaming at home. And Meng replied. Though Lu Linha's gaze was fixed on her, his peripheral vision wandered to her computer screen. And Meng's desktop was quite tidy, featuring only the computer icon and a few game shortcuts, devoid of any streaming software. His attention shifted to her gaming client ID, which was amusingly titled Night Raid on Widow Village. Prior to his return, he had checked the previous gaming ID of that streamer, which seemed to be Little Dream, indicating it was not the same. He withdrew his gaze, rising to his feet. Just gaming? Have you considered doing something else, perhaps streaming? The girl's expression faltered momentarily, and then she rubbed her nose and waved dismissively. Oh, how could I possibly stream? What decent person engages in such things? Lu Linha nodded. Continue your game. I have some matters to attend to. With that, he turned to leave. Watching his retreating figure, and Meng exhaled in relief. Although she reassured herself that Lu Linha likely wouldn't discover her secret, an undercurrent of anxiety lingered within her after the stream. After all, the previous Lu Linha seemed to possess an uncanny awareness, sensing even the slightest disturbances. It was conceivable he might uncover her this time as well. Thus, she changed her attire, deleted all traces of her streaming activities, and even logged out of her gaming account, switching to Chi's account to obliterate any evidence. Her caution was warranted, for her opponent was exceedingly formidable. Just as she exhaled in relief, Lu Linha unexpectedly turned around and approached the wardrobe, pulling it open, and Meng's tension resurfaced. What are you doing? She inquired. I suddenly realized I haven't bought you any clothes in quite a while. Let's select a few unworn items to donate and make some space in the wardrobe. I will purchase new ones for you. Lu Linha began to sift through the garments within the wardrobe. If he could locate those two specific pieces, he would be able to substantiate his hypothesis. However, after examining each item, he found neither the green knitted sweater nor the denim jeans. It seemed they had been concealed. Nevertheless, Lu Linha felt no concern, for the butler had mentioned that Meng had not left her bedroom all day, which meant those two pieces could only be hidden within this very room. He closed the wardrobe door and opened his own, muttering to himself, Curious, where has my suit gone? With that, he commenced a thorough search of the room, peering under the bed, rummaging through drawers, and even checking the garments hanging up. Yet all efforts yielded no results. And Meng advised, well, if you can't find it, let it be. You, the esteemed President Lu, are not lacking in attire. No, that suit is of great significance, he insisted. However, despite Lu Linha's exhaustive search of the entire room, the suit remained elusive. How could it possibly be missing? He pondered, his gaze shifting towards the ensuite bathroom. Indeed, the bathroom was connected to the bedroom. Just because the butler had not seen Meng leave did not imply she had not ventured into the bathroom. He promptly strode into the bathroom. The layout was straightforward. A sink, a toilet, a bathtub, and a washing machine. The only potential hiding place was that washing machine. Lu Linha approached it, placing his hand on the lid. Just as he was about to lift it, the young woman behind him grew anxious. Hey, wait a moment. Chapter 36. With a machete in hand, I am Meng. Remember my name. Hey, wait a moment. At the sound of the girl's call, Lu Lin hesitated, turning back to her. What is it? And Meng trotted over, her expression flustered. The washing machine contains my clothes, not your suit, so just don't look. Okay? Observing the urgency in her eyes, Lu Lin chuckled softly. It's fine, I'll take a peek. What if there is something of mine inside? Just as he was about to lift the lid, Meng grasped his arm tightly. There really isn't anything. Lu Lin froze, feeling the warmth of her embrace despite the fabric between them. This girl. Was she deliberately trying to distract him? She was quite naive, for she should know that a man ought not to be interfered with in such a manner. Yet, reflecting on her previous unguarded actions, he considered himself fortunate for his self-control. Had it been another man, she might have been transformed into a true lady by now. Stealing his resolve, he inquired, "Why are you reacting so strongly? Is there something inside that I shouldn't see?" And Meng momentarily lost her words, then nodded vigorously. "Yes, you absolutely cannot look. Is that so? Now I feel compelled to see it. Wow, if someone doesn't want you to see, why must you insist? Are you out of your mind?" He lowered his gaze, locking onto her bright eyes, a smirk playing at his lips. "Oh, is that what you think? You only just realized?" And Meng's expression turned vacant, her mind momentarily blank. She had encountered shamelessness before, yet this level of audacity was unprecedented. If she did not step back soon, any further complications would be her own responsibility. Seeing her flustered demeanor, Lu Lin felt an inexplicable delight and entertained the idea of teasing her further. Upon hearing his words, and Meng recalled the events of her wedding day, causing her to instinctively retreat several steps. Zhao Dahan had been frightened into poverty, while she, and Meng, was terrified of this fellow. "What's the matter? Are you scared?" Lu Lin asked, satisfied with her reaction. And Meng, attempting to maintain her pride, retorted, "Sorry, but my mother doesn't allow me to play with fools." Noting her resistance, Lu Lin felt even more confident in his intentions. He reached out, lifting the washing machine lid, and extended his other hand inside. This washing machine was designed with a side-opening door, making it difficult to discern its contents without extracting them. As his hand rummaged through, he grasped an item, raising an eyebrow in curiosity. "What is this garment? Why does it feel so peculiar, so bulky?" Upon extracting the item, his expression instantly stiffened. "What is this?" Beside him, Exine Chen blushed at the sight, hastily covering her eyes. "Ah, what are you taking that out for?" And Meng rushed forward, snatching the object from Lu Lin's grasp and concealing it behind her back. Lu Lin crouched down to peek inside. "Is this what you washed?" "No." "Then what is it?" "Something that hasn't been washed yet." Lu Lin stared at his own hands, overwhelmed by an unprecedented loss of composure, a rare occurrence in his expression management. He glanced at Meng, bemused, and asked why she hadn't warned him. And Meng, wide-eyed in shock, retorted, "I already told you there was nothing of yours in there. You insisted on looking. Could you not have stated it more explicitly?" He replied, "Wow, you yourself admitted to being a pervert. If I divulged what was inside, would that not be rewarding you instead?" This left Lu Lin momentarily speechless. He never imagined that a person as cautious as himself would one day inadvertently shoot himself in the foot. "Hey, old pervert, do you still want to look? I have other styles." She called out, "Hey, don't leave. These have all been washed." Lu Lin strode ahead while she pursued him until he was finally ushered out of the bedroom. Once she was sure he had departed, and Meng set her hands down and picked up a piece of fabric that resembled a handkerchief. He shouldn't have noticed, right? "I doubt it, Mississippi. We hid it so well. All right, we must handle this properly later. Don't let anyone else see." "Understood." Exine Chi unbuttoned her employee jacket, revealing Meng's green knitted sweater and jeans beneath. Just you wait, Lu Lin. What good is being clever when you're still being toyed with?" Satisfied, and Meng looked like a sly little fox, proudly accentuating her waist under the soft lighting, which cast her smug reflection upon the wall. A week later. "Thank you for the rocket, big boss. Thanks for the plane, Xiao Meng, that gave me a cavity. Thanks for the super fire. I really want to be a good kid with Xiao Meng." Seated before her computer, and Meng played games while sweetly responding to her fans' gifts. "Thank you. Oh no, I died. Stop sending gifts. I've been wrapped up." After her untimely demise, her voice shifted from a delicate pitch to a more robust tone. "Ha ha ha. Xiao Meng has revealed her true self. Now that's the voice we were expecting. Feels good. As the saying goes, when standing at the forefront, even pigs can fly." And Meng, who once doubted this, now found herself somewhat believing it. The exposure from the camera not only aroused Lu Lin's suspicions but also attracted a substantial influx of viewers. With a crowd, peculiar ideas emerged. Some netizens even concocted strange and embarrassing nicknames to send gifts to Meng, eager to see if she would read them aloud. Who was Meng? She was the renowned tough girl from Nanjing, known for her fierce reputation. Regardless of how embarrassing the usernames were, she read them with a straight face and even complimented some of the more creative ones. Initially, the viewers were merely curious about the virtual streamer who had inadvertently appeared on camera, but after watching for a while, they realized not only was her gameplay impressive, but her fearless reading of usernames was equally remarkable, leaving them thoroughly captivated. There are even video creators who have meticulously edited her clips and uploaded them online. The content quickly gained widespread attention, resulting in an increasing number of viewers in Onming's live streaming room. Initially, Onming harbored concerns that live streaming from home might raise suspicions in Lu Linhe, yet ever since that day, he has not shown any signs of doubt and has been returning home quite late each day. Even when he occasionally arrives early, she has arranged for informants to notify her, enabling her to turn off the live stream before Lu Linhe enters the estate. Although it is rather perilous, there is no alternative. After all, only here does she have access to a computer. Venturing out to acquire a new one would require a significant investment. As the saying goes, people often perish for wealth, and while her daily streaming income is substantial, she is determined to save every penny to reach her contractual earnings as swiftly as possible. At this point, another comment appeared on the screen. Visitor 15341. Since the host persona is a male-to-female transformation, may I inquire if the host prefers men or women? Onming glanced at the comment, knowing full well her preference leans toward women. After all, who would find men appealing? She spoke with great conviction, entirely forgetting that, in reality, she is a married woman. Visitor 15341. Is the host a butch or a femme? Huh? What are you talking about? I cannot comprehend. Never mind. Can the host call me husband? There's a reward for that. Onming felt a surge of annoyance. How dare this person, under the guise of a level 0 visitor, persist with such inquiries and then push his luck? I must inform you. Notification. Visitor 15341 has gifted Xiaoming 10 super rockets. Oh my, how generous. Dear husband. Meanwhile, Lu Linhe, engrossed in his work at the company, suddenly sneezed. Chapter 37. Love for the country and the beauty boss. Old Sun's matter has been settled. The middle-aged man, clad in black, gazed out at the scenery beyond the floor-to-ceiling windows without turning his head. Is it safe? Safe. He committed suicide. We merely facilitated the timing, ensuring the inside wouldn't discover it too soon. That's good. The man sighed. I knew the same trick wouldn't work on that fellow. I didn't expect him to detect such a covert method. Truly, he is his father's son. Boss, are we still going after Lu Linhe? Although we initially held the advantage, we've lost it now. Lu Linhe is already on high alert. Any further action will certainly be met with his vigilance. You are correct, but once the bow is drawn, there is no turning back. Since we have made our move, we must see it through. What do you mean? I have already arranged for professionals. Indeed, when it comes to specialized matters, it is best left to those with expertise. On Saturday afternoon, Qi Yi was working at his computer. With his supervisor absent, he seized the opportunity to scroll through short videos on his phone. As an office worker, the only time he truly felt alive was when he indulged in distractions during work hours. Working was merely a means to earn money for his boss, while slacking off was a way to profit from that very endeavor. The more he slacked, the more he earned. However, his brief respite was interrupted by an incoming call. He straightened up and answered, Hello, what's up, Meng? On the other end was Meng. Ah Che, did you see that someone gifted me 10 super fire tokens today? I did. Didn't he also ask you to call him husband? Qi Yi replied, his tone subdued. Though as Meng's closest friend, he wished for her success. Witnessing her earn in a single day what he could not accumulate in a month left him feeling somewhat discontented. This was the proverbial fear of seeing your brother struggle, yet also of seeing him drive a luxury vehicle. Yes, but the issue is that the person isn't male. She's female. Huh? A woman? Yes. According to the rules, isn't it stated that 1 super fire token qualifies for a verification? So, I added her on my work WeChat. And guess what? What? Initially, I was indifferent to her, but she unexpectedly revealed that she is a girl. Moreover, she is a lesbian. And then, she sent me a photo of herself. Wow, she is breathtaking. Absolutely vivid. Where did you learn such abstract expressions? Can you be more specific? She has long, wavy blonde hair. Oh, so she is a sister who enjoys styling her hair? She hasn't styled it. Chi paused for 2 seconds. Wait, you're throwing a lot of information at me all of a sudden. You understand what I mean. However, I suspect that photo might be from the internet, but she said if I didn't believe her, we could video chat as proof. Wait, you want a video chat with her? Yes. After all, she is my top supporter. A video call is not too much to ask, and Meng asserted confidently. In reality, she had merely heard that the other party was a girl, so she was curious to see her appearance. Brother, you are a virtual streamer. How can a virtual streamer reveal their face? The last time you showed half of your face was already a sensational news. If you were to reveal your entire visage, it would surely be impossible to keep it concealed from Lu Lin and the others. You make a valid point. Qi Yi continued to persuade her. Now that you have become a streamer, you must possess the awareness that comes with the role. You are a virtual streamer with a two-dimensional persona. Although you are quite charming in reality, many fans prefer the two-dimensional realm and show little interest in three-dimensional girls. If this leads to a decline in popularity, not only will your earnings diminish, but the guild will also hold you accountable. Rest assured, I shall uphold the professional ethics of a streamer. And Meng vowed earnestly. Indeed, the current traffic is your own domain. As the saying goes, it is easy to conquer a land, but difficult to defend it. How you safeguard this opportunity depends entirely on yourself. Enough of this, Ache, look at my WeChat nickname. Qi Yi opened in Meng's WeChat and found that her name had been changed to Love the Kingdom. He chuckled softly. Well, you have this awareness. I feel assured. Just as Meng was about to say something else, her phone suddenly chimed with a message notification. Top sister. Xiao Meng, I just finished my shower. Should we video now? Ache, I have something to attend to. I must hang up now. Alright. After hanging up, Qi Yi intended to exit and Meng's WeChat interface, but inadvertently clicked into her moments. When he returned to the personal interface, he suddenly froze. Was it his imagination? Why had Meng's nickname suddenly transformed into Love the Kingdom, even more Love the Beauty? And Meng, having ended the call, eagerly opened the video. What ethics, what consequences, all were cast aside in the presence of beauty. After all, this was a stunning sister who adored girls, and she was currently the most promising candidate for a romantic connection. Although the concept of a loving relationship between girls sounds simple and beautiful, encountering another girl who shares the same affection often proves to be quite a challenge. It was then that Meng realized that, including the previous interactions with Xian Shi and Ning Yufei, she had already engaged with 3 beautiful girls since her transformation, and there was mutual interest among them. Despite having never been in a relationship and still being referred to as Chu Nan, she seemed to possess an inherent potential for being a heartbreaker. Once the video call was initiated, the other party quickly agreed. As the video connected, a blonde woman appeared on the screen, clad in a white bathrobe that was slightly ajar in the middle, accentuating her ample bosom. She held a tall glass filled with red wine, her cheeks flushed with a faint hue of intoxication, her eyes dreamy, and a smile gracing her lips. Under the soft lighting, she radiated an indescribable allure, and Meng was captivated. The blonde sister covered her mouth with a light laugh. Xiao Meng, what kind of gaze is that? You look like a little pervert. And Meng cleared her throat. It's nothing, nothing at all. I didn't expect my top brother to be so stunning. She had once believed that her figure was unparalleled, only to discover that someone surpassed her in allure. Who could this formidable individual be? Ah, you are even more beautiful than I imagined. Upon catching a glimpse of your delicate features, I envisioned you as an exceptionally lovely young woman, yet the reality exceeds my expectations. It seems I have indeed stumbled upon a treasure. Oh no, dear sister, you are equally beautiful, and you possess wealth as well. The woman smirked, swirling her glass of red wine, and remarked softly, what use is wealth if no one pursues you in the end? Really? A woman as stunning and affluent as you goes unpursued? Though, if it were the former version of herself, she likely would not have sought after someone so impeccably perfect. By the way, how should I address you, dear sister? As for how to address me, let us simply go with husband, shall we? Huh? and Meng was taken aback. Why should I call you that and not the other way around? Because typically, those who spend are referred to as husband. So call me that, and I shall reward you tenfold. And Meng clenched her fists. She intended to maintain her dignity, yet it was quite the challenge. She had given far too much. In the face of wealth, even the staunchest resolve can be softened. Taking a deep breath, her ruby lips parted, and she uttered two words with a lightness that belied their significance. Husband. At that moment, the door swung open, and Lu Lin walked in. Were you calling for me? Chapter 38. Change is coming to Nanqing upon hearing Lu Linha's voice, and Meng was momentarily frozen. After a brief pause, she finally reacted, turning off her phone and concealing it behind her. What on earth? How did you get here? It was barely past 2 in the afternoon. Although it was a weekend, one would expect Lu Linha to still be at his company, diligently embodying the model president. Is it problematic that I returned home early after finishing my work today? Lu Linha smiled. He was not lying. Indeed, he had completed his tasks for the day. However, the previous version of himself would have stayed late, preparing for the following day's responsibilities, regardless of having finished his current work. Yet today he harbored a novel thought. And Meng was likely still engaged in her live broadcast. He wondered how she would react if he surprised her by returning unexpectedly. Just imagining the flustered state of the young woman brought him immense joy, prompting him to leave work early for the first time. As the employees witnessed their exemplary president departing the office ahead of schedule, expressions of shock spread across their faces. One employee exclaimed, "Oh no, something is amiss in Nanqing." Was it due to the president leaving early? No, it was because the weather forecast predicted snow in the coming days. Upon his return, Lu Linha discovered that Meng was not live streaming but rather engaged in a video call with her top supporter. He had overheard their conversation clearly. The thought of his wife chatting with her top supporter, albeit a woman, left him inexplicably irked. He instinctively pushed the door open and entered. "What did you just hear?" And Meng asked nervously. If Lu Linha discovered that she had not only been live streaming but was also flirting with her top supporter, the duration of their contract would surely end as dramatically as the lyrics imply. "I truly wish to add 500 more years. I didn't hear much. I arrived just in time to hear you calling for your husband. Surely you met me?" "Ah." The young woman dragged out her response, reluctantly nodding in affirmation. "Yes, I was calling you. Well, look at you taking the initiative to call someone. My Meng is so obedient," Lu Linha said with a grin, his large hand playfully ruffling her silky long hair. "Ha! Ha ha!" Normally, Meng would have swiftly pulled his hand away and retaliated with a playful bite. However, today, feeling guilty and at fault, she surprisingly refrained from protesting and allowed him to revel in his amusement. She felt vexed. Hadn't she arranged for the security guard to keep watch? Why hadn't anyone alerted her to Lu Linha's return? Unbeknownst to her, although she had a close relationship with the guard, he was ultimately an employee of Lu Linha. After their transaction, the guard promptly informed Lu Linha. The initial reason for alerting Meng was merely to indulge Lu Linha in witnessing her performance. Nothing more. He simply wished to appreciate the charmingly clumsy act she put on. By the way, it would be wise not to venture out casually for a while. Why is that? Lu Linha gazed at Meng, remaining silent for a considerable time. There's snow on the way. In the bustling mall, Qi Yi and Meng sat in massage chairs, sipping the floral tea they had just purchased while observing the ebb and flow of the crowd. "Meng, do you think your top supporter will show up?" And Meng inquired. "Why do you ask that?" He replied, "I always feel that meeting online acquaintances is rather unreliable. Rest assured, if she didn't intend to come, why would she have invited me out? Besides, even if she doesn't show, it was her who gifted me the money, not me." Since Meng had video called her top supporter, they had been in touch almost daily. As their conversation progressed, the supporter expressed a desire to meet in person and hang out. "Then why did you insist on bringing me along?" I thought she was attractive and wanted to introduce you." In truth, it was Meng's first time meeting an online acquaintance, and she was understandably anxious. What if the person looked entirely different in reality, perhaps resembling a tank? She could easily redirect the situation to her good friend, just like Guan Yu who, though he set off to meet alone, brought along Zhou Tsong, right? Unbeknownst to Qi Yi, he patted Meng on the shoulder. My good brother. No need to dwell on it, it's all in the drink. With that, he unscrewed the cap of his beverage and downed it in one go. By the way, I think you just drank the tea bag as well. What? Chi instantly gagged, and Meng patted his back, attempting to help him cough it out. Just then, a pair of black high heels appeared before them. Xiao Meng? They looked up to see Meng's top supporter, Jiang Yun, standing before them. She wore a long camel-colored wool coat and casual jeans, her golden hair cascading elegantly, exuding a fashionable charm. Sister Yun. And Meng stood up. Hi. Jiang Yun greeted with a smile, then turned her gaze to Qi Yi. And who might this be? Oh, this is Qi Yi, my childhood friend and good buddy. And Meng glanced at Qi Yi, who had momentarily frozen in shock. Just a moment ago, he had been retching, and now, with a jasmine flower in his mouth, he was tossing his hair back, gazing upwards at a 45-degree angle, his eyes deep and alluring.
Hello, Jie.
Where did you get that flower? From the tea bag I just expelled. This time it was Meng who felt nauseated. Hello. I'm here to hang out with Xiao Meng today, and since you're her friend, let us all enjoy together. Thank you, sister. The three of them wandered through the mall, with Jiang Yun leading Meng to a nail salon. And Meng was quite resistant, as she still considered herself more masculine and felt that getting a manicure was a blow to her male identity. However, Jiang Yun's persistent coaxing eventually persuaded her to try a light blue manicure adorned with an array of peculiar metallic pieces. And Meng gazed at her manicured nails, pondering that if one wasn't careful, they could easily get scratched. Indeed, otherwise, why do so many girls avoid manicures on their middle fingers? Jiang Yun chuckled, and Meng found herself at a loss for words, unwilling to conform to the stereotype of a girl who understood everything instantly, yet feeling compelled to do so. Qi chimed in, is one finger sufficient? I typically require at least 3. And Meng exclaimed, get out of here. The nail technician nearby couldn't help but stifle a laugh. She gazed at Meng's hands and praised, Miss, your hands are truly exquisite. In all my time doing nails, I have never encountered such perfection. Jiang Yun chimed in, indeed, my sister is flawless in every aspect. Wouldn't you agree, Mr. Qi Yi? Absolutely. And Meng's cheeks flushed. Since childhood, she had always been unable to bear compliments, feeling an inexplicable sense of embarrassment. Yet why did it feel somewhat pleasant? All right, the manicure is complete. Let us proceed to our next destination. As the three exited the nail salon and took a few steps, Jiang Yun suddenly halted. What is it, Sister Yun? Oh, it's nothing. I merely wanted to inquire if those individuals over there are also your acquaintances? Jiang Yun remarked, glancing back. And Meng and Qi Yi followed her gaze and noticed several figures in black trailing them from a distance of a dozen meters. Upon seeing them turn around, the figures quickly stopped, feigning interest in the scenery. Why do you ask? And Meng queried, puzzled. Well, I noticed they have been following us since we first met. I assumed they were your friends as well, following us all this way. And Meng blinked, and suddenly, the voice of Lu Lin echoed in her mind. Do not venture out casually for the time being. And Meng's pupils dilated. Could it be that they were seeking revenge once more? Chapter 39. The essence of modern romance lies in phone calls. Something's gone awry. Achi. It seems we are being followed. Huh? Aren't you a virtual host? How could there be paparazzi stalking you? Paparazzi? No, it must be enemies of Lu Linha seeking revenge. How can you be so certain? There have been assassins sent to his home before. These individuals are dressed in such a rough manner. They are clearly trouble. But how does Lu Linha's revenge concern us? Don't be absurd. I am no longer his whatever. His Qi Yi inhaled sharply. What shall we do then? Are you foolish? Oh, do you have a plan? None. And yet you still dare to call me foolish. What I mean is, if I had a plan, I would have acted on it already. I'm telling you so we can brainstorm together. All right then, let me think. Qi Yi pondered for a moment, and then exclaimed, I've got it. What? Their essay saying, the most dangerous is the safest. Instead of merely evading, we should take the initiative. If we reverse the situation and follow them, they won't be able to track us. And Meng lowered her head, murmuring, I truly am foolish. I always knew Achi's mind wasn't the sharpest, but I didn't realize he was perpetually daft. I left home early this morning, asking Achi to accompany me. He is quite obedient and follows my every word. Why does that sound so familiar? That essay line often uttered by a concerned mother about her son. Jong Jun inquired, what have you two been whispering about? Nothing. Absolutely nothing. And Meng quickly replied, nudging Chi Yi, signaling him to contribute. Right? We are definitely not being followed. Pfft. Before he could finish, he was struck in the abdomen by a punch from the girl. You're hopeless.
Tiang Yun blinked.
Oh. I understand now, it must be paparazzi following Xiaomeng, right? An Meng hesitated, non-committal. It seems Xiaomeng's photos have been leaked. Sigh. Such is the plight of celebrities. They are trailed wherever they go. Do you have any way to shake them off? I do. And Meng covered Chi Yi's mouth. Well, we are still brainstorming. If you haven't figured it out, I have a trick up my sleeve. Surely, we haven't been detected, have we? The figure in black trailing and Meng was also pondering this. It appears not. Their movements seem quite natural, devoid of any signs of tension. Boss, what a dreadful title. Call me Big Brother. Oh, Big Brother, look, they've entered another shop. Oh, let me see what. They've gone into a ladies' lingerie store again. Can't they enter a place where men are welcome too? Isn't there a male among them? He's merely accompanying the two girls. What about us? That stings. What shall we do now, Big Brother? Let us wait outside for a moment. After all, a few gentlemen clad in black entering a lingerie store is indeed rather conspicuous. The group lingered outside for quite some time, yet the three individuals who had entered showed no signs of emerging. Something feels amiss, my friend. Why have they not yet returned? Could they be entangled in a predicament? The leader in black sensed an unease and casually pointed at a few of his companions, instructing them to accompany him inside for a brief investigation. Upon entering the lingerie store, they circled around several times, encountering an array of colorful garments. Yet the earlier trio, and Meng and her companions, remained elusive. Brother, do you think they might have realized our intentions to escape? This is dire, comrades. We must hasten outside to search for them. With a swift gesture from the leader, his subordinates rushed out of the lingerie store, scattering to seek their quarry. Once they had ensured their exit, the door of one of the fitting rooms within the store slowly creaked open, revealing three figures emerging. Indeed, it was Meng and her friends.
Jie remarked.
You were quite right. They would enter to search the store, but they would certainly overlook this fitting room. And Meng replied, of course, they might dare to search, but do not underestimate the potency of our T0 version. Chi questioned, is it not you? Yes, it is now us, and Meng suddenly realized, delivering a playful punch to Chi Yi. Ouch! Why did you strike me? Is it a problem to be hit by T0? In this aspect, she adapted quite swiftly. The leader in black had also exited the lingerie store, joining the search party for Meng. However, as he walked, his brow furrowed in thought. He paused, glancing back at the distant lingerie store, seemingly pondering the situation. It was peculiar. They had been stationed right at the entrance. Even if they wished to slip away, they would certainly have to pass through their line of sight. Of course, they could disguise themselves, but the question remained, what attire could they possibly use for such a transformation in a lingerie store? As he pondered, he noticed three heads peering out from the lingerie store entrance, akin to three meerkats cautiously surveying their surroundings. Their gaze fortuitously met his, and after a brief moment of surprise, the trio promptly fled. Do not run. Though the leader in black reacted swiftly and gave chase, the distance between them was too great, and his scattered subordinates were nowhere to assist in cornering the escapees. Ultimately, the trio dashed into the elevator, and he could only watch helplessly as their faces gradually vanished behind the closing doors. Damn! After evading their pursuers, and Meng and her companions dared not linger any longer within the mall. To ensure their safety, they quickly exited the building. Upon stepping outside, the heavy snow continued to fall, blanketing the world in pristine white. They hailed a taxi to leave the commercial district. Initially, and Meng wished to conclude their adventure, but Jiang Jun indicated that no vehicle had followed them. Observing that the girls were unafraid, they decided to venture towards another area of the commercial district. Throughout the journey, Jiang Yun and Meng engaged in lively conversation, leaving Chi Yi with little opportunity to interject. Even when he managed to say a few words, Jiang Yun would not respond to him. Passing by a milk tea shop, Jiang Yun dashed in to queue for a drink. At this moment, Chi pulled Meng aside and inquired, Meng, do you think I stand a chance? Of course not. What are you talking about? And Meng replied in surprise. Really? You are a Xie. How could you possibly be messy? Get lost, that pun will cost you. What I meant was whether I have a chance with Jiang Yun. She hasn't acknowledged me at all during this trip. I feel she has no interest in me. Well, if you truly wish to know the answer, it is not difficult. And Meng said confidently, entirely forgetting her own single status. Oh, do tell. Ultimately, modern romance boils down to phone numbers. As long as you can obtain her number or give her yours, there remains the possibility for further interaction. Is that so? That's quite simple. Just watch me, Chi Yi declared, striding over to Jiang Yun and initiating a conversation filled with laughter. After a while, he returned with a spring in his step, one hand casually tucked in his pocket. All done. I gave her my number. Is that true? How did you manage that? Quite simple, really. I started by engaging her in conversation, taking the initiative. And then I cracked a few jokes to help her relax and focused her attention on our dialogue. Quite the charmer, aren't you? And then, while she was distracted, I slipped my number into her pocket, successfully handing it to her. And Meng's eyes narrowed in astonishment. Achia, I always thought you were just playing the fool, but now I realize there's nothing feigned about you. Chapter 40. Helpless against being called dead by a brother. Hey, Anming, don't go. Let me finish explaining the plan. Chi Yi called out as he swiftly caught up with Anming, blocking her path. Go on then. Let me see what other ingenious schemes your clever mind can conjure. Well, you see, I've placed my phone in her possession. After a while, I'll feign an inability to locate it, and then I'll ask you to call me. You'll say your phone is out of credit and request her assistance in dialing my number. At that moment, she will retrieve my phone from her pocket, and I'll rush over to thank her for finding it. This will also provide me the opportunity to invite her to dinner. Wait. This is why I say you're an idiot. She'll surely realize that you intentionally left your phone with her. What's the point of thanking her? That's precisely the point. I want her to know it was deliberate. What do you mean? Think about it. If she knows it was intentional, she'll undoubtedly deduce that I have an interest in her. If she reciprocates that interest, she'll accept the invitation to lunch. If not, she'll simply decline, which saves us both from unnecessary complications. Anming's eyes widened in surprise. Wow, you actually have a plan? Of course. Do you think I'm foolish? So, when shall we execute it? Well, Anming hesitated. Although she was now a girl, she still held some interest in Jiang Jun. It's a challenge to willingly relinquish a beauty to another, even for a hero. However, Chi Ye's next words shifted her perspective entirely. What are you hesitating for, Dad? Let us get started at the next location. Anming waved her hand dramatically, filled with bravado. Being called dead by a brother was utterly disarming. Yet, according to Jiang Jun, she seemed to be a bit of a challenge. Whether or not she could take an interest in Chi Yi would depend entirely on him. At that moment, Jiang Jun returned with bubble tea, handing it to the two of them. There's a horror escape room nearby that's quite well done. Shall we go check it out? Chi Yi's eyes sparkled with excitement. Absolutely, let us go. Anming, however, was slightly apprehensive. A horror escape room, what exactly makes it terrifying? Are there ghosts? Of course there are. A bead of cold sweat trickled down Anming's forehead. Although she had previously been quite the tough girl, everyone has their weaknesses, and hers was a fear of ghosts. Despite having trained in martial arts, where mere mortals were no match for her, the supernatural was an adversary she could not confront. When her formidable strength became ineffective, she found herself at a loss. Chi Yi, aware of Anming's vulnerability, understood that horror escape rooms were among the best venues for fostering intimacy between men and women. He couldn't let this opportunity slip by. He patted Anming on the shoulder. Come on, horror escape rooms are thrilling. Jiang Jun isn't afraid. You won't back down, will you? Men dread being ridiculed by their peers, and upon hearing this, Anming's spirit flared. Who's backing down? Let us go. The two of them marched forward, unaware that Jiang Jun had donned a sly smile behind them. She lowered her head, tugging at her collar as if conversing with someone. Prepare to make a move. Upon awakening, Meng found herself confined within an iron cage, enveloped in darkness. with an eerie green light flickering ominously. Where was she? She recalled their plan to visit a haunted house, only to find it overcrowded, necessitating their wait outside. As she waited, she inexplicably fell asleep, and upon regaining consciousness, she discovered herself in this bewildering predicament. Had she inadvertently entered a secret chamber? What sort of chamber was this, that it did not rouse her before bringing her here? As she attempted to move, she realized her body was not under her control. Looking down, she saw that she was bound to a pillar, her mouth gagged with a cloth, rendering her incapable of speech, only able to emit muffled sounds. Chi-Yi was also present in the cage, tied to another pillar. This was far too immersive for a secret chamber. They had truly gone to great lengths in their role-playing. She vowed never to return to such a ghastly place again. As these thoughts swirled in her mind, the sound of footsteps approached from afar, and a masked man entered, brandishing a handgun. Alarmed, she struggled against her bonds. The man removed the cloth from her mouth and chuckled. "Is this your first time?" "Yes, it is," she replied, her anxiety palpable. While she feared ghosts, the persona of a twisted murderer did not faze her. The man's smile vanished as he struck the iron cage with the butt of his gun, producing a thunderous echo. "I don't care what your previous identity was. Now that you are in my grasp, you had better behave. Otherwise, I cannot assure your safety." Okay, big brother." And Meng nodded fervently. Despite his intimidating demeanor, she surmised that he desired this reaction, and she understood the necessity of compliance. The man retrieved a video camera, placed it on the table, and aimed his gun at Meng. "Now, shout for help to your husband," urging him to rescue you. "Husband? Oh, that must refer to the character I'm portraying. All right, where should I aim? Over here. Okay." And Meng complied, glancing at the camera, and weakly called, "Help!" The man frowned. "Louder. Help. Be more earnest. Unleash your inner fear." Yet Chi-Yi interjected, "Brother, you are quite dedicated. Why demand so much?" The man shot him a glare before striking him sharply on the head, producing a dull thud. This startled Meng. Such force, even with a fake gun, must hurt. "Ouch!" Chi yelped in pain, shaking his head in anger. "Why did you hit me so hard?" The man paused. "You need to adjust your attitude." "Could your attitude be any better? If you do not cooperate." "Then why should I cooperate? I have never encountered someone like you." "Then go find your boss." "All right, you better." Chi-Ye's voice resonated with the eloquence of a national treasure, akin to Morgana's maximum-level viscous Q, leaving the man momentarily paralyzed. Observing the bewilderment of his adversary, Chi-Yi composed himself and remarked, "My brother, we all understand the necessity of earning a living, but your work ethic is unacceptable. If you strike with such force, I will be compelled to report you to your superior." "Indeed," and Meng chimed in, feeling it her duty to support her good friend in a confrontation. The man, taken aback, realized that in his years of experience, it was the first time someone threatened to file a complaint against him. After a moment, he regained his composure, shaking his head with a wry smile. "Complaints are futile. You may not know this, but despite handling numerous jobs, I have yet to receive a single negative review. Do you know why? Because they lack the inclination to contest my actions. But we are different." "Incorrect." He drew a gun from his pocket, aiming it at Chi-Ye's head. "It is because they have not afforded me the privilege of a negative review." With a sinister grin, he pulled the trigger. At that moment, a hand suddenly emerged from behind him, pushing his wrist aside. A deafening bang resonated as the bullet whizzed past Chi-Ye's scalp, embedding itself in the adjacent wall. The one who intervened was none other than Jiang Jun. At that juncture, Jiang Jun remained clad in her woolen coat. "Calm down, Ajing. If you kill them, how will we leverage Lu Linhe?" "Lu Linhe? How could she possibly know Lu Linhe?" And Meng finally sensed something amiss. She turned to gaze at the wall, where the bullet had pierced, leaving a stark and alarming mark. She and Chi-Yi exchanged glances, both equally astonished. Had they truly encountered a real threat? Chapter 41. Too deep in the role. The Lu Group. Lu Linhe was engrossed in drafting documents when Shen Maoan hurriedly entered. "President Lu, we just received a video. It appears that Miss Sen has been kidnapped." Lu Linhe and Wenfeng paused, a dark blot suddenly marring the neatly written page. "What did you say?" "You'd better see for yourself." Shin Maoan plugged a USB drive into Lu Linha's computer, and a video began to play on the screen. Call for help again. Help me. Lu Linha. The voice of a girl echoed, raw and desperate, devoid of pretense, filled solely with emotion. The girl in the video was none other than An Meng. Lu Linha inhaled deeply, his fists instinctively tightening, a dangerous glint flickering in his eyes. Where are her protectors? Shin Maoan quickly replied, I just inquired. They said Miss N and her friends were initially at the mall. Later, they seemed to have noticed them, mistaking them for stalkers, and attempted to shake them off. Just as Lu Linha was about to respond, his phone rang. It was An Meng calling. He swiftly answered. An Meng? Where are you? Can you hear me? A stranger's voice came through, sharp and unmistakably altered by effects. Lu Linha narrowed his eyes. Who are you? Your wife is in our hands. Who are you? Just a group of desperate mercenaries seeking money. If you wish to save her, bring 2 million cash, and come alone to our designated location within half an hour. Do you understand? Understood. Remember, only you are allowed to come. Otherwise, you shall never see her again. With that, the caller hung up before Lu Linha could respond. Shin Maoan quickly said, President Lu, we should have our IT personnel trace their location through the phone's IP. He hurried out, returning dejectedly after a while. It's no use. They have hackers on their side who have encrypted their IP information. It would take at least an hour or two to break through. An hour or two. Seems I have no choice but to go. You can't go. Given their advanced team, they are certainly not ordinary kidnappers. This is undoubtedly a trap set by that unseen mastermind. If you go, you may never return. What about An Meng? What do you mean? Didn't you hear their warning? If I don't go, An Meng won't come back. Shin Maoan was taken aback. What are you saying, President Lu? An Meng was initially your shield. If we can breach their location, we can capture them and unearth the mastermind. Lu Linha fell silent. Long ago, he had surmised that venturing into other industries would likely embroil him in the power struggles of Nanjing. After all, this city was never as pristine as it appeared. Such malevolent forces thrived on using family as leverage for intimidation. Faced with the predicament of visibility on his part and obscurity on the enemies, Lu Linha devised a strategy, a sham marriage. He crafted an image of a devoted husband, diverting attention from his family to his fictitious wife, thereby alleviating some of the threats directed at his loved ones. As Shin Muwen astutely observed, An Meng was initially a mere shield, acquired by Lu Linha to safeguard his family. Now, having ensnared her in a kidnapping plot, they were poised to seize absolute control, provided they adhered to the plan. Initially, he believed that, at such a critical juncture, he could unhesitatingly discard this shield and capture the adversary in one fell swoop. Yet, as the moment approached, Lu Linha realized his miscalculation. The image of the young girl's innocent and radiant smile lingered in his mind. She laughed, created ruckus, and mingled with the staff, her cheerful voice echoing throughout the estate. She would randomly hug people while sleeping, mumbling incoherent dreams, and even glared at him with her beautiful eyes, her mock anger inciting an irresistible urge to touzle her soft hair. It dawned on him that An Meng was far more than just a shield. She was a person, a vibrant and endearing girl. Particularly upon hearing the threat that he would never see her again, a wave of inexplicable trepidation coursed through his heart. If the price of victory in this struggle were to forsake her life, he found himself faltering. Shin Muwen discerned Lu Linha's turmoil and inquired urgently, Lu, what are you hesitating about? Lu Linha remained silent, idly twirling a pen, offering no reply. You wouldn't happen to have developed feelings for that girl, would you? Lu Linha's expression briefly faltered. President Lu? At the sound of Shin Muwen's call, he snapped back to reality, quickly regaining his composure. No, it's just that I suddenly pondered a question. An Meng is my nominal wife. If I cannot even protect my own wife, I would surely become a laughingstock in Nanjing. So, what do you mean? Shin Muwen pressed. As they suggested, I will go alone and see what tricks they have up their sleeves. Lu Linha, Shin Muwen exclaimed, growing anxious. Are you really going to turn yourself into a shield? It's fine. Even if I am, their arrows will not pierce through. Lu Linha reassured him. Now follow my instructions. As Lu Linha outlined his plan, Shin Muwen listened, his heart heavy with unspoken lament. Initially, he believed Lu Linhe and Meng's affectionate facade was mere performance, but he now realized that some individuals, in the act of playing a role, become ensnared in their own performance. The rendezvous with the adversary was set 3 kilometers outside Nanjing. Lu Linhe, equipped with cash, drove himself to the designated location and awaited their arrival. Within minutes, several individuals approached, instructing him to exit the vehicle and follow them to the next site. He recognized them as scouts for the enemy. If he had brought companions, they would likely capture only minor players, while the rest would retreat to report and terminate the transaction. He cooperatively exited the vehicle, clutching a password box containing 2 million, and followed closely behind the scout. Under the scout's guidance, he arrived at an abandoned factory on the outskirts of the southern city. The factory was overgrown with weeds, clearly having been deserted for a considerable time. Upon reaching the entrance, 2 individuals wearing sunglasses emerged from within. One gestured towards Lu Linhe and the password box in his possession, indicating for him to set it down. "Do not be alarmed, we will not open it. We merely need to ascertain whether there are any hazardous materials inside," one of the men with sunglasses said, waving a metal detector in his hand. Lu Linhe complied and placed the password box down. One man began to scan the box with the detector while the other moved behind him to conduct a search. As they searched him, Lu Linhe's eyes darted around, assessing his surroundings. Although this was an abandoned factory, temporary cameras had been installed, likely to prevent their associates from launching a surprise attack. For miles around, the area was nothing but desolate land, compounded by a heavy snowfall that cloaked everything in white, making any approach easily noticeable. Even if someone were to come, their advantageous position would allow them to retreat unscathed. Moreover, being in this remote suburb meant that surveillance coverage was virtually non-existent, making it quite difficult for the police to trace their whereabouts. Indeed, it was a location that was easy to defend yet challenging to assault. Lu Linhe mentally analyzed the situation as the 2 men finished their search and stepped back. "Please, come in." Once inside, several others surrounded him. "Follow me, Mr. Lu." Accompanied by their throng, Lu Linhe ascended to the 2nd floor of the factory. Upon reaching the 2nd floor, a solitary chair was positioned in the center, where Jiang Jun sat, admiring her freshly done nails. Noticing Lu Linhe's arrival, she set her hands down and stood. "So, you must be Mr. Lu. Quite handsome indeed." Lu Linhe dismissed her flattery, stating, "The money is here. Where is Meng? Her whereabouts are no longer of concern to you." "What do you mean?"
Jiang Yun replied, "Her tone shifting."
"Haven't you grasped it yet, Mr. Lu? Your visit here today means we have no intention of letting you leave." At her command, those surrounding her drew their firearms, aiming them at Lu Linhe's head. Chapter 42. The escape from the locked room. Lu Lin and Meng found themselves in dire straits, as did Jiang Yun, who had claimed to guide them through an escape room experience that, in some respects, was not entirely inaccurate. It was likely that no other escape room could rival the difficulty they faced here. While one could be escorted away from other escape rooms if they failed to exit, in this case, failure meant only one grim outcome: being taken away. "Zhang, keep an eye on them while we head down to wait for Boss Lu," Jiang Yun instructed. At present, Meng was gagged, her hands bound, trapped within an iron cage, utterly incapable of calling for help or moving her body, all while a menacing man wielding a gun stood guard. Under such circumstances, even the great Jackie Chan would have sighed in resignation, uttering a plea for mercy. Just as despair threatened to engulf Meng, her fingers brushed against something unexpected, and a flicker of surprise crossed her eyes. "Wait, what is this?" In what appeared to be an inescapable predicament, she had stumbled upon a glimmer of hope. The crucial element lay within her grasp. Although she was currently restrained, she recalled having recently adorned her nails with a metallic embellishment. While it may not possess the sharpness of a blade, it bore edges that, given sufficient time, could potentially sever the ropes binding her. Surveying her surroundings, Meng deduced that the dilapidated state of the room suggested it was likely abandoned. Judging by the scenery visible through the window, they were situated approximately 3 to 4 stories above ground. The corridor outside was eerily silent. Apart from the man guarding them, no other sounds could be heard. Moreover, given Jiang Yun's earlier mention of descending to await Boss Lu, It was reasonable to conclude that only this solitary figure was tasked with their oversight. Indeed, considering their current predicament, bound and confined within a cage under the watchful gaze of a man with a firearm, it made sense that minimal manpower was required. After her preliminary assessment, and Meng began to cautiously scrape the metallic piece against the ropes, gradually wearing them down. Fortunately, their hands were secured behind their backs, allowing her to proceed with subtlety, thus avoiding detection. Zhang, their captor, appeared oblivious to Meng's cunning, leaning back in his chair, leisurely engrossed in his phone. Time slipped away as Meng diligently worked at the ropes, and soon they were reduced to a mere layer of fraying fibers. Yet, she refrained from hastily severing them, knowing that such an action would undoubtedly alert the gun-wielding Zhang. The immediate task was to devise a means to distract him. Turning her attention back to the room's interior, Meng noted its simplistic layout. Aside from the iron cage, there was only the chair occupied by Zhang and a table bearing a bottle of mineral water, a pack of cigarettes, and a firearm. A frown creased her brow as her mind raced, until suddenly inspiration struck. Zhang was engrossed in a novel on his phone when the girl in the cage unexpectedly cried out, "Whoa, silence! Whoa, more silence! Whoa, can't you understand that I told you to be quiet?" Zhang slammed his hand on the table and stood up. He approached the cage, peering at Meng. "What is it? Speak up. Whoa, you bastard. My mouth is gagged. How can I say anything?" Zhang opened the cage and yanked the cloth from Meng's mouth. "What is it?" he demanded, clearing his throat. After a bout of dry heaving, Meng lifted her head, blinking her eyes. "Brother, I'm so thirsty. Is there any water to drink?" "No," he replied. "You're lying. I can see the cup over there. Please, I've not had a single drop of water since morning." The girl pouted, looking utterly pitiful. In truth, she had consumed nothing but sugary drinks. Zhang furrowed his brow. Such a delicate creature pleading with him could soften even the hardest of hearts. Without uttering a word, he stepped out of the cage and fetched a bottle of mineral water. "Thank you, brother. Enough chatter, drink quickly." Zhang lifted the bottle, and Meng eagerly gulped it down. Ugh! Beside them, Qi Yi felt parched too and began to hint at his thirst. Zhang responded with a swift kick. "You jerk!" And Meng shivered, realizing again the advantages of being a woman. She opened her throat wide, chugging the water as if it were a drink in a contest. Zhang, astonished, remarked, "You've finished it already? You must really be thirsty. Is there more, brother? I would like to drink again, please." Given that they were in an abandoned factory, it was evident there was no water source nearby. The water they had was bought from a convenience store on the way, pack of 12 bottles. Since no one was present on this floor, it implied that the water was stored on the side where more people gathered, meaning he would have to venture outside to retrieve more. After a moment of silence, Zhang said, "Wait here." He exited the cage, locked it again, and secured his gun at his waist. As expected, he left with the water bottle in hand. Once he was gone, Meng exerted herself and managed to free the ropes binding her. This opportunity was fleeting, and she needed to seize it to escape. She understood the peril of being caught, which would likely cost her life, yet she felt compelled to act. Jiang Jun had mentioned that she was brought here as leverage against Lu Lin, presumably to extort a hefty ransom. Setting aside whether President Lu, known for his frugality, would spend money to rescue her, Meng doubted she would survive to see freedom. She had seen Jiang Jun's face, and a kidnapper would not so brazenly reveal their identity unless they had no intention of allowing her to live.
Jie stared in disbelief.
She made a shushing gesture and stealthily approached him, removing the rag from his mouth and beginning to untie his ropes. "How did you manage to free yourself? Did you get hit by gamma rays and turn into the Hulk? Less talk. Hurry. See if you can open this lock." Though they remained confined in the iron cage, the girl was not at all flustered. Despite Qi Ye's seemingly dim-witted demeanor, he possessed a remarkable skill: lockpicking. The story of how he acquired this ability was rather amusing. Back in middle school, Qi Yi enjoyed riding his bicycle to school, but his bike was stolen repeatedly. In a fit of anger, he purchased an exceedingly expensive U-lock and affixed it to his bike, leaving behind a note that read, "Try stealing this." After school that day, his car was indeed not stolen. However, upon unlocking it, he discovered a U-lock and a new note on the vehicle. You asked for it. Chi-Yi, being rather stubborn, dragged his bicycle home and spent countless hours scrutinizing the lock until he successfully pried it open, affixing a new note on his bicycle. Is that all you've got? Yet, it seemed the little thief was determined to challenge him, as each day he found a brand new lock on his bicycle when he went to school. What about this time? Chi-Yi would return home each time, devising ways to unlock it and leaving behind another note. As time passed, his lock-picking skills became unparalleled. There was even an occasion when a locksmith was unable to open a lock and sought his assistance. And Meng was well aware of his talent, which is why she dared to untie the ropes and strategize to lure the thief out. As Chi-Yi approached the cage door and examined the lock, he thought, "This lock is simple. Can I open it? No, I can't. If I can't open it, how can you say it's simple? Simple it may be, but I lack the tools. Surely, I need a wire to pick the lock. Where am I supposed to find a wire?" And Meng suddenly paused mid-sentence. "Wait, I think I might have one." "Where?" The girl hesitated. "Turn around first." "What for? Are you going to perform magic? Afraid I might learn your tricks?" "Oh, why are you so chatty? Just turn around." "Fine, fine." Chi-Yi complied and turned away. After about a minute, and Meng instructed him to turn back, presenting him with a curved piece of steel wire. "Oh, where did that come from?" "Don't ask. Just pry it open quickly." Thanks to Jiang Yun's good fortune, she had lived this long and only today discovered that women's lingerie contained steel wire. Chi-Yi took the lock and inserted the wire, twisting it a few times until, miraculously, the lock opened. The two of them crouched low and exited, reaching the door wherein Meng hid beside it, handing the lock to Chi-Yi. "That guy will be coming back soon. Watch for my signal. When he enters, you hit him hard with this." And Meng raised her hand high. "Understood."
Ji replied.
Also lifting the lock. "Remember, whatever you do, don't miss or we'll both be in grave danger." And Meng pressed against the wall, listening for any sounds outside. Soon, she heard footsteps drawing nearer and nearer. The door creaked open, and Meng's eyes widened as she executed a swift hand chop. Chi-Yi swung down the lock with all his might. This strike yielded both good news and bad news. The good news was that he did not miss. The bad news was, the opponent didn't faint. Chapter 43. How could Tang be surnamed Tang? One must cherish the present. For tomorrow and unforeseen events remain unpredictable. Ajing had previously dismissed this saying, yet today he found himself somewhat inclined to believe it. As he held a bottle of mineral water and pushed open the door, a sudden blow from a padlock struck his head. Seeing that their adversary had not been incapacitated, Anming and Chia were momentarily taken aback, their eyes wide with astonishment, scarcely daring to breathe. It was crucial to note that they were confronting armed kidnappers. If their opponent remained conscious, their lives were in jeopardy. Having grown up in a sheltered environment, Anming and Chia had never encountered such life-and-death moments, and now they exchanged bewildered glances, feeling utterly disoriented. Wasn't it always the case in television dramas that one swift blow would render the assailant unconscious? Why was this individual still standing? Although the padlock had not knocked Ajing out, it had left him in a daze. He touched his head, gazing at the blood on his hand before turning to Chia, who still clutched the lock. "What the hell are you doing?" Chia hesitated, then forced a smile.
Surprise.
"What do you mean? Surprise? Need I translate what surprise means?" "Oh, surprise."
I am utterly shocked.
Ajing cursed angrily, just as he prepared to draw his gun, only to be seized by Anming from behind, rendering him immobile. "Quick, hit him again," Anming shouted. Chia quickly regained his composure, raising the padlock and letting out a low growl as he swung it down with force. However, Ajing, a man accustomed to living on the edge, leaned back, delivering a swift kick to Chia's stomach, sending him sprawling. Seizing the opportunity, Ajing grasped Anming's hand, propelling her towards the wall with a violent shove. With each impact, Anming's petite frame could hardly withstand the force, and her grip weakened. Ajing seized this moment to bend down sharply, flinging Anming forward. Yet Anming did not simply tumble away. She clung to Ajing's arm, leveraging her agility to leap onto him, executing a flying crosslock. Even Lulin had once fallen prey to this maneuver, let alone a dazed Ajing, who was caught off guard and brought to the ground, his arm firmly restrained. rendering him immobile. With his gun holstered behind him, he found it impossible to retrieve it. Hit him! Ah! Chia shouted, rising to strike Ajing's head. Ajing quickly turned his head aside, evading the blow. Chia swung again. Ajing dodged once more. If only Kennedy had possessed such agility in his time, he would have easily disoriented the sniper. Nevertheless, Chia was not without strategy. He seized Ajing by the neck. Now you can't move, can you? Help! Ajing barely managed to utter the word help before Chia struck down hard, landing a blow squarely on his forehead. As he continued to strike, he recited his lines. When the dragon breaks free, the hero emerges. With a double strike, one becomes renowned. 3 consecutive victories, astonishing the world. 4 consecutive victories, invincible under heaven. 5 consecutive. Enough, no need for 5. He has already fainted. And Meng hastily intervened.
Jie paused.
Only to realize that Zhang had long since closed his eyes, achieving a serene slumber akin to that of an infant. He hasn't died, has he? Qi felt a pang of fear. Not yet. Even if he were to die, it would be of no concern, as we are merely exercising self-defense. And Meng shot him an exasperated glance, remarking, "What's wrong with you? Why must you recite lines while beating someone? Isn't it more invigorating to shout a slogan?" And Meng released Zhang, her own energy nearly depleted, and collapsed onto the ground, gasping for breath. After a brief respite, she struggled to rise, seizing Zhang's gun and fastening it to her waist. Fearing Zhang might awaken again, she beckoned to Qi, binding him to a pillar. With everything in place, Qi wiped the sweat from his brow, muttering, "What kidnappers? I hardly exerted myself and he fell unconscious. Stop pretending, we were nearly overpowered 2 against 1. Thankfully, they only sent 1 person to watch over us. Had they sent 2 more, we would have surely been finished." Just as he finished speaking, footsteps echoed from outside. "Zhang, are you there?" The 2 inside exchanged glances. "Did you just utter something prophetic?" To understand the sudden arrival of reinforcements, we must rewind time 5 minutes. Lu Lin and Wang faced the myriad of gun barrels directed at him. A slight movement at the corner of his mouth, his expression devoid of panic. "Indeed, you are not ordinary kidnappers." Jiang Jun smiled, saying, "Clever. Someone has offered a handsome sum for your head, Mr. Lu, but you are exceedingly cautious. We could hardly find an opportunity. Thus, we had no choice but to shift our focus to your beloved wife." After the incident during Meng's live broadcast, Jiang Jun deduced that she bore a resemblance to Lu Linha's wife. Following an investigation of the IP address, her suspicions were confirmed. Though she did not understand why the wife of the esteemed CEO would engage in virtual streaming, perhaps it was simply a peculiar hobby of the wealthy. Consequently, she masqueraded as a top influencer to approach Meng, only to find her unexpectedly naive, making it effortless to arrange a meeting. Jiang Jun remarked, "Everyone in Nan City claims that Lu Linha is a devoted husband. Who would have thought he would risk his own safety to come alone? Truly a poignant love story." Lu Linha chuckled softly, "Since you are aware of my cautious nature, do you believe I would come here unprepared?" Jiang Jun remained unconvinced. "Oh, I am eager to see what preparations you have made. The area is under our surveillance, and you have no backup. If I am not mistaken, the employer behind you must be surnamed Tang, correct?" Jiang Jun's expression faltered momentarily, but she quickly regained composure, replying with a smile, "I didn't expect that even at this juncture, Mr. Lu enjoys playing guessing games. However, I must regretfully inform you that you are mistaken." A subordinate beside her chimed in, "Exactly. How could our boss Tang possibly be surnamed Tang?" Bang! The subordinate fell in response. "Murder and silencing are futile. I have already heard everything." Jiang Jun retracted her firearm, maintaining her smile. "My subordinate is merely jesting. Mr. Lu, do not take it to heart. Is that so? If it were not, it would indeed be a great pity." Lu Linha shook his head, indicating that he had mistakenly captured the wrong individual. "Mistakenly captured? Who did you seize?" "The young master of the Shangtang group. I initially thought he had sent someone to ambush me, and in the process, I inadvertently captured his child. It appears I was mistaken." Lu Linha sighed, acknowledging that a mistake had been made, but since his fate was sealed, He might as well take someone with him to profit from the situation. He adjusted his collar and stood straight. Come on, make your move. Lu Linha's apparent eagerness for death rendered Jiang Jun hesitant to give the order. Her employer, indeed surnamed Tang, was a concern. She was uncertain how Lu Linha had acquired this information. She only knew that should she eliminate Lu Linha, resulting in repercussions for her employer's family, her boss would likely hold them accountable. Moreover, Lu Linha was currently under their control, providing them with the upper hand. Even if young Master Tang were truly captured, they could rescue him before taking action. Along, she called, and a burly man with a buzz cut approached, evidently her deputy.
Yonge, Tiang Yun Steit.
I shall consult with the boss. You must keep a close watch on him. No action must be taken until I return. Understood. Just as Jiang Jun was about to depart, Lu Linha called out to her. Wait, where is Meng? You shall see her shortly. Lu Linha extended a finger. 1 minute. After 1 minute, if she does not arrive, I see no reason to remain here. Jiang Jun narrowed her eyes, gritting her teeth. Go, find 2 people, and bring her here. Yes. Chapter 44. Money over life. Zhang, are you there? At this moment, both individuals inside the room felt their hearts racing. The footsteps outside were chaotic, suggesting at least 2 people were approaching. One of them had already left them severely injured. Should 2 more arrive, they would undoubtedly meet a dire fate. Therefore, a direct confrontation was out of the question. However, despite Meng's resolve, they found themselves with nowhere to flee. If the intruders entered and beheld the scene before them, their fate would be sealed. A strategy was essential, one that would allow them to evade conflict while sending the assailants away. 2 henchmen arrived at the door and knocked. Zhang, are you inside? Silence greeted them. Exchanging glances, they knocked again. Is anyone there? Still, no reply echoed from within. Forget it, let us just go in. They pushed the door open, only to be met with a shocking sight. Inside the iron cage, a man and a woman were bound tightly. The man's face was a bloody mess, rendering his features unrecognizable. He hung his head, unconscious. Meanwhile, Zhang lay slumped over the table, appearing to be asleep. What's going on? Zhang? The man propped over the table mumbled in response, turning his head slightly to reveal one eye. Oh, it's you too. What's the matter? His voice was muffled due to his position. What happened to that guy? He was disobedient and dared to insult me, so I had to teach him a lesson. That's not just a lesson. It's outright brutality. Men solve problems with their fists. Why are you shaking? Are you cold? Just waking up a bit. His tremors were not from the chill, but rather from the fact that he was not Zhang, but Qi. Before their entrance, Meng had racked her brain for a solution, and now Qi lamented, it's over, it's truly over. If they see him in this state, we'll be done for. His words sparked a realization in Meng as she glanced at the unconscious Zhang and suddenly had an idea. Qi, tie me to the pillar again, and you lie on the table pretending to be him. What? Are you out of your mind? The real person is still tied up. You said yourself he's unrecognizable. They won't know the difference. It's our only option. If they discover us, I still have a gun here. Thus, the figure slumped over the table was not Zhang, but Qi. Yet, acting in front of the assailants was nerve-wracking, and even the slightest slip might reveal their ruse. Qi cleared his throat and shifted the conversation. What do you want? Oh, Junjie sent us to bring the woman over. Where to? Her husband has arrived and wishes to see her. The bound Meng lifted her head. Lu Lin and? He would come to rescue her. Upon hearing that Meng was to be taken away, Qi momentarily faltered, unsure of how to respond. At that moment, Meng inquired, You're only taking me? What about my friend? Why do you have so much to say? Just come with us. The 2 approached the cage. Zhang, unlock it for us. Qi didn't rise. Instead, he merely lifted the key, stating, I'll do it myself. You can be so lazy, one of them remarked, taking the key and opening the iron cage, leading Meng out. Outside was an expansive hall, devoid of any presence. Meng followed the 2 down the stairs, where they encountered a few individuals and several computers displaying the surrounding surveillance footage. She wished to observe the screens a moment longer, but was urged forward by her companions. Hurry up. Descending another level, she arrived at the area where Lu Lin was located. There, Lu Lin was encircled by a group of men in black. Despite being surrounded, he remained composed, strolling leisurely. However, upon spotting in Meng, the calmness on his face diminished slightly. Two of his subordinates brought her before him, and Lu Lin pulled her closer, scrutinizing her from head to toe. Meng, are you all right? I'm fine. And Meng replied, her lips pressed together, her beautiful eyes glistening. Oh dear. Lu Lin was truly a thoughtful individual. She vowed never to call him old man again. It's good that you're fine, Lu Lin said, enveloping the girl in his arms, gently caressing her silky hair. He then leaned down, whispering in her ear, stay close to me, we will escape soon. Escape? The girl tilted her face upward. Aren't you here to rescue me? Why do we need to flee? They are not merely kidnappers. They were sent to kill me. But do not fear, assistance will arrive shortly. Just hold on to my hand tightly and do not let go. Perhaps overwhelmed by the magnitude of the information, and Meng struggled to process it all. Wait a moment. If they came to kill you, why did you come here? Lu Lin chuckled lightly. What can I do? They kidnapped my wife, whom I purchased with money. Until the contract expires, no one can take you from me. The girl's mouth formed a na shape. This old fellow. So willing to risk his life for money. When will someone come to rescue us? Lu Lin smiled, slowly raising his hand. Now, as he spoke, he made a gesture.
Moments late.
Something suddenly flew in through the window. The henchmen were startled, looking down to discover several canister-like objects. Before they could investigate further, the canisters erupted, releasing a burst of orange smoke. In an instant, the entire floor was engulfed in the haze. Not good, dragon. We're under attack, a long-faced man exclaimed. He grabbed the walkie-talkie. Surveillance, what are you doing? We've been hit with smoke bombs. What? That shouldn't be. Everything appears normal on our end. He paused, realization dawning. Wait, our feed has been replaced with screenshots. We've been hacked. What's the situation outside? Long pressed. One moment, let me check. After a flurry of hurried footsteps, the intercom crackled to life. It's bad, Brother Long. Our building is surrounded. There are police and men in black uniforms. What? Long exclaimed in shock. Don't we have brothers keeping watch outside? If someone is approaching, why haven't they sent word? They're all dressed in white snow gear. They must have crawled in. Damn it. Brother Long, what should we do? They're about to break in. A whirlwind of thoughts raced through Long's mind. Fear not. They are here solely to rescue Lu Linha. As long as we hold this floor and confine Lu Linha here, we will have leverage for negotiation. Brothers, guard the entrance. Yes. At that moment, Lu Linha, taking advantage of the swirling smoke, concealed himself behind a pillar. We just need to stay here and hold out until the others arrive. Aren't we going to charge out? Charge out? They have guns and I don't. Just then, the girl grasped Lu Linha's hand and with her other hand, drew a pistol from her waist, placing it in his palm. Here, now you have one. What's wrong? Nothing, thank you, Doryman. Chapter 45. Annihilation. Captain Lee, the assailants are firmly entrenched on the second floor. Our men cannot penetrate. A police officer reported to a superior in front of the patrol car outside the factory. Li Xian, the captain of the special police team of Nan City, was also the highest authority overseeing the hostage rescue operation. After Lu Lin departed, Shun Muwen did not remain idle. He enlisted the programmers within the company to conduct an IP search on the phone number, and upon determining the approximate location, he promptly contacted the police, and both parties rushed to the scene together. Upon arrival, Shun Muwen instructed their hackers to disable the adversary's computer and freeze their surveillance footage. Subsequently, the special police, clad in white camouflage suits, crawled from the grass to the vicinity of the factory. Given the surrounding wasteland, the assailants instinctively believed that the dirt road was the only necessary route, never anticipating that they would approach from the grass. They first incapacitated the guards stationed at the entrance with silent tranquilizer guns, then ascertained Lu Lin's location and hurled smoke bombs toward the second floor. Thus far, the operation had proceeded relatively smoothly. However, the assailants' fierce resistance soon complicated their efforts. What? You are all highly trained special police, each skilled and precise with firearms. How can you not breach their defenses? There's no choice. The smoke bombs obscure our vision, making it impossible to discern the situation inside, came the reply. How many smoke bombs remain? Not many, and prolonged exposure to the smoke could lead to respiratory distress and suffocation. Lucien pondered for a moment. It seemed they had no option but to cease the smoke barrage and initiate negotiations. Under Lucien's command, the police halted their fire. Approximately 10 minutes later, the smoke bombs began to dissipate. He took up a police loudspeaker and called out, "Individuals inside, let us converse." A voice from the second floor responded, "What do you wish to discuss? You are now surrounded. Resistance is futile. It would be prudent to surrender the hostages, and we may consider leniency." Leniency? Does that mean reducing the 10 bullets to 8? The voice scoffed. "If you want me to release the hostages, you must withdraw to 10 kilometers away immediately, and then we shall release them to find you. We can negotiate further on that condition, but first the hostages must be brought out. I need to ensure their safety." There was silence from the other side. Why the silence? "You haven't harmed the hostages, have you?" "Not yet, but I need to wait a moment. I've relocated the hostages to another location. It will take some time to bring them back."
Lucien's brow furrowa.
Relocated? They are all in one factory. Where else could they be taken? He sensed something was amiss and instructed the nearby officer to deploy a drone to the second-floor window to assess the situation. "Yes, Captain Lee." The officer maneuvered the drone to the second floor, and then he exclaimed, "Captain Lee, all the criminals on the second floor have been eliminated. Only a Long remains." "What?" Lucien hastily ascended to the second floor, only to find a Long sitting at the staircase, one of his fingers mysteriously absent. "What on earth has happened? Lee, could it possibly be that we eliminated them during our recent offensive? Were you not obscured by smoke grenades during the attack? Unable to see anything? Does this not highlight our marksmanship? Clearly, the individuals inside were not the ones we dispatched. To understand their total annihilation, we must recount events from mere minutes ago. As the smoke began to dissipate, visibility improved, albeit not entirely. Although Aaron wished to search for Anming and Luheng, he was constrained to monitor the staircase and could not move, thus delegating the task to his subordinates. After searching the hall for some time without success, they deduced that Luheng must still be on the second floor, as both access points had been sealed. The only unsearched area remaining on the second floor was a small room within. Two of the subordinates approached the door, kicked it open, and charged inside. The sound of gunfire echoed, prompting Aaron to exclaim, "Do not kill them. They are still useful." However, no response came from within. Sensing something was amiss, Aaron called out their names, yet silence prevailed. He then ordered 2 more individuals to investigate, but again gunfire rang out and still there was no sound. Realizing the dire situation, Aaron understood that Luheng had likely seized a firearm amidst the chaos, and judging by the gunfire, his aim was likely quite precise. The 4 shots fired without further response indicated that he was hitting his targets consistently. With only 3 of his own men remaining, Aaron hesitated to send them in recklessly.
Firent dire conséquence.
He thus commanded the use of gas grenades. Even if it meant harming the hostages, it was preferable to being shot by them. One of the subordinates opened the door slightly and tossed in 2 gas grenades, which quickly released their noxious fumes. "Be cautious. They may rush out at any moment. Keep a close watch on the door, and fire immediately if they emerge." "Understood." The 3 subordinates brandished their handguns, fixated on the entrance. As anticipated, moments later, the door swung open, and a figure charged out from within. The trio responded swiftly, unleashing a barrage of gunfire. "We got him, Dragon Brother," one subordinate exclaimed triumphantly. Yet, the next moment, something pierced through his chest, and as he looked down, the crimson stain deepened against his black attire. How could this happen? Did we not eliminate him? He glanced up at the fallen figure, his eyes nearly bulging in disbelief. The incoming figure was not Luheng but one of their own. Luheng had anticipated that the outside would be aimed at him, thus using the enemy as a human shield to absorb a volley of bullets. Upon realizing the truth, the subordinate's eyes rolled back, and he collapsed. "Run!" After dispatching the last 3, Luheng called out, prompting Anming to leap from the room. They had previously agreed that at Luheng's command, she would dash out and run for her life. Damn it, don't let them escape. As his subordinates were annihilated, Along, consumed by rage, abandoned his post at the staircase and rushed into the hall. His gun trained on the fleeing Meng, pulling the trigger. A deafening bang echoed through the air, causing Meng to jolt, her feet slipping beneath her as she fell to the ground. It's over. She had been shot. Just as she was about to wail in despair, an odd sensation washed over her. Wait, why did she feel no pain? Bewildered, she turned her head and was taken aback to see that Along had inexplicably broken 2 of his fingers, his handgun clattering to the floor. At that moment, Lu Linha emerged from the room, having anticipated Along's entrance, declaring that he had been watching him the entire time. Along's previous position had been cleverly concealed, a spot where neither side could strike the other, thus allowing Meng to escape first and forcing Along to reveal himself. Lu Linha had planned to finish Along with a single shot, but Along had instead leaned back and rolled down the staircase. With no time to spare for Along, who was now incapacitated, Lu Linha casually picked up a magazine from the fallen assassin and reloaded his weapon. And Meng gazed at him with admiration sparkling in her eyes, exclaiming, "Your marksmanship is incredible. Where did you train?" CS1. 6, he replied, causing her eyes to narrow in intrigue. Chapter 46. Confidence as a weapon. Lu Lin jested lightly before shifting his gaze to the 3rd floor. Although the situation on the 2nd floor had been resolved, the peril was far from over. The immediate priority was to prevent anyone from the 3rd floor from descending to provide assistance. Initially, Lu Lin intended for Meng to wait on the 2nd floor, yet she insisted on accompanying him upstairs. "Didn't you just teach me how to shoot? The more hands, the better." Despite her underlying fear, Meng felt an exhilarating thrill. It is worth noting that she once embodied the fervor of a young man, and such a scene awakened her dormant masculine spirit. "You cannot take such risks." "On what grounds?" "The contract does not stipulate that I cannot participate in a gunfight." Who would have anticipated such developments in a serious contract? Unable to persuade her otherwise, Lu Lin reluctantly acquiesced to Meng's wishes, stipulating that she must remain behind him and retreat immediately if circumstances turned perilous. The duo took their positions at the staircase leading to the 3rd floor, yet they found no one descending. Cautiously, Lu Lin ascended the stairs, only to discover the 3rd floor was devoid of life, save for a few computers. How peculiar. Where have the occupants vanished to? Just as he contemplated further investigation, a sudden flurry of footsteps echoed from behind him. From behind? How did they circumvent around? Lu Lin swiftly turned with his gun raised, only to lower it gradually upon recognizing the newcomers. Not foes, but rather police officers and personnel from the Lu Corporation. President Lu. Shin Muin approached briskly, scrutinizing Lu Lin with concern. "Are you all right?" "I'm fine. The plan has been reasonably successful." Li Xian saluted Lu Lin, addressing him. "Thank you for your efforts. We will now take over. You and your colleague should rest. The police will need to speak with you shortly." Lu Lin returned his firearm to the police and, accompanied by Lu Corporation staff, descended the stairs. Along the way, Meng could not contain her curiosity. "Old Lu, how did you become such an adept marksman? Did you serve in the military?" Before Lu Lin could respond, Shen Muin interjected, "Though President Lu has not served, he is trained at a shooting range and participated in specialized military courses abroad, excelling in physical fitness, climbing, combat, sniping, and reconnaissance. It is often said that every man harbors a dream of military service, and Lu Lin was no exception. With a father who was a veteran, he had long aspired to enlist. However, the responsibilities of managing the corporation at a young age precluded such pursuits. Once the company was on a steady path, he dedicated time to engaging in military-related activities, thereby fulfilling his dream of soldiering." And Meng turned to Shin Muin. "And you are? Allow me to introduce myself, Missin. I am Shin Muin, the general manager of the Lu Corporation." "Oh, pleased to meet you." Shin Muin smiled. "Missin, you truly possess an ethereal beauty. We initially had a more secure plan, yet President Lu, risking his life, insisted on confronting the situation directly to rescue you. At first, I found it difficult to comprehend, but upon meeting you, I seemed to gradually grasp the entirety of the situation." His words carried an underlying message, as he sought to convey something significant to Meng. If he was not mistaken, Lu Linhe had indeed become infatuated with the young girl, yet he was not entirely oblivious to his feelings. He simply was not ready to acknowledge them. Given this, he thought it prudent to offer a subtle hint, to help cultivate a favorable impression for Lu Zong. He believed his intentions were quite clear. However, to his surprise, Meng did not appear taken aback. Instead, she merely pouted, thinking that he was simply being miserly. Shen Muwen glanced at Lu Linhe, conveying a look that suggested he should clarify the misunderstanding. Yet, Lu Linhe remained unfazed, patting Meng on the shoulder, stating nonchalantly that he had a habit of not letting go of something he had paid for until the very last moment. It seemed that, indeed, one could not choose one's family. As the saying goes, it is difficult for a just official to resolve family matters. Shen Muwen chose not to dwell on this further and instead posed another question to Lu Linhe. Lu Zong, you are quite bold. We have merely speculated that the Tang family is the mastermind behind this, yet you dare to treat it as credible intelligence. In truth, Lu Linhe had not kidnapped the young master of the Tang family. He had merely conducted preliminary investigations that pointed to the Tang family as the instigators, and with audacity, he approached to intimidate the other party, who surprisingly fell for his ruse. Sometimes, confidence can serve as a weapon, much like Jotaro from JoJo, who, despite holding a poor hand, managed to compel the gambler Dabi to concede through sheer self-assurance. There was no choice. Once in the enemy's territory, one must possess a trump card. Yet, that card of yours is a bluff. Shen Muwen could not help but admire Lu Linhe's daring. Had this gone awry, the consequences were too dire to contemplate. Regardless of its authenticity, if it proved effective, that was what mattered. Indeed, Shakespeare was correct. Love renders one blind. Listening to their conversation, Meng suddenly sensed something amiss. Although the situation felt as if it were reaching a climax, she could not shake the feeling that someone was still missing. After a moment of contemplation, she had an epiphany. No, Qi was still upstairs. Meng quickly lifted her gaze toward the factory, intending to prompt Lu Linhe to alert the police, when she noticed a figure standing atop the building. Assuming it was Qi, she squinted for a closer look. Upon realization, her pupils dilated in shock. The figure on the roof was not Qi, but Jiang Yun. At that moment, Jiang Yun was brandishing a handgun, aiming down at them. As for who her target was, there was no doubt it was Lu Linhe. Meanwhile, Lu Linhe was still engaged in conversation with Shen Muwen, completely unaware that he had become a living target. Be careful. In a moment of urgency, she did not have time to think. She leaped towards Lu Linhe. A gunshot rang out, startling everyone. When their gazes shifted towards them, the young girl had collapsed into Lu Linhe's arms, blood dripping down, starkly contrasting against the pristine white ground. Meng, Lu Linhe exclaimed, shaking the girl in his embrace. Yet her beautiful eyes were barely open, as if she were asleep. Initially, Lu Lin and the girl felt utterly bewildered, as if they were ensnared in a dream, yet not fully awakened. The vivacious girl, who was once brimming with energy and never seemed fatigued, now lay submissively in his embrace, tranquil as a peacefully slumbering kitten. He had often pondered what it would be like when the girl finally settled into stillness, yet he knew it would not resemble this moment. Missen, Shen Muwen and several police officers approached, encircling them. On, Lu Lin and directed his gaze toward the rooftop, his voice low and frigid. Eliminate them. I understand, Mr. Lu, but please remain calm. At that moment, the girl in his arms suddenly opened her eyes, gazing at Lu Lin and speaking in a faint voice. Old he, do not speak. Conserve your strength until the doctor arrives to attend to your injuries. Lu Lin's tone was unusually urgent. No, I must speak. I fear that if I wait for the doctor, I may lose my chance. Nonsense. You will be fine. What is it you wish to say? Does this qualify as a work-related injury? At this revelation, everyone present was rendered speechless. Chapter 47. You truly are a genius, Mr. Lu. Missen has sustained a gunshot wound to her arm, yet the bullet did not penetrate her body. It merely grazed her, leaving her muscles and bones unharmed. After a period of rest, she should recover well, the chief physician explained to Lu Linhe as he scrutinized the X-ray images. Thank you, Dr. Wang. After Meng was shot, Lu Linhe promptly dispatched personnel to transport her to the nearest hospital. Following a brief treatment, She was transferred to Lu's exclusive private hospital. Holding her medical records, Lu Linha arrived at the VIP ward numbered 001. This opulent room, designed specifically for members of the Lu family, boasted a television, a sofa, a private bathroom, and all other amenities, making it indistinguishable from a presidential suite, save for the hospital bed. Through the expansive glass windows, one could behold the vibrant scenes of the bustling city at any moment. Upon reaching the door, the voice of a young girl emerged. "Hey, nurse! Didn't you already bandage me? Why do I still have to get an injection?" Lu Linha paused, peering through the crack in the door to observe the scene within. The girl, clad in a blue and white striped hospital gown, sat on the bed, her gaze fixed apprehensively on the needle-dispensing liquid. The corners of the man's lips curled slightly. This girl, who had remained silent during the ordeal of being shot, now appeared rather pitiable at the prospect of receiving a shot. Oddly enough, this display made her seem somewhat endearing. The nurse patiently explained, "It's like this, Mississippi. The bandaging is complete, but this injection contains anti-inflammatory medication. Having just sustained a gunshot wound, it is crucial to manage it properly. Otherwise, you risk infection and inflammation." Shinchi also encouraged, "Miss, you should listen to the nurse. We need this injection to heal." The girl pouted. "All right, but could you hold my hand?" "Shinchi?"
I am scared.
As she expressed this, and Meng stifled a laugh. While she disliked injections, she had not reached such a level of dread. Primarily, she wished to find a reason to hold Shinchi's hand. Even in injury, her heroic spirit remained unscathed. The events surrounding Jiangjun had taught her that there is no such thing as a free lunch. If she desired sweet affection, it would require her own efforts to attain it. The notion of a ruthless killer was far too terrifying. She preferred the gentle charm of a maid like Shinchi. Shinchi hesitated. After all, the nurse was present, and her mistress's display of vulnerability made her feel somewhat embarrassed. "Please, Shinchi, have pity on me. Just imagine that sharp needle piercing my skin, delving deeper and deeper. I am acutely aware of what is to come, yet I cannot resist. I can only await its arrival amidst endless panic. It is a most torturous experience. At this moment, I can only alleviate my suffering by holding onto someone's hand tightly." Well then, if you insist, miss, you must keep your word," Shinchi replied, perhaps swayed by Meng's vivid portrayal, as she extended her hand towards her. And Meng's eyes sparkled with delight. Success. Just as their hands were about to connect, Lu Linha entered, abruptly interrupting the moment. "What is going on here?" Shinchi retracted her hand. "Mr. Lu, you have returned. The young lady fears injections and wishes for someone to hold her hand." I see. It seems that must be me then." Lu Linha approached Meng, disregarding her astonished expression, and extended his hand toward her. "Come now." The young girl's lips parted slightly, and after a few moments of bewilderment, her gaze abruptly sharpened as she swatted Lu Linha's hand away. "Who on earth said I wanted to hold your hand?" And Meng was irate. The affectionate gesture she had painstakingly sought was now utterly obliterated by Lu Linha. "I am your husband. Am I not the one you most wish to hold hands with?" "Absolutely not. Are you implying that you actually desire to hold Shinchi's hand instead of mine?" Is that so, miss?" Shinchi displayed a look of surprise, and Meng was momentarily speechless. If she affirmed it, it would undoubtedly raise Shinchi's suspicions, making future pretenses of affection exceedingly challenging. Yet, if she denied it, she would be compelled to grasp Lu Linha's hand. With a single statement, Lu Linha had effectively sealed both paths. The young girl pouted, throwing her head back in frustration. "How vexing. For the sake of my future affection plans, I reluctantly placed my hand in Lu Linha's." Shinchi stifled a laugh, realizing that the young lady was indeed prideful. "How adorable. Prideful. I am not. See, the more you protest, the more spirited you become," the nurse chimed in. And Meng fumed, puffing her cheeks in exasperation, only to remember she had no whiskers to blow. This realization only heightened her irritation. Lu Linha added, "Shinchi, do not state it outright. Meng is shy and values her dignity." "Oh, I understand." Furthermore, Lu Linha gently tightened his grip on Meng's hand, savoring its delicate softness, and slowly remarked, "She has now crossed the threshold of the Lu family. She must be addressed as Madam." "Understood, Mr. Lu." My apologies, madam. I had forgotten. Upon hearing the term madam, and Meng ground her teeth in frustration. What on earth do you intend to do? Ah! Her words were cut short, and she felt a sharp sting in her right hand. Turning her head, she discovered that the nurse had completed the injection. What are you doing? The nurse replied, Did you not say that preparing for the injection was agonizing and painful? I took the opportunity to administer the shot while you were unprepared. You should feel somewhat relieved now. The young girl's mouth twitched, and after a while, she managed to utter, You truly are a genius. After the injection, the nurse exited the ward, and Shinzi discreetly followed suit. In the blink of an eye, the once lively ward was left with only Lu Linhe and An Meng. The atmosphere hung in silence for a moment before An Meng broke it. May I have my hand back now? Lu Linhe released her hand and then inquired, Why did you save me? Huh? You were the only one who witnessed the ambush upstairs. Why did you leap forward to save me? Lu Linhe was puzzled. Despite An Meng's apparent disdain for him, she had risked her life to shield him from harm. As the young girl pondered for a moment, she found herself at a loss for words, sensing that it was too late for reminders and that action was the only recourse. After all, you had saved me once. Now I save you in return, thus balancing the scales. From now on, you must not take such risks again, do you understand? Lu Linhe's tone suddenly turned grave. Fortunately, the opponent's shot went astray. Had it struck true, your life would have been in peril. I heard you, but why did she miss? This was indeed curious, yet regrettably, that woman had fled, and the police could not locate her, leaving them without answers. However, she was a professional assassin, typically precise in her aim. Her deviation must have had its reasons. After a moment of contemplation, Lu Linhe deduced. The assailant was aware that their hidden master had been unveiled. Even if she killed me, the Lu Corporation would not spare them. Yet, having accepted the contract, she could not abandon it. Thus she deliberately missed the shot. Akin to Huang Zhong shooting merely the feather of Guan Yu's cap, extending a courtesy. At that moment, An Meng's phone rang. She glanced at the screen and noted an unfamiliar number. Answering with caution, she activated the speakerphone. Hello? Who is this? It's me. Achia? Are you all right? I'm fine. Just that my phone was left on that woman's clothing. How infuriating. I failed to charm her and lost my phone in the process. Take heart. A lost phone can be replaced. What matters is that you are safe. True, and besides, I managed to get my revenge. Revenge? How did you exact it? When I saw that woman hiding with a gun on the rooftop, I hurled a lock at her, striking her squarely on the back of her head. Upon hearing this, An Meng and Lu Linhe exchanged glances, rendered speechless. After a lengthy silence, it was the young girl who broke the quiet, patting the man's shoulder. Your analysis is commendable. Next time, do not split your focus. Chapter 48. A piece of the play, what are you talking about? What analysis is good? Chi Yi on the other end of the phone sounded perplexed. It's nothing at all. By the way, how did you manage to throw the lock at her head? And Meng inquired with curiosity. That's a long story. Chi Yi cleared his throat and began to explain. After you were taken away, I managed to slip out of that room as well. Just as I was about to make my escape, I saw Jiang Jun hastily ascend to the 4th floor. I had no choice but to hide back in that room. She seemed to be on a phone call about something. Then she took off her coat and tossed it on the table in the hall before heading into a small room. Suddenly, I remembered my phone was still with her, so I stealthily emerged to retrieve it. However, just as I was about to succeed, she came out again, forcing me to hide once more. Then I heard the police arriving below. She told the remaining people to retreat quickly, donned her coat, and climbed onto the roof. I thought to myself that it was over. I wouldn't be able to get my phone back. It was my newly acquired Mate 60, which had cost me over a month's salary, and now, just a few days later, it was slipping away. The more I thought about it, the angrier I became. I happened to be holding a lockhead, so I followed her up to the roof. I saw her crouched at the edge of the building, intently gazing below. I threw a brick at her and quickly ran down. At that moment, the police were also arriving, and I returned with them. Fortunately, my phone has a tracking feature, and I've already informed the police. They said they would consider it a crucial lead in the investigation. After Chi Yi finished speaking, there was a prolonged silence on the other end. Hello? Can you still hear me? Yes. Ache, thank you. Thank you for what? That lockhead saved my life. Haha. I know, are you teasing me again? On a highway in the outskirts, a car sped past. Jiang Jun took out her phone and dialed. Boss. Today's operation was a failure. The police showed up. Fortunately, we only lost a few ashes. It's not a big deal. After briefly explaining, she hung up and gazed out at the scenery. Strangely enough, despite the mission's failure, a mysterious smile lingered at the corners of her mouth. Today's escape room experience had been quite entertaining. However, she hadn't anticipated that she would actually manage to escape from that room. Although she had provided considerable assistance, it must be said that she truly is a promising talent. Jungu, we've arrived. Jiang Jun looked out the window and noticed the car had come to a halt beside a rushing river. She exited the vehicle, approached the riverbank, and took out a phone. It was Chi Ye's Mate 60. She tossed the phone into the water, watching it float downstream. They were currently upstream on this river, and the phone would drift along with the current to the downstream. The police would undoubtedly prioritize the phone's location in their search, but when they eventually found it, they would realize it was leading them astray. It is said that this phone's waterproof feature is truly advanced. Let's hope it is not false advertising. As she settled back into the car, Jiang Yun instinctively leaned against the seat, only to be jolted upright by a sharp pain radiating from the back of her head, prompting her to cradle it with her hand. That pesky boy, I'll remember this. Chen, when do we eat? The patient is on the verge of starvation. And Meng had been lying in the hospital bed, absorbed in her phone since being admitted at noon. As the sun began its descent, her stomach started to growl in protest. Just wait a moment. Mr. Liu should be here shortly with the meal. Why are we waiting for him? Let us just order takeout. At that moment, a nurse entered the room. I apologize, madam, but you are still in your recovery phase and must adhere to a strict diet. It is essential for your health. If you have any requests, please let me know, and I will report them to the director. This is the downside of a private hospital, having a personal nurse constantly monitoring her. The pressure felt even greater than that at Hai Di Lao. Madam, let us wait for Mr. Liu, the nurse suggested. And Meng pouted, her empty stomach protesting. But when is he coming? Just as the words left her lips, Lu Linha's voice echoed from outside. What's the matter? Missing me? The man, clad in a tailored suit, stood tall and imposing, radiating an aura that could captivate countless young women without him needing to announce his identity. Yet, among those throngs of admirers, and Meng was notably absent. She shot him an exasperated glance. Mr. Liu, it seems you remain blissfully unaware of your talent for being utterly insufferable. Is that so? Then surely, you must disdain the meal brought by such an insufferable person. He opened the thermos he had brought, and the rich aroma of the dishes wafted through the air, causing Meng's mouth to water uncontrollably, tears of longing escaping the corners of her mouth. Hey brother, I was just joking, she stammered, swallowing hard. Oh, have you changed your mind so quickly? There's an old Chinese saying, Cici misinterpreted as Junjia, and Meng mimicked a peculiar accent. You are quite nimble with your words, he chuckled, taking a seat beside her bed. He scooped a spoonful of food and brought it to her lips. Here, open up. And Meng froze. What are you doing? Weren't you hungry? Just give me the spoon. I can feed myself. That one do. Your arm is still bandaged, and you mustn't move it too much. Then let Chen feed me. Lu Linha turned to Xian Chen. Aren't you busy? All right, I do have things to attend to, Xian Chen said, hastily exiting the room. With her gone, it was just the two of them. Wait, I still have another hand. The girl raised her left hand in protest. Both of your companions are injured. It's only reasonable for the left one to take a break as well. You can ask the nurse if you don't believe me. They both turned to the nurse, who, caught off guard by the sudden attention, took a step back, overwhelmed by the pressure.
Diretor Wang.
Mr. Liu is looking for you. Before long, Director Wang hastily appeared at the door, panting. Mr. Liu, you summoned me? Lu Linha, without lifting his gaze, toyed with the spoon. Director Wang, tell me, can my wife currently feed herself? Director Wang immediately grasped the implication and replied without hesitation. No. With a thunderous clap, and Meng struck the table, causing a resounding echo. Director Wang, my right hand is incapacitated, but as you can see, my left hand is perfectly functional. I can feed myself, correct? The corners of Director Wang's mouth twitched. Well, cough. Lu Linha cleared his throat. Director Wang jolted. No. What? Can? Or cannot? Was he now a part of their play? A myriad of emotions surged within Director Wang. Despite being the head of a department in the hospital, one was his employer, and the other his employer's wife. He could not afford to offend either. The two of them turned to him in unison. You're the doctor. Why are you asking me? Director Wang glanced around anxiously, then rolled his eyes and collapsed onto the floor. Director. A nurse rushed forward. Quick! Summon a doctor for me. You're a doctor, who will you call? Chapter 49. Is she already dead? With a parting of her lips, the young girl swallowed the spoon. Ultimately, Meng chose to concede, not solely due to the unbearable hunger gnawing at her, but more significantly because of a gentle whisper from Lu Linha lingering in her ear. Do not forget, Clause 24 of the contract. Clause 24. During the contract period, both parties must maintain a facade of affection in front of the other party. Any violation may result in corresponding penalties, not exceeding 4 of the contract amount, at the discretion of the aggrieved party. It was only until that day that Meng recalled the fear once governed by the malevolent capitalist. Before such capitalists, she, a mere commoner, could only bow her head, which was not particularly proud to begin with. Although being fed by another diminished her dignity, upon reflection, she realized she possessed little dignity to begin with, thus finding peace with her circumstances. After all, what was it but being fed? Surely it was preferable to starving. The young girl consoled herself in this manner. In the corridor of the hospital, Shun Muwen strode briskly. Upon arriving at Meng's room, he noticed the doctor, nurses, and Meng's personal maid, Xian Qian, all huddled by the door, seemingly eavesdropping on something. What are you doing? The group was startled and stepped back hastily. Nothing. They stammered. Just as Shin Muwen was about to open the door, Xian Qian suddenly blocked his path. Mr. Shin, wait a moment. Shin Muwen halted, questioning, what is it? The group exchanged glances and Xian Qian spoke. Right now, I can only say it's not very convenient. Not convenient? Shin Muwen raised an eyebrow. Xian Qian gestured towards the door and then pointed to her ears. After a moment's hesitation, Shun Muwen refrained from pushing the door open and instead pressed his ear against it. 200 words omitted. Outside the door, Shun Muwen's expression darkened. Are they really playing this game now? Isn't this just leading the poor girl on? He ran his fingers through his hair, glancing at the others. When they're done, let me know. Understood, Mr. Shen. Xian Qian replied with a sly smile. She had always thought Shin Muwen to be quite open-minded. Never had she expected him to exhibit shyness. It was the first time she had witnessed such a look on his face. Just as Shin Muwen was about to leave, the door swung open, revealing Lu Linha.
Montag wen?
What are you doing here? Can we have a word in private? Shin Muwen grabbed Lu Linha and pulled him away. The two entered a lounge, and Shin Muwen, hands in pockets, scrutinized Lu Linha from head to toe. Quite bold, aren't we, Lu? What do you mean? Stop pretending. You know precisely what I'm referring to. We are all adults here, yet your audacity to act so brazenly in a hospital is remarkable. Can you not consider the ramifications? Haven't you heard the saying, walls have ears? Be cautious, or you may find yourself caught in a compromising situation. Oh, I would love to see who would consider feeding someone a compromise. You think, huh? Feeding someone? Lu Linha's lips curled into a smirk. Indeed, what else could it be? Well then, it's nothing to worry about. What brings you to find me? Oh, the police have requested your presence. They say they have discovered significant information. Upon hearing this, Lu Linha's expression turned serious. Upon leaving the hospital, Lu Lin and his team proceeded to the police station to grasp the situation at hand. Jiang Jun and the technical personnel from the third floor had escaped through a pre-prepared secret passage, while the assassins on the second floor had mostly been dealt with. The only captured suspects remaining were Ajing and Alung. Ajing, who had been quite aggressive towards the hostages, suddenly became submissive in front of Officer A. Conversely, Alung maintained his defiance during the interrogation. Don't ask. We are professionally trained and will not divulge a single piece of information, he asserted. Officer A replied, very well. Then we shall take our leave. Alung was taken aback. Are you giving up just like that? Others have confessed, and we have interrogated them. Hey, don't go. Although both had indeed confessed, they were merely minions of Jiang Jun, possessing limited information. They belonged to a complex assassin organization, referred to within as Shanghui, indicating their status as the lowest-ranking lackeys. Jiang Jun was their superior, who would summon them whenever there was a job. They had never encountered any of the organization's higher-ups. The only detail they knew was that they had been contracted by the Shangtang Group, a prominent research entity in Nanjing. After briefing Lu Lin and his team, Li Xian sighed, lamenting the missed opportunity to capture their superior. Jiang Jun had cunningly arranged for an escape route via the secret passage and had prepared vehicles for a quick getaway. By the time we traced their escape using Qi Ye's phone location, they had already fled in vehicles that were waiting for them. Our search led us to the downstream of Yangtzuan River, where Qi Ye's phone was discovered, with no signs of anyone having passed through the area. It appeared that Jiang Jun had discarded it upstream, allowing it to drift downstream. The revelation that every member of this assassin organization was armed suggested a formidable background. Lu Lin analyzed, moreover, according to Alung, this organization has been active for several years. It is astonishing that such a large entity had previously gone unnoticed, especially given their extensive arsenal. The figures behind this operation must be significant. Indeed, Li Xian concurred, but the trail has run cold. To continue our investigation, we must locate Jiang Jun. As he spoke, he retrieved a phone sealed in a plastic bag from his pocket, which was none other than Qi Ye's. You can pass this along to your friend. Understood, Lu Lin replied, before inquiring, by the way, didn't Jiang Jun appear in public? Even if there are no surveillance records in the suburbs, she and my wife were shopping at a mall in the city this morning. Surely, there must be footage capturing her face. Li Xian sighed again. This is precisely why we called you here. What is it? We did manage to investigate that. The mall's surveillance system has excellent pixel quality, capturing her features clearly. We easily identified her through facial recognition technology. However, it is precisely because we found her that we are now more certain we cannot locate her. What do you mean? Li Xian's expression darkened significantly. It may be hard for you to believe, but this woman had already died 5 years ago. Upon uttering these words, the usually composed Lu Lin could not help but be taken aback. Chapter 50. A friend turned enemy is more reliable than a friend. At the heart of the city stands the Hu Xian Tower, the tallest building in southern city. The conference room located at its pinnacle is typically reserved for the eminent figures of the business and political realms. Through the expansive floor-to-ceiling windows, a sweeping view of the entire city unfolds effortlessly. Lu Linha sits at the head of the round table, arms crossed, gazing out at the scenery. The view from here is indeed splendid, Mr. Tang. Opposite him sits a middle-aged man, portly and clad in a tailored suit. Tang Guangyuan, the highest authority and chairman of the Shangtang Group. The chairman, usually exalted above the masses, now wears a look of acute vigilance. I wonder what brings you here today, Mr. Lu? Lu Linha uncrosses his arms, his fingers lightly tapping the mahogany tabletop. Mr. Tang, being a perceptive individual, you should surmise my intentions for this visit. If I am not mistaken, your youngest son has already been taken to the police station for questioning. Has he not? Cold sweat trickles down Tang Guangyuan's forehead, and he forces a strained smile. Mr. Lu, there seems to be a misunderstanding. These are merely unfounded slanders without evidence. He is aware of the failure of the assassin but also realizes that only a handful of lackeys were apprehended. Even if they possess some knowledge, their testimonies alone cannot serve as proof. Lu Linha smirks disdainfully, crossing his legs and reclining comfortably in his chair. His bodyguard, Wu Song, understanding the cue, produces a stack of documents and gently slides them across the table to rest before Tang Guangyuan. As Tang Guangyuan picks up and flips through a few pages, his eyes nearly bulge out of their sockets. I find it perplexing that, having had no grievances with you in the past, you would wish to harm me. This investigation reveals evidence of the theft of Lu Group's projects and funds, orchestrated by you over a decade ago, does it not? Furthermore, your dealings with my steward are strikingly close. I presume there is no other Shangtang Group in Southern City. Is there? Lu Linha sets his legs down, leans forward, and intertwines his fingers, elbows resting on the table. Although a faint smile graces his lips, It sends chills down Tang Guangyuan's spine. While these documents may not rival the sensationalism of a hired assassin, they represent a significant achievement for the police. You are aware that once a person loses power, much like the retreating tide, all that is concealed eventually surfaces. Surely, Mr. Tang, you would not wish for the authorities to become aware of your activities. Tang Guangyuan swallows hard. What do you want, Lu Linhe? With the situation now exposed, he sees no need to feign ignorance. To be candid, upon discovering that someone sought to cause me harm, it would be disingenuous to say I was not incensed. However, once I returned and regained my composure, I realized that perhaps we could sit down and discuss matters. We are both businessmen, and sometimes negotiations can yield favorable terms. Tang Guangyuan's eyes widen. What terms do you propose? Name them and I shall do my utmost. Not particularly difficult, really. 20% of Shang Tang's shares, along with collaboration on research projects with Lu Group, to be evenly divided moving forward. What do you think? Tang Guangyuan hesitates for a moment. Lu Linhe's demands were indeed quite considerable, yet in comparison to the potential collapse of the conglomerate, his conditions were remarkably generous. Ultimately, through their negotiations, Lu Linhe secured a 15% stake, with future projects being divided on a 60-40 basis. After the agreement was signed, Lu Linhe rose and shook hands with Tang Guangyuan. Thank you, Mr. Tang. I look forward to our prosperous collaboration. Now that we are partners, I trust both sides will act in good faith. Should my family encounter any further misfortunes, I assure you that the next venue for our discussions will not be quite so picturesque. Tang Guangyuan's expression stiffened. He discerned that Lu Linhe's words were not merely a demand for honesty but a reminder that they were now bound together in a precarious alliance. If anyone sought to harm the Lu family, the Tang family would also be compelled to act decisively. In a single statement, the former adversary, Tang, had been transformed into an ally. Nevertheless, whether Tang Guangyuan was willing or not, he could only acquiesce. Once Lu Linhe departed, Tang Guangyuan's secretary inquired, Mr. Tang, did Lu Linhe come with any ulterior motives? Isn't the objective plainly outlined in the contract? Tang Guangyuan replied, I meant, does he have any other intentions? Tang Guangyuan narrowed his eyes. I cannot fully decipher his thoughts. However, if he truly wished to eliminate me, employing law enforcement would be the most expedient method. By approaching me for cooperation, he has provided me with a means to extricate myself from danger. It seems I owe this young man a favor. With a sigh, he added, this fellow is indeed formidable. As they exited the lakeside building, Shin Muin spoke up, Lu, why not submit the evidence to the authorities for immediate action against them? Quite simply, if we intend to venture into the research sector and investigate my father's past, we will still need his assistance. We must initially make concessions. He will undoubtedly take heed and refrain from any lethal intentions, opting instead for genuine collaboration. Sometimes, friends who emerge from adversaries can prove to be more reliable than those we've known all along. Moreover, it is evident that the Shang Tang Group has formidable backing. If we do not expose this support, overcoming one Shang Tang will only lead to the emergence of another. It is wiser to follow the trail to its source, ensuring that none escape when the time comes. As he spoke, a chilling intensity glimmered in Lu Linhe's eyes, causing Shin Muin to feel a shiver of apprehension. Knowing Lu Linhe since childhood, he understood him best, steadfast in demeanor yet ruthless in action. At that moment, Lu Linhe's phone rang. He glanced at the screen, and the icy demeanor on his face softened slightly. Hello? Meng Meng? Lu, when are you coming back today? Lu Linhe checked his watch. It was just past noon. Just finishing up. How was your day? Not great. My arm still hurts a lot. Though he could only hear her voice, Lu Linhe imagined the girl pouting, looking utterly forlorn, his brow furrowed. Don't worry, I'll send the doctor over to check on you right away. Due to the minor nature of Meng's injury, she returned to the estate from the hospital that very evening. No need. I've consulted the doctor, and he assured me this is a normal occurrence. He prescribed some remedies, although they are rather unconventional. Just bring back the medication, she instructed. Oh, what remedies? I'll send someone to procure them. 2 slices of cheese chiffon cake, along with several of the latest PS5 game releases. I'll text you the names shortly and also a Gundam model. Those remedies of yours are indeed unconventional, he remarked. Well, unconventional remedies may not guarantee efficacy, yet they are distinctly unconventional. Besides, the doctor mentioned that the best way to alleviate pain is by diverting attention, and these items can perfectly fulfill that purpose. All right, I shall bring them back for you. Wow, that sounds amazing. After hanging up, Lu Linha gazed out the window, a smile unconsciously gracing his lips. The driver inquired, Mr. Lu, shall we head back to the company? Home. Home? What about me? We came in a single vehicle. You can't abandon your brother for your wife, can you? Protested Shin Muwen. Simple. You can come to my house for lunch, and then the driver can take you back to the company, Lu Linha suggested. Shin Muwen squinted, questioning whether this was still the workaholic he knew. Upon returning to the estate, Lu Linha entered the villa, intending to surprise Meng. However, upon entering the room, he found no sign of her. He proceeded to the living room, searching around, and unexpectedly encountered Tian Huifang. Linha, you're back so early today? Has Muwen come as well? She asked, her face lighting up. Yes, Mom. Have you seen Meng? The moment Meng's name was mentioned, Tian Huifang's expression soured. I haven't seen her. That girl hasn't gone out on her own again, has she? Lu Linha could only step outside the villa, inquiring around the courtyard. One male gardener appeared particularly anxious, and Lu Linha's intuition suggested he might possess some knowledge. Do you know where the lady has gone? He asked. I do. Has she gone out? She hasn't gone out. Hearing this, Lu Linha's expression softened somewhat. Then where is she? In the tree. What? Chapter 51. The delight of being caught after a fall time rewinds 5 minutes. At that moment, Meng was strolling in the courtyard with Xian, she when a peculiar sound echoed from the forest of the estate. Having nothing else to occupy her, she ventured into the woods with Xian. After a brief search, she discovered a small creature on the ground. The bird was round and plump, with a perfectly spherical head that exuded an irresistible charm. Its feathers were a striking blue-gray, adorned with soft gray down, indicating it was a fledgling. Upon noticing their presence, it widened its eyes and flapped its wings, yet it was unable to lift its chubby body off the ground. Meng approached and gently picked it up, cradling it in her palm for a closer inspection. What is this creature? Why can't it fly? She looked up, observing that it resembled a young magpie that had fallen from its nest above. Goodness, it didn't even die from the fall. Madam, although it is a fledgling, it is still a bird. Even if it cannot fly, it should be able to land safely, she replied. Is it unable to return home? Since it cannot fly, it certainly cannot go back. Such a poor little thing. The girl locked eyes with the bird as sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting shimmering spots of light on the ground, making it difficult to discern whether the beautiful scenery enhanced her elegance or vice versa. Though the lady was a married woman, her heart still retained the innocence and kindness of a young girl. After gazing at the bird for a moment, Meng turned to Xian, seemingly poised to speak. Xian thought to herself that the lady would surely suggest taking the bird home to care for it. Indeed, Meng glanced back at her. By the way, is this creature edible? Xian's smile froze. Wait, this lady is not as naive as I imagined. Probably isn't tasty. I've never heard of anyone eating magpies. Besides, magpies are considered auspicious birds, so consuming one feels rather inauspicious. True, Meng nodded in agreement. And although it appears plump, being so small it likely has little meat. Come on, since we have nothing else to do, let us take it home. Home? Which home? Of course, it's home. Meng pointed towards the nest high above. It's too high. It can't return. That's simple enough. We can climb up and place it back, can't we? But I can't climb trees, madam. I didn't say you had to climb. You probably don't even know my childhood nickname. Do you? What is it? Fire monkey. Meng removed her outer coat and handed it to Xian. Hold this for me. Men often exhibit a strong desire to perform in front of women, and although Meng was now a girl, she still maintained a male perspective in Xian's presence. Her intense desire to showcase her abilities made her forget that she had developed a fear of heights ever since she went bungee jumping. Madam, you're gonna climb up? That one do? Your arm is still bandaged. Xian's words trailed off as Meng abruptly tore off the bandage and tossed it to her. My arm has long since healed. I never truly sustained any injury. It is merely that old Lu has been excessively attentive to my condition, purchasing game consoles and delectable treats. I have hesitated to unwrap them, even preserving the bandage for later use. I must rebind it when I come down. No, my lady, I have been instructed to ensure your safety. Should anything happen to you, rest assured, I, the fierce fire monkey, am not without merit. No, no, my lady, please wait a moment while I fetch a ladder for you. With that, Xinshi dashed out, and before long, a male gardener appeared, carrying a ladder into the grove. My lady, allow me to assist, the gardener offered. Do you doubt my abilities? You remain outside to ensure that the old woman and others do not enter. Onming grasped the little magpie with one hand while deftly climbing the ladder with the other, successfully locating the magpie's nest. Xinshi, anxiously biting her nails below, suddenly heard hurried footsteps accompanied by familiar calls. Mei Mei, where are you? Upon recognizing the voice, Xinshi froze in alarm. This is not good, my lady. Master Lu has returned. What? Meng Meng gasped, her ears perked up in alarm. She listened intently, realizing it truly was him. Why had that old rogue returned so early today? Come down quickly. It would be disastrous if Master Lu saw you. Right away. She had just been feigning illness to obtain items from Lu Linhe. If he discovered that the supposed patient was not only well but also climbing trees, his nostrils would surely flare in indignation. Onming returned the little magpie to its nest and hurriedly descended the ladder. Unfortunately, she was a step too slow. Lu Linhe had already burst into the grove, followed closely by Shin Muwen and the male gardener. Onming. The girl trembled, her nerves overtaking her as her foot slipped, sending her plummeting from the ladder. My lady. The terror of weightlessness surged once more. She squeezed her eyes shut, but this time, instead of meeting the cold, unyielding ground, she was enveloped in warm, sturdy arms. Opening one eye, she beheld Lu Linhe's gaze, sparkling like a galaxy. In that fleeting moment, time seemed to halt, leaving only the lingering melody of romance echoing in the air. After a pause, Lu Linhe parted his lips, his voice magnetic yet cool. Whose phone is ringing? My apologies, Master Lu. The gardener quickly silenced his phone. The world fell silent. Lu Linhe lowered his gaze to the girl in his arms. Onming held her breath, closed her eyes, and tilted her head, feigning unconsciousness, employing the little sparrow's tactic of pretending to be dead. If you do not open your eyes, I may be compelled to kiss you. Oh no, no.
Yamawake, Yamawake.
The man chuckled. It seems this folk remedy is indeed effective. I only just purchased it, and you can already climb trees? Heh. Since you are well, I can relax. Those items can still be returned. Don't be like that. Having already purchased it, how regrettable it would be to return it, the girl exclaimed in a hurry. The medicine was bought for healing. If the ailment is cured, why not return it? Because, the girl stammered for quite some time, ultimately clasping her hands together. I apologize, I lied. I was in the wrong. It's all right. Acknowledging one's mistakes and seeking to amend is commendable, he reassured her. So, can we keep the medicine? Regarding the medicine, can remain. The girl's eyes sparkled with delight. However, having erred, punishment is necessary. What sort of punishment? Her beautiful gaze was now tinged with caution. Well, the man mused for a moment, a sly smile crossing his lips, and his voice intentionally rose a notch. We'll discuss it tonight. What? After setting and Meng down, Lu Lingyi returned to the villa and briefly entertained Shin Muwen. It wasn't a grand feast, merely 2 bowls of noodles. The two sat across from each other, partaking in the simple meal. After a few bites, Shin Muwen set down his chopsticks. By the way, Mr. Lu, you haven't answered my question from last time. What question? That girl. Do you like her or not? Lu Lingyi's chopsticks froze mid-air. Chapter 52. She is not foolish, just a bit silly. Eat properly and refrain from asking too many questions during meals. Lu Linhe interjected, returning to his meal. However, Shin Muwen was not inclined to be easily dismissed. He folded his arms and regarded Lu Linhe with keen interest. Do you have no answer? Or do you simply choose not to respond? Lu Linhe remained silent. Shin Muwen continued, if you ask me, that girl is quite remarkable. Young, with a pleasing figure and a beautiful face. Most importantly, she possesses a certain innocence, albeit to the point of appearing somewhat foolish. Actually, that is not entirely accurate. Lu Linha countered, recounting the tale of Meng and Chi Ye's escape. Upon returning from the abandoned factory, Meng was eager to share her exhilarating escape room experience with everyone, Lu Linha included. From her narrative, it was evident that she possessed a fair degree of intellect. Her rather relaxed lifestyle simply did not showcase it. Is that so? Perhaps I misjudged her, Shen Muwen conceded. Indeed, she is not foolish. Just then, Meng's voice could be heard from outside. Chen, watch closely. This paper airplane is crafted under the guidance of a master who holds a dubious Guinness World Record. Can fly for dozens of meters. Just you wait. Wow, you're amazing. A few moments later, a paper airplane soared through the window and landed directly in Lu Linha's bowl, akin to a missile in pursuit. Hey, where's my airplane? The two at the dining table fell silent. She's just a bit silly, Shen Muwen remarked with an awkward chuckle. That's quite all right, you seem to enjoy that. You should be well aware that we are merely bound by contract, Lu Linha replied calmly. Is that so? Then I can rest easy. I recall that the young lady has a male friend with whom she shares a close bond. Now that the matter with the Shangtang group is resolved, I presume this contract is no longer necessary. Since you have no interest in her, it would be wise to terminate the contract early. Who knows? She might even express her gratitude and invite you to celebrate a wedding. With a sharp snap, Lu Linha's chopsticks broke in two at Shen Muwen's words. He set them aside, picked up a new pair, and smiled. These wooden chopsticks are rather fragile. They break at a mere touch. If I recall correctly, your family uses only the finest bamboo chopsticks, the most durable kind. No, these are wooden chopsticks. All right, wooden chopsticks it is. I've had my fill. Please enjoy your meal. Shen Muwen rose and approached Lu Linha, pausing momentarily. Ultimately, whether you choose to tell me is inconsequential. What truly matters is whether you have the answer within yourself. After Shen Muwen departed, Lu Linha gazed at his bowl for quite some time. Eventually, he picked up his chopsticks and retrieved the airplane. Just then, hurried footsteps echoed, and a familiar figure appeared at the entrance of the dining room. Lu Linha, don't eat my airplane. Later that evening, in the bedroom shared by Lu Linha and Meng on the third floor, a flurry of sounds could be heard. Are you satisfied, boss? Not bad, but it feels like there's not enough strength. Well, it can't be helped. My hands are small. Your technique appears rather inexperienced. Is this your first time giving a massage? Naturally, are you satisfied, boss? It's acceptable, yet your hands should not solely focus on the upper areas. A more comprehensive approach is required. I can no longer continue. My hands have grown weary. Whoever wishes to massage may do so. I shall refrain. The punishment that Lu Linha mentioned is, in fact, to provide him with a massage in the evening. Meng initially believed it would be a simple task. Yet she soon discovered it was quite the challenge. Due to Lu Linha's years of rigorous exercise, his physique is both toned and resilient, making it exceedingly difficult for Meng to apply any pressure. Moreover, his sizable frame rendered her exhausted after merely one session. Although my hands ache, it matters not. Lu Linha rose from the chair and laid himself upon the bed. All four limbs can contribute to the massage. Let us try the other two. Huh? And Meng narrowed her eyes. This old fellow must be up to something. Isn't it common to step on someone's back during a massage? So, you are frequently subjected to this? Not at all. Then why do you want me to step on you? Because outside it costs money. Free massages should not be wasted. You're just being stingy. And Meng felt a surge of anger. She had intended to firmly refuse, yet the words caught in her throat. After a moment, stepping on his back would imply she could place Lu Linha beneath her feet. The Grand CEO, who usually commands authority, was now obediently lying on the bed, at her mercy. Wouldn't that make her more formidable than the president himself? In the future, she could boast about how even the CEO of the Lu Corporation must bow before her. A particular line of dialogue flashed through her mind. The opportunity to have Lu Linha beneath her feet is right before me. I must ponder whether this could be a once-in-a-lifetime chance. To restore the glory of the Yin family is our unshirkable duty. Very well, I shall step on you. Let us proceed. And Meng removed her shoes and was about to climb onto the bed when Lu Linha grasped her ankle. What are you doing? Having second thoughts? The girl raised her eyebrows. Not so fast. Here is this for you. Lu Linha produced a bath towel and handed it to Meng. What is this for? Is it to wipe her sweat? Concerned for her comfort? Surprisingly considerate. And Meng accepted the towel, and then her feet stepped directly onto Lu Linha's back. The human back may appear flat, yet it is quite difficult to maintain balance upon it. And Meng supported herself against the ceiling to steady her balance and began to walk lightly. Lu Linha frowned. Where is the towel? Around my neck. What does that mean? Didn't you ask me to wipe my sweat? I'm not sweating yet, so why would I drape it around my neck? I intended for you to cover my back with it. Who steps on someone else's back barefoot? Why didn't you mention that sooner? I'll cover you now. No need. You're already on my back, so it doesn't matter if you cover me or not. And Meng shifted her steps and began to dance upon Lu Linha's back. She had initially intended to torment him, but regrettably, her light weight meant that even her playful jumps would not impose any significant impact on Lu Linha. There is a saying that resonates well. When one's strength is insufficient, even anger may only evoke a sense of endearment. Lu Lin mused. Although Meng appeared lively and exuberant on most days, it was surprising to find her hands and feet cold. It seemed she needed to replenish her vitality. With his eyes closed, he gazed at the busy silhouette on the wall, unable to suppress a soft chuckle. Despite her usual carefree demeanor, this girl approached her tasks with a commendable seriousness. Just as this thought crossed his mind, a foot suddenly landed on his head. Ah, my apologies. I slipped. Chapter 53. To annoy her is like grasping cotton, no more stomping. And Meng, already weary from the previous massage, was further drained after bouncing around on Lu Linha's back, ultimately depleting her last ounce of energy. She leapt off Lu Linha's back and collapsed onto the bed, pulling the quilt over herself and shutting her eyes, a smooth sequence of movements that left Lu Linha momentarily speechless. Just as she was about to drift off to sleep, the quilt was abruptly yanked away by the man. What now? She glared at him, eyes wide. Go take a shower. You're drenched in sweat, he replied. After their vigorous activity, the young girl's complexion was flushed with the afterglow of exercise, her forehead dotted with fine beads of perspiration. I'll wash tomorrow, she protested. A girl must maintain cleanliness. Hurry up, or do you want me to carry you? At this, and Meng sprang upright on the bed, her almond-shaped eyes fixed on Lu Linha for a long moment before she spat out. You're quite something. With that, she descended from the bed and entered the bathroom. After a quick rinse, she donned her pajamas and dashed out of the bathroom. Just as she leapt onto the bed, she was once again scooped up by Lu Linha, who seated her in front of the mirror. First, let us dry your hair. And Meng stiffened, her fists clenched. Had she been able to overpower him, she would have unleashed her iron fists long ago. But alas, she was no match for him, so he was fortunate. To provoke her was akin to grasping at cotton. Seeing her predicament, Lu Linha felt an inexplicable surge of joy. He took hold of the hairdryer and began to dry her silky hair, the scent of shampoo wafting through the air. As he worked, he gently tousled her locks, striving to expedite the process. The loudness of the hairdryer shattered the tranquility of the room and disrupted Lu Linha's thoughts. In his ears, the words of Shen Muwen echoed. Whether you tell me or not is inconsequential. What truly matters is whether you have the answer yourself. An answer? It was not that he hesitated to respond, but rather that he was uncertain of how to articulate it. Prior to this, Lu Linha had scarcely experienced romance. The solitary relationship he had was with Ning Yufei, which hardly qualified as love. Their romance began in a haze of confusion, as he was preoccupied with work and had little time for courtship. The Ning family had approached Tian Huifang, and the two families quickly reached an accord, setting the stage for a union. Consequently, the relationship between Ning Yufei and Lu Linha became an unspoken affair within high society. In truth, they had never even shared a proper date. Being a workaholic, he spent both day and night at the office. Even when Ning Yufei visited him, their interactions were limited to simple meals in the company cafeteria. This led to several arguments, with Ning Yufei expressing her frustration over his apparent indifference, yet he remained non-committal. During a critical period for the company, he had to concentrate all his efforts on its operations, leaving no room for Ning Yufei. The Ning family, already displeased with Lu Linha's actions, encouraged Ning Yufei to abandon him under the pretext of studying abroad, thereby severing their connection. After that, Lu Linhe ceased to engage in romantic relationships. Although he had countless exceptional women vying for his attention, he had grown accustomed to a solitary existence. Over time, he became increasingly uncertain of what it felt like to be enamored. In the realm of business, he was a formidable figure, yet in the battlefield of love, he appeared as inexperienced as a newly enlisted soldier. Thus, Shun Maoen's conjecture proved accurate. Even he was oblivious to the answers residing within his heart. As he dried his hair, he switched off the hairdryer, yet his eyes remained contemplative. After a moment, Lu Linhe's throat moved as he spoke softly. I'm not targeting you. It's essential to dry your hair after washing it, or else it may damage your hair quality and lead to a cold. He was perplexed by his sudden urge to explain, as if he feared the girl might misunderstand him. The girl responded quietly. Furthermore, although your injury has healed, it's best to avoid strenuous activities, or it may easily relapse. Recently, while many matters have been resolved, the outside still remains unsafe. However, I am not restricting your outings. I simply ask that if you intend to go out, inform me so I can arrange for your safety. Aren't you tired? You should get some sleep. Lu Linhe looked down at the girl, and after a moment of silence, he observed her head reclined against the back of the chair, her small mouth slightly parted, peacefully asleep. The was merely her subconscious response upon drifting off. Gazing at her serene, sleeping face, he broke the silence, murmuring, "Are you a fool?" He shook his head, smiled softly, and chose not to rouse her, instead lifting her gently to the bed. Good night. Later that night, as Lu Linhe was peacefully slumbering, a sudden kick struck his abdomen. He jolted awake, only to find Meng had rolled over from the other side to his. Take that. Are you battling with that little monster again? He sighed in exasperation, gently removing her foot, but no sooner had he set it down than the girl rolled over, landing softly in his embrace. It seems to be Senior Mai this time. Having spent countless days and nights together, Lu Linhe was well acquainted with Meng's dreams. Just as he was about to close his eyes, he heard her murmuring in her sleep. Husband, I was wrong. He opened his eyes wide. Who is she calling? A new character in her dream? The girl continued, I love you, husband. Hug me. The man's gaze turned vacant. So, this girl had always harbored such feelings? It made sense. Otherwise, why would she have recklessly shielded him from harm? The night was eerily quiet, so much so that even the sound of his heartbeat felt overwhelmingly loud. He was uncertain of the precise answer he sought. All he knew was that since Meng lost her memory, his life had undeniably become more vibrant. Post-amnesia, Meng did not grow more introverted. Rather, she became more lively and carefree. Admittedly, she was not a flawless wife. She had a penchant for swearing, was picky with food, and often disregarded his dignity. Yet, she is equally kind-hearted and innocent, her emotions vividly expressed on her face, and she possesses the courage to stand firm in the face of life and death. This sensation inexplicably evokes a sense of authenticity within him. Throughout his life, he has been surrounded by insincerity, inundated with hollow praises that only reveal a semblance of truth when betrayal occurs. However, Meng is different. She embodies genuine emotion from beginning to end, and this authenticity is what he has been most lacking. Previously, his reluctance to return home stemmed from his overwhelming busyness and a lack of expectation. Now, however, during moments of respite at the office, he finds himself curiously pondering what she might be doing today. Is she once again engaging in some new game with the employees? Gradually, he has developed an interest in returning home, for there is always an intriguing soul eagerly awaiting him. Contemplating this, Lu Linhe's heart swells with tenderness as he gently caresses the girl's silky hair. This feeling must be what it means to be smitten. Initially perplexed, he finds clarity after hearing her speak in her dreams, as if the answer has suddenly revealed itself to him. He lowers his head and leaves a unique mark upon her alluring, soft pink lips. After savoring the taste, the girl smacks her lips and says, Lao I've said everything you taught me. Can I have my PS5 back now? Lu Linhe's smile stiffens. Chapter 54. Having a child with her what? Have you already found an answer so soon? The next day at the office, Shin Maoan contemplated continuing to tease Lu Linha, but to his surprise, the latter initiated the conversation. Indeed, did you not claim just yesterday that your relationship was merely contractual? Shin Maoan chuckled lightly. You're not about to say that the past is the past, and the present is something else, are you? Of course, it is a contract, Lu Linha replied calmly. I merely wish to convert it into an indefinite one. Lu Linha's nature was such, suspicious and indecisive, yet once he made a decision, he would act with relentless resolve. You resemble a cooked duck, all soft and yielding, yet your beak remains obstinate. Enough of that. With your extensive experience, do you possess any strategies? Huh? You're asking me about this? You've been in this field longer than I have, with a wealth of knowledge and considerable experience that allows you to implement innovative, coordinated, open, and shared development concepts. Naturally, you are the best person to consult, and as the company's general manager, you always assist me with my plans. Don't you? Are you holding a shareholders' meeting here? Shin Maoan teased, then slowly added, while you make a fair point, the issue at hand seems unrelated to the company. How can it be unrelated? My child will be the future heir of the company. If I do not have a child with her, the company will lack an heir, and without an heir, it is vulnerable to external appropriation. Isn't this a matter of the company? Shin Maoan raised his thumb in approval. You truly are invincible. I've seen many who pursue women, but it is my first encounter with someone who presents it so nobly. Then you should hurry and elaborate. People say that the business world is akin to a battlefield, and I would argue that romance is no different. You've read Sun Tzu's Art of War, right? There is a saying, know thyself and know thy enemy, and you will never be defeated. To devise a concrete plan, you must first understand how the other perceives you and gauge the level of their affection. Lu Linha nodded, his eyes deep in contemplation. Huh? You want me to accompany you to a banquet this Saturday? Today, upon returning, Lu Linha delivered significant news to Meng. Yes, this is a business gathering convened by the city of Nan, attended by renowned leaders and entrepreneurs. Typically, participants bring a female companion. You should accompany me. Are their companions all wives? Lu Linha paused. Not necessarily. In reality, most companions at such gatherings were not spouses. Given that many leaders and entrepreneurs were middle-aged or older, their wives were often of a similar age, leading them to seek young, attractive, and articulate female secretaries as companions. Then why not find another woman to accompany you? At that moment, three thoughts sprouted in Lu Linha's mind, akin to the options presented to a protagonist in a gal game when encountering beautiful girls. The first option, the domineering CEO approach. The only woman who can be by my side is you, was swiftly dismissed by Lu Linha. If he were to utter such words, and Meng would most likely retort with a comment about him being mentally unwell, followed by a decisive rejection. The second option, the miserly CEO approach. You are hired to accompany me, hence you are obligated to do so, would not elicit a refusal from Meng, though it would undeniably diminish her fondness for him further. After much contemplation, Lu Linha finally spoke. A companion is not so easily found. She must be a woman of beauty, grace, and extensive knowledge. Among all the exceptional women I know, you alone stand out. Unsurprisingly, Meng was taken aback. After a prolonged moment of disbelief, she pointed to her own nose, asking, Are you certain you are referring to me? Naturally, was there another woman in question? She gestured toward the side where Xian Qian stood. This time, Xian Qian had wised up and quickly excused herself, claiming she had other matters to attend to. With a wave of her hand, Meng relented. All right, fine. Since you've put it that way, I shall accompany you. Indeed. A car will come to fetch you on Saturday afternoon. After Lu Linha departed, Xian Qian returned. Oh, you finished so quickly? Traitor. Meng exclaimed in frustration.
Xin Qian.
Looking somewhat embarrassed, replied, I had no choice, my lady. We cannot afford to provoke President Lu, and he genuinely holds affection for you, practically singing your praises. Meng scoffed. I never imagined he would utter such insincere words to achieve his ends. Such is the nature of capitalists. Are you not moved? Moved? Perhaps other girls would be swayed by such words, but not I. Meng asserted, placing her hands on her hips. Then why is your face so flushed? Huh? As Saturday approached, a peculiar occurrence caught in Meng's attention. Lu Linhe had been leaving work on time. In the past, he had been a veritable model employee, often returning home only 2 or 3 days a week, sometimes even staying at the office for 3 or 4 consecutive days. Yet in recent days, he returned home promptly each evening, and on one occasion he came back before noon. While returning early was not inherently problematic, he seemed to appear everywhere, akin to an unshakable specter. No matter where she found herself within the estate, except for the restroom, she would invariably catch sight of him. Whenever she inquired about his presence, he would merely respond with 2 words: coincidence. This so-called coincidence had deprived her of time for live streaming and gaming. Even more bizarre were the nights when, while turning over in bed while using her phone, she would catch Lu Linhe gazing at her, sometimes with an enigmatic smile that sent shivers down her spine. She harbored serious doubts that this man had discovered her secret fear of ghosts and was deliberately trying to frighten her. On Saturday afternoon, while waiting for the car to pick up in Meng, the makeup team arrived once again. "Good day, my lady. It's a pleasure to see you again," the female makeup artist greeted cheerfully. "Why are you back again?" Although Meng had only met them once, she knew their presence heralded trouble. As expected, 3 hours passed in the blink of an eye. Despite the passage of time, the prowess of this team remains undeniable. And Meng has donned a stunning evening gown cinched at the waist. The upper portion is adorned in black, transitioning to a gradient of gray, and culminating in a flowing white chiffon hem, creating an inexplicable sense of layered elegance. The delicate black straps contrast starkly with her alabaster skin, accentuating her exquisite collarbone and dainty shoulders, forming a picturesque scene. This time, her makeup is refreshingly understated, embracing a natural aesthetic with a soft peachy pink lip color. A few loose curls cascade gracefully, embodying a blend of casual elegance and playful charm. Indeed, the lady is a natural beauty, effortlessly mastering any makeup style. I have had the privilege of beautifying numerous celebrities, yet few reach the level of grace she possesses. Rest assured, you shall undoubtedly be the most radiant presence at the soiree today. "I do not aspire to be the most radiant," she humbly replied, "for the tallest tree catches the wind. One must remain modest." Indeed, the lady exemplifies true grace. Being the second most dazzling is ample. In the afternoon, Lu Linhe returned to the estate to escort Meng. After her transformation, Meng was ushered forth, and the makeup artist inquired with a smile, "How does it look, Mr. Lu?" Lu Linhe gazed at Meng for an extended moment, then nodded emphatically. "Perfect." Initially, Meng thought he was jesting, but it wasn't until she entered the car that she realized the sincerity of his words. Once seated, the driver could hardly avert his gaze from the rearview mirror, his eyes wide with admiration. "Old Pan, why are you not driving?" Lu Linhe asked. "Oh, my apologies, Mr. Lu," the driver replied. "The car is simply too beautiful. I shall drive the lady right away." Lu Linhe and Meng exchanged incredulous glances. Chapter 55. Today, a lady the soiree unfolds within a commercial edifice nestled in the heart of the city, a venue exclusively reserved for the elite, underscoring the grandeur of the occasion. Lu Lin and Meng arrive at the entrance, where the receptionist, upon inspecting their invitation, graciously permits their entry. As they traverse the corridor, Lu Lin advises, "Once we enter, be mindful of your words. Strive to embody the essence of a lady, as you represent the Lu family's image. Utter not a single curse." And Meng pouts, questioning, "And what if I do?" Casting a sidelong glance at her, Lu Lin retorts, "Then I shall silence you." Ha! Such bravado! With so many people in attendance, wouldn't it be more ridiculous if you attempted to muffle my mouth with a cloth? And Meng dismisses with a laugh. "I never mentioned a cloth." "Then what, pray tell?" "With my lips." "How dare you?" And Meng instinctively exclaims, her eyes widening in realization as she hastily covers her mouth, stammering, This doesn't count, we haven't even entered the venue yet." Lu Lin revels in the girl's flustered demeanor, a smirk playing on his lips. "I am well aware. There is no rush." And Meng had anticipated the event would resemble a traditional wedding banquet, with guests seated at tables, but her assumptions were misguided. The affair resembled a Western-style gathering, where attendees mingled freely, engaging in conversation, while a dance floor at the center witnessed couples swaying to the rhythm, exchanging flirtatious glances. Servers were strategically placed throughout the venue, poised to offer an array of beverages. The hall buzzed with attendees, men donning tailored suits and women in elegant dresses, creating an air of high society. Lu Lin ordered a glass of red wine for himself and a fruit juice for Meng. Upon their entrance, the crowd's attention gravitated towards them, with several individuals approaching to extend greetings. "Wow, you're quite the celebrity, aren't you, Lu?" And Meng exclaimed, astonished. Lu Lin had become a prominent figure in Nanchang, having narrowly escaped a life-threatening encounter with the Shangtang group, and even transformed the adversary into an ally by absorbing their shares and profits. Such prowess and vision commanded the respect of the city's elite. Moderately so. "When they approach, you shall greet them alongside me." "But I don't know them. How can I greet them?" "You've encountered most of them at the wedding." "At that time, I was in a daze. How could I possibly remember?" "Fear not. I shall introduce them in turn, and you need only echo my words." As they conversed, 3 individuals approached. "Mr. Lu, how have you been?" "Director Wang, likewise." Lu Lin responded, then gestured to Meng. "This is Deputy Director Wang from the Bureau of Industry and Commerce." Director Wang. "Ah, Mrs. Lu, as radiant as ever." Director Wang remarked, "This is President Ma Jun of the Junma Group." President Ma. "Good evening, Mrs. Lu," President Ma greeted. "And this is Director Nye Yuhuan from the Personnel Department of the Education Bureau." Director Nye. At this, a palpable silence enveloped the group. "Is there an issue?" And Meng blinked, her expression one of bewilderment. Director Nye. "It's quite all right, my dear. I merely felt that when you called out earlier, it seemed as though you were about to ensnare me with a golden ring." After quite a while, the introductions finally came to a close, and Meng sighed in relief. She never anticipated that, as an ordinary citizen, she would one day become acquainted with a group of high-ranking officials who treated her with such deference. "Are you nervous?" "Of course. As someone from the common folk, it is only natural to feel anxious in the presence of such esteemed leaders." "Then why are you so relaxed around me?" You are different from them." "Oh, in what way?" Lu Linhe became intrigued. "Well," and Meng glanced at Lu Linhe and then at the leaders, blurting out, "Your hair." Lu Linhe narrowed his eyes, perplexed by her response. "Look at those leaders. They all sport the Mediterranean hairstyle, which carries an inherent intimidation. Your hair is too abundant, lacking any sense of pressure. See? It makes perfect sense, doesn't it?" Regardless of its validity, I must say, I have never encountered such reasoning in my life. Well, today you have. However, upon Lu Linhe's remark, she realized that the previous version of herself, despite harboring grievances towards him, had always been respectful in his presence. Yet now she felt entirely at ease, almost audacious. Thus, she could only conclude that she had grown stronger, unafraid of authority, embodying righteousness. By the way, Lao He, wasn't it stated that public officials are prohibited from attending banquets? How come there are so many leaders here? Prohibition does not equate to compliance. Legal violations are clearly defined, yet those imprisoned still flock in droves, Lu Linhe stated, pausing momentarily. "Also, when we are outside, you must call me husband." "Oh, husband. When can we take a break? My legs are aching." Lu Linhe glanced down at her petite feet encased in crystal shoes. "Come. I shall assist you to the resting area over there." With that, he took her hand, and she offered no resistance as he led her step by step to the lounge. "You rest here for a bit. I have a few friends over there. I'll greet them and return." "MHM." She waved her hand at him. "Go on then." "Ouch." He withdrew his hand from her head, noticing her pitiful expression, and couldn't help but ruffle her hair before turning to leave. Once seated, she supported herself with her hands on the chair, stretching her delicate legs. "You are representing the Lu family at this event." For some reason, Lu Linhe's words flashed through her mind, startling her into placing her legs down and sitting properly. Since mobile phones were prohibited in such venues, she could only sip her juice while watching the dancers to pass the time. Suddenly, her view was obstructed. She moved to the left and the person mirrored her. She moved to the right and they followed suit. She lifted her gaze, visibly displeased, and before her stood a young man clad in a black suit, seemingly around 20 years of age, adorned with a black hat, who regarded her with a smile. "Is there something you require?" he inquired. "Might I ask if this beautiful young lady is alone?" And Meng raised an eyebrow at such a question. Could she possibly be anything other than human? Of course I am. Are you not? What a coincidence. I am as well. My name is Mo Yuchen. Just returned from studying abroad. It is a pleasure to make your acquaintance. As Mo Yuchen spoke, he took in Meng's hand, leaning in as if to kiss it. However, just a few centimeters away from his lips, that delicate hand suddenly transformed into a fist, delivering a swift punch that sent his hat flying. The man was taken aback, a hint of dissatisfaction flickering in his eyes. What do you mean by this? You took my hand to your face. Did you not intend for me to strike you? Lu Lin had only advised her against using foul language, yet had not prohibited her from defending herself. You, a nameless socialite without any backing, dare to show me disrespect? Do you know who I am? You shall not escape my wrath. Mo Yuchen glared, attempting to seize Meng, but before he could reach her, a tall figure emerged from behind, firmly grasping his wrist. Upon looking up, he discovered a towering man standing behind him, using his height to loom over him. Do you know who she is? Chapter 56. The world is too small. Lu Linha squinted his eyes, not showing any outward rage, yet he resembled a ferocious tiger unable to conceal its murderous intent, exuding an unyielding authority. Husband. And Meng approached Lu Linha, pointing at Mo Yuchen, and adopted a melodramatic tone reminiscent of ancient costume dramas. He has wronged me. After saying this, she delicately covered her mouth with her hand, her body slightly trembling as if she were on the verge of tears, evoking a sense of pity. However, in reality, she was merely stifling laughter. When it came to fanning the flames, she was a true expert. Lu Linha's expression remained unchanged, yet he tightened his grip around Mo Yuchen's wrist, bending it painfully. Crack. Ah, it's going to break. Help. I was wrong. Lu Linha released him, and Mo Yuchen staggered back a few steps, ensuring he was out of harm's way before angrily demanding, "What's your name?" Lu Linha. Lu Linha? Oh, I've heard of you, the brat who used to follow my sister around. I am from the Ning family. You, a member of a fallen clan, dare to provoke me? You'll regret this. Ning family? And Meng furrowed her brows, finding the name oddly familiar. Lu Linha smirked disdainfully. Is that so? Then summon them here. Fine, just wait. Mo Yuchen pulled out his phone and began to make calls. Before long, several individuals approached from a distance, led by a middle-aged man with graying hair. It was Ning Wankong, the chairman of Kongning Group. What's the matter, Yuchen? Uncle. Mo Yuchen called out loudly as he reached Ning Wankong. This guy laid hands on me, and he nearly broke my wrist. Ning Wankong's expression darkened as he turned to Lu Linha. Mo Yuchen taunted, What's wrong? Too scared to speak? Being able to fight is useless. You need a background and strength to survive in this world. Before he could finish, Ning Wankong slapped him across the face. And Meng was reveling in the spectacle when a familiar voice interrupted. Meng. She turned to see a bright smile light up her eyes. Yufei, it's been so long. The two stunning young women together became the most captivating sight at the gathering. And Meng now understood why the Ning family name sounded so familiar. It belonged to Ning Yufei's family. Indeed, the world felt incredibly small. Mo Yuchen, holding his face in disbelief, exclaimed, Uncle, you must have hit the wrong person. I hit you, you little brat. Do you know who he is? I know. Sentihi Lu Linha from the Lu group? Slap. Why are you hitting me again? You know who he is, yet you still provoke him? SNT that just a company on the brink of collapse? Mo Yuchen questioned in confusion. What year are you living in?
Ning Yufei replied incredulously.
The one before I went abroad. You've been studying abroad and repeating years for 7 years. Times have changed. The Lu Group has just acquired a majority of shares in the Shangtang Group and has expanded into many new industries. Almost half of Nan City's enterprises bear his mark. He is now a formidable presence in Nan City. Mo Yuchen was left speechless, realizing how drastically the situation had shifted in just a few years while he had been away. He scratched his head awkwardly, casting a glance towards Lu Linha. Mr. Lu, it seems this is all a misunderstanding. It is my failure to recognize your esteemed status. As a minor character, I implore you not to hold it against me. Individuals like him, who wield power to intimidate, possess a singular virtue. Should they realize their backing is inferior to that of their adversary, they swiftly transform from a barking dog into a docile sheep. Meng Meng, what do you think? Lu Linhe turned his head and spoke gently. And Meng was still pondering when Mo Yuchen approached her. My apologies, Mrs. Lu. I mistakenly thought you were single. So, when I inquired if you were alone, why did you affirm it? Then what am I if I am not alone? And Meng retorted assertively. My fault, my fault. I am rather inept with words. You see. And Meng's character was typically one that thrived on gentleness rather than harshness. Faced with his obsequious demeanor, her temper evaporated. Let us just let it go. After all, he has always been the one to take the hits.
Lu Linhe noted, considering uncle ning sentiments.
For the sake of peace, let this matter rest. If your hand still troubles you, do visit a hospital. I will cover all expenses. How could I impose? My hand is already better, see? Ouch! Mo Yuchen winced as he moved, still in pain. After seeking forgiveness, he dared not linger and quickly sought refuge in a secluded spot. Ning Yufei was adorned in a delicate lavender evening gown, embellished with shimmering rhinestones. I anticipated your arrival today. You look stunning, Meng Meng, even more so than on your wedding day. Not at all, you are the more beautiful one. Ha! Meng Meng has learned the art of flattery. Ning Yufei chuckled. Previously, you spoke your mind with such candor, yet this feels more like the exchange between close friends. And Meng was taken aback. When had she become so adept at the nuances of female camaraderie? Ning Yufei glanced around and whispered, How have you and Ahi been lately? In what regard? In terms of your feelings. Regarding that, it's been acceptable. Ning Yufei's eyes dimmed momentarily. He has been quite filial lately. Reflecting on Lu Linhe's earlier defense of her, and Meng nodded approvingly, affirming the role of a good father. Huh? Father? Are you referring to me? No, I meant why you call him father. Aren't you both married? Married? Were you not aware that our union is merely a facade? But on your wedding day, seemed quite real, did it not? Not at all. I am a genuine original, still in the packaging. Ning Yufei's mouth twitched. She had never encountered someone who likened themselves to a product before. She continued, But I distinctly saw you at the hotel, unclothed. Ah! That was a misunderstanding. And Meng's cheeks flushed as she recounted her drunken escapade of undressing, though she omitted details of her insistence on Lu Linhe for a younger sibling and her phone call in the shower. After all, she still cared for her dignity. So, does that mean I still have a chance? Of course. Recently, Qin Lan has been absent from the manor, seemingly off to study in another city, and she hasn't been accompanied by any unfamiliar women. And Meng, with unwavering confidence, completely disregarded her own circumstances. Is that true? Now I understand. Thank you for the information. Meng, no need for thanks, we're buddies. The reason Lu Lingyi returned was out of concern for Meng's solitude. Now seeing her engaged in lively conversation with someone, he remained silent, observing the two girls with keen interest. Lacking a mobile phone, and Meng asked the waiter for 2 empty water bottles and initiated a game of rock-paper-scissors with Ning Yufei. The loser would receive a playful tap. Strangely, and Meng lost several rounds in a row, enduring quite a few hearty taps from Ning Yufei. After being tapped for the nth time, the girl was incensed. What on earth? Why can't I win? And Meng exclaimed in frustration, just as someone patted her shoulder. Turning around, she found Lu Lingyi smiling at her. Congratulations. You've let out a curse. Chapter 57. He can be jealous upon witnessing the man's slightly excited smile, and Meng's mouth fell agape, as if she had experienced a sudden system crash. What's wrong with cursing? Didn't Meng often have that catchphrase before? Ning Yufei questioned, perplexed. In the presence of wealthy scions who had been raised amidst hypocrisy and flattery, encountering someone like Meng, who spoke so freely, was indeed a novel experience. However, after several interactions, Ning Yufei had gradually grown accustomed to some of Meng's mannerisms. Since she had adapted, it was only natural that Lu Linhe had long since become unfazed by it. It happens frequently, but we agreed that today would be an exception. Otherwise, Lu Linhe's lips curled into an intriguing smile. The girl was momentarily stunned. Wait, that was just a slip of the tongue. A slip of the tongue. The slip had been heard by others, and the repercussions were already irreparable. You know I am a stickler for rules. Once established, we must abide by them. Is it really that serious? I merely said I am awesome. Alright, that makes it two. Are you ready? Lu Linha took a step forward. The girl quickly retreated. Wait a moment. What's the matter? Do you intend to back out? Of course, if you wish to forego it, then so be it. Really? The girl's eyes sparkled with excitement. The man nodded. If you genuinely cannot handle it, I cannot force you, can I? Lu Linha had employed a tactic of retreating to advance, and as expected, the naive and Meng fell for the provocation. Who can't handle it? I'll come. Who's afraid of whom? Yet what? And Meng's gaze darted around, and after surveying her surroundings, her voice weakened. I'm not backing out. I mean, could we perhaps keep a tab and settle it later when we return? After all, this was in a public setting. The memory of being kissed at the wedding had haunted her for days, sending shivers down her spine and making her wish to disappear into the ground. After all, she was someone who valued her dignity. Oh, so you mean it's acceptable if we postpone until we return? Precisely. A true gentleman keeps his word. Ning Yufei looked at the two, bewildered. What are you talking about? I don't understand. Lu Linha glanced at her. You don't need to. Ning Yufei? Subsequently, many others approached Lu Linha to greet him, each holding a glass of wine, though most engaged in conversation rather than drinking, gazing at the crimson liquid in her glass. And Meng suddenly had a brilliant idea. If Lu Linha were to become inebriated today, wouldn't he forget all about this incident? Her dark, bright eyes twinkled mischievously as she snapped her fingers. Eureka! Mr. Lu, regarding our engineering collaboration for the first quarter this year, I kindly ask for your guidance. Too humble. Let us progress together, Lu Linha replied, then turned to Meng. Meng, this is General Manager Song Tian from the Jiangwen Group. Old Song, this is my wife. I know we met at the wedding. Mr. Lu is indeed fortunate. And Meng cheerfully exclaimed, Hello, Mr. Song. It turns out we are old friends. Since we are old friends, we must indulge in a drink together. Haha, as expected. Madam is still as generous as ever. So let us toast. Lu Linha instructed, Waiter, please bring a glass of juice. Oh, how can juice convey sincerity? If we are to drink, it must be wine. Waiter, please bring a glass of red wine, filled to the brim. The waiter promptly delivered a full glass of red wine. Just as Meng reached for it, Lu Linha gently pressed down on her shoulder. Furrowing his brow, he whispered, Have you forgotten? You cannot drink. Do you recall how you suffered from a headache for several days after that last time? But this is an old friend. And Meng furrowed her brow, her eyes suddenly sparkling. How about you drink on my behalf, dear husband? Down this glass. Lu Linha was taken aback. Mr. Song quickly interjected, It's all right, Mr. Lu. We need not drink excessively. True feelings reside in the heart. If you won't drink for me, then I shall take it myself. Just as Meng was about to drink, Lu Linha stopped her. Fine, I will drink in your stead. With that, he lifted the glass and downed it in one go. After finishing, Meng turned her attention to another individual. Oh, this gentleman seems somewhat unfamiliar. Madam Lu, I am Huang Zhe, the manager of Beiyuan Group. It's a pleasure to meet you. I ask for your kind understanding. Hello, Manager Huang. Since this is our first meeting, we must toast. Waiter, another glass, filled to the brim. In the parking lot, driver Lao Pan was idly looking at his phone when he noticed a man being helped by several others, approaching him. Upon closer inspection, he realized it was Lu Linha. Mr. Lu? Lao Pan quickly exited the car, assisting Lu Linha into the back seat. Once inside, Lu Linha leaned against the seat, his head down, eyes closed. The driver started the car and, glancing through the rearview mirror, inquired, What happened to Mr. Lu? He drank too much. I told him to take it easy, but he wouldn't listen. And Meng shrugged her shoulders, shaking her head in feigned exasperation. Beneath her surface of indifference, she found a sense of schadenfreude. In the ensuing banquet, anyone who approached Lu Linha was met with various reasons for toasting, compelling him to down one glass after another. Initially, she could keep track of how many glasses he had consumed, but as the night wore on, even she lost count. All she knew was that he had drunk to a point of no return. By the next day, he would surely forget all about it. This shouldn't be happening, Mr. Lu has a serious stomach condition and hasn't touched alcohol for many years. The girl was taken aback. A stomach condition? Yes, Mr. Lu previously suffered from excessive drinking during social engagements, leaving him with a severe ailment. If he drinks too much, it can be quite painful. He has been hospitalized several times. He usually takes great care, so how could he drink so much this time? I don't know, and Meng said, glancing nervously out the window. Oh dear. If something goes wrong, how will I explain this to Madam and Manager Shin? And Meng turned to gaze at Lu Linha, who sat with his eyes closed, his head resting against the seat, slightly tilted back. The evening lights illuminated his profile, accentuating his strikingly handsome features. Unconsciously, she bit her lower lip, her small hands clenched tightly. At that moment, the vehicle passed by a pharmacy, prompting her to exclaim, "Driver, please stop the car. I need to purchase something." The driver halted the vehicle, and Meng swiftly exited, entering the roadside pharmacy. What is the lady doing? The driver wondered. Surely she must be buying medicine. He was startled when he turned to Lu. "Mr. Lu, you're not drunk, are you?" "Somewhat," he admitted, "but don't mistake it for intoxication. In the past, to secure business for the company and appease leaders and other executives, I could down liquor in one go. While I did consume a fair amount today, it's merely a slight buzz and certainly not a drunken state. Mr. Lu, I conveyed everything you instructed me to say to the lady without missing a word," the driver reported. "I heard you, and you performed admirably," Lu Linha replied, nodding in satisfaction. Those remarks had been relayed to the driver in advance while he was upstairs. As for his previous stomach issues, they had indeed existed, but since the Lu Corporation solidified its standing, he had reduced his social engagements. Coupled with significant investments in his health and fitness, he had long since returned to his former self. "Mr. Lu, regarding my earlier slip of the tongue, let it go this time, but do be mindful in the future," Lu Linha said, patting the driver's shoulder. "After all, I can feel jealousy too." "Understood, duly noted." Chapter 58. Services after intoxication. One evening, a Cullinan came to a halt at the entrance of the estate. The door swung open, and a petite foot clad in silver crystal shoes touched the ground as Meng struggled to alight from the vehicle, burdened by another individual on her back. "Help! Someone! Please!" Several security personnel rushed over to assist, gently taking Mr. Lu from her. "What happened, madam?" "It's nothing, just a bit tipsy. Nothing to worry about. Rest assured. I've already procured some medicine. Mr. Lu won't suffer from gastritis." And Meng hurriedly explained. "Gastritis? What gastrouch? What's wrong with you?" "Nothing, Mr. Lu is just a bit heavy. I twisted my foot." "I understand, madam." In truth, Mr. Lu was unharmed. It was merely that Lu Ling's hand, resting on his shoulder, had suddenly exerted pressure, causing him to wince. The security guards, ever perceptive, grasped the situation and wisely refrained from speaking further. "Please assist me in escorting Mr. Lu to his room, quietly, and ensure no one sees." "Understood." At this hour, the estate was devoid of any passers-by. The security personnel carefully helped Lu Ling into the villa, treading softly as they ascended to the third floor. "All right, leave it to me." And Meng hoisted Lu Ling onto her shoulders, admonishing, "This must not be disclosed to anyone." She feared that these individuals might inadvertently inform Tian Huifang and others, which could lead to complications for her. If she were to face reprimands from Tian Huifang, she would be at a loss for how to respond. "Rest assured, madam." After bidding farewell to the security staff, and Meng guided Lu Ling into the room. Today, Lu Ling realized that feigning drunkenness was indeed an art. He had to simulate an inability to walk while managing his strength, lest he inadvertently crush the young woman beneath him. The few steps felt more exhausting than traversing the distance on his own. And Meng laid Lu Ling upon the bed, exhaling a sigh of relief as she wiped the sweat from her brow. "Goodness, you're as heavy as an ox," Lu Ling mused. "Is this too much for you? I haven't even dared to fully lean on you yet." He slightly cracked open his eyes, keen to observe the unfolding scene, and was met with a sight that left him momentarily stunned. The young woman, with her back turned to him, kicked off her crystal shoes and deftly maneuvered her arms behind her, unzipping the back of her evening gown. The dress cascaded gracefully to the floor, revealing an astonishingly beautiful back. The The soft curves and flawless skin glimmered under the light, rendering her even more enchanting. Alas, the stark white undergarment obstructed his appreciation of this exquisite artistry. Though slender, she possessed all the right fullness in the appropriate places. Who would have thought that feigning intoxication could yield such unexpected delights? Just as he was savoring the view, his phone abruptly rang, and Meng turned around, and Lu Ling hastily shut his eyes. She approached the bedside, picked up his phone, and placed it to her ear. "Hello. The user you have dialed is currently asleep. Please call back tomorrow." "What? You are Shin Maoan?" "No use, he is already asleep." With that, she hung up and activated airplane mode. Then, placing her hands on her hips, she regarded Lu Ling for a moment. If you cannot handle your liquor, then do not drink. Why the need to show off?" The young girl murmured softly, "As if I owe you something." Was this a covert apology? Lu Lin struggled with great effort to suppress the corners of his mouth. The discipline of a Special Forces training camp was nothing compared to the challenge of restraining his smile at this moment. "Speaking of which, isn't it rather inappropriate to sleep in a suit? Not to mention the suit, have you ever seen anyone sleep in their shoes?" "Never mind. I suppose I shall assist you just this once." And Meng first helped Lu Lin remove his shoes and socks, then unbuckled his belt, pulling down his suit and trousers. Naturally, she left his inner garments untouched. Although Lu Lin usually donned pajamas, asking her to help him change would undoubtedly be a monumental task. With his eyes closed, Lu Lin reveled in the service and Meng provided, inhaling the delightful fragrance of her perfume. It was a harmonious blend, infused with floral notes, ambergris, and a hint of lemon, subtle and elegant, not at all overpowering. This exclusive scent was custom-made for Meng by the renowned perfume house Florus, a fragrance possessed by no one else in the world, truly hers alone. Of course, and Meng was unaware of this. She merely found it quite pleasant and often used it as a floral spray. However, more than the perfume, he favored the natural scent that emanated from her. After changing his clothes, he heard Meng retreat to the bathroom, only to emerge moments later. Just as he pondered what she was doing inside, a damp towel landed squarely on his face, and Meng proceeded to cleanse his face, and then wiped his hands and feet. To his surprise, the young girl's service was rather thorough. Just as Lu Lin was about to commend her, he overheard her mumbling to herself, I remember he doesn't use the same towel for his face and feet. Does he? Oh well, why fuss over such details? One will suffice." Lu Lin was taken aback. He realized that Meng's service emphasized the unexpected rather than meticulousness. Once finished, Meng opened the mini fridge in the room and poured herself a glass of juice. After taking a few sips, she returned to the bathroom. A short while later, the sound of running water and the girl's singing filled the air. Lu Lin opened his eyes and sat up in bed, reaching for his phone to check for messages, quietly returning a call. Although he was quite busy, when Shin Muwen called at this hour, it likely pertained to some company matter. "Hello, it's me. I'm awake. Spare me the trivialities. What's the issue?" As expected, Shin Muwen was still at the office, expressing his envy over Lu Lin's leisurely evening before mentioning a contractual matter that required Lu Lin's input. After conversing for a while, Lu Lin glanced towards the bathroom and whispered, "Let us discuss this tomorrow when I'm at the office." Upon ending the call, he grabbed the half-drunk glass of juice Meng had left and downed it in one go. Since his return, he hadn't had a sip of water, and after the exhilarating service from the young girl, he desperately needed something cold to cool him down. Having finished her drink, he was about to pour another half-cup for Meng when unexpectedly, a sound emerged from the bathroom. Lu Linha quickly returned to his bed. Approximately 10 minutes later, Meng exited the restroom, wrapped in a towel. Perhaps due to the captivating allure of her appearance, Lu Linha found himself at a loss, unsure whether to admire her fresh, exquisite face resembling a water lily, her long, fair legs akin to jade, or the enchanting depth of her alluring curves. As he typically handled the task of drying her hair, it fell upon Meng to take matters into her own hands this time. She dabbed her hair with a towel before using a hairdryer for a brief moment. Perhaps finding it too cumbersome, she set the dryer aside while her hair remained only partially dry. At that moment, she picked up her cup, and upon finding it completely empty, blinked in surprise. How peculiar. She distinctly remembered there being half a cup left. If she hadn't consumed it, then who had? Could it be that the place was haunted? A wave of apprehension washed over her, yet she suddenly sensed something amiss. She placed the cup down and turned her gaze to the sleeping Lu Linha. Could it be him? Lu Linha lay flat on the bed, eyes closed, utterly still. She approached the bedside, placing her hands on the edge of the bed, studying him with utmost seriousness. Just then, Lu Linha abruptly opened his eyes and, in a swift motion, pulled her onto the bed. Wow! Chapter 59. Close encounter. The moment Meng was pulled onto the bed, she was genuinely startled. Imagine a person peacefully slumbering, suddenly rising to attack, akin to strolling by a tranquil stream when unexpectedly a crocodile leaps from the water's surface. Her first thought was, could it be that he has turned into a zombie? If he has, he must be quite the elite monster. Scream. MMM. She had yet to utter a sound when Lu Linha swiftly covered her mouth. Shoo! Don't make a sound. At that moment, Lu Linha found it somewhat peculiar. If memory served him correctly, this was indeed his own home. Yet it felt as though he were a criminal breaking and entering. Should others arrive, they might misconstrue the situation as some form of coercive play. After all, he valued his reputation. Private games were one thing, but letting outsiders in on it would be quite another. With her mouth covered, and Meng could only gaze at him with her bright, watery eyes, her long lashes adding a touch of vivacity. If you don't want me to call out, then let go. Do you hear me? If you do, blink. The girl blinked a few times. Lu Linha gradually released his grip, and Meng immediately opened her mouth wide, prompting him to cover it again. Did I not say not to call out? MMM. What? MMM. Although the girl could not speak, Lu Linha discerned her intent from her tone. Let go. He released her, and Meng exhaled a sigh of relief. Who said I was going to call out? I was merely yawning. Did you not drink too much and fall asleep? Why are you awake? Lu Linha paused for a moment before replying nonchalantly. I had to get up in the night. Chi? Where is he? And Meng looked around. I wasn't referring to him. When I said get up in the night, I meant to use the restroom. Oh, then you should go back to sleep. I'll head out first. Just as the girl was about to move, Lu Linha pressed down on her waist, rendering her unable to move. What are you doing? She glared at him, beginning to squirm in an attempt to resist. Don't move. The man frowned. Why not? I have a stomachache. Upon hearing this, the girl instantly complied. You seem quite concerned for your friend. Lu Linha's tone was indifferent, yet he was struggling to suppress his irritation. Well, I can't say I'm overly concerned, but he has been like a father to me for quite a long time. Father? Ah! Upon seeing the man's narrowed eyes, the girl realized the gravity of her words. Indeed, his father was missing, and this jest was rather morbid. Ah! Love. Love is a light, so splendid. She began to sing. How about it? Do you think my singing is delightful? Delightful, though somewhat unpleasant, Lu Linha teased. Yet his expression softened considerably, and Meng breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed she had managed to dodge a bullet. This damned reflex, could it not be so acute next time? Why did you never mention that you had such a friend before? Previously, he had little interest in Meng's social circle, but now, with a shift in attitude, he found himself caring more. Ah! And Meng hesitated. Of course, it wasn't Timmy who used Meng's account before. After pondering for a moment, she thought he is a distant relative of mine who has only recently come to this area. Previously, our interactions were solely online. Lu Lin chuckled lightly, neither affirming nor denying. So, Mr. Lu, have you finished your inquiries? Could you let me go? Since earlier, she had been held tightly in Lu Lin's embrace, the distance between them perhaps no more than a dozen centimeters. The man smiled, saying, You usually cuddle with others while you sleep. Why are you shy today? Today is different. In what way is it different? Why are you so full of questions? Hurry up and let go. That one tea do. You haven't fulfilled tonight's punishment yet. The girl's eyes narrowed. How could he still remember that? It seemed she had indeed drunk too little. Besides, weren't they contractually bound lovers? Why was he so intent on getting close to her? If you remain silent, I'll take that as your consent. After saying this, the man tightened his grip around her slender waist, pulling her even closer. At that moment, and Meng suddenly reached up to cover Lu Lin's face, much like a kitten playfully pawing at its owner. Wait a moment. What, are you having second thoughts? The girl's lips tightened. Who's having second thoughts? Don't move. I will do it myself. If she couldn't escape, then she would choose to take the initiative rather than remain passive. All right, go ahead. With that, Lu Lin closed his eyes, and Meng spoke with great bravado, but when it came time to act, she began to feel disheartened. How had she, a proud ironclad man, fallen to such a state? However, and Meng gazed at him for quite some time. To be fair, Lu Lin was indeed quite handsome. Whether at home or out in public, he was always the center of attention. Even the stunning Ning Yufei regarded him as her dream lover. At the thought of this, and Meng suddenly froze. Wait a minute, didn't Ning Yufei and Lu Lin used to be in a relationship? If they were indeed lovers, then they must have kissed before. Thus, if she were to kiss Lu Lin now, wouldn't that be equivalent to kissing Ning Yufei indirectly? Upon this realization, and Meng suddenly felt much better. Why is it taking so long? Can't you find it? Lu Lin opened his eyes at that moment. What's the rush? The girl took a deep breath, her beautiful eyes slightly closed, and leaned in. Due to inappropriate modifications, the following 200 words have been omitted. And Meng's eyes were dazed. What on earth is this guy doing? Instinctively, her mind felt a wave of nausea, yet what drove her to madness was the fact that her body exhibited no signs of revulsion. Instead, it felt inexplicably tipsy. Her spirit and body were at stark odds with one another. It was akin to an official confronted with temptation. While he believed he should remain untainted, unfortunately, his hands had already accepted the bribe.
Puh, puh, puh.
Are you out of your mind? You can't say that. I just passed my illness on to you. How do you feel? Are you all right? Ah, what a farcical situation. Oh, is it truly not as good as it seems? Fear not, for we are graced with another opportunity, are we not? Huh?
No.
That is not the implication I intended. Ahem. Outside, the moon is shrouded by clouds, as if even it wishes to blush and conceal itself, reluctant to disturb this splendid performance. Initially, I was drawn to this place by the abundance of readers, hoping that more people would encounter my writings. Indeed, the viewership here is substantial. However, amidst the bustling activity, the actual returns are less than 100 a day. Today, merely 70. I have noticed some comments expressing apprehension regarding my dedication. There is no need for concern. I have 5 completed works under my belt, and I uphold a sense of professional integrity. The tales of Meng and Lu Lin will be carried through to their conclusion. Nonetheless, I humbly seek a modicum of support here, not for monetary gifts, but rather for encouragement, be it through free tools or other forms of engagement, though I confess I am somewhat perplexed as to what constitutes financial value. Regardless, any form of support that can be translated into returns would be greatly appreciated. At this juncture, I extend my heartfelt gratitude to the patrons who are about to delve into the next chapter. Chapter 60. The Crimson Stigma in the Conference Room. A manager stood before the round table, assuming the role of moderator. All right, let us commence the management meeting and welcome our esteemed general manager, Mr. Lu. Oh, Mr. Lu, what happened to your mouth? Lu Linha's lip bore a cut, the dark red hue glaringly apparent. I was bitten by a mosquito, Lu Linha replied nonchalantly. Mr. Lu, this is the development plan for the first quarter from the real estate department. We shall establish shopping plazas and commercial centers in several districts of South City. With an estimated investment of the project manager continued to speak incessantly from the podium, while Lu Linha sat attentively below, appearing earnest in his listening. However, Shin Muin discerned a subtlety. Typically, Lu Linha's notepad would be filled with notes, yet today it lay untouched. This is our plan for the first quarter. Do you have any directives, Mr. Lu? Lu Linha snapped back to attention. Is it finished? Yes, Mr. Lu. Do you have anything to add? Upon glancing at the blank notepad, he fell silent. Shin Muin interjected. Mr. Lu must have numerous inquiries, but is uncertain where to begin. Allow me to pose a few questions. He seized the opportunity to alleviate Lu Linha's predicament. As the meeting concluded, Lu Linha and Shin Muin exited the conference room. Mr. Lu, you seem somewhat distracted today. Were you lost in thought? Is it because of that young girl? Lu Linha turned to him. Don't look at me. The only one capable of diverting your attention from work is likely her. They do say that beautiful women can be a source of trouble, and that saying holds a grain of truth. Lu Linha pinched the bridge of his nose, asserting, it is not her fault. It is my issue. Speaking of which, Lu Linha had indulged in some alcohol the previous night, leading to an unintentional deep kiss. Although the experience had been intoxicating, it is often said that the most beautiful things can also bring pain. During the kiss, and Meng did not resist. In fact, under his advances, her initially rigid form gradually softened. However, once he released her, the girl gasped for breath and immediately retaliated, leaving a vivid crimson mark upon his lips. Typically, and Meng would unconsciously seek refuge in his embrace while asleep. Yet that night, she did not approach him even once. He assumed she was upset, embroiled in a silent feud, yet he could never have anticipated the more absurd events that would follow. The next day, he intended to explain his drunken indiscretion to Meng, but before he could utter a word, the girl stormed towards him, glaring fiercely. After staring at him for a considerable time, she extended her hand. Pay up. What payment? You have breached the contract. Article 9 is very clear. And Meng thrust the contract towards Lu Linha. Article 9. The maximum expression of affection permitted between both parties is a single-lipped kiss. Should either party engage in further actions, it shall be deemed a breach of contract, and the aggrieved party may impose corresponding penalties upon the offending party, not exceeding 4 of the contract sum. Note: in severe cases, the aggrieved party may opt to bypass the contract and report the matter to the authorities. Did you see that? Only a single-lipped kiss is permissible. You have breached the contract, and according to the terms, you owe me 10,000. Since you kissed twice, that amounts to 20,000. Lu Lin and Wan Wan never anticipated that the contract he designed would one day ensnare him. Shin Maoan expressed his astonishment. What? 2 kisses equal 20,000? That price is exorbitant. I recall that even a B-list celebrity only earns. Before he could finish his sentence, Lu Lin's piercing gaze silenced him. Indeed, your little girl is no ordinary B-lister. With her beauty and figure, she must be a rising star. By this calculation, you have profited. Lu Lin pinched the bridge of his prominent nose, wishing that money could resolve everything so easily. Shin Maoan remarked, were you not the one who organized a banquet to test her? Have you discerned the results? The host of yesterday's banquet was none other than Lu Lin, who concealed his identity and chose to convene under the pretense of Nanqing's name. The man pondered for a moment, finding it difficult to articulate. He only knew that Meng did not reject kissing him, yet she evidently could not accept bolder actions. This time it likely frightened the young girl. If only love were as uncomplicated as business transactions. Shin Maoan waved his hand dismissively, saying, never mind, I shall take matters into my own hands today. At noon, Shin Maoan, under the pretense of seeking a meal, accompanied Lu Lin back to the manor. After dining, upon learning that Meng had remained in her room without emerging, he summoned Xian Qian. The organization requires you to gather some intelligence. Upon entering, simply convey this. Having received the instructions, Xian Qian nodded and approached the door, opening a small crack. And Meng sat on the bed, legs crossed, hands gripping the controller, fiercely battling the monsters on the television. Xian Qian gestured an okay to the two before stepping inside. A few minutes later, she emerged, dejected. How did it go? Lu Lin inquired eagerly. One could say, it was not very promising. Xian Qian recounted the events. Upon entering the room, she had greeted Meng, who was engrossed in her game and startled. Who is it? Don't be alarmed, madam, it's me. Of course, how could I not be alarmed? Hey? Boss has only a sliver of health left. If not now, when should I be anxious? Why aren't you targeting his weak spots? Wow, how did he get killed? And Meng set down the controller, looking at her with an expression of deep discontent. All right, I'm no longer anxious now. Although Xian Qian did not comprehend, she was nonetheless greatly impressed. Truly, the madam is deserving of Mr. Lu's attention. She is indeed unlike ordinary girls. So, madam, I apologize for taking up your time. I have a question to pose. and I will leave once I have asked it. What is it? This. Among everyone in the manor, who is your favorite person? Why do you ask this? Earlier, I observed the individuals within the manor engaging in a game, where they endeavored to guess their standing in the lady's esteem. Those who guessed correctly stood to gain a monetary reward, prompting them to articulate their perceived rankings. At the top, of course, is you, and Meng candidly declared. Xian, she felt a wave of emotion. It seemed that the lady truly regarded her as a confidant. However, she quickly recalled that she had arrived with a specific mission. Next, the chef, she continued, and after that, the gardener.
Xin si insisten in quit.
But even as Tian Huifang and Lu Yunlian made their appearances, and even the 2 guard dogs, a German shepherd and a golden retriever, were mentioned, she still had not heard Lu Linha's name. Is there no one else? She pressed. That is everyone in the manor, I assent it? Have you perhaps overlooked someone? Who? Mr. Lu, he too is a member of the manor, I assent he? Are you suggesting he is not a person? Upon hearing this, Shen Maoan and Lu Linha fell into a contemplative silence. After a moment, Shen Maoan patted Lu Linha on the shoulder. Don't take it to heart, my brother. At least in another realm you are truly unparalleled. It would be a pity if you didn't consider writing a book with your eloquence. Chapter 61. Strategies for coping with the pursuit of a wife's funeral. How infuriating. Once again, I have been defeated. Gazing at the black screen of her computer, the young girl clenched the controller tightly in her hands. It was exasperating. She had previously managed to conquer this boss without sustaining any damage, yet today it was unexpectedly formidable. Especially after Xian she had posed her questions, she found herself making frequent blunders, swiftly falling victim to a relentless combo from her opponent. Was she hunting the boss, or was the boss hunting her? That was the dilemma. The reason for her inability to succeed was clear to Meng. Her mind was overwhelmed, incessantly replaying the events of yesterday. The reason she hadn't sought refuge in Lu Linha's embrace was that she had barely slept through the night. To her astonishment, she had engaged in that kind of intimacy with a man. What infuriated her the most was not merely her anger towards Lu Linha, but rather her frustration with herself. She felt as though her will had been subtly assimilated by her body. This revelation filled her with an inexplicable sense of panic. After a morning spent gaming, she had almost managed to forget, but Xian she had unwittingly rekindled those memories by mentioning him. Taking a deep breath, she lay back on her bed, covering her eyes with her hands. 1, 2, 3. And Meng successfully banished thoughts of yesterday. She began to mimic the phrases from Pokemon. Then, she sat up and grasped the controller once more. All right, if I lose again, I shall consider myself a fool. With determination, she clicked to restart. A few minutes later, staring at the blackened screen, she hurled the controller across the room. Cursed be it. What compelled me to stick out my tongue? Meanwhile, in the office of Lu Linha's home, Shen Muin was elucidating matters to him. The situation you are currently facing, in the context of a novel, is referred to as a pursuit of a wife's funeral. What? It's a heart-wrenching ordeal, torturous and tormenting, yet ultimately fruitless. However, do not despair. The concept of a funeral is an antiquated trope. With the evolution of time, we have developed a strategy specifically tailored to address such scenarios, the art of boiling a frog in warm water. Lu Linha narrowed his eyes. He had the impression that this mentor was somewhat unreliable. In the past, the pursuit of a wife often began with the overt expression of affection, which, if the woman's feelings were not sufficiently reciprocated, could yield counterproductive results. Much like throwing a frog into scalding water, causing it to leap away. The notion of boiling a frog in warm water entails approaching her first as a friend, showcasing your considerate and gentle side, thereby leading her to gradually succumb to your charm. Seeing Lu Linha remain silent, Shen Muin continued, You may find this difficult to grasp, but love is not as complicated as you might think. Sometimes, it resembles business. As long as you comprehend the fundamental principles, you can draw parallels. Business? Allow me to provide you with a hint. Silence enveloped one for a moment before he spoke again. Do you recall the redevelopment plan for the old district of Nan City? Lu Lin lowered his gaze, seemingly lost in reminiscence. That year, the old district of Nan City had announced a development initiative, and the government was set to commence bidding. Numerous construction groups had set their sights upon this lucrative opportunity, with the Lu Group being no exception. However, at that time, their organization was experiencing a downturn, making it exceedingly challenging to stand out amidst such fierce competition. The most pivotal department for securing the bid was the finance office. Their approval was tantamount to success. Almost every group sought to curry favor with the officials in charge of the bidding process, attempting to bribe them with monetary gifts, hoping to gain insights on how to navigate the complexities of the competition. Yet, Director Zhang of the finance office was known for his unwavering integrity. Whenever he encountered individuals bearing gifts, regardless of their worth, he would promptly dismiss them. The sweetened tactics employed to win him over not only failed but also left him with a tainted impression of corruption, which he swiftly rejected. Just as all the group leaders lamented the impossibility of securing the project, Lu Lin made his move. Unlike the others who opted for bribery, he diligently researched Director Zhang's background. His blood type, zodiac sign, and even his personal preferences were meticulously noted. Lu Lin was aware that Director Zhang enjoyed climbing the city's Lama Mountain, and during that period, he spent each day lurking there until, after a week, he fortuitously encountered Zhang. Lu Lin initiated a friendly greeting and joined him on the ascent. As the chairman and president of the Lu Group, Lu Lin was, of course, recognized by Director Zhang, who remained wary of him. However, throughout their climb, Lu Lin refrained from mentioning business, focusing solely on the scenery. They met several more times under similar circumstances, with Lu Lin continuing to accompany Zhang on his hikes, presenting themselves merely as two avid hikers. On one occasion, Zhang could no longer contain himself and expressed that he would not grant leniency in the bidding process due to their budding acquaintance, urging Lu Lin not to waste his efforts. To Zhang's surprise, Lu Lin replied that he would not be participating in the bidding for the old district, as his current ambition lay with another urban development project. Initially skeptical, Zhang began to believe Lu Lin when he articulated the details of the other project with remarkable proficiency. Lu Lin seamlessly transitioned to inquire about how their group could improve its chances of winning a bid, given their current state of decline and historically low employee numbers. After some contemplation, Zhang offered several pieces of advice. While the team might be small, it must be elite. The technical proposals should be innovative, cost-effective plans should be devised, and comprehensive qualifications must be presented, showcasing the team's capabilities and experience. Lu Lin expressed his gratitude for the invaluable insights and proceeded to ask further questions about specifics, to which Zhang willingly responded. In subsequent climbing outings, Lu Lin presented their company's proposed plans to Zhang for his review, seeking his opinions. Under Zhang's guidance, Lu Lin's plans grew increasingly comprehensive and refined. On the day of the bidding, numerous large corporations mysteriously withdrew from the competition. The reason behind this was their observation of Director Zhang's close association with Lu Linhe, leading them to speculate that a private deal had been struck between the two. Furthermore, Director Zhang's demeanor towards them was notably aloof. Some of them even submitted whistleblower letters to the government, but the response indicated that Director Zhang was free of any wrongdoing. Naturally, they did not genuinely believe that Director Zhang was innocent. Rather, they perceived his formidable background as a shield, rendering their attempts at whistleblowing futile, prompting them to withdraw wisely. In contrast, the Lu Group appeared on the bidding list. As the larger corporations retreated, the proposals from smaller firms paled in comparison to the impeccable plan presented by the Lu Group. Consequently, the Lu Group secured the bid effortlessly, marking the beginning of their resurgence. As the reminiscence concluded, Lu Linhe turned to Shen Muwen, pondering the relevance of this to romance. Indeed, there is a connection. The tactic you employed against Director Zhang is akin to the boiling frog approach in love. Shen Muwen continued. Envision the young actress you wish to pursue as Director Zhang and employ the boiling frog technique on her, allowing her to lower her guard while you maintain control. Once the situation stabilizes, sound the trumpet of confession, ensuring a decisive victory akin to that of the bidding. Lu Linhe furrowed his brow before a sudden clarity dawned upon him. He patted Shen Muwen on the shoulder, realizing that the wisdom gained from countless romantic endeavors was not in vain. I can hardly discern whether you are praising me or mocking me. Both, perhaps? The two men engaged in lively conversation, oblivious to the fact that a young girl was stealthily eavesdropping at the door. So that is how it is. Although the author has limited time for writing, they pledge to diligently increase the chapters with each 100 interactions, without any cap or deferred promises. Chapter 62. The rarity of normalcy after being single-handedly defeated by the boss for what felt like the umpteenth time, and Meng lost all desire to continue playing. She stepped outside and inadvertently overheard a conversation among the servants in the living room. Did you see? Mr. Shin has come to our estate again. He is truly handsome, fair-skinned and clean-cut. One might mistake him for Mr. Lu's pretty boy. What sort of aesthetic do you have? Clearly, Mr. Lu is more dashing. With his sharp brows and bright eyes, he looks as though he has stepped out of a novel. I can only say that Mr. Shun's fair and refined demeanor appeals to me more. Not at all. I prefer the domineering charm of Mr. Lu. Unable to contain herself, and Meng emerged, exclaiming, "What on earth are you gentlemen discussing?" The servants' faces flushed crimson. The young woman could not help but facepalm, shaking her head in disbelief. Alas, there are far too few normal people in this villa. Who's laughing over there? Don't run. Stand still. The servants scattered like startled birds. However, their exchange provided her with valuable information. Lu Linhe had returned, and even Shin Mowen had accompanied him. The last time Shin Mowen visited, it was for a meal, but why hadn't she seen them in the dining room this time? And Meng pondered, her chin resting on her hand. Shin Mowen had always been Lu Linhe's best partner, offering counsel on various matters. Just yesterday, Lu Linhe had offended her with his words, and today, Shin Mowen had come to the villa with him. Suddenly, a flash of realization struck her like lightning. Could it be that Lu Linhe intended to reclaim the 20,000 yuan? Perhaps he had summoned Shin Mowen to review the contract, seeking a loophole to retrieve it. How despicable of the capitalist to covet her hard-earned money. No, that sum had come at a great sacrifice, and she would not allow them to succeed. Panic surged within her, prompting her to roam about in search of the two men. Eventually, she passed by Lu Linhe's office and overheard their conversation clearly. "Tell me, Mr. Lu, shouldn't I be treated to a nice meal today as your master? Of course, just tell the chef what you wish to eat. I recall your family's bloodbird's nest being quite exquisite." The two men exited the office, laughing jovially, but their smiles faltered upon seeing Meng standing at the door. With a sly grin, she approached them, hands clasped behind her back, bouncing with delight. Who would have thought? "Mr. Lu, it seems you have your moments too." Shin Mowen felt a flush of embarrassment. He had not anticipated that their private conversation could be so easily overheard. Typically, at the company, there were bodyguards stationed outside the office, preventing outsiders from passing freely, which allowed them to speak more freely. However, today, in the comfort of a home office, they had let their guard down. Shin Mowen cast a fleeting glance at Lu Linhe, noticing the dark expression on his face, and silently lamented the situation. He hastily remarked, "Well, madam, I was merely passing by. Do continue your conversation. Why the rush, Mr. Shin?" And Meng teased, "Ah, I must attend to my bird's nest soup." With that, Shin Mowen departed, and Meng redirected her attention to Lu Linhe. "President Lu, do you have anything else to say?" Lu Linhe furrowed his brow. Having weathered many storms, he remained composed and countered, "What did you overhear?" "I caught every word." And Meng replied with a mischievous smile. Lu Linhe's expression darkened. He had not anticipated that his plans would be intercepted before they could even materialize. It was as if he had embarked on a campaign only to be thwarted before its inception. "And what is your opinion on this?" "Me? I think you are quite the scoundrel," she declared. Lu Linhe was taken aback. The term scoundrel was one he found perplexing. "What do you mean? No more hints. You'll have to ponder that yourself." "But, President, I trust you wouldn't want your fondness for a certain starlet to become common knowledge, would you?" "What? Do you seek to evade accountability? Do not feign ignorance. I overheard your intent to pursue a starlet while concocting a pretense of a sham marriage, all while engaging in, shall we say, less than honorable acts. What else could that be but scoundrelly behavior?" Lu Linhe squinted, contemplating her words. "How does it feel to be exposed?" she challenged. "I must warn you, should you refuse to pay me a hush fee, I shall make this public knowledge." Observing the girl's cunning demeanor, the man sighed, astonished that someone could misinterpret the answers even when they were laid bare. Truly, she was remarkable. He reached out to tousle her hair. "If I were to pay you off, would you truly keep silent?" "Of course. I pride myself on my professional integrity." Very well, it's a deal. What? He likes a starlet from the entertainment industry. In a CAF, a girl stood up in excitement, drawing the attention of numerous patrons. Shoo! Keep your voice down. How could Lu Linha possibly fancy a woman from the entertainment world? Isn't that beneath his status? Ha! Aren't all those in the entertainment industry celebrities? And Meng replied, perplexed. To someone like her, a mere ordinary person, stars were figures to be revered from a distance. Ning Yufei explained to Meng, firstly, most contemporary celebrities, aside from a select few who establish their own companies post-fame, are primarily contracted artists with entertainment firms. In simpler terms, they are employees of their companies, albeit in a rather unique line of work with higher visibility than most professions. When they encounter their company's executives, they must exhibit deference, while those executives, in the presence of traditional aristocracy, are of lesser standing. Thus, families like theirs, which have influence in both business and politics, maintain a class disparity with the entertainment industry. Celebrities, at best, possess greater notoriety, yet they lack the economic power and connections of these elite families. This is why it is often said that many stars marrying into wealthy families are merely reaching beyond their grasp. After concluding her explanation, Ning Yufei slammed her palm onto the table, exclaiming in frustration, "How dare that flower actress seduce my Ahi? By the way, Meng, did Ahi mention a name at that time?" "No," Meng replied, her gaze drifting out of the window, her eyes somewhat unfocused as she murmured softly, "It's strange. This guy clearly has someone he likes. So why did he kiss me? Are you still hung up about that wedding?" Ning Yufei inquired. "Huh? Oh, right." Meng finally realized that she had spoken her thoughts aloud. The naive Ning Yufei was unaware that the events following the wedding had already morphed into several different versions. Ahi's character was such that he believed in immersing himself fully in his roles. After all, actors often engage in kissing scenes when filming, and while Ahi's actions might disregard her feelings, she was, after all, someone he had hired. The signed contract implied her initial consent, compelling her to view herself as merely an actress sacrificing for the sake of the performance. With a look of melancholy, Ning Yufei lamented, "Even so, I can't help but envy you. You must realize how many women would long to kiss Ahi but never have the chance." Ning Yufei's words sparked a revelation for Meng. "Hired, you say? So in Lu Linha's eyes, I must be just a toy he bought. The reason he kissed me was likely to hone his kissing skills, ensuring he wouldn't embarrass himself in front of a celebrity. Indeed, wealthy individuals can be quite callous. Never mind that matter. Speaking of which, when will I receive my payment? You aren't trying to renege on our deal, are you?" Meng was not offering her information for free. She expected compensation. Selling her intel to Ning Yufei could yield 20,000. Coupled with the breach of contract and non-disclosure fees she had received from Lu Linha, her earnings for the day had already reached 60,000. Indeed, it was exhilarating and swift to earn money from the affluent. At this rate, it wouldn't be long before she regained her freedom. How could I possibly renege? But could you help me discover who that flower actress is? Where am I supposed to find that out? I'll give you another 20,000 once you do. Count on me. Chapter 63. Other places to kiss. Additional update. As evening descended, after dinner, Lu Linha and Zhang were seated in chairs, engrossed in their books, while the young girl lay on her bed, feet up, absorbed in her phone, maintaining their usual interaction. However, unbeknownst to them, today Meng's gaze flitted back and forth between Lu Linha and the clock. It was nearly time. She glanced at the game on her device and exclaimed, "Oh dear, this level is so difficult to solo. I really need 2 phones to win." After a moment of self-talk, she rose and directed her attention to Lu Linha. "Hey, Lao He, could you lend me your phone for a moment?" "What for?" he inquired. "I'm stuck on this level and need to run 2 accounts simultaneously to succeed." Lu Linha closed his book and countered, "What's in it for me? Anything you want. Just name it, and I'll do it." And Meng replied, thumping her chest confidently. Suddenly, an idea struck her, and she widened her beautiful eyes, "Except for kissing. All right, then let us kiss somewhere else." "Huh? Somewhere else?" The girl was taken aback. "You want to unlock a new method, don't you?" "No way. Kissing is absolutely forbidden." "Then suggest something." How about I sing you a song? Love is a wonderful light." And Meng began to belt out the lyrics. Let us keep it to ourselves. Don't start singing, Lu Linha interrupted. Come here and give me a back rub instead. Fine. And Meng hopped off the bed, positioned herself behind Lu Linha, adopted a horse stance, focused her energy, and delivered a punch. With a dull thud, she asked, "How was that force?" Lu Linha turned to look at her. "Forget it. Just sing." After completing a full song, and Meng finally earned the privilege of using Lu Linha's phone, she placed both devices flat on the bed, controlled one with each hand, her little feet swaying rhythmically as she hummed a tune while gaming. Lu Linha couldn't help but chuckle. How could she always be so cheerful? He glanced at the clock. It was now 7:30. He stood up, retrieved his pajamas from the wardrobe, and headed to the bathroom. As Meng hummed away, she watched him enter. Once the bathroom door closed, she immediately exited the game and opened Lu Linha's messaging app. Ning Yufei had asked her to investigate Lu Linha's romantic interests, and she had not forgotten. Her plan was to delve into Lu Linha's phone. He always took a shower around this time. If she could persuade him to unlock his phone for her, she could explore at will. Since Lu Linha had affections for someone, surely among those he had recently contacted, that person would be included. Although prying into someone's privacy was rather impolite, she felt it was necessary given how much he had given her. And Meng commenced her search, and soon, to her astonishment, she encountered a surprising revelation. After thoroughly combing through Lu Linha's contacts and all social media applications, she found no chat records with any females, and even the women among his WeChat friends were alarmingly few. Furrowing her brow, she pondered, could it be that he has hidden the records? It was plausible. This guy was naturally cautious, a trait he possessed. And Meng pouted. Humph. He dares to act but not to own up. A gentleman as candid as her, who watches films without deleting his browsing history, is the very type of person I hold in contempt. How frustrating. How am I supposed to find it? Unable to locate the records, and Meng momentarily lost her bearings. Although she had readily agreed to the task for the sake of money, she soon realized that executing it was far from a trivial endeavor. The young girl lay on her bed, her expression one of melancholy, unaware that the bathroom door had quietly creaked open behind her. Lu Linha, concealed behind the door, wore a knowing smile. The following day, Mr. Lu, we have received news from the research department. With the assistance of the Shangtang Group, they have commenced their work on quantum communication, and the progress has been relatively smooth, Shen Muin conveyed in the office. Lu Linha nodded, perusing the documents in his hands without lifting his gaze. I have heard that our department staff have not been particularly courteous to those from the Shangtang Group. There have even been some altercations. Indeed, some of our employees have caught wind of the situation, knowing that you were once ambushed by an assassin arranged by Tang Guangyuan. Moreover, as the Shangtang Group has now become our subsidiary, they are less inclined to heed their directives. Let bygones be bygones. In the future, we must rely on their guidance in this regard. Prepare to clarify the situation, stating that such an incident never occurred and to refrain from wild speculation. Any recurrence will result in the forfeiture of the month's performance bonus for first-time offenders, and immediate dismissal for repeat offenders. Understood. I will relay this shortly. Shen Muin replied, then added, by the way, Mr. Lu, now that the Shangtang Group is no longer an obstacle, our research department has received numerous olive branches. Just a few days ago, the project manager connected with a new partner, the Dingda Group in the research industry, discussing a project involving approximately several thousand units. Oh, well done, Lu Linha remarked nonchalantly. That was not all. He had also heard something intriguing from the president of the Dingda Group. About what? It seems to concern the disappearance of your uncle Lu Hui from years ago. Lu Linha's eyes widened, and he abruptly looked up. What? He had a dinner meeting with the president of Dingda, who, upon learning of his affiliation with the Lu Group, casually mentioned that back in the day, Lu Hui led a thriving Lu Group that had been negotiating a research project with them. Unfortunately, before it could be implemented, he vanished. The project he referred to was gene editing, a technology that alters biological genes to modify the traits and functions of organisms, with extensive applications in medicine, agriculture, and environmental protection. However, this is merely a broad classification, much like the pharmaceutical industry, where the methods of each project can vary dramatically. Go to the Dingda Group and locate those who were in charge of that project. I have already investigated this, but you may be surprised by what I found. Speak. The entire team responsible for that project has since left the company, and their whereabouts are unknown. Lu Lin has squinted his eyes, sensing that this project held secrets. Spare no effort in uncovering what this project truly entailed. Understood. Immediately contact the CEO. I wish to arrange a meeting with him. As Lu Lin sought an audience with the CEO, an unexpected guest arrived on the first floor of the group. A young girl, clad in a white down jacket and blue jeans, stood before the glass-coated wall, clutching a lunch bag in her hand. How curious. How does one gain entry to this place? Following her unsuccessful attempt to spy on a mobile phone the previous day, and Meng devised another scheme. Prominent actresses in the entertainment industry are frequently engaged in endorsements and collaborations. Since Lu Lin harbored a fondness for one particular starlet, it was likely that he had collaborated with her. Thus, the actress most associated with the Lu Corporation was probably the person she sought. Under the pretense of delivering lunch, she planned to infiltrate the Lu Corporation to investigate the records of the group's collaborations with celebrities. Her plan seemed foolproof. However, she never anticipated being thwarted at the entrance. Both the elevator and office areas required facial recognition or a password for entry, rendering access impossible. The company's security measures were excessively stringent, so much so that even the wife of the CEO could not gain entry. She attempted to call Lu Lin, but instead reached his male secretary, who informed her that the CEO was in a meeting and unable to take calls. Fortunately, she had just observed someone entering a password. Although she did not catch a clear view, she had memorized the general location. With a few more attempts, she believed she could gain entry. Just as she repeatedly tried to input the code, an alarm suddenly blared overhead. Warning. An intruder has been detected. Chapter 64. My husband is not home today, and Meng was taken aback. She had only attempted a few times, yet the alarm had already been triggered. It felt as though she were akin to a burglar caught in the act. At that moment, a woman's voice emerged from behind her. Miss, what are you doing? Turning around, and Meng discovered that the speaker was a receptionist, her expression laden with vigilance. However, and Meng understood her apprehension. Anyone, upon witnessing someone frantically attempting to breach security and setting off an alarm, would be suspicious. And Meng hesitated, gesturing toward her lunch bag. I'm here to deliver a meal to President Lu. Oh, please hold on. I will inform you, the receptionist replied. Thank you, and Meng said gratefully. You're welcome. The receptionist approached the front desk and picked up the phone. Hello, there's takeout ordered by President Lu on the first floor. And Meng's lips twitched. Well, it wasn't entirely inaccurate to refer to it as takeout. After the receptionist finished her call, she returned to Meng. Miss, President Lu is currently in a meeting. His secretary will come down shortly to collect it. Actually, I'm not just delivering takeout. I also wish to meet President Lu in person to deliver it to him. If the secretary were to take it away, not only would she lack a valid reason to enter the company, but she would also lose the meal, rendering her efforts in vain. Meet him? The receptionist scrutinized Meng. And you are? I am his friend. Yes, friend. And Meng declared, unable to utter the words that she was his wife. Although legally they were indeed in such a relationship, she carried the soul of a man within her, and admitting to being someone else's wife was utterly mortifying. Oh, did you make an appointment? No. The receptionist regarded Meng's explanation with skepticism. After all, if she were truly a friend of President Lu, how could she have failed to bypass the password wall? Yet, upon observing Meng's attire, she noted that it was not that of an ordinary person. Those Gucci jeans alone were worth over 10,000 yuan. Could they be counterfeit? The receptionist's thoughts were convoluted, but she maintained her composure. As a front desk attendant, possessing exquisite social skills was essential. She did not wish to embarrass Meng, instead responding politely, if you have not made an appointment, I will register you first. Please fill out your information on this form. She produced a visitor registration form and handed it to Meng. Upon examining the document, Meng noticed it was quite detailed, requiring her name, age, identification number, and purpose of visit among other particulars. After completing it, she returned it to the receptionist. The receptionist glanced over it briefly and said, Please wait in the reception room, as President Lu is currently in a meeting. I will notify you when he is available. and Meng was taken aback by how busy he seemed. Why did he appear so leisurely when at home? Alright, where is the reception room? And Meng conceded, understanding that she was on unfamiliar ground and had to comply with their arrangements. Please follow me. The receptionist guided Meng through the glass wall into a designated area, marked by a sign overhead that read reception area. Flanking both sides were rows of rooms, each adorned with a sign indicating reception room. The receptionist led Meng to the entrance of one such room. Is there a charging station inside? Yes, both independent Wi-Fi and wireless chargers are available. Alright, thank you. She pulled out her phone. Genshin Impact. Activate. In the boardroom, Lu Lin was conversing with Chen Kuei, the CEO of Dingda Group, recounting tales from years past. To be honest, I'm not entirely certain about the specifics. At that time, I was merely a team leader in another group. All I know is that after those individuals went missing, the project was subsequently shelved. What was the name of that project? I believe it was aimed at developing a drug to delay aging. I've heard it required substantial funding, yet the drug could not be developed, prompting several individuals to abscond with the money, fabricating their disappearance. However, I lack detailed insights. I suspect only our old chairman, Zhou Donghua, had a complete understanding of the situation. If I recall correctly, that esteemed chairman has since passed away, hasn't he? Indeed, you were likely present at his funeral. Zhou Donghua was well known, and his demise stirred considerable commotion within the upper echelons of society in Nanqing. Lu Lin unconsciously clenched his fist. After painstakingly uncovering some clues, he found himself stymied at this juncture. Director Lu, is there anything else? Oh no, that would be all. I hope for a fruitful collaboration in the future. As the meeting concluded, he noted that it was already 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Turning to the secretary at the door, he instructed Xiao Su, please inquire with the cafeteria if there are any leftovers. I'll grab a bite. Director Lu, didn't you order takeout? Takeout? When did I order that? The front desk called earlier to mention that there is a delivery meant specifically for you. Likely from someone you know. Someone I know? Lu Lin retrieved his phone, noticing a dozen missed calls from various individuals. He typically silenced his phone during meetings and checked for messages afterward. Among the many names, one stood out prominently. Meng Meng? What could she want? If memory serves, this seemed to be her first attempt to call him. A sudden phone call and an inexplicable food delivery. Could it be? Lu Lin furrowed his brow and glanced at Secretary Wang. Did the front desk provide a description of the delivery person? I didn't ask, but I will now. Secretary Wang promptly contacted the front desk, and upon confirmation, he relayed, Director Lu, the front desk mentioned it was a very beautiful young woman. They said she is your friend, and Meng. Could it truly be her? Why would she come to deliver food? A glimmer sparked in Lu Lin's eyes as he opened his phone and dialed in Meng's number, but the call went unanswered for an extended period. She wouldn't be intentionally punishing him by not answering before meeting him, would she? He inquired further. Where is she? Has she gone back? No. The receptionist said that young lady has been in the reception room all along. Alright, I shall go down for a moment. Upon arriving on the first floor, the receptionist had already been waiting at the elevator for quite some time. Noticing Mr. Lu's evident concern, she realized that the girl was likely indeed his friend and did not dare to be negligent. This is the reception room where that young lady is located. Lu Lin hesitated, then gently knocked on the door. There was no response from within. He pushed the door open and stepped inside. The girl was lying sideways on the sofa, covered with a white cotton jacket. Her beautiful eyes were slightly closed, her lips slightly parted, exhaling softly, as if she were deeply asleep. Truly, she was remarkable, able to find slumber in such a place. Perhaps it was the innocence of her sleeping visage that made Lu Lin reluctant to awaken her. Instead, he chose to sit across from her, gazing quietly. The girl mumbled softly, Chi Yi, come in quickly. Lu Lin was taken aback, then broke into a silent laugh. This girl truly talks in her sleep wherever she may be. My husband is not home today. Lu Lin's smile instantly froze. Chapter 65. Who can remember the events of a dream? In a room, a young girl slept soundly, while seated before her was a man with a furrowed brow. What had she just uttered? The first statement seemed to invite Chi Yi over for a visit, which posed no issue. However, The second phrase, my husband is not at home today, was perplexing. The word quickly vividly conveyed the girl's eagerness, her delight at a long-awaited reunion. Though her sleep talk consisted of only 2 brief sentences, Lu Linha seemed to have gleaned an extraordinary amount of information. Had he, albeit in a dream, been betrayed? Despite it being merely a dream, he found himself quite irked. He rose and approached Meng, gently shaking her delicate form. Meng, wake up. The girl frowned slightly, her long eyelashes fluttering before she slowly opened her beautiful eyes. She gazed at Qi Yi, her sparkling eyes clouded with confusion, as if she had not fully awakened. Old he, wait a moment. I'm busy, she murmured, turning over to lie flat on the sofa, her arms crossed over her chest, peacefully closing her eyes once more. What was she saying? Lu Linha was utterly bewildered and could only give her another gentle nudge. Wake up, wake up. The girl remained undisturbed, clinging to her slumber. The French macarons you ordered have arrived, with cranberry and dark chocolate flavors, and, before Lu Linha could finish his sentence, Meng suddenly sat upright, as if jolted from a feverish dream. The foodie is me. Where are they, where are they? She looked at Lu Linha, resembling a kitten eagerly awaiting a meal. Lu Linha chuckled. They are still en route. They will arrive shortly. You must be joking. Why wake me up if they aren't here yet? Meng rolled her eyes and lay back down. Don't sleep. I need to ask you something. What? What did you dream about? Just now? The girl paused, narrowing her eyes. Wait, you woke me up just to ask this? This is merely one reason, albeit a significant one. I won't tell you. She turned over again, facing the sofa, burying her head beneath her little jacket. Seeing her hesitant demeanor, Lu Linha's brow furrowed even more. Are you not going to share? I won tea. Haven tea, you heard? Dreams lose their power once spoken aloud. Lu Linha gazed down at the girl for a long while before extending a finger to tap her kidney point. Ha ha ha. This simple poke seemed to activate some switch within Meng, causing her to burst into uncontrollable laughter. She pulled down her jacket, revealing only her sparkling eyes. Are you insane? She glared at him. Unfortunately, when one is small and vulnerable, even threats become an endearing tactic. This clearly did not intimidate Lu Linha, who continued his playful assault, his fingers poking again and again. Meng had never been ticklish before, but since becoming a girl, she had developed this peculiar quirk. In areas such as the waist and neck, an inadvertent touch would cause her to instinctively recoil, not to mention the pressure points administered by Lu Linha. Ha ha ha, Lu Linha. You may as well leave. Ha ha ha. On the sofa, the girl tossed and turned, yet she could never fully conceal her feelings. Ultimately, she capitulated. Ha ha. That was a mistake. Did I not say that was enough? Upon hearing this, Lu Linha finally ceased his actions. Speak, I am listening. Ha. Ha. Meng gasped for breath. Even though Lu Linha had halted his advances, her body still trembled intermittently. At that moment, her face flushed, perhaps from the laughter, and beads of perspiration formed on her forehead. How infuriating. Why is this body so sensitive to tickling? I just dreamt that I. The girl pondered for a moment, then exclaimed, I forgot. Lu Linha remained silent, merely arching his lips in a smirk before extending his finger again. This time, it was 2. Meng shivered, her gaze betraying a flicker of panic. No, I truly forgot. Who can remember things from a dream? Shall I offer you a hint? You seem to dream about your friend Qi Yi.
Jie?
Meng furrowed her brow, then suddenly enlightened. Oh, I remember now. I invited him over to play games at my house. Just playing games? Yes. Then why did you say my husband wasn't home? Huh? How did you know that? All right, but you mustn't get angry when I tell you. Lu Linha narrowed his eyes, urging her to continue. He was quite meticulous in his anticipation. You see, if you were at home, you would either be pulling me to play chess, teaching me the piano, or discussing the insights of classic literature with me. I wouldn't even have time to play games, and recently you've been home more often than not, leaving me no time to enjoy games with my friends. Is that so? Then what else could it be? Meng queried, puzzled. Observing her dazed expression, Lu Linha thought to himself that, considering how awkward she was even when kissing, it was unlikely she'd dream of anything more complex. It was akin to a lack of material, a failed loading. Never mind that, by the way, is this my meal? Lu Linha pointed to the bento bag on the table. And Meng bringing him a meal was a splendid opportunity to strengthen their bond. And Meng followed his gaze and replied, It was before but not anymore. Before? Lu Linha's eyes sparkled as he laughed. Are you blaming me for not answering the call back then? I was in a meeting, and my phone was on silent. If that's the reason, I apologize sincerely. It's not just that. Lu Linha chose not to pursue the matter further and instead retrieved the lunchbox. Upon opening it, he glanced inside and fell silent. The lunchbox contained only remnants of rice, resembling a restaurant ransacked and left in disarray. I couldn't help myself. The food was too delicious. I'm truly sorry. The girl scratched her head. Although it was his first experience of receiving a meal from someone else, only to indulge in it beforehand, the sentiment behind it was truly rare. He could not dampen her enthusiasm. After a brief moment of contemplation, Lu Linha smiled and said, It's quite all right. After all, you have left me half a chicken leg. Oh, that was merely because I could not eat any more, she replied. Lu Linha picked up the remaining half of the chicken leg and took a bite. The flavor was distinctly different from that of the household chef. Could it possibly be her own creation? While it leaned slightly towards the salty side, the overall taste was quite agreeable. Delicious. Business seems to be thriving, Lu Linha remarked nonchalantly. Right? I also find it quite delectable, the girl replied with a cheerful grin, pleasantly surprised by the quality of the fast food establishment on their side, noting that the prices were also reasonable. Chapter 66. Health and early prosperity outside the reception room. A throng of at least several dozen individuals had gathered. Among them were senior executives from the corporation, as well as grassroots employees, creating an impenetrable blockade in the reception area. Upon hearing that the esteemed lady was visiting the group, they hurried over, not merely to extend polite greetings but also to satiate their curiosity regarding the romantic life of Mr. Lu. It was difficult for them to envision how someone as aloof and dedicated to work as Mr. Lu would behave in the presence of his wife. At the entrance of the reception room, one individual leaned against the door, providing live updates to the crowd. Mr. Shen, how is the situation progressing? With his ear pressed to the door, Shin Maoan shook his head lightly. Mr. Lu has made an effort. However, the lady is formidable. Could you be more specific? Shin Maoan sighed. 3 sentences rendered Mr. Lu silent for 18 seconds. The crowd buzzed with astonishment. Indeed, the lady was extraordinary. Inside, Lu Ling had tidied away the lunchbox and noticed Meng fiddling with her phone. He took the device from her grasp and held her hand. What are you doing? Since you treated me to a meal, it is only fitting that I reciprocate. No need. I am already full. Then accompany me for a little something. Lu Ling pulled the young lady to her feet and led her to the entrance. At the doorway, Shin Maoan's eyes widened in alarm. This is bad. They are about to exit. Quickly retreat. He turned to survey the crowd, reminiscent of a bustling train station during the spring festival, and was momentarily stunned. Why are there so many people? Are you all neglecting your duties? Mr. Lu has stated that anything significant to the group is our concern. Isn't this matter currently the most vital? An employee retorted confidently. Very well, you may remain here, but I must take my leave. The company has regulations, and those caught slacking during work hours face penalties. If Mr. Lu sees you, you will be in for a rough time. Upon hearing this, the onlookers began to panic. As Shin Maoan prepared to make his escape, one individual lunged at him, clutching his leg. What are you doing? Please, Mr. Shen, save me. Let go. I want tea. What is the meaning of this? You wish to drag me down with you? Shin Maoan exclaimed in frustration, yet he understood that he, too, could not flee under the circumstances. After a moment of contemplation, he stated, I could help you, but you must follow my instructions. Understood. The door swung open. Before the figures were visible, their voices could be heard. Our company cafeteria serves delightful dishes. Come, let me show you. The man, cheerfully guiding the young lady, stepped outside. Upon witnessing the scene before him, his brows arched slightly. Outside the reception area, employees stood in 2 neat rows, as if lined up to welcome someone. Each person stood upright, solemn and dignified. What are you all doing? Shin Maoan approached, explaining, Mr. Lu, Upon hearing that the lady has arrived, everyone wished to greet her, but the sheer number of attendees has created quite a commotion. To make it more presentable, I organized them into lines for a proper reception. Having said that, he commanded, call out our slogan for the lady. We warmly welcome her presence, wishing her good health and a swift arrival of offspring. A sudden cough caught Meng off guard. She thought, if one cannot offer blessings, it would be better not to do so at all. Lu Linhe glanced at the young girl, pausing briefly at her slender waist, unable to suppress a smile. The mere thought of this girl potentially becoming a mother one day amused him greatly. Thank you all for your kind wishes. I believe it won't be long before they come to fruition. Right, my lady? With that, Lu Linhe gently squeezed Meng's petite hand. What a ridiculous notion! Meng bit her silver teeth in irritation, yet dared not act out. She understood that Lu Linhe was merely playing the part of a loving partner, and at this moment, she had to comply with his performance. Otherwise, he might impose a penalty for breach of contract. Previously, she had been indifferent to such fines, as she had no money, but now that she was wealthy, a penalty would mean actual payment. She pursed her lips, forcing a smile. And maybe. The crowd erupted in playful banter, causing Meng to feel a slight flush on her cheeks. Obviously, any man would feel strange being teased about having a child with another man. Lu Linhe lowered his head and whispered, Your hands are so cold. What can I do? I'm cold. Why is your face flushed then? It's hot. So is it cold or hot? Hot. Cold. The girl struggled to articulate her thoughts, shooting Lu Linhe an exasperated glance. What does it matter to you? Nothing, just showing concern. Lu Linhe grinned triumphantly, turning his attention to Shen Maoen. This welcoming idea is quite clever. Did you come up with it? It must be my doing, Shen Maoen replied proudly. Good. Then all their fines will be attributed to you. Thank you, Lu. Shen Maoen initially thought Lu Linhe was about to reward him, but halfway through his gratitude, he realized the absurdity. It was one thing to eavesdrop, but bringing so many people along was rather impolite. Lu Linhe patted Shen Maoen on the shoulder and led Meng away, leaving a bewildered group of employees behind. Indeed, one cannot conceal anything from President Lu. A few approached, patting the dejected Shen Maoen. Be strong, Shen. The restaurant was located on the 5th floor of the Group S building, and the two needed to exit the reception area to take the elevator at the front desk. Passing by the front desk, he noticed the receptionist and stopped, waving her over. Come here for a moment. The receptionist approached, visibly anxious. What is it, President Lu? She never expected that the girl delivering food was, in fact, the president's wife. Though the president had held a wedding, most ordinary employees lacked the time to attend. Those who did only mentioned how beautiful and generous the lady was, with no photographs to show. My wife came to find me. Why didn't you inform me of this? But President, you were in a meeting at the time, and I remember you don't take calls during meetings. I was in a meeting, but you could have informed my secretary to relay the message. Couldn't you? It is quite unacceptable to have my wife waiting downstairs for so long. The receptionist lowered her head and said, I apologize, Mr. Lu. It is my oversight. For some inexplicable reason, whenever she witnessed Lu Lin reprimanding others, it would evoke memories of her own experiences being chastised by superiors at the company, stirring a wave of sympathy within her. She tugged at Lu Lin and urged, The receptionist is a good person. She is merely fulfilling her duties. Why do you direct your ire at her? All right, then let us heed Meng's words. And Meng was taken aback. It was then she realized this fellow was merely putting on an act again. She hadn't anticipated that he had become so enamored with displaying affection that even the receptionist was not spared, as if he sought to showcase his boundless charm to others. No wonder he sought advice from Shen Maoen on the art of wooing. It must be that he was indulging in a penchant for romance. Who would have thought that a distinguished CEO could exhibit such moments of vulnerability? She gazed at Lu Lin and shook her head in disbelief. What is it? Why do you look at me like that? Nothing, it's just that you truly seem hungry. Chapter 67. Throughout history, CEOs have been overbearing, yet he is not. Lu Lin and Meng arrived at the corporate cafeteria. The layout of the cafeteria was quite simple, with seating in the center and food service windows on either side, offering an array of delectable local delicacies commonly found outside. Dishes such as rib rice, crossbridge rice noodles, and Lanzhou pulled noodles were all available, even including stalls selling pancake rolls. Rather than a mere cafeteria, it resembled a vibrant food court. Although the lunch hour had passed, several stalls remained open for business. In fact, they had already closed, but upon a request from Lu Lin's secretary, they reopened without complaint. After all, as employees of the corporation, they were more than willing to serve the culinary preferences of the esteemed Lu, who could easily have his pick of any dish. Lu Lin ordered a portion of pulled noodles, clocked in with his work badge, and settled down. And Meng, puzzled, remarked, "Do you really have to clock in for meals? I thought you could eat for free." Lu Lin playfully pinched the soft flesh of the girl's cheek and gently tugged at it. "What do you mean by that? Are you insinuating I'm being unfair?" She mumbled, her words a bit unclear. "I would never accuse you. After all, this company isn't yours, so you should have the freedom to eat as you please." Lu Lin merely smiled in response, picking up a pair of chopsticks to enjoy his noodles. "Do employees have to pay for their meals here?" And Meng inquired. "Not at all. The company allocates a meal subsidy of 3,000 yuan to our cards each month, but any expenses beyond that must be covered personally." 3,000 yuan? That's nearly equivalent to my previous monthly salary. The benefits here are quite generous, and Meng exclaimed, marveling at the contrast between this large corporation and the small company she had previously worked for. "Your prior jobs were all part-time. Once you graduate and secure a full-time position, your salary will increase significantly," Lu Lin explained. And Meng paused, realizing that she was still a student, and thus Lu Lin assumed her reference to work was regarding part-time employment. However, the painful truth was that the salary he mentioned was indeed what she would earn after graduation. Her eyes darted around, and she continued, "The security measures here are quite stringent. There are password-protected walls everywhere, making it difficult to access certain areas. Each employee must swipe their employee card to enter the building, a measure designed to protect both the corporation and its employees' privacy. Strangers must schedule visits in advance, and different employee positions dictate varying levels of access. For instance, ordinary employees can only access their designated departments, while mid-level managers can traverse between departments but cannot reach executive areas. To enter other zones, one must ring the bell and obtain consent from the personnel in that area." "That sounds cumbersome. Does your card grant you access everywhere?" she queried. Naturally, Lu Lin replied, "Why don't you stay here and enjoy your meal while allowing me to borrow your card for a brief outing?" "I'd like to explore." "Where to?" he asked. "Just around the company. I'm curious to take a look." "Wait until I finish eating, and I'll accompany you," he offered. No, you continue eating. I can manage on my own." "That will not do. You go on your own, and I cannot rest easy." And Meng raised her brows, saying, "What do you mean? I am, after all, an adult. Can I really get lost in your company?" "Oh, you are already an adult?" Lu Linha's gaze lingered momentarily on the young lady's chest. Then he nodded. "Indeed, in certain respects you have matured." And Meng followed his gaze downwards, pouting, "I had always thought that all CEOs were overbearing. Yet you have chosen a rather peculiar path." "What of it? Viewing one's own wife, is that truly abnormal?" "Who is your wife?" "The Civil Affairs Bureau informed me." "What, do you contest this?" And Meng was momentarily at a loss for words. She slammed her hand on the table, exclaiming, "Enough with the nonsense. Will you grant my request or not? Your attitude hardly resembles that of someone making a request." Lu Linha leisurely took a bite of his noodles. "Fine. You have compelled me." The young lady gritted her teeth for a moment before resting her head on the table. "Adoptive father above, please accept this bow from your child." Lu Linha nearly choked, wiping his mouth with a tissue. "I can grant it, but you must come to the president's office in half an hour." "Agree, and I shall give it to you." "Agreed, agreed." Lu Linha removed his work badge and handed it to Meng. "Thank you." With the badge in hand, Meng swiftly exited the cafeteria. However, once outside and in the elevator, her fingers hovered over the floor buttons, momentarily unsure of what to do. Now, although she had gained unrestricted access to investigate matters concerning celebrities, a new dilemma presented itself. Where should she begin her inquiry? Was she to start on the first floor, questioning each employee in succession? "Do you know which celebrities the company has hired?" That seemed rather foolish. Despite her thoughts, Meng instinctively pressed the button for the first floor. As soon as she exited the elevator, she heard someone calling her. "Madam, why have you come down? Turning around, she recognized the previous receptionist. "Oh, I just came out for a stroll. Thank you for earlier, for helping me out. Since you are Mrs. Liu, why didn't you mention it from the start? Was that not a waste of your time?" It was just a minor issue, no need to dwell on it." And Meng waved her hand dismissively, then suddenly recalled something and asked, "By the way, I wanted to inquire if your group has collaborated with any celebrities." "Indeed, there have been collaborations. Some advertisements and brand ambassadors require celebrities." "Which department typically handles these collaborations?" "The planning department." "Oh, and which floor are they on?" "The 7th floor. The entire floor is dedicated to it." "Thank you. By the way, was Mr. He being difficult with you just now?" "Rest assured, I shall teach him a lesson upon my return." And Meng flashed her little pink fist at her, then turned and stepped into the elevator. Watching the lively figure gradually recede, the receptionist was left in contemplation. What kind of lesson did the madam mean? And Meng arrived at the planning department on the 7th floor. Upon opening the door, she was once again met with the glass walls that flanked her. However, this time was different. She had come equipped with a powerful tool. She placed her work badge against the panel, and to her astonishment, a peculiar melody echoed at the entrance. How strange. Could it be that entry was still denied? The young lady pondered, just as the door slowly creaked open. It was a testament to the power of the domineering brand. With merely a gentle touch, the door responded like a coy maiden. Though it opened gradually, it did so with an unmistakable eagerness. Meanwhile, in the office of the planning department, General Manager Chun Zongha poured a cup of tea and offered it to the person seated across from him. "Ms. Wenmenying, I heard you rushed here immediately after disembarking from your flight. It must have been quite exhausting." Though he addressed her as Ms., the person before him was a young and strikingly beautiful woman. Wenmenying, a rising star in the entertainment industry, had already achieved remarkable success in her early 20s with several blockbuster productions and had secured the Best Actress award last year, establishing herself as a prominent figure in the limelight. With a gentle smile, Wenmenying replied, "It is not exhausting at all. Collaborating with your esteemed company is truly a privilege." The group had recently launched a new line of beverages and sought a celebrity to endorse their advertising campaign. Wenmenying was an established partner of the Liu Group, known not only for her excellent work ethic, but also for her reasonable rates. He merely hinted at the collaboration, and she readily agreed, swiftly making her way over after finishing her filming. As they discussed the details of their partnership, a young man clad in a suit rushed in, exclaiming, "Mr. Chun, we have an esteemed guest arriving." "An esteemed guest? Which visitor could possibly rival the importance of the individual with whom I am currently conversing?" "Mr. Liu." "What? Mr. Liu?" Chun Zongha's eyes widened. "Mr. Liu was here for an inspection?" "Yes, the alert has sounded." Ms. Wenmenying, please excuse me for a moment." Wenmenying chuckled. "There is no need for that. I consider Mr. Liu a friend. Since he has arrived, I should go and greet him as well." "Very well, then please accompany me." Chapter 68. Not Madam, but in Meng, additional rewards for updates. Upon unlocking the password-protected door, and Meng was greeted by a lengthy corridor, at the end of which was emblazoned the words Planning Department. Stepping out of the corridor, she turned her head and was taken aback. Before her lay a vast computer work area, where employees were seated in front of their screens, utterly engrossed in their tasks. They furiously tapped away at their keyboards, their fingers moving so swiftly that they appeared to leave trails behind. The only sound that filled the room was the incessant clatter of keyboards, and Meng couldn't help but feel a sense of admiration. Truly, the employees of a major corporation are exceptionally dedicated. Initially, she intended to inquire about the whereabouts of the head of the planning department, but seeing the earnestness with which everyone worked, she felt reluctant to interrupt and decided to explore on her own. After a few steps, she noticed two impeccably dressed men striding towards her. Surely, they could provide the information she sought? "Excuse me, I would like to ask." And Meng began, but before she could finish her sentence, they brushed past her and hurried to the entrance. "Where's Mr. Liu?" one of the men exclaimed, glancing around. He turned to his secretary and said, "Did you not mention that Mr. Liu was coming? Is this a false report? How strange. I distinctly heard the alarm go off. It must have been Mr. Liu clocking in." As employees based at the headquarters, they were accustomed to inspections from Lu Linha, which were frequent occurrences. Lu Linha was known for his serious demeanor regarding work, often favoring surprise inspections that instilled a palpable sense of pressure among the staff. Thus, a clever employee devised a solution. They enlisted a programmer to install a device at the entrance, which would play a melody whenever Mr. Lu clocked in, alerting those inside to spring into an intense work mode. Additionally, a special alarm would sound in the general manager's office, allowing them to anticipate his movements and prepare to greet him. Due to the effectiveness of this strategy, the entire headquarters adopted the planning department's ingenious device. Chun Zonghe furrowed his brow in thought for a moment before enlightenment dawned upon him. I see now. What have you understood? Consider this, Mr. Lu's inspections are fundamentally aimed at invigorating our spirits. And who is Mr. Lu? Our little tricks have likely been seen through by him long ago. Therefore, he is employing guerrilla tactics. He clocks in and swiftly moves on to another department, fulfilling his inspection duties while simultaneously enhancing efficiency. The secretary reflected, so that's how it is. Truly, Mr. Lu is remarkable. At that moment, when Menying approached, her high heels clicking softly against the floor, Chun Zonghe hurried to greet her. Ms. Wan, I sincerely apologize for the inconvenience, but Mr. Lu has not arrived. Shall we return to our discussion? Is that so? Then let us head back, when Menying replied, nodding. Just as she turned, she was startled to find Meng standing directly behind her, a mere half-meter apart, leaning forward with wide eyes, scrutinizing her closely. May I ask if you need something? When Menying inquired, curiosity evident in her tone. No, but you seem quite familiar, almost resembling a certain celebrity, when Menying chuckled. What do you mean by resembling? She is a star, an incredibly popular one. Chun Zonghe quickly interjected. Wow, you truly are a celebrity. I can't believe I'm seeing you in person. The young girl's eyes sparkled with excitement. Could you please sign an autograph for me later? I have a friend who adores your work and watches it every day. I can't wait to show it off to him. Of course, when Menying replied with a smile. Thank you, Gully Reba. Despite having studied expression management, when Menying couldn't help but twitch her mouth at that comment. Chun Zonghe and the secretary exchanged awkward glances and coughed a few times. Ahem, that's incorrect. Is it not? I'm so sorry. And Meng said, realizing her mistake from when Menying's expression. She too felt embarrassed. After all, she wasn't particularly well-versed in the entertainment industry. She recognized the names and faces but struggled to match them correctly. After a moment's hesitation, she ventured, then you must be Dilraba Dilmurat? When Menying remained silent, merely flicking her hair back and maintaining a polite yet stiff smile. Wait, let me just check. I watched your work just a few days ago. Is that so? Then I must thank you for your previous support. No need for thanks. And Meng muttered as she fiddled with her phone. Where is the AI face-swapping section? I can't seem to find it. When Menying? The manager and secretary suddenly realized something. Wait, who is she? How did she get into our department? The secretary noticed and Meng's unfamiliarity, prompting him to move forward and escort her out. Hey, wait, I just want an autograph. An autograph? Hurry up and leave. Don't cause a disturbance here. He was pushing Meng out when Chun Zonghe stepped in to stop him. Wait, what's going on, Mr. Chun? I feel like she looks somewhat familiar. Is she also a celebrity? Not a celebrity, but she certainly has the aura of one. Chun Zonghe scrutinized Meng's face for a moment, then noticed her familiar black work badge. His eyes widened in realization, and he cautiously inquired, You wouldn't be the lady, would you? I'm not the lady. You've mistaken me, and Meng replied, relieved. Chun Zonghe exhaled. I am Meng. Isn't that the same? Mrs. It's been a while. I thought you looked familiar. I saw you at the wedding but didn't recognize you since you were a bit inebriated, and I only caught a glimpse from afar. How embarrassing. What brings you here? Mr. Chun, she isn't. The wife of Mr. Lu, is she? Indeed. The secretary felt as though a thunderbolt had struck him. It was over, his career was at an end. When Menying's face also displayed a flicker of surprise. This is Mr. Lu's wife? She had long heard of Lu Linha's wife being breathtakingly beautiful, and seeing her in person was indeed a testament to that reputation. And Meng waved her hand dismissively, saying, "Forget about calling me Mrs. Liu. Just call me in Meng. By the way, when will you sign for me? Right now would be fine, but where would you like me to sign?" "Ah, I forgot to bring any paper or pen. How about you sign on my phone? It has a handwriting function, and then I can send it to myself." The three exchanged glances, and Chun Zongha cautiously remarked, "Mrs. N, I'm not particularly familiar with this. Once you finish writing on the phone, what gets sent out is just the standard font, isn't it? It seems rather unrelated to a signature." The young woman looked blankly, covering her head as she groaned, "Ugh, my head hurts. Are you feeling unwell, Mrs. N?" No, I just feel embarrassed by my own foolishness." When Menying couldn't help but chuckle. "Ha, Miss N Meng, you are indeed both humorous and adorable. How about this? I brought a fan today, and I will sign it for you. I'll give you this fan as a gift. What do you think?" "That sounds wonderful. You are quite kind." When Menying took out her folding fan and signed her name on it, and Meng accepted it with gratitude and casually inquired, "By the way, Teacher 1, what brings you to Lu Linha's company?" "Well, Mrs. N, Teacher Wen Menying is a regular partner of our group. She is here today for an advertising collaboration to get acquainted with the details." Advertising? And Meng seemed to have triggered a keyword, her gaze shifting to Wen Menying as she scrutinized her from head to toe. A popular starlet, a regular collaborator, youthful and beautiful. These 3 points connected like a line, culminating in the presence of Wen Menying before her. And Meng pointed at Wen Menying, her expression one of astonishment. "Oh, so you are that starlet." Chapter 69. "Yes. I am jealous, Miss N Meng. What does the term flower dan you just mentioned mean?" When Menying inquired, her expression one of confusion. At that moment, and Meng realized that the fact that Lu Linha harbored feelings for Wen Menying was a closely guarded secret. Should Wen Menying become aware of it, the two might swiftly become entwined. After all, she had accepted money from Ning Yufei to gather information. Alas, how fortunate Lu Linha was, surrounded by beauty wherever he turned. And Meng explained, "Oh, it's nothing. I merely recalled that a popular flower dan was mentioned in the news a few days ago, and your name was among them." "Oh, really? The news these days is often reckless and irresponsible. I am merely an ordinary actress. How could I possibly be considered a flower dan? Modesty does not suit you, Teacher 1. I saw just the other day that your fan count on social media has surpassed 100 million. Clearly, you are among the top tier of celebrities." As Chun Zongha engaged in flattery, and Meng leaned closer to him. "Manager, isn't Teacher 1 the celebrity who collaborates most often with your group?" "Indeed. Teacher 1 is widely recognized, approachable, and possesses exceptional professional qualities. Furthermore, her fees are remarkably reasonable. Despite being a top-tier star, her rates are comparable to those of second- or third-tier celebrities. She has several endorsements with our group each year." Chun Zongha endeavored to praise Wen Menying, hoping to leave a favorable impression in front of the lady of the house, and Meng. However, and Meng furrowed her brow, sensing ulterior motives. Before Chun could grasp the meaning, and Meng darted towards Wen Menying. "Teacher 1, I would like to speak with you privately for a moment, if that is all right?" "Of course, Miss N," Wen Menying replied. They retreated to a secluded area, and after ensuring their privacy, and Meng whispered, "Teacher 1, I have a question for you." "What is it? Do you have feelings for Lu Linha?" Wen Menying was taken aback. "Why do you ask, Miss N?" It was evident. A top-tier female star who willingly accepted a salary akin to that of second- or third-tier artists and worked with such fervor must have some hidden agenda. Lu Linha's affection for her suggested that Wen Menying was likely aware of this, and was intentionally drawing closer to him. If they were to become involved, and Meng would find it difficult to explain to Ning Yufei, especially since she had accepted payment for this task. If things went awry, and she were to be left empty-handed, the repercussions would be dire. And Meng countered, "If you do not have feelings for Lu Linha, why do you collaborate so frequently with Lu's group?" "That is because Lu's group employed me long before I achieved fame, providing me with opportunities for both income and exposure. Now that I have garnered some recognition, one must always be grateful, right? Thus, my collaboration with Lu's group has remained unchanged in terms of remuneration. This seems quite reasonable, does it not?" After her explanation, and Meng's expression grew even graver. So, it was due to Lu Linha's benevolence that she felt compelled to reciprocate? Quite reasonable, indeed. And Meng nodded. Is there anything else you wish to inquire about, Missin? For the time being, there's nothing more. But I must clarify one thing with you. Speak. Lu Linha truly does not harbor any affection for you. If you hear him utter phrases like boiling frogs in warm water, do not take him seriously. He merely wishes to treat you to water-boiled bullfrog. When Menning took a moment to comprehend, then chuckled, is Missin feeling jealous of President Lu? Jealous? And Meng's delicate features contorted in confusion. Do not misunderstand. I am not jealous of that fellow. I am merely what? And Meng fell silent. She could not possibly confess that she was here to assist Ning Yufei in winning over Lu Linha, thus undermining her rival. Just. And Meng stammered for a considerable time, but her mind could not conjure a suitable fabrication. With a firm resolve, she stamped her foot and declared, yes, I am indeed jealous. Do you have a problem with that? I have no objections. A familiar male voice resounded from behind, causing in Meng's head to stiffly turn. There stood Lu Linha, having appeared unbeknownst to them, smiling at them. And Meng's heart skipped a beat. This is a disaster. To declare in front of Lu Linha's beloved that he does not like her is akin to publicly humiliating oneself. Moreover, she had just confessed to feeling jealous of him. This was truly an embarrassment of monumental proportions. Hello, President Lu, it's been a while. How have you been? When Menning inquired. Not bad, quite well in all respects. He approached, casting a glance at the silent and downcast Meng. It seems my wife has caused you quite a bit of trouble. Not at all. She is quite delightful and has a charming way of speaking. Is that so? I think so too. The two exchanged pleasantries, while Meng cast furtive glances between them. Am I perhaps a bit superfluous? Not at all, you are just right. You should have seen enough. Come back to my office with me. And Meng's body trembled slightly. Feeling guilty, she dared not resist and obediently followed Lu Linha out of the planning department. The two men watched the couple's retreating figures, and Chan Zongha remarked, today, I finally comprehend the extent of President Lu's intelligence. How can you tell? Haven't you heard that couples complement each other? The more intelligent one becomes, the less intelligent the other appears. Just look at how foolish his wife is. That reflects how astute President Lu truly is. The secretary gasped in astonishment. Isn't that rather high? I had always thought President Lu settled for Missin, but today I realize she is indeed the one who compliments him best. Listening to their conversation, when Menning's lips curled into a subtle smile, though she remained silent. Upon arriving at the office, Lu Linha found his secretary waiting patiently. He informed Lu Linha that a small meeting awaited him upstairs, compelling Lu Linha to depart once more. Before leaving, he uttered, wait for me, darling. And Meng sat on the sofa, her hands resting on her knees, adopting a posture reminiscent of an obedient schoolchild. How peculiar. What is this sense of déjà vu akin to being summoned to the teacher's office for a mistake? Just moments ago, she had made a scene, and now he would undoubtedly devise some form of punishment for her. And Meng's anxiety intensified, leaving her feeling as though she were perched upon a bed of nails. She rose from her seat and began to meander around the office. This marked her inaugural visit to the president's office. As she surveyed her surroundings, she noted the rectangular room. To her right stood 3 sofas accompanied by a coffee table, likely intended for casual conversations, while opposite lay a gray office desk paired with an executive chair, behind which were several minimalist cabinets. The decor diverged somewhat from her expectations, resembling an ordinary office rather than the opulent setting she had envisioned. However, the simplicity did align with his character. She recalled a previous visit to Chi Ye's residence, where she had opened a cabinet only to be startled when a figure tumbled out from above. Initially, she feared it was a hidden cadaver, but upon closer inspection, turned out to be an inflatable doll. She pondered whether the office of her current superior might conceal similarly peculiar items. Driven by curiosity, Meng embarked on an exploratory adventure within the office. As she opened a cabinet, her attention was captured by a suit hanging inside. This garment appeared to be of considerable quality, yet it bore the marks of neglect, stained and unevenly colored as if splattered with muddy water. How peculiar that he would possess such a disheveled suit. Intrigued, Meng reached out her hand, just as a familiar male voice resonated from the doorway. Miss, I presume you would not wish for your act of thievery to be revealed to others, would you? Chapter 70. A compensation in the form of a wife. The young girl was startled, and upon turning around, she saw Lu Linha leaning against the door with a smile on his face. Who stole your belongings? I merely wished to see if you had any peculiar toys hidden away. And Meng straightened her back, speaking with righteous indignation. What are you jealous of toys to? And Meng's lips twitched, her expression becoming awkward. Let me explain. That was a misunderstanding. I know. Huh? You know? Of course. What do you know? Lu Linha stepped inside, not hurrying to respond. Instead, he prepared a pot of water using the tea set on his desk and brewed a cup of black tea. Speak up. Have you been silenced by Galen SQ? He glanced at her, poured 2 cups, and handed one to Meng. Drink a bit, soothe your throat. What are you talking about? Hurry up and speak. I will if you drink. And Meng accepted the teacup and gulped it down in one go. I can understand a woman resorting to extreme measures to protect her husband. And Meng immediately transformed into a squirt gun-wielding Squirtle. You deliberately waited for me to drink before saying that, didn't you? Wow, you seem to have gained a bit of wit since before. Lu Linha took a sip of his tea. I recall that just yesterday you found out I was fond of a particular actress and even extorted a sum from me as hush money. Yet today, you come to the company seeking a brand ambassador. If it's not to defend your honor, then what could it possibly be? And Meng hesitated. She certainly could not divulge the matter regarding Ning Yufei. If Lu Linha discovered the truth about the sham marriage, he might react harshly and impose an indefinite sentence upon her. After much contemplation, she replied, Don't misunderstand. I'm merely curious about the type of woman President Lu favors. Then why did you tell her that I don't like her? And Meng braced herself and said, Because I think she is inadequate. She doesn't deserve you. But this is ultimately my affair. I assent it? What do you call your interference? Lu Linha stepped forward, causing the anxious and Meng to retreat a step. The man pressed closer, and the girl continued to back away until her back met the desk. Realizing she had no escape, Fear not, I am a man of principle. For every one I dismantle, I shall certainly compensate you with another. Though Wen Menying was indeed a great beauty, Ning Yufei was not lacking in looks, being a wealthy heiress, and they had shared a prior relationship. Wasn't he that more appealing than Wen Menying? The man's gaze sharpened, the amusement in his eyes fading, his voice dropping to a low tone. Is that so? Absolutely. I and Xiaoming always keep my word. As soon as she finished speaking, the man abruptly pulled her into his embrace. If that is the case, it is not impossible. Huh? The girl was taken aback. Wait, did he misunderstand? The compensation she mentioned wasn't he herself. And Meng's mind raced, but as she found herself enveloped in the man's arms, the sound of his powerful heartbeat caused her thoughts to drift away. The scent that enveloped the man was distinctly unique. A subtle hint of woodiness intermingled with refreshing oceanic notes, combined with the fragrance of tea wafting through the air. For a moment it rendered her quite dazed. How peculiar. His aroma was unlike that of anyone else. Lu Lingyi felt a surge of delight. To her surprise, and Meng had become jealous of him and even suggested making amends. Perhaps overwhelmed with excitement, the embrace that should have been gentle took on an urgency. It was unclear whether the man had grown heavier or the girl's legs had softened. In any case, she found herself yielding to his pressure, her body tilting backward until they both tumbled onto the office desk. The clattering noise jolted them back to reality, and when Meng finally regained her senses, she felt a warmth spreading across her back. She glanced aside and gasped. Oh no! The water had spilled. The toppled tea drenched the desk, snapping her back to lucidity. Wait, let go of me. What I meant by compensation wasn't me. With Lu Lingyi in front and the desk behind, the petite Meng found herself trapped, unable to move. She longed to escape, yet there was no way out. Not you? Indeed. Hurry. Get off me. I'm going to be crushed. Lu Lingyi raised an eyebrow, quickly realizing she must be referring to Ning Yufei. And Meng had been spending quite a bit of time with Ning Yufei recently, likely receiving some hidden favor from her. He thought to himself, after all, how could the little frog have cooked itself when the water hadn't even heated up yet? Typically, Lu Lingyi would have grasped this matter immediately, but today he had acted foolishly. Rather than mere folly, it was as if he had willingly succumbed to a trance. Just as he intended to rise, a knock echoed from the door. "Mr. Lu, are you in there?" called the secretary's voice. The two on the desk froze instantly. The scene before them, with their intertwined shadows and the fragrant tea spilling everywhere, would leave anyone entering at a loss for words, except perhaps Chen Qingchuan, who might have claimed to be studying a foreign language. Lu Lingyi hastily covered Meng's mouth, hushing her with a gesture to remain silent. "What is it?" "Well, you left early from that brief meeting earlier. Now that it has concluded, there are a few points I wish to report to you, if it's convenient." Just then, Lu Lingyi inhaled sharply. Seizing the moment he spoke, Meng managed to remove his hand from her mouth and bit him. He turned to her, noticing a glint of triumph in her bright eyes. To think that even the esteemed President Lu would find himself silenced at times. Lu Lingyi hesitated, grasping her delicate wrist and bringing her hand to his mouth. Meng panicked and struggled fiercely. They began to playfully tussle atop the desk. "Mr. Lu? One moment. I'm not quite in a position right now." "All right, please call for me when it's convenient." The secretary outside could hardly have imagined the scene unfolding within. Just as she was about to leave, Shin Maoan approached. "Xiao Wang, is President Lu inside? I need to speak with him." "Yes, but he said he's not quite available at the moment." "Unavailable? What could he possibly be doing in there?" "I'm not sure." Shin Maoan furrowed his brow, pressing his ear against the door, once again employing the art of eavesdropping.
No, no.
"I was wrong, father. I have grown bolder and dared to bite me." "Oh, that hurts. Stop pretending. I merely tapped you lightly. I hardly exerted any force. Even a gentle touch is unacceptable. Get up. Hand me that towel over there. I shall wipe the table." "How can you still speak like that? This is all because of you. There is a restroom behind my office, equipped with a washing machine. Go change your clothes and take a shower. I will find you some clothes to wear shortly, and then I shall assist you in drying your hair." Shin Maoan froze, bewildered. Wasn't it agreed upon to gently boil the frog? Is this how you intend to do it? Chapter 71. Loss of control. The sound of running water emanated from the bathroom. Lu Linha rummaged through his closet, but found no women's clothing within. Their group was situated on a financial street, surrounded by towering buildings of the finance industry, devoid of any clothing stores. He had no choice but to retrieve a still-packaged shirt and trousers, waiting for the washing machine to spin them dry. He would then employ a hairdryer to dry the garments she had originally worn. At that moment, his phone suddenly buzzed. A message from Shin Maoan appeared. Quite impressive. Lu Linha replied, "Those who understand will understand." Lu Linha was perplexed by his cryptic words but chose to disregard them. This fellow had always possessed a vivid imagination. The water in the bathroom ceased, and the door creaked open. "I'm done," she exclaimed. "So soon? Haven't you heard the saying? In the world of martial arts, speed is paramount." What a nonsensical comparison. At times, he truly wished to crack open her head to understand its inner workings. He picked up the clothes and approached the bathroom door. Steam wafted out, mingling with the delightful scent of shampoo. A small hand extended through the gap. Lu Linha steadied himself and handed the clothes over. Before long, the girl's voice emerged from within. "This shirt is way too big. It's my size. Just make do for now. Once your clothes are dry, you can change back," he replied. Lu Linha settled into his office chair, loosened his tie, and unbuttoned the top 2 buttons of his shirt. Perhaps it was the onset of spring that made him feel inexplicably warm. Moments later, the bathroom door swung open, and Meng stepped out. "Lu He, help me dry my hair. You can sit here." Lu Linha stood up, and upon seeing the girl, his expression turned to one of astonishment. The towel draped over her hair, and the white shirt that fit him well now resembled a large dress on her petite frame, the hem reaching down to her knees. And Meng plopped down onto the office chair, vigorously drying her hair with the towel. Noticing his lingering silence, she glanced back at him. "What are you staring at? Where are the trousers? How can you say that? The trousers are too baggy. They wouldn't stay up at all," he retorted, earning a disapproving look from her. "But thankfully, this shirt is large enough. It will suffice." Lu Linha still did not respond, instead lost in thought. His shirts were designed for formal occasions, yet on An Meng, they exuded an entirely different charm. It was astonishing how the same attire could yield such disparate effects when worn by two different individuals. What are you dawdling for? Hurry up and dry my hair. With that, Lu Linha retrieved the hairdryer from the bathroom and plugged it in. The warm air surged forth with a loud hum, tousling the girl's locks. As they say, practice makes perfect. Since An Meng's hair had always been his responsibility, his hair-drying skills had become quite comparable to those of a professional salon. Even An Meng often remarks upon his remarkable skills, questioning why he doesn't venture to open a barbershop and amass a fortune instead of languishing as a mere vice president within the corporation. While his method of praise may be peculiar, it undeniably affirms his prowess. A young girl, swaying in the breeze and humming a tune, perhaps due to her height, found her chair adjusted too high, leaving her feet dangling in midair, lively and captivating. The man inhaled deeply, his gaze becoming somewhat unfocused. Little did he anticipate that this glance would yield unexpected rewards. The hairdryer ceased its operation. The girl's dangling feet came to a halt, and she tilted her head to look at him. "Why have you stopped?" she inquired, perplexed, as she lowered her gaze and tightened her clothing. Unbeknownst to her, this action elicited a chuckle from the man, who remarked, "It's rare to witness you exhibit a typical reaction of a young woman." And Meng was momentarily taken aback. Did her current response truly resemble that of a girl's? Indeed, who would dare to obstruct a man? Though she indeed identified as a girl now, the way Lu Ling had phrased it caused her heart to skip a beat. The speaker's words were casual, yet the listener was attuned. Didn't this imply that she was increasingly distanced from her former self? In a fit of impulsiveness, she dropped her hands. The man's expression darkened. "What do you mean by that?" "Nothing at all." And Meng retorted defiantly. Lu Ling swallowed hard, his demeanor growing serious. "Go change into something else. I want tea. I'll wait until I cool off before wearing it again. Just dry my hair. I still need to dry my clothes afterwards." Yet the hairdryer remained silent. After a lengthy pause, a low, hoarse voice emerged from the man. "Meng Mengham?" She lifted her gaze. "What is it, wow?" It was only then that the girl fully grasped the foolishness of her actions. After a moment apart, the man said softly, "Meng Meng?" And Meng did not respond, preoccupied with catching her breath. Lu Ling felt as though he had fallen under the girl's spell. Despite having encountered many women who were more gentle, more alluring, and more feminine than her, he found himself inexplicably ensnared in her mire. Even his typically proud self-control had completely unraveled. Love, it seems, is akin to conducting business. Even after acquiring much, one continues to yearn for more. Perhaps the air had turned cool, for An Meng's eyes reflected a newfound clarity. She gazed up at the man leaning before her, seized his hand, and bit down forcefully. Ouch! The pain caused the man to cease his movements. And in that fleeting moment, An Meng swiftly pushed him away and darted into the restroom. The man leaned against the table, the bright red mark on his hand strikingly vivid. It appeared he had startled her indeed. Chapter 72. Triggered memories. Gurgling sounds echoed as the sink filled with clear water, and An Meng buried her head within it, bubbles surfacing intermittently. As she emerged, droplets cascaded down her cheek, creating ripples in the water below. In the mirror, the young girl resembled a water lily just unfurling, with water glistening on her skin. Damn it! How did that scoundrel manage to outsmart me again? And Meng had been in the restroom for over 10 minutes, not out of reluctance but due to the haunting memory of her recent experience, which left her too fearful to step outside. Even now it felt like a surreal dream. Why hadn't she fought back? If it weren't for the moment of lucidity that jolted her back to reality, she would still be oblivious to what might unfold next. It's rare to witness you displaying a semblance of a normal girl's reaction. The words of Lu Linha echoed in her ears, a lingering resonance that wouldn't dissipate. In the past, the mere thought of a man perpetrating such actions would have made her feel nauseous. And Meng expected herself to be furious, ready to engage in a fierce battle for survival. Yet, in reality, she merely bit him before fleeing like a wildcat. Could it be that her spirit has truly been influenced by this body? The girl shook her head vigorously, slapping her cheeks to regain composure. Calm down. And Meng, you were simply short of oxygen, and your brain momentarily ceased to function. It does not affect you in the least. What you need to focus on now is earning money. Once you have enough, you can leave him, and life will return to normal. After a brief soliloquy in front of the mirror, the girl seemed to regain her resolve and turned toward the door. Upon exiting the restroom, and Meng found the office devoid of any presence. How peculiar. Where could he have gone? Surely he hasn't fled in guilt? With Lu Linha absent, she was left to dry her hair alone. Across from Lu Linha's office was a large floor-to-ceiling window, offering an expansive view of the bustling city below. It was quite evident that Lu Linha was indeed a successful individual. However, it struck her as odd. She had learned some details about Meng's family through her phone. She had only a father and an older brother, leading a rather ordinary life. How did a girl like her come to know a CEO? As she dried her hair, and Meng glanced at her bare legs beneath her dress. This one do. I need to wear something, or I'll feel utterly vulnerable here. She approached the wardrobe and began rummaging through its contents. While she found nothing suitable, she stumbled upon a disheveled suit tucked away in the back. Curiosity piqued. She reached out to retrieve it. The moment her fingers brushed the fabric, a jolt surged through her, and a flood of uncontrollable memories surged forth in her mind. The scene shifted back to a few months prior. In a noodle shop, a girl dressed as a waitress was bustling about, running to and fro. That girl was none other than Meng herself. Oddly enough, the establishment hadn't been particularly busy before her arrival, but since she began working there, the business had flourished. Even at this hour, around 8 or 9, the noodle shop remained bustling with patrons, a continuous stream of orders being prepared and served, leaving her in a state of utter confusion. Today, however, a rather extraordinary guest arrived. Dressed impeccably in a tailored suit, he was strikingly handsome and quickly became the center of attention upon entering the establishment. After taking a seat, he removed his jacket and politely requested a bowl of noodles before engaging in a phone call. Hello. On. I'm dining out after just finishing a meeting, making do with a meal here. What? Oh, you mean that matter? I'm still on the lookout. After all, a fiancé is a significant affair, and I cannot be too abrupt. It's not that I'm avoiding it. There simply aren't any suitable candidates around. No need for your assistance. I'll manage on my own. Whether it was the allure of his melodious voice or the captivating nature of the conversation, Anming found herself listening intently from the side. Anming, table 4's order. Oh, she hurriedly rushed to the serving area to retrieve the dish, but suddenly, something tripped her feet, causing the bowl of noodles to spill all over. The well-dressed gentleman, who appeared to be of some stature, remained silent, but a man with a buzz cut, resembling a thug, stood up and shouted at her. Are you blind, woman? How could you deliver the noodles like this? Ah, I'm so sorry. I truly didn't mean to. The young girl was frightened, bowing repeatedly. I slipped by accident. Are you trying to shirk responsibility? The manager quickly intervened, apologizing. I sincerely apologize, dear guest. Consider this meal on us today. Ah, do you have any idea how much my brother's suit costs? 18,000. You think a bowl of noodles suffices to settle this? My brother has a banquet to attend tonight. This is a loss. Compensation must be immediate. Upon hearing the exorbitant amount, the manager quickly replied, Dear guest, as you can see, our establishment operates on a modest scale. We cannot afford such compensation. You may not compensate, but she must. The buzz-cut thug pointed menacingly at Anming. The young girl's face turned pale, tears welling in her eyes as she pleaded with the man. I truly apologize, but I cannot afford to pay. My father is bedridden, and I am working to earn money for his treatment. The gentleman waved his hand dismissively. Lack of funds is not a problem. There are numerous solutions. For instance, we could become friends, and if you agree, this matter could be forgotten. Really? Then I agree. Excellent. Since we are friends now, it would be no issue for you to join us for some fun later, would it? The man's grin was lewd, starkly contrasting with the girl's stunned expression. Just as she felt cornered with no escape, Lu Lin approached and pointed at the raucous thug from earlier. If I'm not mistaken, you deliberately tripped her, didn't you? Huh? Do you have any evidence? This establishment is equipped with surveillance. Retrieving the footage should be quite simple. You son of a... The thug was about to curse when the seated gentleman raised a hand to stop him. My friend, even if it was indeed him who caused her to trip, it was not intentional. Therefore, this young lady was also not at fault. The man suddenly realized he had been led by the nose. He scrutinized Lu Linha and remarked, "Ah, my friend, it appears you have come to stir trouble." "Not quite," Lu Linha replied. "This young lady is also my friend, and since she has found herself in a predicament, it is only fitting that I assist her." "So, do you intend to pay for her?" The man retorted. "I'm afraid not. Debts should be settled with their rightful owners, and I have no intention of accepting your money." "I never suggested I would pay," Lu Linha clarified. "What I meant was, you are attending the banquet tonight, are you not? Even if one were to pay for time, it would hardly suffice. Coincidentally, I am also wearing a suit." As he spoke, Lu Linha produced his suit. "If you don't mind, we could exchange." The man with the buzz cut interjected. "What kind of shabby suit is that? How can it compare to my brother's?" The man glanced at it, his eyes widening in astonishment. "My precious suit." Chapter 73. The suit for a wife. Inside the noodle shop, several men were gathered together. The man in the center held a blue suit in his hands. "Brother, is this suit really that good?" "It's not just a matter of whether it's good or not. It's something quite rare. If I'm not mistaken, this should be a limited edition custom piece from Chiduan, one that you can't simply buy with money." The man lifted his gaze towards Lu Linha, his expression transforming entirely. "May I ask how to address you?" "Lu Linha." "Oh, so it's Mr. Lu." The man's eyes brightened instantly. "I truly did not recognize the mountain from the lowlands. Have you heard of me?" "Mr. Lu from the Lu Group, a renowned young talent in Nanxing. Who does not know of you? And regarding this young lady? Oh, there's nothing to worry about. It's all a misunderstanding. Just a misunderstanding. We're all on the same side." As he spoke, the man gave the buzzcut guy a light slap, urging him to apologize. The buzzcut man scratched his head. "My apologies. I was too hasty just now. By the way, Mr. Lu, I can't possibly accept your gift. Please keep the suit. I can just wash my clothes when I get home. It's no trouble. There's no need. It's just a piece of clothing. A gentleman's word is as good as a horse's." Then, "Thank you, Mr. Lu." The man leaned closer. "If you have your eye on this lady, feel free to pursue her. I've investigated and found that although she is the campus belle of Nanda, she hasn't had a boyfriend yet." Lu Linha did not respond. After the matter was settled, he returned to his seat, disregarding the astonished glances directed at him, and continued to eat his noodles. After finishing, he wiped his mouth, picked up the disheveled suit, and left the noodle shop. Just a few steps outside, he was halted by a girl's voice. "Wait a moment." He turned around to find that it was Meng calling him. "What is it?" Why did you save me?" "Actually, there's no particular reason. If I had to say something." Lu Linha paused thoughtfully. "Your name reminds me of an old acquaintance." The girl suddenly bowed deeply. "Thank you for saving me just now. That suit must be quite expensive, right?" Lu Linha smiled slightly, taking slow strides forward. "It's a trivial matter. Don't think too much about it. Just take care of your father. Could you leave me your phone number? I promise to repay you in the future." Lu Linha halted, turning back. "You wish to repay me?" Yes. The girl nodded eagerly. The man scrutinized her from head to toe, contemplating. "There is indeed something you could do for me, if you are willing." "What is it?" "There's a job I'd like to offer you. Are you willing to accept?" "Absolutely. I'm willing to do anything. Be my wife." As the memory faded, it drew to a close, and Meng's vacant eyes finally sparkled with a hint of light. Was this the initial encounter between Meng and Lu Linha? This fellow truly enjoys the role of a hero saving a damsel in distress. Their first meeting unfolded in this manner, and so did that incident of her kidnapping. However, why did she receive this fragment of memory? Upon encountering that garment, the memory unfurled in her mind like a cinematic reel, playing automatically. Though it seemed to linger for an eternity within her thoughts, in reality, only a few seconds had elapsed. She recalled having experienced a similar sensation previously, as when Lu Yunlian had tossed a broom to her, evoking memories of being forced to toil. At the time, she had given it little thought, but in light of today's recollections, it appeared that this was no mere coincidence. Could it be that her rebirth had bestowed upon her the ability to retrieve memories? Perhaps upon contact with items once used by Meng, fragments of related memories would spontaneously awaken. She never anticipated that one day she would possess such a remarkable ability to restore memories. Regrettably, this memory retrieval seemed limited to her own past. If she could access the memories of others, she might have become a natural-born spy. But why did she possess this peculiar talent? Just as she pondered this, a sudden knock echoed from outside. "Madam, are you in there?" It's Shin Mao's voice. Startled, and Meng replied, "Yes, what is it?" The door opened slightly, and a hand emerged, grasping a bag. "I need a document stamped by President Liu. His seal is in the office, and he is unable to retrieve it himself. He asked me to come up for it. However, he mentioned that I cannot enter, as this bag contains new clothes. Could you bring the seal to me?" And Meng glanced down at her white blouse and quickly understood what Lu Lin and the term unable implied. Her cheeks flushed as she donned the suit jacket and slipped into the loose-fitting trousers. However, another dilemma arose. The pants were so baggy that she could only sit in the chair. If she stood, they would inevitably fall. "I don't need to change. You can come in to retrieve it." "That's not possible. President Liu has ordered me that if I step into his office, a tempest of chaos will ensue." "What nonsense is this?" And Meng's lips twitched. "Just come in already. I'm wearing clothes." Outside, Shin Maoan fell silent for a moment, then suddenly had an epiphany. "Oh, now it makes sense." And Meng blinked, realizing she might have miscommunicated. Anxiously, she clarified, "No, when Lu Lin was here, I was dressed." "Oh, now it makes sense." The girl rolled her eyes. "Are you coming in to take it or not? If not, then forget it." "I have to take it, so I'm coming in, madam." "Come in then." And Meng paused, suddenly feeling that something about this conversation seemed oddly familiar. The door swung open, and Shin Maoan stepped inside. Upon seeing Meng seated in the boss's chair, his brows knitted together. "Why are you wearing that outfit?" "You know, of course. That day President Liu returned and told me that the most profitable deal he made was exchanging a suit for a wife." The girl's eyes widened in surprise, and she lowered her head, pondering, was it truly profitable? "Absolutely," Shin Maoan replied, a glint of menace flashing in his gaze. "Because that suit belongs to me. I merely lent it to him that day." As a result, he became a sacrificial victim in his quest for heroism. Most importantly, he refuses to part with that garment, claiming he enjoys seeing the spark ignite in my eyes upon its sight. No wonder he profits. It appears he has invested nothing at all. By the way, what is he doing? Why doesn't he come to retrieve it himself? "Oh, Mr. Liu is currently receiving treatment in the medical room below. He has sustained a rather serious hand injury, though the cause remains a mystery, as he refuses to divulge." "Is that so?" And Meng awkwardly twined her small hands together, pondering that it shouldn't be her responsibility. "Does he not have a secretary?" The secretary was dispatched to procure a chiffon cake and a figurine of a character named Sakura Island Mai, with explicit instructions to conceal the figurine within the cake. It's truly perplexing what he is thinking. The girl's eyes dulled in contemplation. Is he perhaps attempting to coax her? Although Lu Lin had bitten her, her bite was far more severe than his. Where is the medical room? The medical room? It's on the second floor. Upon exiting the elevator, turn right and follow the signs. All right, I understand. You may go ahead.
Ah, farewell, madame.
Shin Maoan stepped out, taking a deep breath. Old Lu, my friend, I can only assist you this far. Chapter 74. A word of caution for next time. Interactive update. In the infirmary, the elderly doctor adjusted his reading glasses and scrutinized Lu Linha's wound for quite some time. "Mr. Liu, how did you sustain this injury?" he inquired. "I bumped into something." "Bumped into something?" "Indeed." "Ah, Xiao Chui, Mr. Liu requires a tetanus shot. Please conduct a skin test first," the seasoned physician instructed a younger doctor. Though there were only 2 doctors in the infirmary, their expertise was remarkable. The young Dr. Chui held a doctorate from medical school and was also affiliated with Lu's private hospital, primarily working within the corporation. The older doctor had previously served as the chief physician at a prestigious hospital and was also Dr. Chui's mentor during his academic tenure. After retiring and finding himself idle, he accepted Dr. Chui's invitation for reemployment. Dr. Chui acquiesced and, Upon observing the condition of Lu Linha's hand, hesitated momentarily. Mr. Lu, are you certain this is from a bump? Absolutely. What did you bump into? A table. How could a table leave such marks on your hand? The elder physician approached and interjected with a kick. Haven't you noticed that Mr. Lu's desk is intricately patterned? Is it surprising that it could cause such an impression? Oh, my apologies, no issue then, Dr. Chui replied, proceeding with the skin test. The elder doctor filled a syringe with liquid, gently pressing the plunger until a few drops emerged from the needle. He then cautioned Lu Linha, Mr. Lu, we will administer a tetanus shot first, and afterward we will apply medication and bandage the wound. You must rest your hand for a few days and refrain from any strenuous activities. He was well aware of Lu Linha's commitment to fitness. Despite his busy schedule, he always carved out time for exercise, contributing to his athletic physique. Although the wound was relatively minor, it was not insignificant, and the bite mark. Rather, the injury was indeed severe. Engaging in physical activity could easily exacerbate it. Lu Linha nodded, his expression grave. This solemnity was not due to the pain in his hand or the restriction from exercise, but rather the realization that he had perhaps overstepped boundaries in his recent actions. Despite intending to take things slowly, he found it difficult to regulate the heat. Now, the young lady was likely quite difficult to appease. The wolf wishing to devour Little Red Riding Hood had revealed its identity before even entering, leaving Little Red Riding Hood no choice but to refuse entry. After receiving the injection, Lu Linha was grappling with a headache when a sudden knock echoed from the door. The elder doctor remarked, "It's unusual for anyone to visit the infirmary. Why is it so busy today? Xiao Chui, please check." Dr. Chui rose to open the door, revealing a graceful young woman standing at the threshold. "May I ask who you are? Hello, is Lu Linha inside?" Lu Linha was momentarily taken aback. This voice. Could it be? He glanced toward the door and, indeed, it was none other than An Meng. What could have brought her here? Dr. Chui, puzzled, asked, "Who are you?" Lu Linha interjected, "Let her come in." An Meng entered the infirmary, where Lu Linha was seated at the examination table. She bit her lip, cast a fleeting glance at Lu Linha, and quickly averted her gaze. Was he seriously injured? Did this little girl come to express her concern for him? Lu Linha's eyes sparkled with a hint of mischief as he deliberately remained silent, extending the moment to cultivate an atmosphere of apparent severity. "It's not serious, doctor." Chui finally broke the silence. Upon hearing this, he felt the temperature in the infirmary plummet by at least 10 degrees. Initially attributing the chill to the air conditioning, he soon realized that the source of this discomfort stemmed from the penetrating gazes of Lu Linha and the elder doctor. His eyes darted between Lu Linha and An Meng several times before he comprehended the situation, swallowed hard, and continued, "How could it not be serious?" The elder doctor's expression softened slightly. "If you had come any later, Mr. Lu would have needed an amputation." Clearing his throat, the elder doctor added, "Ahem, we're running low on saline solution. Could you please fetch a couple of bags of salt from the supermarket?" "Huh? Teacher, how does table salt relate to saline?" "Get out." After Dr. Chui departed, the elder doctor glanced at the two silent figures and remarked, "Well, this young lady, Mr. Lu's injury isn't too severe, but he will need some time to recuperate." "Oh, thank you, doctor. No problem. By the way, I have to step out for a moment. Mr. Lu's medication hasn't been administered yet. Would you mind applying it for him?" "Huh? But I don't know how." "It's quite simple. Just squeeze the ointment onto a cotton swab and apply it to the wound. It's easy. I appreciate your help. I'll be off now." With that, the elder doctor hurriedly exited the infirmary. In the blink of an eye, only the two of them remained. Lu Linha couldn't help but admire the seasoned expertise of the highly paid doctor. An Meng said nothing. She glanced at Lu Linha, pouted, and reluctantly sat before him, squeezing the erythromycin ointment onto the cotton swab. "Hand it to me." Lu Linha extended his hand. The imprint on his skin bore traces of blood, a sight both alarming and vivid. Suddenly, she recalled that despite their close relationship, after all, how could one not be close when sharing a bed? Lu Linha was still a powerful and influential CEO, and had once shot someone without a second thought. If she had bitten him so severely, what if she provoked his ire? The girl stammered, "Why, you can't blame me. You were the one who initiated it. I was just acting in self-defense. Who told you to bite me first? When did I bite you? What do you think? And Meng puffed out her chest. That was not a bite. It should be termed a suction. The girl's cheeks flushed instantly, her voice rising. I don't care. It still hurts.
I am sorry.
I'll be more careful next time. That's more like it. And Meng paused for a moment, then suddenly realized something was amiss. She looked up, glaring at Lu Linhe. Huh? Are you hoping for a next time? Just joking, don't be so agitated, Lu Linhe chuckled. The girl bit her lip and began to dab the cotton swab on his wound. Are you not in pain? Who said that? Why are you smiling? Oh, it's nothing, just reminiscing about something joyful. What brings you to seek me out? Are you not angry with me? Of course I am upset, and Meng pouted, adding, but to be fair, I too am at fault. I forgot that men are often susceptible to temptation. You offered me a chance, and I failed to cherish it. You cannot be blamed. Initially, and Meng felt anger, but as she reflected, she remembered how, during her time as a man, she could not resist glancing furtively while watching low-quality films in the restroom. Yet here stood Lu Linhe, a vision of beauty, partially unveiled. Perhaps only someone like Lu Xiaohui could remain unperturbed in such circumstances. Lu Linhe was momentarily taken aback. So, this little girl possessed such understanding? A certain part of him was stirred, and he wished to articulate something. Yet the words eluded him, transforming into a gentle smile instead. The room fell silent. The young girl diligently applied the ointment, while the man gazed at her delicate face. If possible, he wished for time to freeze at that moment. It would not be an unwelcome state of affairs. Suddenly, the door swung open. Teacher, I've brought back the table salt. Dr. Cui stood at the threshold, panting. The response to him was the focused gaze of the man and woman in the infirmary. I'm sorry, I must have come to the wrong room. Chapter 75. An essential companion for the lonely man in the afternoon. And Meng accompanied Lu Linhe's car back to the manor. This group trip proved to be quite fruitful for her. Not only did she discover the identity of the flower artist that Lu Linhe had taken a fancy to, but she also received 2 chiffon cakes and a high-quality figurine of Mai Sakurajima. Most importantly, the figurine's attire was interchangeable. It was said that the secretary was initially clueless about where to procure such an item and had to consult nearly half the contacts in her address book before finally locating someone knowledgeable. Although Meng initially felt an overwhelming sense of embarrassment, she quickly reasoned that if she were bitten by a dog, she could never retaliate by biting back. However, if she were bitten by Lu Linhe, she could indeed respond in kind. Thus, she concluded that receiving a bite from Lu Linhe was far preferable to that of a dog. Overall, she felt she had come out ahead. Moreover, Meng possessed a remarkable strategy. Whenever thoughts that caused her embarrassment arose, she would immediately divert her attention, attempting to forget the matter entirely. As long as she did not dwell on it, the incident would not affect her. Thus, at this moment, the young woman savored her cake, eagerly dressing and undressing the figurine of her senior, Mai Sakurajima. She had never understood the mindset of girls who adored Barbie dolls, but once the focus shifted to Mai Sakurajima, it felt as though she had unlocked the door to a new world. Do you like it? Lu Linhe inquired, amused by her enthusiasm. A figurine is all it takes to delight a wife. Surely, there's no one else like you in the world. He considered himself quite fortunate. Well, it's not bad. And Meng replied, after playing with it for a while before returning the figurine to its box. By the way, Lao He, wait until we get back. I have a gift for you. You prepared a gift for me? Lu Linhe asked, somewhat surprised. Yes, I've already placed the order and it's expedited, so it should arrive this evening. What is it? He pressed for details. Well, I want to tell you. You'll find out when it arrives. A strange glimmer flickered in Lu Linhe's eyes. He vaguely recalled that, as a child, his most anticipated holiday each year was his birthday. He had longed for many toys, but his father would only select a few as gifts for him on that special day. Back then, he resolved that when he grew up, he would work hard to earn money, so he could buy whatever he desired without being beholden to others' opinions. In truth, he had achieved that goal. He had attained financial freedom, and both his company and its subsidiaries thrived nationwide. Any problem that could be solved with money was, in his eyes, trivial. Strangely, after acquiring everything, he found that the desire for gifts had diminished, as if all had become rather mundane. Yet today, The young woman's words rekindled a sense of childhood nostalgia within him. Perhaps there would always be someone who, despite the trials and tribulations of life, could evoke a return to the innocence and beauty of the past upon their arrival. After a long absence, the feeling of anticipation rekindled deep within his heart. His emotions were complex, and at that moment he found himself at a loss for words. Ultimately, a myriad of emotions coalesced into a singular word: good. Upon returning home and after dinner, Lu Linha immersed himself in a book within his room, eagerly awaiting news of Meng's gift. However, to be candid, he found himself incapable of focusing on the text. At last, Meng's phone rang. She had arrived, and Meng answered the call and promptly dashed out of the room. Although Lu Linha intended to accompany her, she declined his offer. After a while, she returned, cradling a large box. "Why is it so big? Close your eyes first. I have a surprise for you." "What is it?" "Don't ask. Trust me. You will absolutely love it." Lu Linha complied and shut his eyes. He could hear Meng using a utility knife to slice open the package and subsequently placing the gift on the table, which emitted a thud upon contact. It appeared to be quite heavy. "All right, you can open your eyes now." As Lu Linha opened his eyes and discerned the object on the table, he blinked in disbelief. There lay a female anatomical model. The light in Lu Linha's eyes dimmed, and he squinted. "What is this?" And Meng patted his shoulder, placing her hands on her hips, adopting a tone of faux authority. "Old he, I understand. As a perpetually single adult man, you must feel loneliness and pressure. So I prepared this for you. Crafted from pure silicone. It's a one-to-one replica of a real model." "Hey, don't walk away." Lu Linha realized he had erred. He should never have entrusted his childhood dreams to someone so adept at shattering them. The following day, in the office, Shun Muwen entered, placing a stack of documents on Lu Linha's desk. "Here are the materials you asked me to investigate." This pile contained the resume of an individual, and the person in the accompanying photograph was none other than Chi Yi. Previously, Lu Linha had been indifferent to Meng's faux marriage and her relationship with Chi Yi, considering it merely a fleeting affair. Even if Meng had someone in her heart, it was of no concern to him. However, the situation had changed. Now that he viewed Meng as his target, he needed to familiarize himself with any potential rivals. Lu Linha picked up the documents and began to skim through them. Shin Muwen remarked, "Interestingly, according to Chi Ye's previous resume, he and Meng only attended the same university, but by the time Meng enrolled, he had already left for an internship, so they presumably had no opportunity to meet. Perhaps their families are acquainted?" I inquired into that as well, but Meng's father does not know Chi Ye's father. However, there is something quite intriguing. "What is it?" While I couldn't find any connections between Chi Yi and Meng, I did discover that he had a childhood friend named Meng as well, though his name is spelled with a different character meaning strong man. They grew up in the same area. "And Meng?" Lu Linha pondered for a moment before breaking into a smile. "Oh, so it's him. Do you know him? A junior from university. We had some interactions. What has he been up to lately?" "He passed away." "Passed away? When did this happen?" "Not long ago, akin to the time when Meng was poisoned. The cause of death appears to have been a bungee jumping mishap due to forgetting to attach the safety cord." Lu Lin furrowed his brow. "Did that Meng also perish during the poisoning incident?" The simultaneous misfortune befalling two individuals with such similar names is an uncanny coincidence. He drummed his fingers against the armrest of the chair, lost in thought. "President Lu, what are you pondering?" "I am contemplating whether such an absurd manner of death is truly a fabrication of yours." Chapter 76. The Dream Within Every Boy's Heart. The following day, Meng sought out Ning Yufei to share the news regarding Wen Manning. Ning Yufei was elated. "Thank you, Meng. I shall pay that woman a visit soon." As she spoke, her expression turned stern. "If I discover that woman has taken advantage of he in any way, I shall not let her off lightly." Meng felt a sudden chill in her heart. She glanced around cautiously and asked, "What will you do if something truly occurs?" Ning Yufei contemplated, wishing to utter something fierce, but as a refined young lady, she struggled to conjure an appropriate retort and simply replied, "Wherever she has touched he, I shall grip her fiercely there." Upon hearing this, Meng shivered slightly. although it was Lu Lin He who had instigated the situation. For the sake of her little grape's safety, it was perhaps best to keep this matter confidential. After delivering the message, she was pleased to collect her wages from Ning Yufei. Since that passionate encounter at the company, Lu Lin He had become more reserved, refraining from any extreme behaviors and returning to a respectful demeanor, much like before. As for the doll she gifted him, Lu Lin He not only failed to express gratitude, but appeared somewhat annoyed, prompting her to find another home for the doll, passing it on to Qi Yi. In stark contrast to Lu Lin He's indifference, Qi Yi expressed immense joy. Thank you, Meng. My previous Wu Jing model can finally retire. Are you still using that? The following days unfolded with great ease for her. Firstly, Lu Lin He ceased his insistence on her reading classics or playing Go, granting her ample time to indulge in gaming and streaming. During her live streams, a wealthy patron emerged, who, while not as lavish as the previous Zhang Jun, consistently gifted her with super fire each time he joined. Each super fire brought her one step closer to freedom. She reveled in the joy of gaming, but a phone call abruptly reminded her that happiness is often fleeting. What? School has commenced. At times, life resembles a roller coaster. One moment it is serene and thriving, and the next, a steep decline disrupts the rhythm entirely. The call was from an Meng's counselor, who informed her that school had already begun the previous day. Not having seen An Meng around, the counselor reached out to her. It was then that An Meng recalled that she was not only the CEO's wife, but also a second-year university student. Oh, Lu Lin He, how could you bring someone who is still a student back home? Men truly are creatures of singular devotion, enamored by 18-year-olds at 18 and still drawn to them at 80. Initially, when told she had to return to school, An Meng had resisted, for one cannot simply be commanded to attend. It would be quite humiliating. However, the counselor was unconcerned with her pride and left her with a stern warning. If you do not show up tomorrow, your credits will be deducted. The mention of credits rekindled a long-buried dread within An Meng, once dominated by university life. What? You are returning to school tomorrow? Lu Linhe returned tonight, and upon learning that An Meng was going to school, he was momentarily taken aback. He scrutinized the young woman, pausing at her bright eyes, and slowly remarked, I had completely forgotten that you are still a student. I also lost track of that. Haven't you suffered from amnesia? How will you keep up with your classes? Well, whether I can keep up or not, I still have to go, for I have my own reasons to attend. What reasons? And Meng analyzed, you see, despite the comfort I currently enjoy here, it is merely an illusion. I ultimately must leave this place. In a society rife with competition, if I fail to obtain my undergraduate degree, it will be exceedingly difficult to secure a good job once I enter the workforce. After all, I will inevitably live my life under the identity of An Meng, and certain practical concerns must be taken into account. If she were originally a woman, she might contemplate leveraging her attractive appearance to find a wealthy partner and subsequently enjoy financial freedom. However, remnants of her male mindset prevent her from even considering seeking a man. Thus she must rely on her own abilities to earn a living. Naturally, despite her heightened awareness, this is merely one small reason. The primary motivation for her desire to attend school is, now that she is a girl, she naturally wishes to reside in the female dormitory. Surely, every boy harbors a dream of living in a girl's dormitory. The pastel tones, the adorable decorations, the beautiful roommates. She is finally poised to unveil the truth behind the legendary dormitory, whether it aligns with her imagination. Furthermore, there is an added benefit to living in the girls' dormitory. She would no longer have to share a bed with Lu Linhe. Although he has not offended her again, the reality remains that she finds herself snuggling into his embrace every time she sleeps. Even after fervently reminding herself before bed that a big bad wolf lies beside her, she still awakens each morning in that man's arms. This time at school, that dilemma would surely be resolved. The corners of Lu Linhe's mouth lifted slightly, surprised by her ambition. That's only natural. All right, I shall have the driver take you to school tomorrow. What if I go tonight? I need to settle my belongings in the dormitory in advance. Dormitory? Yes, I am going to school. Isn't it necessary to stay in a dormitory? Moreover, this estate is so far from the school. Commuting back and forth is rather inconvenient. The young woman blinked her eyes, feigning innocence. Lu Linhe fell into contemplation. Allowing In Meng to reside in the dormitory would mean that for the ensuing months, she might hardly return home. Like a little frog leaping out of the pot. What would he have to cook for? No, he must keep her here. Old he, why are you silent? And Meng asked, her expression wary. You don't intend to prevent me from living there, do you? She harbored serious doubts that Lu Linhe resembled the foolish child from a Lu de Hua song. Strong as a rock by day, yet lonely and restless by night without companionship. Lu Lin turned to her with a smile, saying, of course not. If you wish to stay, you may do so. I was merely pondering, weren't you suffering from amnesia? You no longer recognize your roommates. Will you still feel at home in the dormitory? Oh dear, what does it matter? As long as there is a bed to sleep in. Ah wait. And Meng's heart raced, realizing she had inadvertently spoken the truth. Then you should stay, he suggested. That is more agreeable. And Meng felt a wave of relief wash over her. However, once you are there, you must exercise caution. Caution? The young girl tilted her head in confusion. Although Nanqing has settled down for now, one can never be certain of the hidden currents that may still be at play. While we have individuals monitoring the estate around the clock, should you reside at the school, if any danger were to arise, my people may not be able to reach you in time. As Lu Lin spoke, he gently ruffled In Meng's hair. If you were to be kidnapped, you must remember to call me. How on earth would I call you if I were kidnapped? And Meng exclaimed in exasperation. With a long sigh, she added, if I don't stay in the dormitory, it would be far too inconvenient to stay here. That is simple enough. There should be one of my properties near your school. We can move there when the time comes. It will just be the two of us, and it will be quite peaceful. That seems to be the only option. After agreeing, And Meng suddenly sensed something amiss. Wait a moment. Wasn't I going to school to stay in the girls' dormitory? How has it turned into a situation where we are cohabitating? Chapter 77. Fainting when faced with dilemmas the following morning, And Meng rose early. Coincidentally, Lu Linhe was also heading to work at the same time, allowing them to share a ride. The notion of commuting to work while also escorting his wife to school struck him as peculiar, particularly as the young girl, adorned with a pink backpack and sporting a high ponytail, presented herself as the quintessential student, evoking within him an inexplicable sense of guilt. Lu Linhe, observing her nearly empty backpack, inquired, why are you carrying so little? I searched high and low yesterday and discovered that there are hardly any books at home. And Meng replied, shrugging her shoulders. Should you find yourself lacking any textbooks, do inform me in a timely manner. Understood. Old Pan, please stop the car at the next intersection. Huh? Why not stop at the entrance? And Meng pondered, recalling the multitude of classmates' gazes that would be upon her as she descended from the vehicle. Although the car was not directly linked to her, outsiders were unaware of that fact. Lu Linhe explained to In Meng, you may have forgotten due to your amnesia, but there are regulations at Nan University prohibiting vehicles from other schools from entering, and parking at the entrance is also not permitted. If you alight at this intersection, you will only need to walk a few dozen meters to reach your destination. I remember now, that rule is indeed familiar to me. Taxis are not allowed to stop at the entrance either, and they must drive a bit further. What a bunch of foolish leaders. This was a suggestion made by the former student council president. The entrance to Nan University is a major thoroughfare and a no-parking zone. Although each vehicle only stops for a few seconds, an influx of cars can still cause traffic congestion. Furthermore, with many affluent students attending, numerous luxury vehicles are driven to school. Allowing these cars onto campus could incite competition and jealousy among students, adversely affecting the academic atmosphere. So that former student council president was the foolish one. Let us not speak so harshly. He might feel disheartened upon hearing that. And what of it? He cannot hear it now, but he just might have. Lu Linhe smiled. And Meng recoiled slightly and raised her gaze to Lu Linhe, pointing at him. All right, that foolish individual is you. In his school days, Lu Linhe was indeed a figure of prominence, not only serving as the president of the student council but also presiding over several clubs. While she had dared to provoke him back then, the other students treated him with utmost respect. Even the principal regarded him with deference, unwilling to slight him. As the adage goes, the speaker may be oblivious, but the listener is perceptive. Upon hearing her remark, Lu Linhe's smile faltered momentarily. Wait a moment, If memory serves me correctly, I should have graduated 3 years before you enrolled. He fixed his penetrating gaze upon Meng. How curious. How did you come to know I was the former student council president? Meng felt her heart leap into her throat. This man was exceedingly astute. He could detect a flaw from such a simple statement. Why would I know? The answer is quite simple. Do you remember the time you were made to write 3,000 words in the office? Of course, she would never dare to utter that statement aloud. She recalled the warning from the research institute that if Lu Linhe discovered her true identity, he would indeed hand her over to the state for research purposes. The mere thought of being dissected for experimentation sent shivers down her spine. Thus, she had to devise a clever ruse to navigate this predicament. It's because you are quite famous, the girl scratched her cheek. Even though you've graduated, your name has continued to circulate through Nanda. Is that so? Indeed. But if you've heard of me, why didn't you recognize me when we first met? Wait, this can connect. The girl hesitated. Actually, I did recognize you back then, but we weren't familiar with each other. And as a shy girl, I didn't dare to acknowledge you. She felt compelled to resort to her feminine identity. Well, that's just like you, Lao He. Oh, I see. The man nodded. Just as the girl sighed in relief, he continued, there's still something amiss. What is amiss? Didn't you suffer from amnesia? How do you remember our first meeting? Meng's pupils dilated. Her cherry lips were now wide enough to fit an egg. Lu Linhe wore a calm smile, yet at that moment, it filled her with an inexplicable sense of dread and fear. He was like a master swordsman, relentlessly cornering her, waiting to deliver the final blow. Uncertain if the atmosphere was too tense or if the girl's CPU had overheated, she rolled her eyes and leaned back against the chair. Oh dear, I feel so dizzy. Faced with a dilemma, she fainted outright. Lu Linhe's lips quirked into a smile as he pulled the girl into his embrace, his long fingers gently massaging her temples. Feeling better? No, still dizzy. Forget about the dizziness. Lao Pan, open the window. Understood. Pretending to be faint. Meng found that Lu Linhe ceased his inquiries. Before long, the vehicle arrived at the designated intersection. As soon as the car came to a halt, Meng abruptly sat up, flung open the car door, and dashed out. I'll come pick you up tonight. Got it. Watching her retreating figure, Lu Linhe smiled and shook his head. Let us go, Lao Pan. Just as Lao Pan prepared to resume driving, he caught a glimpse in the rearview mirror and halted. Mr. Lu, the lady has returned. Lu Linhe turned to see the girl rushing back, knocking on the glass. Lao He, what major am I in? Upon entering Nanda and walking along the wide, lengthy road, Meng exhaled a sigh of relief. Thankfully, Lu Linhe had her student ID photo. Otherwise, she would have been left to wander outside today. If Lu Linhe remained oblivious, she could only resort to one method. Squatting at the entrance, adopting a pitiful, unwanted demeanor, with a sign around her neck that read, I've lost my memory. If you are my classmate, please take me away. In the Department of Foreign Languages, the English Major Class 2 seems to be a remarkably stable field of study. One could barely manage to navigate through the challenges it presents. Meng initially believed that her familiarity with the major would prevent her from being late. Yet she was naively mistaken. Although she had once been a student at Nanda, she had been a rather sedentary individual back then. The campus itself is vast, hosting numerous faculties, and the sheer expanse necessitates dedicated shuttle buses for internal transportation. Even after 4 years, she had not fully grasped its grandeur. As for the Foreign Languages Department, while she had often heard of it, she had never set foot inside. Locating the department consumed a significant amount of her time, let alone finding her specific classroom. Fortunately, Meng possessed a carefree disposition. Since her tardiness was inevitable, she decided against rushing and instead leisurely inquired for directions. By the time she arrived at the classroom, the lecture had already been in full swing. All eyes were drawn to her, and the instructor cast her a disapproving glance, clearly irritated by her nonchalant demeanor. Meng, with so many people watching you, do you not feel any sense of urgency? She paused momentarily before waving at her peers. Hello everyone. It is indeed an honor to stand on this stage. Are you delivering an acceptance speech now? Chapter 78. The time to fulfill dreams, ha ha ha. After a semester apart, how has the campus bell become so humorous? The students below erupted into laughter. If it were the former and Meng, she would likely have wished to disappear into the ground out of embarrassment. Yet, as the saying goes, a person can change significantly in just 3 days. She has undergone a remarkable transformation, no longer the timid girl from before. Instead, she embodies the spirit of a fierce warrior, capable of laughing off embarrassing situations with ease. Such trivial matters could hardly faze her. However, as she chuckled, her laughter abruptly ceased. Upon reflection, this seemingly humorous incident was not something to boast about. The English teacher, initially intending to tease her, grew increasingly displeased as the situation spiraled out of control. Why didn't you come to school yesterday? Have you forgotten that you are a student during the break? Ouch. I indeed forgot. And Meng, do you not recognize your mistake at all? Teacher, there's a reason for my forgetfulness. What reason? Amnesia? Yay? How did you know? The English teacher suspected Meng was mocking her, but was taken aback when Meng produced a medical diagnosis report. You really have amnesia? How did that happen? I can't remember past events, hence the amnesia. The audience erupted into laughter once more. The English teacher waved her hand. Just go back and take a seat. All right. Thank you, teacher. And Meng held her head high as she descended from the podium. The front rows were packed, so she made her way to a seat further back. However, she preferred not to sit in the front. She found a spot in the middle, surrounded by others, to be the most secure. In university, seating arrangements were casual. She instinctively moved towards the boys' side but paused as a thought sprang to her mind. No, she was now a girl. Sitting next to another girl was perfectly reasonable. Throughout her university years, she had longed to experience what it felt like to attend class alongside female classmates. But her shyness, coupled with Chi's insistence on sitting together, had thwarted this desire for 4 years. Today, the opportunity to fulfill her dream had arrived. She surveyed the girls around her. Indeed, the English department was home to many beautiful students. With just a glance, she could spot several attractive faces. After much deliberation, she finally chose the girl she found most appealing and settled beside her. Hello, classmate. Is it all right if I sit here? The girl scrutinized her from head to toe, skeptically asking, you really have amnesia? Yes, I've forgotten everything from before. The girl seemed to hesitate, her lips moving as if she wanted to speak but held back. Is there something on your mind? Nothing at all. And Meng sensed that this girl might have some connection to her past self, but as the girl remained silent, she chose not to pry further and prepared to focus on the class. Just then, she realized that the textbook the teacher was using was not in her bag. She turned to the girl beside her and said, Classmate, it seems I forgot to bring this book. May I borrow yours for a moment? The girl remained silent for a moment before placing the book in the center of the table. Thank you. You truly are beautiful and kind-hearted, she exclaimed. The girl's expression stiffened, and she refrained from saying anything further. And Meng then settled into the lecture. Indeed, after gaining some experience in society for a couple of years and returning to school, witnessing the teacher passionately narrating from the podium presents a unique charm. After the first class concluded, as Meng reached for her phone to indulge in some leisure, a number of male classmates swiftly encircled her. At Nanda University, for girls were deemed campus beauties, and Meng was one of them. As a notable beauty, it was only natural for her to have admirers. Yet due to her previously introverted and honest demeanor, she hadn't dated a single boy during her year at school. Now, however, not only had Meng lost her memory, but she also seemed to have become more extroverted. As the saying goes, the one closest to the water gets the moon first. With their familiarity, these boys believed they held an inherent advantage in approaching her. Little did they know, the enchanting girl before them was already a married woman. And Meng, does your amnesia affect your health? One inquired. Not at all. I sleep soundly through the night, and my menstrual cycle is so regular that I feel like killing it. Another boy squeezed in. And Meng, do you remember me? I stood next to you during military training in our freshman year. I may not remember, but judging by your stature, I trust you, buddy. Yet another boy chimed in, how about me? And Meng, I helped you carry your luggage when you first enrolled. Really? Thank you, my friend. You're welcome. Actually, I'm moving out of the dorm today. Could you help me carry my things once more? Having once been a confident individual herself, she understood that initiating conversation requires a degree of courage. Even though their attempts at flirting were destined for failure, she felt it was essential to avoid appearing too aloof. At the very least, she should respond warmly to preserve their confidence. Thus, regardless of their approaches, and Meng welcomed them, responding to anyone brave enough to speak with her. However, her replies were akin to Garen's ultimate ability, casting a silence buff upon her interlocutors with a mere sentence. Unfortunately, as the break came to an end, she had not managed to respond to all of them, and Meng sighed, finally grasping how popular beautiful girls can be. Yet, it seemed that such attention was not entirely a blessing. While she pondered this, unbeknownst to her, 3 girls at the entrance were scrutinizing her back and whispering among themselves. "Hua! Look at that little vixen, returning with such audacity, daring to sit beside you," one remarked. Indeed, she stole Hua's man, causing quite the spectacle, and now, with a claim of amnesia, she continues to act so brazenly. "Asking to borrow your books is nothing short of provocation," another added. "I seriously suspect she is feigning amnesia just to brush off that incident. Look at how she is merrily engaging with those boys. Does she seem like someone who has lost her memory?" The two exchanged words while the girl in the middle frowned. She is the one referred to as Sister Hua by the 2 individuals, and coincidentally, she happens to be the girl sitting next to Meng in class. "Are you suggesting that she is pretending?" "Perhaps so. I suspect she is deliberately staging this performance, managing to be in a legitimate relationship with that scoundrel while leaving you speechless. Whether it is true or false, let us observe further. If it turns out she is indeed acting, the chill in the girl's gaze will ensure she does not escape unscathed." After school in the evening, and Meng exited the school gates and arrived at the same intersection from the morning, waiting for Lu Lin to pick her up. And Meng, turning her head, she saw a tall boy with tousled hair and an attractive appearance calling her. "Who are you?" The boy appeared taken aback. "You do not recognize me anymore? I apologize. I have lost my memory and forgotten everything from before." "Lost your memory? Are you joking?" "No, I have medical records to prove it." "What happened?" he asked anxiously. "If I knew how I lost my memory, could it still be considered loss of memory?" The young man was momentarily stunned before bursting into laughter. "All right then, let us reintroduce ourselves. I am Yu Boyi, the president of the music club, and you are one of my members." As Yu Bowen spoke, he extended his hand toward Meng. Just as she reached out to shake hands, an unexpected wave of coldness enveloped her entire being. What is this sensation? She turned around and discovered that the Cullinan had quietly come to a stop behind her, and the source of that chilling feeling emanated from the man inside the car. Chapter 79. One should not be excessively materialistic. The glass tint of the car provided an excellent level of privacy, rendering the interior virtually invisible to onlookers. Yet, despite this obscurity, Meng could vividly imagine the appearance of the man inside. She quickly withdrew her hand. Although their interaction was masked by pretense, with a driver present, she felt it necessary to uphold the decorum expected of a lady. Where could one find an employee as dedicated as her? "Well then, senior, I have matters to attend to, so I must take my leave. I'll give you a ride. I happen to be heading out, and my car is parked nearby." Yu Bowen jingled the keys in his hand, the emblem of the BMW flickering in and out of sight. No, it's quite all right. Someone is here to pick me up." "Who?" he inquired. "It wouldn't happen to be that van that takes you to work again, would it?" "Not at all." As they conversed, a passerby exclaimed in astonishment, "Wow, look over there. Is that a Cullinan? Goodness, I've only seen people earning money from Cullinan fragments online. I can't believe someone has actually pieced one together. It must be here to pick someone up. How enviable. I wish it were coming for me." The crowd buzzed with chatter, and Yu Bowen cast a glance at the Cullinan, sneering in disdain. There are far too many superficial individuals. This world harbors treasures far more valuable than mere wealth. He turned to Meng, a smile gracing his lips. "I believe you understand my sentiments." Meng, "Indeed, I do. Nowadays, people place undue emphasis on material possessions, blindly tethered to societal expectations, never pausing to inquire what their hearts truly desire, ultimately living as if trapped in a dream." Yu Bowen's eyes sparkled with recognition. "Yes, precisely. I never would have guessed, Meng, that you possess such profound insights into life. Of course, one must not focus solely on finances. With that, and Meng pivoted and entered the awaiting Cullinan. Yu Bowen's smile faltered instantly. Inside the vehicle, a man sat on the opposite side of the back seat, his elbow resting on the armrest, chin cupped in hand, observing her with keen interest. Sensing a hint of awkwardness in the atmosphere, and Meng flashed a smile. "Hello, Mr. Liu, it's been a while. Who is he?" "Who?" "The one who just spoke with you." "Oh, him? I don't know him. You seem quite engaged in conversation for someone unfamiliar," Lu Lingyi pressed. "I think I might have known him once, but I've lost my memory so I don't recognize him now." Oh, Lu Lingyi nodded, reaching out to tousle and Meng's hair. "Didn't he seeing him jog your memory at all?" And Meng retorted, "Goodness, why are you so inquisitive? You ask about everything." Old Pan, the driver, felt a rush of apprehension at her words. Having driven for Mr. Liu for many years, he knew him well. Despite his youth, Liu's authority was no less formidable than that of leaders decades his senior. No one in the company dared to show him disrespect. A mere furrow of his brow could send employees' hearts racing. His only recourse at that moment was to focus on the road ahead and navigate the vehicle with utmost diligence. He had anticipated that Lu Lingyi might take offense, but to his surprise, the man merely chuckled. "I must inquire, I never anticipated that my wife would be so popular." On the very first day of school, several young men approached her. This is just the beginning. Today alone, there have been at least a dozen. I had no idea that being a beauty could be such a burden. How do you handle it?" "I simply respond to whoever asks me a question. Much like a celebrity at a meet and greet, I am utterly swamped. I have added over 10 contacts on WeChat and I am baffled. Although they are classmates, none had added me previously." Lu Ling's smile gradually faded, and a bead of cold sweat trickled down Old Pan's cheek. "My dear wife, I implore you, please say a little less. When the city gates catch fire, the fish in the moat suffer." Yet, and Meng remained oblivious to Lu Ling's change in expression, continuing to boast to herself. However, Lu Ling ceased to engage in the conversation. Not long after, the vehicle entered a residential complex. "Mr. Liu, we've arrived." Lu Ling exited the car, followed closely by An Meng, who surveyed her surroundings. Flanking them were blooming crabapple trees, and in the distance, a classical fountain could be seen, with a quaint bridge arching over the water's surface. A pavilion stood nearby, where several individuals sat beneath, laughing and sipping tea, all exuding an air of elegance and opulence. She felt as though she had stepped not into a residential area, but into a park. Nearby, a large decorative stone stood prominently, inscribed with 4 grand characters, Jinyun Shofu. She had heard of this apartment complex, situated in the heart of the city's South Prime real estate. Those who resided here were undoubtedly of remarkable stature. She never imagined that one day she would experience the lavish lifestyle of the so-called capitalists. The two entered the elevator, and Lu Ling produced a card, scanning it, which illuminated the button for the 11th floor. This entire floor housed only 2 residences, theirs being the one on the left. The decor leaned towards a minimalist style, featuring a light gray sofa in the living room, with a vast nightscape television screen adorning the pale yellow walls, complemented by several light-hued paintings. It appeared simple yet exuded comfort. And Meng, like an exuberant rabbit, darted about, exploring every corner, the bedroom, kitchen, and bathroom, each space captivating her. This was far superior to a manor. It felt like a home, whereas a manor was so vast that even dining felt akin to a business trip. After a moment of self-reflection, she turned to Lu Ling. "Why are you silent? I'm the only one talking. I'll speak once you've finished. Are you done?" "I am." "Then, is your mouth no longer needed?" And Meng raised an eyebrow, perplexed by his words. "Not needed? Why?" "Well, since you have no need for it, I shall take over." Before Meng could comprehend his meaning, Lu Ling grasped her chin, compelling her to tilt her face upward, and then sealed her lips with his. The man's assertive intrusion caught her off guard, and the world within her spiraled into chaos. Her eyes widened in disbelief, and after a few seconds, she was taken aback. She squirmed and struggled, but in the presence of the man, her frailty rendered any resistance akin to mere flirtation.
Moments later.
Lu Lin and the girl reluctantly departed from their sweet sanctuary. The young lady, her cheeks flushed, took a few deep breaths, and then her eyes sparkled with fervor. "Are you out of your mind?" "No. Then why did you kiss me? Oh, so, being insane grants you permission to kiss me? That is not permissible either. If neither is allowed, then why did you inquire about my sanity? You. The girl was left bewildered, standing in place for a considerable time before regaining her composure. Stop evading the topic. Why did you kiss me again? A certain foolish woman, having lost her memory, added numerous men on WeChat. Consequently, I had no choice but to remind her of who her current partner is. Get lost. Aren't we contractually bound as husband and wife? Moreover, you have breached the contract. You owe me compensation. You must pay. Lu Lin chuckled softly, retrieved his phone, and with his long fingers tapped the screen a few times, initiating a transfer. And Meng glanced at her phone and exclaimed, "Wait, isn't the contract compensation 10,000? Why did you send me 20,000? Lu Lin, with one hand in his pocket, looked at her and smiled without speaking. And Meng blinked, suddenly comprehending something, and turned to flee. Help. Chapter 80. Spring has arrived inside the room. A young woman sat gracefully upon the sofa, while before her stood a tall, imposing man who surveyed her from above. Are you truly determined to proceed? He inquired. The girl nodded affirmatively, indicating her resolve. Have you ever done this before? He pressed. A few times, she replied. I possess a modicum of experience. Enough chatter. Let me witness your skills. Come, grasp it, he commanded. Behold, my technique will undoubtedly leave you astounded, she declared, seizing the object. Goodness, why is it so heavy? Need I even say it? Pot is never light, he retorted, crossing his arms. We had an agreement. You must prepare a proper dinner, or else you shall bear the consequences. Earlier, and Meng had demanded a compensation of 10,000, yet the other party had transferred 20,000 instead. Realizing his intentions, she promptly fled. In her cleverness, she took refuge in a room and locked the door. However, she overlooked one critical detail. The house belonged to him, and he undoubtedly possessed a key. With the key in his possession, her predicament was dire. If he were to catch her again, her lips would surely swell by morning. How could she face her classmates at school? Should they inquire about her injuries? Would she claim a fall? Who falls and only injures their mouth? Or confess to being kissed? That would be utterly mortifying. Just as she braced herself for another onslaught, and Meng shouted, Spare me, noble sir. I have something to say. Speak quickly. Time is of the essence, he urged. And Meng fumbled with her phone, her voice barely above a whisper. Mr. Liu, might I request a refund? I no longer desire that 10,000. Could you please return it? Absolutely not. I never reclaim what I have given. And even if you returned it, I would not accept, Lu Linha replied, his experience with people allowing him to sense that while Meng displayed reluctance, she did not entirely reject him. Thus, this was less a plea for mercy than a performance of sorts. Feeling her warmth in his embrace, Lu Linha instinctively tightened his hold. Let us not waste time, we have dinner plans soon. Dinner out? Certainly not. There are no maids here to prepare our meals. We must venture outside. Correct? The girl's eyes darted, contemplating. No need to go out. I can cook. Just grant me a reprieve, and I shall prepare a meal. Intrigued by her culinary prowess, he considered her background. Having grown up in a modest household, it was said that children from poorer families often took on responsibilities early. Her skills should not be lacking. Moreover, Lu Linha himself had never learned to cook, having been raised in a life of abundance and subsequently thrown directly into work, leaving no time for such pursuits. Ultimately, they reached a consensus, and Meng could use her culinary talents to offset her debt. As they had just moved into the house, their pantry was nearly bare. Lu Linha contacted their driver, Old Pan, to procure fresh ingredients. Initially brimming with anticipation, his enthusiasm waned significantly upon witnessing Meng's struggle to steady the pot. Your cooking skills, I presume, do not merely consist of instant noodles? Well, do you fancy noodles? I assure you, mine are quite delectable. The man furrowed his brows, questioning. What? And Meng was taken aback for a moment, and then her face flushed with a noticeable crimson hue. Why are you speaking so abnormally? She exclaimed. Was this still the aloof and ascetic President Liu she had initially met? If your thoughts are not peculiar, why do you perceive me as such? she retorted, pouting and turning her head away. You should leave. Don't disturb me here. I cannot leave. I must supervise you. I cannot allow you to ruin my pot. It would be most inauspicious, he replied. Do not mock me. I simply did not anticipate the pot would be so heavy. And Meng covered her eyes, muttering to herself, It appears I have yet to fully acclimate to this body. She spoke the truth. Perhaps due to her rebirth, her strength had diminished. Previously, she had not found the pot to be that heavy. Enough of this foolishness. Let us begin, she urged. I shall impress you with my culinary skills. Have you ever tasted Buddha jumps over the wall? I have. Good. Then I will prepare you a dish of fish-fragrant shredded pork. What does that have to do with the Buddha jumps over the wall? It has nothing to do with it. I was merely inquiring. And Meng donned an apron, adeptly tying her long hair back as she embarked on her inaugural journey as a cook. Although her family was not as Lu Linhe had imagined, due to her parents' frequent absences for work, she often found herself devising dinner solutions with Qi Yi. In those days, takeout was not popular, and the two brothers lacked the funds to dine out daily, so she had to learn to cook for herself. Initially, she could only boil noodles and fry an egg, but as time passed, she grew weary of noodles and began experimenting with new recipes, eventually mastering several signature dishes. Washing, chopping vegetables, preparing sauces, blanching, and frying. After a flurry of activity, a reasonably presentable plate of fish-fragrant shredded pork emerged. She lifted the plate and turned around. Wow, you're still here? Lu Linhe remained leaning against the doorway, having witnessed her entire cooking process. Originally, he had intended to observe whether Meng could indeed cook. If she could, he would wait outside, as he had never been interested in watching others prepare meals. However, inexplicably, he found himself captivated by her cooking, and before he realized it, he had stayed until the end. Perhaps this was what it felt like to spend time with someone one cherished. Time seemed to pass swiftly. Though there was only one dish today, Lu Linhe savored it with exceptional enthusiasm, consuming 2 bowls more than he usually did at the manor. How is it? Quite good. No less impressive than the chefs at the manor. What is the salary of the chefs at your manor? The head chef earns 500,000 annually, while ordinary chefs receive 300,000. Then hire me. I'll work for just 30,000. After dinner, and Meng began her leisurely evening routine. Oddly enough, despite the spaciousness of the house, she felt something was amiss. It wasn't until Lu Linhe entered wrapped in a bath towel that she finally realized the peculiarity. The house boasted a tea room, a study, a gym, and even 2 bathrooms. Yet, there was only one bedroom equipped with a bed. Wait, why does this house only have 1 bedroom? It's quite normal for such a small house to have just 1 bedroom. And Meng did not respond but instead rose to gather her quilt. Where are you going? I'm going to sleep on the sofa. As spring arrived, the animals entered their mating season. Lu Lin and Yen Ran were part of this group, and unable to pursue his dream lover, Lu Lin resorted to using her as a substitute. Having narrowly escaped Lu Lin's ruthless advances with a single meal, she realized that if she shared a bed again today, she would likely be unable to evade the fate of his affections. Wouldn't that render her previous meal utterly futile? Upon reaching the door, she was intercepted by Lu Lin. His brow furrowed. Are you really going to sleep on the sofa? Yes, move aside and let me out. The sofa, after all, is not a bed and would compromise the quality of her sleep. That's none of your concern. What I mean is that you should sleep here, while I will take the sofa. Huh? You will? If this bed is only meant for one, then my choice is to give it to you. Lu Lin gently patted her head. Good night, sweet dreams. With that, he turned and walked away, watching the man recede into the distance. The girl felt an unexpected emptiness in her gaze. Damn it, why did she find his back somewhat melancholic? Chapter 81. A night of longing. As the night deepened, the bustling city gradually surrendered to a profound silence. In her bedroom, the young girl lay sprawled across the bed in an exceedingly audacious manner. After a brief moment, she turned over, inching towards the other side of the bed, seemingly in search of something. However, upon reaching the edge of the bed, it appeared that she had yet to discover what she sought. Resolutely, she took a step forward. Thud! Ouch! Upon opening her eyes, and Meng realized she had tumbled beneath the bed. Rubbing her sore bottom, she lamented, How careless of me. Why didn't I guard this side properly? It was only when she noticed the empty bed that she remembered Lu Linha had been banished to the sofa outside. Oh Wukong, why is it that every time I need you, you just happen to be absent? Are you conspiring against me? And Meng muttered softly to herself as she clambered back onto the bed, shutting her eyes once again. Yet this time, slumber eluded her. Accustomed to seeking solace in her dreams, she would instinctively reach out for something to hold. In the past, with Lu Linha by her side, even in her restless movements, she would merely burrow into his embrace, using him as a pillow, and drift into a tranquil sleep. But now, lying alone on the vast expanse of the bed, she felt a sudden surge of insecurity. Descending from the bed, she rummaged through the wardrobe to retrieve the pillow Lu Linha had bought for her. However, upon embracing it, something felt amiss. No, this texture was not right. While the pillow was indeed soft, it lacked the firmness she remembered. In her mind, a pillow should possess a certain density, akin to relaxed muscles, soft yet resilient. Ideally, it would carry a faint scent of the ocean, exuding warmth slightly above her own body temperature, and perhaps even smooth her tousled hair, allowing her to drift into a more comfortable slumber. As she leaned into her imagination, she was almost lulled to sleep, but upon contemplating the final wish, her eyes flew open, wide as an owl alert in the night. No, this was no ordinary pillow. It was Lu Linha. That rascal, even though not sharing the bed, still managed to disturb her peace. And Meng flipped onto her side, covering her head with the blanket, and feigned sleep, snoring softly as if to convince herself she had indeed dozed off. The room was enveloped in silence, save for the clock diligently ticking away. Moments later, she abruptly sat up, her eyes wide open. Damn it, I still can't sleep. The mere thought of Lu Linha triggered a cascade of memories from the evening, each recollection igniting her excitement, banishing any trace of drowsiness. Is he asleep now? If the sofa was less comfortable than a bed, he must still be awake. The young girl slid off the bed, careful not to make a sound, even foregoing her slippers, her petite feet tiptoeing quietly toward the living room. On the sofa, Lu Linha lay on his side, eyes closed, exuding an air of tranquility. The curtains in the living room remained undrawn, allowing the feeble moonlight to illuminate the contours of the man's profile. His chiseled features, accentuated by a prominent nose, formed a perfect arc. And Meng leaned against the headboard, scrutinizing the man for quite some time, unable to suppress her emotions. To be fair, even if Lu Linha's company were to collapse, he could easily rely on his striking visage to attract a wealthy woman and indulge in a life of luxury. As for someone like her, a lifelong singleton from Chunan, the prospect of finding a rich partner seemed as distant as a dream. Even being in a relationship would require divine intervention. Truly, the comparison of people could be disheartening, and the evaluation of goods often leads to disdain. Perhaps it was envy, or perhaps it was the jealousy of a sleepless night while he rested soundly, or perhaps it was the resentment from having been wronged during the day. In any case, a mischievous idea began to take root in Meng's mind. What if she were to slap Lu Linha now? Upon awakening, if she claimed he had been having a nightmare and was calling for help, would he believe her? After a moment of contemplation, she reached a conclusion. Who cares whether he believes it or not? She would assert unequivocally that he had been trapped in a nightmare, and Lu Linha would have no recourse. After all, he had forcibly kissed her during the day. Every action has its consequence, and her retribution would be him. Resolute, the young woman raised her hand and struck his handsome face. Slap! The man abruptly opened his eyes, and upon noticing, Meng quickly began to pat his head. You're awake. Oh dear, you were having a nightmare and calling for help. So I woke you up. Are you all right? She declared with a fa of sincerity. The man remained silent, gazing at her for a prolonged moment before slowly speaking. There is something I am unsure whether to express. Speak it. Actually, I wasn't asleep at all. Huh? The young woman's mind momentarily malfunctioned. After a few seconds of mental delay, she received a new directive. This was bad. She needed to retreat. She bolted, but alas, Lu Linha was quick to seize her hand. No matter how much Meng flailed her legs, she could not move an inch. Let go of me, she cried. Lu Linha, undeterred, rose from the sofa and approached her, lifting her as one might a kitten. The girl swallowed hard. What are you doing, big brother? You're not planning to play a song about soaring freedom and toss me out the window, are you? What on earth are you thinking? Lu Linha shook his head in exasperation, gently depositing her back onto the sofa. The ground is cold. Be careful not to catch a chill. And Meng's bare feet felt warm, perhaps from the cold. Although it was a statement of concern, to her ears, took on a different tone. What do you mean? Are you trying to make me, you know? Lu Linha did not respond, instead smiling as he asked. So, in the dead of night, why have you come to me? I just wanted to check if you were asleep and express my concern. Is your concern to give someone a slap? Lu Linha, who had a light sleep, had already been awake when Meng approached him. He was genuinely pleased by her midnight visit, though he was uncertain of her intentions this time. Thus, he chose to feign sleep and observe her next move. He believed that the young lady had experienced a pang of conscience and wished to inquire about his slumber. To his surprise, before he could even feel touched, a forceful slap descended upon his face. It was merely a jest, haha. Do you see me smiling? And Meng's smile gradually stiffened as she leaned her head against the sofa, adopting a submissive stance. My apologies, esteemed one. I bow in contrition. Apologies will not suffice. I am a proponent of fairness. You strike me once and I shall return the favor. Quite reasonable, wouldn't you agree? Then why is it that when you took the initiative to kiss me, fairness seemed to vanish? It is fair. I did not prevent you from reciprocating. And Meng found herself at a loss for words. Very well, very well. A mere slap is beyond your generosity, you miser. Just as she intended to rise, Lu Linha halted her. No need. Maintain this position and, preferably, close your eyes. Why must I close my eyes? Keeping them open may instill fear. Oh, then could you possibly go easy on me? I fear pain. Rest assured, I am aware of my strength. Obediently, and Meng shut her eyes, while Lu Linha positioned himself, hand raised high. Smacka! Lu, you scoundrel, you struck my backside.